As soon as Luo Chen crossed over, he and all the humans on Blue Star were invited to the endless killing game and thrown into the killing ground, struggling to survive. While others were still complacent about their S-level talents, Luo Chen looked at his talent with 3 question marks. Whiteboard skills are rubbish? But I upgraded it to level 9999. Your SSS level talent is awesome. Can it compare to my 9999 level legendary skills? Sorry. It seems a bit bullying. Then I will compare with you with my newly acquired 99 level epic skills. Why are you crying? Chapter 1: The Endless Killing Game begins. Bloody Obelisk Brain Storage. You can enjoy generous interest after depositing. Wealth Collection Point. Come and collect your wealth. A place for handsome men and beautiful women to check in. The protagonist is traveling through time, street, crossroads. A figure stood at the intersection with a dazed look on his face, looking at the surrounding scene with deep confusion in his eyes. Where did this take me? There were unfamiliar skyscrapers, unfamiliar billboards, and even the cars speeding along the road had logos that were unheard of. Is this still my original world? Luo Chen asked himself just then. Attention all Blue Star humans. A voice that seemed to come from the depths of consciousness suddenly rang in the ears of countless Blue Star humans, like a thunderclap exploding in their minds, instantly making people subconsciously stop what they were doing and look up at the sky. The current universe has been selected by the endless killing game. All humans on Blue Star will be teleported to the killing ground in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3? What kind of endless killing game? Is this a prank? Did you hear that voice? It said it was going to teleport us to a place called the Killing Grounds in 5 seconds. What's going on? Is this an advertisement for some game? Ha ha ha. I knew I was the destined one in this world. My golden finger has arrived. Here comes the sword. Mom, look. That uncle over there is crazy. Is this true? Where is the camera? Is this some internet celebrity show? People all over the world are talking about this moment. Some people think this is all a prank. There are also some middle school students who think they are destined to succeed and are about to start their legendary life. Some were even shouting that the world was coming to an end, crying and laughing at the same time. But more, I am totally indifferent to this and don't believe in any talk of endless killing games. I just think it's performance art by some bored people playing it on their mobile phones. As street, crossroads, Luo Chen, who had just traveled through time, listened to the countdown sound in his ears with astonishment. 5 seconds is not long. It will be over quickly, whether you believe it or not. Once the 5 seconds are up, tens of billions of humans on the entire blue planet disappeared collectively in an instant. Also disappearing was Luo Chen, who had just traveled through time and didn't even know the name of this planet. After experiencing time travel once, you will develop a certain immunity to it. Luo Chen felt that this was how he was. So when a white light flashed before his eyes and he was immediately transported from the unfamiliar intersection to a square-like place, he was not at all as panicked as the other people around him. Where is this? Who are you all? No. It's not a prank, is it? But I'm still taking a shower. Why don't you let me put on some clothes? Is it true? Is this the killing ground? It looks pretty ordinary. Hey! Does anyone know where this is? I have to go collect some debts. My brother will definitely be mad if I don't get the money. Woo woo. Husband. Where are you, husband? Mom. Mom, where are you? The baby is scared. Suddenly, about 1,000 people lined up neatly on the nearly 3,000 square meter square. At this time, these newcomers were nervously observing the people and things around them. Some broke down and cried on the spot, while others clamored for the person behind the scenes to come out and give them an explanation. But no matter whether they were timid or brainless and angry, they did not get any response. It was at this time, in the center of the square, a large piece of the ground suddenly collapsed with a loud roar. The people nearby screamed in fear and retreated. Boom boom. Amidst the loud noise, an obelisk that seemed to be stained with blood slowly rose from the ground. Few minutes later, accompanied by a loud bang, this obelisk rising from the ground has finally stopped moving. What is that? Is it a stone tablet? It's so high. Any of you guys go over and take a look. All the grown men should get moving. Zhao. Why do we men have to go up and watch? Don't you women have legs? You are a grown man, how dare you let us women walk in front? Stop arguing. Everyone, be quiet. The most important thing for us right now is to figure out the current situation instead of having meaningless arguments. At this time, someone finally stood up. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and with his hair neatly combed, looking like a boss, walked to the front and shouted loudly to the crowd. Everyone listen to me. The people around him gradually quieted down and looked at him. I believe that everyone heard the same voice before coming here, telling us that our universe has been chosen by something called the Endless Killing Game. The middle-aged man looked around seriously and said, I don't know where this place is, but at least we seem to be safe now. I don't know if you noticed. We are in a small town or something like that. There are many houses that look exactly the same around us. Maybe we should go check if there are people living in those houses first. Maybe we can get something from the locals. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, but gradually some people began to retreat with horror on their faces, as if something terrible appeared behind him. Subconscious, the middle-aged man also turned around and looked behind him. What? Glowing. The huge obelisk, which was over 100 meters high, suddenly emitted a faint blood-red light. The next moment, call out, whoosh, call out, rays of blood-red light flew out from the glowing blood-red obelisk and landed accurately in the hands of every person in the square. What's this? It seems to be a business card? No. There are words on it. It's a string of numbers. Mine is 077. What's yours? I'm 155. What does this mean? Isn't this the order of death? Don't scare me. I think this might be a number like when you're waiting in line. Queue up to get a number? Why do we have to queue up? What do we want to get? The number on my card is 999. Is there anyone with a higher number than mine? I'm 001. Number 1. In the crowd, Luo Chen looked down at the red card in his hand. On this side of the card is a picture of an obelisk outlined in black lines. Turning to the other side, there is a black number 0. Just now he heard the people around him shouting, and the numbers they said were all 3-digit numbers. Even a number like 001 has 2 zeros in front of it, but why is there only 10 on my picture? According to the rules, shouldn't it be 000? Also, what does this number represent? Chapter 2, Killing Town number 10087. Check in to room number 0. Welcome gift for newcomers. On the square, everyone was looking at the bloody card in their hands with curiosity. Some people also looked at other people around them curiously. After taking a look at the card, Luo Chen put it in his pocket. In any case, in the current environment, being special means being isolated. Luo Chen didn't want to make things more difficult for himself right from the start. I don't know what will happen next. Attention, residents of Killing Town number 10087. Just when everyone was at a loss and didn't know what to do next, the voice that had brought them to this place before appeared again. The card in your hand is your safety key in the killing ground, and also your identity proof. Carry the card and follow the instructions to go to your respective safe houses. The first thing you need to do is to activate the basic functions of the safe house. Please remember, the safe house is the only place where you can rest assured, but it is not completely impregnable. Once the safe house is breached, you will lose your only shelter and become a wanderer in the killing land. In the endless killing game, the only rule is that there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. The premise is that you have strong enough strength. Strength and wisdom are the only things that can bring you a sense of security here, so please work hard to become stronger. At last, I wish you a happy game. As the voice in my mind disappeared, names also appeared on the blood-red obelisk in front of us. Zhang Longjiao Huan Early See, many of them are Chinese names, but some are also written in other scripts. But no matter what kind of text it is, as long as you see it, you can naturally understand what it means even if you have never learned this kind of writing. And, at the top of the obelisk, which is also the largest base, the words Killing Town number 10087 also appeared. After a moment's silence, the 1,000 people in the square began to talk. Luo Chen glanced at the people around him, then turned and walked to the other side. Many people like him have already started to leave the square. Just after the voice disappeared, they all felt some kind of guidance at the same time, as if telling them the location of their respective safe houses. Why did those people leave? They should be looking for a safe house. Can you feel it? I seem to know exactly where my safe house is. I feel it too. Why don't we go too? Let's go. Let's go and see what the safe house looks like. You said, will we die? God knows. Anyway, I'm still alive. Why should I think so much? That's right, you are still open-minded. Oh. Anyway, I snatched my life from the hands of the god of death, and I will just give it back in the end. Soon after, Luo Chen stopped outside a 2-story villa. The villa is a 2-story wooden villa in a warm style with small gardens in the front and back. It is not big, but warm enough, suitable for family living. Passing through the front yard, Luo Chen arrived at the door of the villa. A single wooden red door with a house number hanging on it. It just doesn't have a house number on it. It is the pattern of an obelisk. At this time, Luo Chen took out the bloody card from his pocket. Almost at the moment the card was taken out, it turned into a ray of light and sank into the door in front of him. The next moment, Luo Chen felt as if a green light appeared in his mind, and what the light spot represents. It's the safe house in front of you. A piece of information naturally emerged, told him the basic situation about this safe house. It's quite convenient. Luo Chen muttered something, then he reached out and grasped the door handle of the safe house. The next second, the blood-colored wooden door instantly turned white. Snap. The door opened. Open the door and walk into the safe room. The first thing that catches your eye is a living room. There was nothing in the living room: sofa, coffee table, TV, none of these. To the right is an open kitchen. There is something in the kitchen, but not much. Just an island and a sink. At least there is water further in. Was the dining room, with a worn wooden table and no chairs. To the right of the restaurant is a restroom. The door opens. The good news is that there is a toilet, or a toilet. The bad news is, there's no water in the tank. Is it possible? Luo Chen hurriedly came out of the bathroom, returned to the kitchen, and turned on the faucet of the sink. Really, there was no water coming out of the tap either. So you were just a simple sink, right? Luo Chen shook his head speechlessly. Through the information obtained when activating the safe house previously, he already knew that the safe house could be upgraded, but upgrading the safe zone requires money. It is not the currency on Earth before Luo Chen crossed over, nor is it the local currency of the blue planet after he crossed over, but it is the currency unique to the Killing Land, the Killing Coin, and the current Luo Chen, penniless, so don't talk about upgrading. He couldn't rise at all. This is basically the situation on the first floor. Finally, there was a room that might have been a utility room or laundry room, but it was empty and had nothing in it. After opening the door, you can see the backyard of the safe house. It is a small courtyard of about 20 square meters. A little smaller than the front yard, but these are upgradable. The prerequisite is that you have to have money. After returning to the safe house, Luo Chen did not go upstairs, because it is not an upgraded safe house. The second floor area is not open. Wanna sleep? Isn't there a table here? You can sleep on the table. If you don't mind, you can sleep on the floor. Back to the restaurant. Luo Chen's gaze then fell on the only table in the entire safe house. There is a red box on the table. At this moment, Luo Chen knew that it was a welcome gift that everyone who entered the Killing Land would receive. He walked over, reached out, and opened the box. There were a few things in the not-so-big box. One is a dagger, respectively used as a novice weapon in the early stage. A piece of something that looks like crystal. I don't know what it is used for. There is also a small model of the bloody obelisk. Luo Chen first picked up the blood-red obelisk model, but as soon as he touched it, the model instantly turned into a ray of light and sank into his right hand. There was a sudden stinging sensation in my wrist, but as fast as it comes, it goes as well. Luo Chen quickly pulled up his sleeves, and then he saw a tattoo on the inside of his wrist that looked like an obelisk outlined in black lines. Swoosh, a light appeared before my eyes, forming a virtual interface. Name, Luo Chen. Health, 50-50 mana. 50-50 status, health fatigue value, 0% hunger value, 0% strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 5 physical defense, 5 elemental resistance, 5 talented ability, to be activated. Skills, none. Note, strength affects the physical damage that can be caused, constitution affects physical defense and health, agility affects attack speed, reaction ability and movement speed, etc., and spirit affects spell damage, mana, and elemental resistance. Chapter 3, Never Ending. Open. Skill Crystal. This is an information panel of Luo Chen himself. The above information is Luo Chen's current status. At the same time, in the talent ability column, the words waiting for activation are displayed. The text glowed or it seemed to be reminding him to activate it quickly. Talent? It looks like it's very important. Luo Chen thought, then he took a deep breath and made preparations before choosing to activate his talent. There was a flash of blood. The next second, a new talent appeared in Luo Chen's talent ability column. Innate ability, endless. Remove the skill level cap, and you can choose a skill to upgrade by 1 level every day. What's this? Is this definitely a talent? What do the 3 question marks mean? Is it the level? Luo Chen looked at the talent he had activated in astonishment. No wonder there was no response no matter how he called out to his golden finger in his heart. I originally thought that I was a forgotten time traveler. Co-author, are you waiting for me here? The talent of never ending is obviously a bit abnormal. Luo Chen didn't know what talents other people had activated, but it was impossible for them to be as perverted as his, right? When activating the talent, Luo Chen already knew that normal talents were graded from F to SSS. I have never heard of a level with 3 question marks. So it's impossible to detect what the level is, right? After activating the character panel, Luo Chen also simultaneously activated the chat channel of the Killing Land. The voice before said that the entire universe where the blue planet is located was chosen to be in the endless killing game. So please ask, how many civilizations are there in the universe? Anyway, there must be more than one blue star. Therefore, the killing ground is so huge that it is no exaggeration to say that it is infinitely large. Since the place is so big, it will be very troublesome for everyone to communicate. Apparently the endless killing game has taken this into consideration as well. So the chat channel came into being. However, the only chat channels currently open are regional chat channels. The coverage area of this channel is within a radius of 5 kilometers with you as the center. As long as there is someone in this area, the number of people online will be displayed in the chat channel. For example, now, regional chat channel online users, 1,000 exactly 1,000 people, which is the current number of people in their killing town number 10087.at. This time, many people have already sent messages in the chat channel. Fuck. This really feels like a game. There's even a chat channel. What talents have you activated? Why did I activate the E-level talent of endurance of hunger? Is it because I used to starve myself to lose weight? Ha ha. Brother upstairs, are you here to make people laugh? I used to be a fitness coach. My talent is D-level strength, which can increase the strength attribute by 200%. I wonder if this talent is related to each of our living habits. D-level talent? I'm so jealous. My talent is the worst F level, which can reduce the damage I take by 1%. What the hell do I need this 1% for? Die with dignity? Brothers, I have activated the C-level talent Flame Control, which not only allows me to control flames, but also increases the damage of fire skills by 300%. Fuck. Boss. Is there anything missing on your legs? I used to work in sales, and the talent I activated was E-level Eloquence, which gave me a chance to get a bigger discount when bargaining. Ha ha. Is this talent meant to be funny? No. This brother's talent actually provides us with an important piece of information, that is, there are certain fixed trading locations in this killing ground, similar to the store NPCs in the game. Fuck. Really, I didn't even think of that. Luo Chen looked at the messages scrolling in the chat channel for a while and found that there was an avatar in front of each message. He also tried to send a message himself, turns out he had it, too, and it's his own portrait. This is good. At least we can know whether the person sending the message is a man or a woman, and there is no possibility of a big guy pretending to be a young and beautiful girl to deceive people. But, after watching for a while, Luo Chen discovered that the talents activated by others seem to be only C-level at most. I didn't see anyone above level B, certainly. It may also be that people who have activated talents above level B are more low-key. I don't want anyone to know my true situation, but it can also be seen from the side that talents above level B should still be relatively rare. Most people are D-level, and C-level is rare. At least that's the case in their small town. After closing the chat channel, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the other 2 items in the box again. At this time, after activating the character panel, Luo Chen could also see the basic information of these 2 items. Dagger quality, white strength +1, unremarkable whiteboard equipment, but it's a welcome gift for newbies. It would be nice to have one. Why expect so much? Putting away the dagger casually, Luo Chen looked at the crystal-like thing again. Skill crystal quality, white. After use, you can obtain a random white grade skill. Same white quality, but this time, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Skills, isn't this exactly what he needs? Even the most useless white grade skill can still destroy the world as long as the level is high enough. Use. Luo Chen picked up the skill crystal and immediately chose to use it. The next second, with a bang, the skill crystal in his hand shattered and turned into countless white light spots that gathered into Luo Chen's body. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, Sprint. On the character panel, The originally empty skill column finally showed the first skill, the speed level 1 grade. White consume 10 mana points to enter the sprint state for 10 seconds, increase movement speed by 20%, cooldown time 60 seconds. It is worthy of being a white grade skill, very average indeed, but it's okay. Luo Chen still has one skill upgrade left to use today, just right for this sprint skill. Increase the speed skill by 1 level. The next second, the speed skill on the character panel burst out with a brilliant white light. After the white light faded, the levels and effects of skills have changed to speed LV.2 grade. White consume 15 mana points to enter the sprint state for 15 seconds, increase movement speed by 25%, cooldown time 55 seconds. Chapter 4. The name on the bloody obelisk. After upgrading, the duration of maintaining the status, the effect of improving movement speed, and even the cooling time of skills have all been improved to a certain extent. Although the improvement is not significant, it is only a white grade skill. After all, such an improvement is already quite good. The only bad thing is that it consumes more mana. With Luo Chen's current mana of 50 points, he can only use the sprint skill 3 times. After 3 times, he won't have enough mana to use this skill again. Mana recovery is very slow without corresponding equipment or skills. It takes 1 minute to restore 1 mana point. Take the level 2 sprint skill as an example. It takes 15 minutes to recover 15 points of mana. Therefore, once the mana is exhausted, Luo Chen must wait 15 minutes before he can use this skill again. There should be a potion to restore mana or something like that, right? Luo Chen looked at his pitifully low mana and thought to himself, but he is just a newcomer now. I was completely in the dark about the situation in the killing ground. It's not clear what the situation is here. In the killing town, it is relatively safe in the early stages, and no monsters will approach the town, but it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Therefore, upgrading the safe house can be said to be a top priority that cannot be delayed. Only when the level of the safe house is high can it truly give you enough sense of security. Otherwise, with the security level of the initial safe house, Luo Chen really couldn't feel at ease. Safe house level, 1 defense value, 10 durability, 100/100 extra features, none upgrading requires 1000 killing coins. Open the safe house information. Luo Chen looked at these few lines of text, an introduction of less than 50 words in total, which was really simple. But this is what the initial safe house looks like, very simple, but not safe enough. A defense value of 10 points means that attacks with a strength attribute below 10 points cannot destroy the durability of the safe house, but is 10 points of strength high, not high at all. Even Luo Chen has 5 points of strength. Some people who have drawn talents like strong as an ox can easily get a 200% strength bonus. Assume that the other party also has a 5-point basis, then after an increase of 200%, it is equivalent to having 15 points of strength. With one strike, it is easy to break through the level 1 safe house, and those 100 points of durability can only support 100 attacks. Is it a lot? Not much at all. It can't last long at all, and not to mention, a safe house without additional functions will keep you from escaping. Even if you want to, you can only be trapped and die inside. Therefore, it is necessary to collect those 1000 killing coins as soon as possible to give yourself a good upgrade to this safe house. Even if it's just 1 level up, that's good. Come out of the safe house. Luo Chen turned around and closed the door, then glanced at the obelisk pattern that had lit up on the doorplate. This means that this safe house is inhabited. For safe houses that have not been activated or whose owners have died, the obelisk pattern on the doorplate will not glow. Return to the square in the center of the town. There are still a few people here. I wonder if he never left from the beginning to the end, or did he just arrive like Luo Chen? Luo Chen ignored everyone else and walked straight to the huge obelisk. Lift your head and look upward. On the blood-red obelisk, names were engraved one after another. Luo Chen soon found his name among them. Luo Chen survival time, 0 days. Every killing town has such a bloody obelisk, and each bloody obelisk is engraved with the name of every resident living in this killing town and the number of days they have survived. If a town resident dies, then his name will be erased from the bloody obelisk, so it's easy to see if a person is still alive. Just check to see if his name is still on the bloody obelisk. The name is still there. It means he is still alive. Once the name is gone, that means this person is dead. And the number of days of survival means exactly what it says. However, its existence is not just to show how long this person has survived in the killing ground, but also a reward for those who participate in the killing game. For example, when they survive for 10 days, they will get the first reward. I don't know what the reward is, but free things, no matter how rubbish they are better than nothing. The second reward after 10 days will have to wait until the 30th day. After that, for every additional 30 days of survival time, you will receive a survival reward, and When the survival time reaches 1 year, you will also receive an additional reward. This extra reward will be more generous than the basic reward every month. It's a surprise for everyone who managed to survive. Dude, wanna team up? Luo Chen turned his head and looked at the person who was talking to him. He shook his head. No. The other party was not angry. He smiled at him and turned to find another person. Dude, wanna team up? The man looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. Then the other person smiled and pointed at 3 people standing together not far away, and asked the other person to go over there and get acquainted with the others, while he continued to invite the next person. Situations like this are not uncommon in the square. Although these people did not know each other, they were now thrown into the same killing town, so this was fate to some extent, and now no one knows what the situation is. Like outside the town. Therefore, at this time, it is obviously safer to act in a group than alone. Luo Chen understood this principle, but compared to the dangers outside the town, he distrusted the people around him even more. Tio put it bluntly, as a time traveler, he was completely unfamiliar with these humans from Blue Star. Although everyone looks similar, the way they speak, and even the language they speak, seems to be no different, but he still felt that he didn't fit in with these people. So, after thinking about it, Luo Chen gave up the idea of acting in a group. Let's go for a walk alone first. If it doesn't work, then find another team. Chapter 5, Leave Town, Man Eating Wild Dogs, 10087 Killing Town Westgate. Luo Chen walked westward along the road connecting to the central square and soon arrived at the edge of the town. The overall layout of Killing Town is a square. There are 4 doors, divided into 4 parts, east, south, west, and north. Luo Chen walked through the west gate, and in front of him was a wall made of sharpened logs lined up side by side. It is about 4 or 5 meters tall and looks quite solid anyway. Ordinary people definitely can't climb over such a wall directly. If facing the road below is a double opening solid wooden door. The door frame is about 6 meters high, much higher than the surrounding walls, and there is a small door on the right edge. Normally the main gate is closed, so you only need to go in and out through the small door. After all, the door is heavy and inconvenient to open and close. This gate, including the surrounding wall, is mainly used as a defense to prevent any monsters that accidentally pass by here from entering the town. Certainly, it only works on monsters that are weaker in strength. For the powerful ones. In fact, it doesn't provide any protection. However, there aren't usually any particularly powerful monsters roaming around Killing Town. Most of them are weak early-stage novice monsters, and are basically used to help these newcomers adapt to the ecology of the Killing Land. When Luo Chen arrived at the west gate, the small door on the side had already been opened. Apparently someone had been here before him. Passing through the open door, Luo Chen looked around and saw only a desolate scene. There was a light mist in the distance. The field of vision will not exceed 1 kilometer. If it is farther away, only some hazy shadows can be seen. So desolate? Although Luo Chen had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart when he saw this desolate scene. This time he had 3 things to do before leaving the town. The first thing is to explore the environment around the town. The second thing is to search for necessary supplies. There is not even any water in the level 1 safe house, let alone food. So if you don't want to starve to death, it's best to go out and find something edible to bring back. The third thing, in fact, it can overlap with the second thing. Just look for kill coins to upgrade the safe house. Luo Chen didn't know where to find the killing coin, so he could only take it one step at a time. Open the mini-map. At this time, the small map is basically pitch black. The only lit area was the Killing Town number 10087 behind him, with 2 flashing green lights. The big one represents Luo Chen's safe house. The smaller one represents himself. There's no information. We can only walk in a random direction. Luo Chen immediately chose a direction at random, holding the white dagger given as a welcome gift to the novice in one hand, and walked quickly towards that direction. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen still didn't see anything valuable. Looking around, you can only see some sparsely grown short trees with few leaves, and occasionally some strange things scattered across this wasteland. There are washing machines that have been scrapped to the point where only an empty shell remains. There was a car frame with only half of it left. You can even see that half of the roof is buried in the ground, with only a part exposed to the air. Usually when encountering these things, Luo Chen would go up and take a look. I'm trying to find out if there's anything valuable. Pity, without exception, all to no avail. Why does this killing ground look like a garbage dump? Luo Chen couldn't help but complain. At this moment, Luo Chen saw from afar an old-fashioned single-door refrigerator lying on the ground. This refrigerator seems to be quite complete. So Luo Chen quickly quickened his pace and walked over to see if he could gain anything. But at this moment, bang, suddenly there was a loud noise from the other side of the refrigerator. The noise was caused by something knocking the refrigerator door open from the inside and hitting the ground heavily. Luo Chen, who was originally walking quickly forward, quickly stopped and looked over there cautiously. Russell, there was a sound of light footsteps immediately afterwards. A dark shadow walked out from behind the refrigerator. A dog. Luo Chen looked at the big black dog in front of him. A skinny body, a mouthful of sharp teeth, and sticky saliva. A pair of eyes exuded a creepy blood color. Woof woof. After a few roars, the big black dog instantly pounced towards Luo Chen. Fortunately, Luo Chen became alert early. After noticing that the big black dog was acting a little abnormal, so he directly activated the sprint skill just before the big black dog pounced on him. Moment, Luo Chen's movement speed directly increased by 25%. The second before the big black dog pounced on him, he dodged the attack. Phew. While dodging, Luo Chen did not forget to use the dagger in his hand to aim at the big black dog's abdomen and stab it hard. The sharp dagger instantly tore open the skin and flesh of the big black dog, revealing the white bones inside, and blood spurted out on the spot. Oh whoa, the big black dog also howled in pain after landing, but even so, it still turned around and pounced towards Luo Chen with no less ferocity. Bang! This time, Luo Chen kicked the big black dog away with one foot, and at the same time rushed forward and stabbed a dagger into the neck of the big black dog, hit the target once and then retreat. Luo Chen didn't give the other party any chance to hurt him, relying on its faster speed. The hungry big black dog did not have time to scratch Luo Chen with its sharp claws, and was stabbed deep in the neck by the dagger in Luo Chen's hand. Blood gushed out like crazy, splashing everywhere. This time, Luo Chen took the initiative to step back, increasing the distance between himself and the big black dog, not giving it a chance to counterattack before its death. About a minute passed like this. The big black dog on the ground was completely motionless, finally dead. Only then did Luo Chen breathe a sigh of relief. It was not until then that he remembered that he seemed to be able to check the basic information of the big black dog. He was a little too nervous just now and forgot about it. Man-eating wild dog introduction. A low-ranking beast that has eaten human flesh and has a strong desire to attack. Note, after killing it, you can try to find attribute crystals from its body, but don't hold out too much hope. After all, it's just a low-level beast. The basic information of this big black dog appeared before my eyes. Only then did Luo Chen realize that this was a man-eating wild dog, and it would pounce on people as soon as it saw them. It seems like I've eaten too much human flesh and fallen in love with the taste. This time, Luo Chen also noticed the notes after the introduction. He looked at the corpse of the man-eating wild dog on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then walked forward and cut open the flesh on its abdomen with the dagger in his hand. Crash! All of a sudden, all the internal organs in my stomach came out. A foul smell instantly spread around. Luo Chen suppressed the nausea in his heart and reached in to feel around inside. Chapter 6: Attribute Crystallization. Sit tight and wait. After a while, Luo Chen felt his fingers touching around hard object. He immediately took out his hand and looked at the bead in his hand. The beads were translucent and the surface was covered with blood. Luo Chen shook it off and rubbed it on the fur of the man-eating wild dog. It was finally much cleaner. Is this the attribute crystal? Luo Chen looked at this little gadget, which was about the size of a marble, with curiosity. Attribute crystal, strength, quality, white. After use, the strength attribute can be increased by 1 point, up to 10 points. Increase the strength attribute by 1 point, and the maximum increase is 10 points? In other words, I can only use 10 crystals of this attribute at most? However, I didn't expect that attribute crystals also have quality. So, can higher quality attribute crystals increase more attribute values? I guess so. Luo Chen held the white attribute crystal in his hand, then rubbed it hard on his clothes. After wiping it completely clean, he threw it directly into his mouth. Yes, you read that right. The way to use attribute crystals is to eat them directly. You don't have to worry about choking, because once this thing is thrown into your mouth, it turns into liquid and flows directly into your throat. Strength +1. Luo Chen opened the character panel and took a look. The original strength attribute of 5 points was indeed increased by 1 point to 6 points, a good start, not bad. Beasts that are not at the highest level only have a chance of producing attribute crystals in their bodies, but this probability is obviously not high. Luo Chen was able to find attribute crystals in the body of the first beast he killed. Isn't that a good start? This is a good thing. It means that Luo Chen's harvest today will still not be bad. Go on and see if there are any more man-eating wild dogs around. Looking at the corpse of the man-eating wild dog on the ground, Luo Chen thought about it and decided to grab one of the legs of the corpse and throw it out with force. Man-eating wild dogs cannot be eaten, at least not raw. God knows if the meat of these man-eating wild dogs carries some virus or something. Even if it was roasted, Luo Chen couldn't guarantee that nothing would happen if he ate it. So instead of taking this risk, it is better to throw it farther away and see if it can attract other man-eating wild dogs or other wild beasts nearby. After throwing away the corpse of the man-eating wild dog, Luo Chen walked around to the front of the refrigerator that was lying on the ground. There was some smelly, rotten food in the open refrigerator door. When you get closer, you can smell a terrible stench. Really? Luo Chen shook his head. Although he had guessed it long ago, he still felt pity when he saw the spoiled food. I hope it isn't broken. A few minutes later, Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a big rock, heard a rustling sound of footsteps. He leaned his head out and looked ahead. Sure enough, I saw a skinny man-eating wild dog running towards me from a distance. The target of this man-eating wild dog was very clear. It was the corpse of its own kind lying on the ground not far away. For man-eating wild dogs, let alone the corpses of their own kind, they are so hungry that they will even eat the meat that falls from their own bodies. Eating yourself, how cruel is that? Only one? Great! When Luo Chen saw the man-eating wild dog running towards him, his eyes lit up. If too many man-eating wild dogs were attracted, Luo Chen would not be able to handle them. After all, he is still very weak now. Although his talent has unlimited potential, potential is only potential after all. Before it is transformed into actual strength, it cannot bring him enough sense of security. It would be good enough if it only attracted one man-eating wild dog. It was just within Luo Chen's ability to kill without any injury. The man-eating wild dog, attracted by the smell of blood, had already pounced on the corpse of its own kind and started to bite it. Luo Chen also took the opportunity to activate his sprint skill, took a step forward, and kicked the man-eating wild dog that didn't notice him hard. The power of 6 o'clock is much greater than before. With one kick, he sent the skinny man-eating wild dog flying 2 or 3 meters away. The sharp dagger then stabbed into the neck of the man-eating wild dog, hit the target once and then retreat. Luo Chen quickly retreated 10 meters away, then he watched the man-eating wild dog struggle to get up several times but failed. Not only that, it tore the wound on its neck a second time, causing more blood to spurt out of its neck. A moment later, a large pool of blood had accumulated under the body of this man-eating wild dog. It doesn't move at all, so it must be dead. However, cautious Luo Chen still threw a few stones over first. After making sure that it had no reaction, he quickly stepped forward. Hiss! A dagger cut open the belly of the man-eating wild dog. Luo Chen didn't mind the dirtiness and reached in to take it out. After a while, Luo Chen withdrew his hand with a look of disappointment and nothing. He shook his head, knowing that he was a little greedy. The probability of attribute crystals being born in the body of a wild beast is already low. It is already lucky to find the first one, and you still want to find a second one. That's a bit too far-fetched. After wiping the blood off his hands, Luo Chen repeated his old trick and threw the corpse of the man-eating wild dog aside. He even deliberately threw this body a little further away from the first one. In this way, even if more than 2 man-eating wild dogs come, the positions of these 2 corpses can be used to increase the distance between them, allowing Luo Chen to defeat them one by one. After doing all this, Luo Chen hid behind the big rock again, keep waiting for the prey to take the bait. A few more minutes passed. This time there were 3 man-eating wild dogs. Luo Chen hid behind a big rock and watched. When he saw 2 of the man-eating wild dogs were eyeing the relatively intact corpse, he knew his chance had come. So he immediately activated his sprint skill and rushed forward as fast as he could to kill the lone man-eating wild dog. After he killed the man-eating wild dog, the other 2 man-eating wild dogs just turned around and looked at him, fighting 1 against 2. Luo Chen went up and kicked one of the man-eating wild dogs away, then he dodged another wild man-eating dog that pounced on him and tried to bite him, and with his backhand he cut a wound on one of its hind legs so deep that the bone was visible. The man-eating wild dog roared and tried to pounce on the victim after it landed. However, the injured hind leg has greatly affected its ability to move. Take this opportunity. Luo Chen first got rid of the other man-eating wild dog. Finally, the disabled man-eating wild dog was killed. After successfully killing 3 man-eating wild dogs, Luo Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't had time to think too much during the battle just now, but now the battle is over. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared. Chapter 7. Tired and hungry, half a day's harvest. To be honest, if he had made the slightest mistake during the battle just now, he would have at least suffered minor injuries. But what does it mean to be injured in a place like the killing ground? Just look at these man-eating wild dogs attracted by the smell of blood. Although this damn place is said to be a game, and they do have character panels like game characters, even their health points are quantified, but that's all. Once they are injured, Their lost health points will not recover automatically even if the wound is not treated. Blood loss will continue, just like in the original world. Death from excessive bleeding is perfectly normal. Wound infection may even occur, so getting injured in the early stages is really a troublesome thing. Bad, my life is almost gone. This is also the reason why Luo Chen pursues killing the enemy without taking any injury. Point 1 is that getting hurt hurts. Another thing is that if the wound is not treated properly, it will be terrible once it gets infected. After all, he didn't have the corresponding medicine on hand. There wasn't even a bandage. Fortunately, things didn't go in that bad direction. Looking at the 3 corpses lying in a pool of blood around him, Luo Chen didn't bother to continue sighing. He quickly cut open their abdomens with a dagger to see if there were any attribute crystals. Soon, Luo Chen once again found an attribute crystal in the body of a man-eating wild dog. Attribute crystal, agility, quality, white. After use, the agility attribute can be increased by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10 points. This time, what was found was an attribute crystal with agility attribute. After wiping it clean, Luo Chen threw it directly into his mouth. The attribute crystal instantly turned into liquid and flowed into his throat. Agility +1. His whole body felt light, and Luo Chen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After all, the early stage foundation is poor, and any 1 point increase in attribute value will be felt very obviously. But wait until the foundation is improved. By then, if I increase the attribute value by 1 or 2 points, it probably won't feel like much. In the open wilderness, 7 corpses of man-eating wild dogs were lying in a scramble and were being eaten by a group of more than a dozen man-eating wild dogs. Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a big rock, also retreated quietly at this time. After he had created a sufficient distance, he turned around and ran. Just now, he killed 2 more man-eating wild dogs. Unfortunately, no attribute crystals were found this time, so Luo Chen continued to use the same trick, but this time his luck seemed to have run out. It attracted more than a dozen man-eating wild dogs at once. He couldn't deal with so many man-eating wild dogs, so Luo Chen turned around and ran away without hesitation. After leaving the wasteland, Luo Chen continued to search for possible supplies in this vast wilderness. After walking and stopping along the way, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Chen was now tired, hungry, and thirsty. When he opened the small map, he could see that he had walked a straight line distance of 5.3 kilometers from the original killing town number 10087. Luo Chen did not always walk in the direction away from the killing town. After walking for a distance, he would look around the area to see if there was anything worth looting. 4 or 5 hours have passed since we set out. In addition to killing a lot of man-eating wild dogs, Luo Chen also found some attribute crystals. I haven't seen any other food. No, I need to rest for a while. Luo Chen felt his legs were tired and sore and he couldn't walk anymore. So he found a medium-sized stone nearby and sat down to rest, recovering his strength before continuing on his way. After sitting down, Luo Chen also summoned his character panel to look at it. Name: Luo Chen. Health: 50/50th mana, 50/50th status, mildly hungry, moderately tired. Fatigue value: 56% hunger value, 39% strength, 8 constitution, 5 agility, 7 spirit, 5 physical defense, 5 elemental resistance, 5 innate ability. Endless? Remove the skill level cap, and you can choose a skill to upgrade by 1 level every day. Skill: Speed LV.2. It can be clearly seen from the character panel that Luo Chen's condition is not good at the moment. His original state was healthy, but now it has become slightly hungry plus moderately tired. The fatigue value has also reached 56%, which has exceeded the midline of 50%. The originally green value is now turned into an unhealthy yellow dye. In contrast, the hunger value should be better, only 39%, still a light green. Whether it is fatigue value or hunger value, they are extremely important status displays. If the fatigue value exceeds 60%, Luo Chen's overall condition will decline slightly. It's like reducing all attributes by 10%. If it exceeds 70%, the decline will continue to intensify, and once the fatigue value reaches 100%, then Luo Chen will faint on the spot and will not wake up until his fatigue value drops below 50%, and in this process he had no ability to resist at all. Once discovered by wild beasts or monsters in the wild, that would be a dead end. Therefore, the fatigue value must not exceed 90%, and it is best not to exceed 60%. After all, a 10% drop in all attributes is a very troublesome thing. The same goes for hunger value. The status will decline after exceeding 60%. Once it reaches 90%, health points will even continue to be lost. As for reaching 100%, you will starve to death, then the game ends. It is also the end of life. But Luo Chen's efforts over the past few hours were not in vain. At least the improvement in strength and agility is his biggest gain in these few hours. The strength attribute increased by 3 points, and the agility attribute by 2 points to it. Seems that the attribute crystals that can be born in the body of the man-eating wild dog are biased towards the two attributes of strength and agility, among which strength accounts for a larger proportion, followed by agility. Certainly. These are all Luo Chen's guesses. It is possible that the man-eating wild dogs will also give birth to crystals of other attributes. It's just that he didn't meet him. During the break, Luo Chen also opened the regional chat channel to see if there were any other people around him. Regional chat channel online users, 83, there are quite a few more. Luo Chen looked at the number of people online, then glanced at the few messages that occasionally popped up in the channel. Chapter 8 Abandoned Gas Station. Space Backpack, I'm so hungry. I'm so tired. Has anyone found anything to eat? Can you share some with me? I feel like I'm starving to death. Who isn't? I didn't find anything either, and I almost got bit by a man-eating wild dog. I found a few houses here and found some supplies inside, but I ate them all. Zhao. Shit luck. Why didn't I find anything? Do you feel that this killing ground is strange? The garbage on the roadside and some buildings seem to have appeared here out of thin air, or even fallen from the sky? That's right, I didn't find any modern roads, but I saw some dilapidated buildings, which is obviously abnormal. Who cares? I just want to find something to eat now. My hunger level is almost 70%. Dude, didn't you have breakfast? Why are you hungry so quickly? I skipped breakfast to lose weight, and now I regret it so much. Luo Chen touched his stomach and he actually felt a little hungry, but he did have breakfast. To be precise, actually it was lunch, because when he traveled to this world, it was just past noon. He had just finished lunch and was walking towards the company. Asa result, when I was crossing the zebra crossing, I was hit by a damn car that ran a red light. Actually, he was wearing, but after crossing over, all the injuries on his body from being hit by a car disappeared. Also missing were the cell phone and electric bike keys in his pocket, but none of this matters now. Luo Chen shook his head and returned to reality. I looked at my own status. After resting for a while, the fatigue value was dropped back to 41%, but the hunger value increased to 42%. No wonder I feel even hungrier. Go on, go deeper, maybe you'll find something. There's no reason why other people could find some buildings and I couldn't. Luo Chen came down from the stone, opened the small map to identify the direction, and then continued to walk away from the killing town number 10087. Half an hour later, Luo Chen looked at an abandoned gas station that appeared in the distance with surprise, just like what others in the chat channel said. These buildings that appeared in the killing ground don't look like they were originally here. It's more like it was cut from somewhere and placed here. As for the claim that it fell from the sky, Luo Chen didn't think so. For example, this abandoned gas station in front of us looks quite intact. If it fell from the sky, it would not be possible for it to be preserved so well. Quickening his pace, Luo Chen walked quickly towards the abandoned gas station. However, when he got really close, Luo Chen actually slowed down his pace. At the same time, carefully observe any movement around you. No way, he encountered too many man-eating wild dogs hiding in dark corners along the way. This kind of wild dog that likes to eat people always seems to like to hide in corners and ambush people secretly. It seems to know the true meaning of Lao Lu very well. If Luo Chen hadn't been cautious enough, he now has several wounds all over his body. Left, safe, on the right, equally safe. Look around the corner, and there isn't any stray dog hiding there. After carefully observing outside and making sure there was no danger, Luo Chen stepped through the door of the gas station store, where only a door frame was left and the glass had been shattered to the ground, and walked in. It's a mess in here. 2. There were collapsed shelves everywhere, bloodstains that had dried up for who knows how long and turned black could be seen everywhere on the ground. Luo Chen searched carefully. Soon, he found an unopened bottle of mineral water inside a collapsed shelf. Great, it's water. Luo Chen picked up the bottle of mineral water with a look of surprise. A certain brand of mineral water, 500 ml capacity, please drink as much as you want. Mineral water has no quality because it is the most common survival commodity. The good news is, this bottle of mineral water is indeed drinkable for Luo Chen. This is enough, so he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the liquid into his mouth in big gulps. After drinking half the bottle in one breath, only then did Luo Chen put down the bottle with a satisfied look on his face. The throat that originally felt like it was about to smoke suddenly felt like a sweet dew, and finally it didn't have to suffer anymore. After screwing on the bottle cap, Luo Chen held the mineral water bottle in one hand and the dagger tightly in the other hand, and continued searching in the store. Soon, Luochen found a pile of food scattered on the ground behind the cash register. There are potato chips, bread, biscuits and so on. Luochen took a look and found that except for 2 packs of bread that were short-lived and had gone bad, the rest were edible. So he opened a bag of bread first, then sat on the ground and started eating it with some mineral water. I've never thought this kind of hand-torn bread was so delicious before. Maybe I'm really hungry. Therefore, even the most ordinary bread, Luochen felt it was delicious. After finishing one bag, Luochen opened another pack of biscuits. Only after I finished the whole pack of biscuits did I feel less hungry. I opened the character panel and looked at my status. The state of moderate hunger that had already reached disappeared, only a state of moderate fatigue remained. The hunger value also dropped back to 11%. Although it was still edible, Luochen still gathered the remaining food together, then stood up and looked around, intending to find a bag or something to put them in. This time, Luochen saw a black backpack hanging on the wall not far away. He walked over quickly and took the backpack off the hook on the wall. The space backpack quality green. There are 3 compartments of 1 cubic meter space inside, which can be used to store items. It turned out to be a space backpack with grades. Luochen looked surprised. Originally he thought it was just an ordinary backpack, but I didn't expect that this was actually a high-grade equipment. It's still green grade. This is the first green grade equipment that Luochen has found. 3 1 cubic meter spaces? That can hold a lot of stuff. Luochen returned to the cashier counter with a look of surprise on his face, and stuffed all the food and drinks on the ground into the first compartment of this space backpack. Although 1 cubic meter may not seem very large, it can actually hold a lot of things. Not to mention, this space backpack still has 3 such spaces. It's enough for Luochen to put a lot of supplies in it. The key is, this thing doesn't carry any weight. No matter how heavy the things inside are, its weight is always the weight of an empty bag. That's amazing. Chapter 9 New Equipment, Hard-Haired Mouse. With the space backpack, Luochen's subsequent search process became much easier. In the store of this abandoned gas station, Luochen found a lot of good things. There is no need to say much about food and drinks. The supplies he put in his space backpack were enough for him to eat and drink for 2 or 3 days. If you use it sparingly, it won't be a big problem to last for 4 or 5 days. Besides, Luochen also found a new piece of equipment in the store's staff lounge. Metal baseball bat quality, white strength +1. Although the metal baseball bat and the dagger in Luochen's hand are both white quality equipment, but the advantage is that it is long. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Although the dagger is a sharp blade, it is too short, and Luochen needs to get very close to attack the target. There were several times before when Luochen was almost bitten by man-eating wild dogs because his weapon was too short. If the weapon in his hand at that time was this metal baseball bat, then nothing like that would happen. Certainly, a metal baseball bat has its advantages, and a dagger has its advantages, but Luochen doesn't have to choose between the two. He can have both. In addition to the metal baseball bat, Luochen also found several sets of unopened work clothes in the employee lounge. Considering that his clothes needed to be changed, Luochen also stuffed these sets of work clothes into his space backpack as a backup. Before coming out, Luochen also took with him a piece of wooden door that had fallen off the cabinet. This thing is not big and has a handle to hold. It can be used as a shield. Come out of the store, Luochen stepped on the broken glass and glanced at the outside of the abandoned gas station. I wonder if there's any gasoline? Luochen looked at the gas tanks and walked over, pick up the fuel gun and press it. There was no gasoline gushing out of it as expected. Luochen shook the thing, but there was no reaction at all. Sure enough, there's no gasoline. He shook his head and threw away the gas pump in his hand. The gasoline at gas stations is stored underground and delivered to gas tanks on the ground through pipelines. The abandoned gas station in front of us doesn't look like it was brought here as a whole, including the underground oil storage tank. Therefore, it's normal that there is no gasoline in the gas tank. Coming out of the abandoned gas station, Luochen was carrying a black space backpack on his back, holding a metal baseball bat in one hand and a solid wood cabinet door as a shield in the other. This time, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luochen must return before 4 p.m., otherwise he wouldn't be able to get back to town before dark. Although we still don't know what will happen to the killing ground after dark, we can imagine that this kind of place is already such a horrible sight during the day, so who knows how terrifying it will be after dark. Therefore, it's best not to stay outside of town after dark. Least the killing town has a circle of walls for protection, and safe houses can also provide some protection. In contrast, the wild is too dangerous. After walking a distance forward, some grass covered with weeds gradually appeared on the surrounding ground. The weeds were more than 1 meter high and grew extremely densely. It forms a sharp contrast with the vast wasteland behind it. Luochen carefully avoided the overgrown areas. Who knows if there would be poisonous snakes in there? Just then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large black shadow suddenly shot out from the weeds. Luochen instinctively raised the solid wooden cabinet door in his hand as a shield to block in front of him. Then I heard a few thumping sounds like nails being hammered into the wall, and my arm felt slightly numb. Luochen flipped over the solid wood cabinet door and took a look. The back of the cupboard door was now full of black, steel needle-like objects. Luochen couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. If he didn't have this cabinet door in his hand, wouldn't all these things that look like steel needles be nailed to his body? Rustle and rustle, there was a noise coming from the weeds over here. A moment later, a monster that looked like a mouse but had black spikes all over its back ran out from the bushes. This black-haired monster rat is fat and strong, with every hair on its body shiny black. Not counting the tail, its body length is about 1 meter, and it looks ferocious. It's creepy just by looking at it. Luochen learned his lesson this time and checked the information of the black-haired monster rat immediately. A haired mouse level. First level beginner introduction, a weak first level creature, timid by nature, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Please be careful of the black hair on their backs, you definitely don't want to be pricked by it. It turned out to be a first level primary hard-haired mouse. The name is quite descriptive. It looks like a mouse, with hard black hair on its back. It is a very straightforward name, but what the hell is this about bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Luochen felt like he was looked down upon by a mouse, very unhappy. At this time, the hard-haired mouse in front of him was also squeaking and showing its teeth and claws towards Luochen. But the strange thing is, it didn't rush up. When Luochen saw it, he instantly understood something. So the next second he immediately activated his sprint skill and rushed towards the hard-haired mouse. Little mouse. Luochen swung a metal baseball bat and hit the stiff-haired rat hard. As expected of a mouse, its reaction ability was far superior to those hungry man-eating wild dogs, and it dodged Luochen's first attack in one go. In fact, these two are not creatures of the same level. No matter what, the hard-haired mouse is still a first-level creature, and it is already a monster that has entered the level, and the man-eating wild dogs, it was just a mad beast. Certainly, the main reason why the hairy rat can become a monster of the upper level is the black hairs on its back that can be shot out. However, each time the hairy mouse fires its hair, it needs a short adjustment process, just like the cooldown time of a skill, and cannot fire continuously. This is also why, after it came out of the bushes, it just bared its fangs and claws at Luochen to scare him, but had no intention of rushing forward. To put it bluntly, this guy is the typical example of someone who relies on one trick to succeed in everything except for the stiff hair on the back. Everything else is pretty average. After Luochen missed his first attack, he naturally would not give up, but continued to chase the hard-haired mouse. When running fast, his speed was no slower than that of the stiff-haired mouse. Bang! After several failed attacks, Luochen finally hit the big black rat. The metal baseball bat hit the hard head of the hard-haired mouse, making it squeak in pain. Luochen didn't give it a chance to breathe. He kept hitting the rat with the metal baseball bat in his hand. Finally, after 6 or 7 hits, the hard-haired rat became motionless. Chapter 10. Return to Killing Town. A bunch of termites, finally dead. Luochen used the metal baseball bat in his hand to turn over the dead, hard-haired mouse on the ground, revealing its relatively soft belly. Then, he took out his dagger and cut open its belly. A rubber-gloved hand reached into the belly of the stiff-haired rat. After a while of searching, Luochen found his goal. A white attribute crystal. Attribute crystal, agility. The white attribute crystal is exactly the same as the one found in the man-eating wild dog before. The difference though is, there is only a small probability that the man-eating wild dog will give birth to attribute crystals, but as a first-level creature, the hard-haired rat will inevitably produce attribute crystals in its body. Taking out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, Luochen poured some out and poured it on the attribute crystal to wash it clean. There were no conditions before, but now there are conditions. Of course, Luochen will not put himself in a difficult position. After simply cleaning it, Luochen threw it directly into his mouth. Properties: crystallization melts in the mouth. At the same time, agility +1. Luochen's agility attribute has also caught up with the highest strength attribute. Compared to the beginning, it has increased by more than half. Walking and jumping, Luochen smiled as he felt the changes in his body. He was excited inside and then full of motivation. After stepping into this area about 7 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10087, Luochen found that the number of monsters he encountered along the way was gradually increasing. Within 7 kilometers, it seems that the only wild beasts you can see are man-eating wild dogs. Luochen wondered if it was the same in other directions. But that's indeed the case on his side. After stepping into the land 7 kilometers away, we gradually began to Encounter advanced creatures such as the hard-haired rat. Relying on the cabinet door with the Kosh shield in his hand, Luo Chen killed several hard-haired rats along the way. Got a total of 6 attribute crystals except for one with strength attribute. The other 5 are all with agility attribute. This also caused a huge change in Luo Chen's attribute values. Strength, 9 constitution, 5 agility, 13 spirit, 5 physical defense, 5 elemental resistance, 5 the current highest agility attribute. Has reached 13 points. It's almost approaching the limit of what the white attribute crystal can improve. At this time, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Chen looked at the gloomy weather and prepared to start his return journey. The return trip was uneventful. Luo Chen also met a team of 6 people on the way. The other party also discovered him. Some were surprised that Luo Chen dared to take the risk alone, but neither side had any intention of communicating. They just tacitly kept a distance and headed towards the direction of the Killing Town together. About an hour or so, Luo Chen finally returned to Killing Town number 10087. To be honest, if there wasn't a mini-map, it would be quite troublesome to come back. After all, the scenery around is similar, and if you don't have a strong enough ability to find your way, it is normal to get lost. Entering from the west gate of the town, Luo Chen saw a group of people gathered here. As soon as he walked in, what happened? Luo Chen looked at these people curiously. After listening carefully, he found out that some people who had returned before him were stopped by others. Those who stopped them were people who didn't dare to leave the town and take risks. It's not that these people are incapable. In fact, even if you get F-level talent randomly, as long as you are brave enough, it is no problem to kill a few man-eating wild dogs. The reason why these people dare not leave the town is simply because they are cowardly and afraid of death, and now, they stopped those who were returning from outside the town in order to get some food from them. You have so much food and you can't finish it all. Why can't you share it with us? That's right, why are you so selfish? Young man, it's hard for everyone right now. I think it's better for me to make the decision. How about we split it equally? These people who dared not even step out of the town were very tough at this time. They even felt justified in begging. An old man even stood up with a sanctimonious look and said that he would be the one to divide the money equally. Who the hell are you? Is it your turn to make the decision here? Those who were stopped were almost laughing out of anger. If you have a bad temper, just roll up your sleeves and take action. There is no rule in Killing Town that prohibits the use of force. In fact, there are no rules here. Get out of here. Don't force me to do it. After all, the group of people had fought bloody battles outside the town. How could they be afraid of a group of people who didn't even dare to leave the town? Although the other side has more people, does that mean they are necessarily stronger? Luo Chen saw a young man in the crowd rubbed a fireball with his hands. A fireball as big as a human head magically floated in the palm of his hand, emitting bursts of high temperature, even distorting the surrounding air. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The young man threatened coldly. When the group of people on the opposite side saw that the other side was about to attack, they also showed fear and shrank their necks to make way. The young man who was making the fireball snorted coldly, and without releasing the fireball in his hand, he held the fireball in one hand and walked over with his teammates behind him. Luo Chen also followed the crowd and passed through smoothly. However, not long after they came over here, the group of people behind them stopped a few people who had just returned. This time there were fewer people on the opposite side, so they seemed much tougher. As a result, they actually got some food and water, and the faces of those who handed over the food and water were extremely ugly. What a bunch of termites! A hint of disgust flashed across Luo Chen's eyes, and he left quickly without looking back. Returned to the safe house, Luo Chen closed the door and then relaxed, just as he had feared at first. It's not safe in Kill Town. Those people are not trustworthy. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Strength is the only thing that matters. Luo Chen thought to himself as he put down his backpack and began to count the gains from today's trip. Enough food and water for 4 or 5 days. There are also some medicines, mainly iodine tincture for disinfection. Once you are injured, you can treat the wound to avoid infection. Besides, and this thing, Luo Chen was holding a white, square stone that looked like a dice in his hand. All 6 sides of the stone were engraved with runes that he didn't recognize. Flashing white light, quite beautiful. Skill upgrade stone quality, white used to increase the skill level of white grade. Simple to introduce, but great functionality. Things that can improve skill levels are very useful in both the early and late stages. Although this is only a white quality skill upgrade stone, it can only be used to upgrade white grade skills, but it just so happens that Luo Chen doesn't have any skills higher than the white grade, just works. Chapter 11. The night is coming. The terrifying night. Use. Luo Chen held the skill upgrade stone in his hand and muttered to himself. For the next second, the skill upgrade stone in his hand disappeared instantly and turned into a white light that sank into Luo Chen's body. Opening the character panel, Luo Chen saw that his only skill, Sprint, had been upgraded to level 3. The skills in the endless killing game have a clear level cap. And this upper limit will change with the skill level. The lower the grade of the skill, the lower the level cap, and the white grade skills, the upper limit is level 3, that is to say, for other people, a white grade skill has reached its limit when it is upgraded to level 3, and it is already the maximum level, but for Luo Chen, who possesses the talent of Endless, there is no level cap on his skills. Speed level 3 grade, white consume 20 mana points to enter the sprint state for 20 seconds, increase movement speed by 35%, cooldown time 50 seconds. After the sprint skill is upgraded to level 3, the mana consumption increases by 5 points again, but at the same time, the duration is also increased by 5 seconds, and can last for 20 seconds, and the cooldown time is reduced to 50 seconds. This means that after the sprint state ends, you only need to wait 30 seconds before you can use the skill again. What really surprised Luo Chen was, the effect of the sprint skill was actually increased from the original 25% to 35%, an increase of 10%, he thought. It would continue to increase by only 5%. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. I wonder what changes will happen when it reaches level 4. Luo Chen is looking forward to it, but it's not possible now. We can only wait until tomorrow. In the living room of the safe house, Luo Chen spread out a sleeping bag. This was also one of the gains from his trip today, found it in an outdoor gear store. The store looked like it had been completely looted at the time, but Luo Chen still found this dusty sleeping bag in a corner of the warehouse. Although the sleeping bag was a little dirty at first, Luo Chen didn't mind. After patting and cleaning off the dust on the surface, it looks quite new. Finally, I have a place to sleep. Luo Chen looked at the sleeping bag that had been laid out and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Then, he turned and sat down at the dining table, took out food and water, and started eating. At this time, it was completely dark outside. In the killing town, only the blood-red obelisk in the central square was still emitting a faint blood-red light. The light doesn't look strong, but it can illuminate the entire square blood red. Outside the town, at this moment, there were also bursts of creepy beast roars, one after another, which made the listeners' scalps numb. Luo Chen had nothing to do after dinner. In the killing ground, at least for now, they have no form of entertainment. Although there were both men and women in the town, they did not know each other and were wary of each other. This time, no one would easily let others enter their safe house. With nothing to do, Luo Chen opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. And by the way, to see what monsters the people who went out of the other doors today encountered. Regional chat channel online users, 996 not full. Luo Chen was surprised to see that the number of online users was 4 less. Is there anyone who hasn't come back yet, or already dead? To be honest, Luo Chen's search for supplies outside went quite smoothly today, and he basically didn't encounter any life or death crises. This gave him the illusion that the killing ground was just like this, but now, looking at the number of online people missing by 4, Luo Chen suddenly felt like breaking out in a cold sweat. The killing ground has never been a good place to live and work in peace. Death, fighting, and bloody killing are the main themes here. The reason why Luo Chen did not encounter any life and death crisis today was because of his good luck and also because there were no decent monsters around Killing Town number 10087 at the moment, just a bunch of wild beasts and some newly advanced monsters like the bristle-haired rat. How dangerous can it be, unless he is the kind of person who thinks he is extraordinary but has very average abilities. Otherwise, everyone can survive the first day. After all, even if it was an F-level talent, as long as it wasn't too weird, it could at least increase a certain attribute value of these people by about 50%. Together with the skill crystal given initially, they can also obtain a white grade skill, greatly increases the probability of surviving in the killing ground in the early stages, but even so, people will still die, especially at night. The entire killing ground seemed to come alive. At night, monsters in the wild will be strengthened by the darkness. All aspects of the attributes can be doubled, and some monsters that hide during the day will come out to look for food. The entire killing ground will become extremely dangerous. In the land of killing, the night is the battlefield for the truly strong. This sentence is passed on by word of mouth among many veterans in the killing land. Basically everyone tacitly agrees that those who can go out and hunt monsters at night are the real strong ones. Most people only dared to go out hunting and collecting supplies during the day. Certainly, going to the fish pond to fry fish doesn't count. Did you hear that? Those screams outside sound so scary. Can anyone give me something to eat? My hunger level is almost 80%. I'm so hungry. My throat is so dry. Does anyone have water? Can you give me some? I am a girl, 25 years old, brothers, please help me. Don't you guys know that you should go out and search for supplies? You are safe hiding in the town, right? Now you feel hungry and thirsty? What were you doing before? Young man, don't speak so harshly. Not everyone has the ability to go out and take risks like you. Are you taking advantage of your age? Do you think this is still Blue Star? Looking at the profile picture, you don't look old and can't walk, and there aren't many white hairs on your head. Are you ready to lie down now? It's our turn, isn't it? To be honest, if there are people who really cannot go out due to physical reasons, we don't mind providing some help if we can, but ask yourself, are you? Brothers, stop scolding these parasites. Someone come and help us. We are surrounded by a group of monsters outside the town. No, man. You haven't returned to town yet? Awesome. You dare to stay outside after dark. I admire you. Don't be ridiculous. We just accidentally came back a little late. Who knew this damn place would be so dangerous after dark? Now there are at least hundreds of monsters surrounding us. We really can't handle it. Hundreds of monsters? What kind of monsters are they? It's a monster called Shadow Scytheworm, and it's extremely fast. Zhao. Laoli was dragged away. Shadow Sickle Worm? I have encountered this in the daytime. It moves very fast in the shadow environment. There is a person with E-level agility talent in our team. His initial agility attribute is 7 points. The E-level talent increases agility by 100%. The speed of 14 points of agility is still far less than that of this monster. The Shadow Scythe bug can only gain speed boost in a shadowy environment. If it is not in a shadowy environment, it is actually quite easy to deal with, but it is dark outside now. All shadows? 6. Brother, listen to me, kill as many people as you can before you die, and take someone with you when you die. Zhao. I will fight them. Chapter 12 Death Toll 108. Level 4 Sprint, there are still so many people who haven't come back from outside. Luochen looked at the various messages asking for help in the chat channel and was surprised at the courage of these people. At the same time, he also collected some information about other monsters. So for example, the Shadow Sickle Worm mentioned earlier that if you don't know the information about this monster, you might suffer a great loss, but once you know their weaknesses, it's much easier. Just like the Shadow Sickle Worms, as long as you don't run to the shadow area, their speed is actually quite average. Anyone with an agility attribute of around 10 points can run faster than them, but what if it is in a shaded environment? Even those with 20 points of agility may not be faster than them. This is just like the hard-haired mouse that Luochen encountered before. Those who don't know the intelligence are likely to be seriously injured by the first wave of burst shooting, or even die on the spot. But once you know the information, just use something to block the first wave of attacks, and then you can rush up and kill the opponent directly. After all, apart from that one trick, the bristly mouse has no other powerful features. In addition to the Shadow Sickle Worm, Luochen also collected information on several other advanced creatures. There is a monster called Hardskin Zombie, which is characterized by its hard skin and strong defense. But the speed is slow and the flexibility is poor because the body is stiff. It's not difficult to kill it as long as you fight in circles, hitting it over and over again with a blunt weapon, but just have to be careful enough, because the nails of the crusher are poisonous. If you get scratched even the slightest bit, you will be poisoned. There is also a monster called Fire Pig, which has a pair of flaming fangs. It is small in size but fast in speed. It is good at straight-line attacks and has average flexibility. Compared to the previous hard-skinned zombies, Shadow Scytheworms and hairy rats, Fire Pigs are more difficult to kill. If you get bumped into accidentally, you're basically done for. The kind that can be cremated on the spot, but Luochen saw someone say that the meat of the fiery pig was edible, and it tastes delicious. It turns out that monster meat is really edible. Luochen nodded slightly. But even if you know it's edible, it's the meat of a hard-haired rat. Luochen has no interest at all, but the fire pig is different. It looks like a little wild boar. Who hasn't eaten pork? Luochen looked at the chat channel for a long time until he felt a little sleepy and started yawning. Only then did he close the chat channel. put on a new set of work clothes he found in the store at the abandoned gas station, crawled into his sleeping bag, and fell asleep in a short while asleep till dawn. The next day, around 7 am, Luochen woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw a strange ceiling that he was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was no longer at home. On Earth, this is a place of killing, and today is his second day in this damn place. I got up and rinsed my mouth with mineral water. There is no such condition for brushing teeth, simply rub it with your fingers. Wait until a crackling sound is heard, then rinse your mouth with some mineral water, and you are done. The breakfast in the morning was a piece of bread with half a bottle of mineral water left over after eating and drinking. Luochen put on a black space backpack, held a metal baseball bat in one hand and put a dagger on his waist, and went out. After opening the door and coming out of the safe house, Luochen happened to meet the person living in the safe house next door who was also going out. The two sides looked at each other, nodded briefly and greeted each other, then headed straight for the central square. On the way, I met many other people one after another, everyone headed for the central square. Soon, Luochen came to the square. A lot of people have gathered in the nearly 3,000 square meter square. Everyone walked to the bloody obelisk, raised their heads, and stretched their necks to look at the names on it. Luochen also walked over. After stopping in front of the blood-red obelisk, he looked at the names written on it. The number of people originally sent to Killing Town number 10087 was exactly 1000. The names of these 1,000 people were branded on this blood-red obelisk, with 10 names in a row, a total of 100 rows, but now, some of the 100 lines of names are missing, leaving large blank spaces. Luochen did not count the names, but looked directly at the blank spaces. From the size of the blank space, you can tell that there are several names missing in this row. A moment later, Luochen got the answer he wanted. 108. A total of 108 people died yesterday. Luochen didn't know how many of them died last night, but after dinner yesterday, there were still 996 people online in this area, even though those 4 died during the day. Then the number of deaths last night reached a staggering 104. Oh my God! How could so many people die? More than 100 people just disappeared like that? God! Have you abandoned your believers? Fuck! How can I get out of this damn place? I don't want to die. Wow. This is so scary. I knew it wasn't safe to go out. The people around were talking about it. Some were so scared that their faces turned pale and they burst into tears on the spot. There were also those who cursed loudly and denounced their own beliefs. Luochen did not express his emotions as excitedly as they did. He just glanced at the people around him silently, then turned around and continued to head towards the west gate of the town. Whether it is sadness or impotence, it's all meaningless. Luochen didn't want to waste his precious time in the early stage on these meaningless things. With this time, he might as well search a few new areas to see if he can find more supplies, and that kill coin. Until now he still doesn't know how to get that thing. On the road, Luochen opened his character panel and took a look at his sprint skill, which had been upgraded to level 4. Speed level 4 grade, white consume 25 mana points to enter the sprint state for 25 seconds, increase movement speed by 50%, cooldown time 45 seconds. After reaching level 4, this skill no longer seems like the worst white grade skill, whether it's the 50% increase in movement speed, the 25-second status duration, or the cooling time that is reduced to only 45 seconds. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a white grade skill. In fact, this is indeed no longer a normal white grade skill, because it has exceeded the upper limit of white skills, reached a whole new level. And, originally, when the sprint skill was upgraded from level 2 to level 3, the movement speed was increased by 10%, because level 3 was the upper limit of this skill. Therefore, according to the rules, it is upgraded from level 1 to level 2, increasing the effect by 5%. From level 2 to level 3, the skill effect will be increased by another 5% on top of the original 5%, which means the skill effect is increased by 10%. And if the skills are infinitely upgraded, then according to this rule, when it is upgraded from level 3 to level 4, the skill effect will increase by 15%, increase 20% from level 4 to level 5, and so on. But under normal circumstances, there is an upper limit to the skill level. It is impossible to continue stacking infinitely like this, but Luochen's endless talent makes this upper limit disappear. So, infinite superposition becomes a possibility. Chapter 13, Strength and Agility both reach 15 points. The only problem now, it's probably because Luochen himself has too little mana, only 50 points. Level 4 sprint requires 25 mana points to use once. With Luochen's limited mana, it was used up after just 2 uses. However, the problem of low mana is not difficult to solve. Just improve your mental attributes. I just don't know how to obtain the attribute crystal of spiritual attributes. Luo Chen had seen attribute crystals of strength and agility, but he had never encountered any of the 2 attribute crystals of physique and spirit. After leaving the killing town, Luo Chen walked all the way west. With the experience of going out yesterday, Luo Chen did not waste time on the journey ahead today. He followed the small map as quickly as possible to the area he had explored yesterday. This place is about 8 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10087. Dense grass can be seen everywhere around it. No one knows what is hiding in the grass, possibly a venomous beast. It could also be a bristly rat with hair on its back that can shoot out. After Luo Chen arrived here, he took out the shield from his backpack. The back of the solid wood cabinet door was already riddled with holes. "Hey, man, you gotta hold on." Luo Chen patted the cupboard door, then carefully explored the left side. Sudden boom boom boom, dozens of pitch-black needles flew over and pierced the solid wooden cabinet door like steel needles. The next second, Luo Chen took a step forward and hit the object hard with the metal baseball bat in his hand. There was a loud thump. A black mass was immediately knocked away by him and rolled on the ground. It turned out to be a rat with jet-black hard hair. Luo Chen rushed forward and smashed down with the metal baseball bat again and again. The hard-haired mouse squeaked as it was hit. Moment. The bristly mouse stopped moving. Luo Chen also changed to a dagger, kicked the hard-haired rat over, and then skillfully cut open the skin on its abdomen with the dagger, put on rubber gloves and reached in to feel around. After a while, a crystal with strength attribute was taken out by Luo Chen. Rinse with clean water, then throw it directly into your mouth. Strength +1. Finally, the strength attribute exceeded 10. Not bad, a good start. Luo Chen smiled slightly and continued to move forward. For the next few hours, Luo Chen continued exploring the area. During this time, a lot of hard-haired mice ran out from the weeds, but they were all killed by him in the same way. After killing 3 hard-haired mice, Luo Chen's agility attribute had reached 15 points. The white attribute crystal, agility, has reached its limit. Even if there are more later, they will not be available. However, Luo Chen still put away these attribute crystals. Even though they were no longer useful to him, their value still existed. Maybe I can exchange with others when I return to Killing Town. Certainly, the premise is that you can ensure your own safety. Soon afterwards, Luo Chen gradually obtained some attribute crystals. He collected all the agility attributes and placed them in a compartment of his space backpack. If you encounter something with strength attributes, just rinse it clean and take it directly. Soon, Luo Chen's strength attribute also reached 15 points. The white power attribute crystal is no longer useful. If he obtains it later, he can only store it in the space backpack like the agility attribute crystals for his future use. Noon, Luo Chen, whose fatigue and hunger values were both alarming, stopped to rest and eat something to relieve his hunger. Wait until you finish eating and drinking. The fatigue value has also been reduced to below 50%. Luo Chen looked at the time. It's already past 12 noon. So he stood up and stepped down from the rock, patted his butt, opened the small map and took a look, then continued on his way in a direction that had never been explored before. An hour later, Luo Chen saw a dilapidated building in the distance. He had come across some buildings along the way today, but basically gained nothing, except for some hard-haired rats hiding in the corners and trying to ambush people. I couldn't find even a bottle of water or a piece of bread. The only reward, that is, he replaced the cabinet door in his hand with a new one. Luo Chen also kept a few spare ones and put them in his backpack. This thing is really useful. At least it is really useful when dealing with hard-haired mice. There are so many houses. I wonder if there is any food. Luo Chen raised his hand to set up a shed, and looking into the distance, he vaguely saw some figures swaying around the building. So he approached cautiously, waiting as getting closer, only to find out that they were a group of zombies with stiff movements. Hard-skin zombie level. First level beginner introduction. Corpses with hardened skin have somehow gained the ability to move. Be careful with their nails and teeth, as they are poisonous. It was indeed a hard-skinned zombie. Luo Chen had seen other people discussing this monster in the chat channel before. Although the first level primary hard-skinned zombies have considerable defense and poisonous attacks, the problem is that they move slowly and have very poor flexibility. It's easier to deal with than a stiff-haired rat. Certainly, the prerequisite is that you don't get surrounded by a large group of tough-skinned zombies. In that case, unless you can fly, you will be in trouble. There are currently about a dozen hard-skinned zombies around the building, but they are scattered rather than gathered together. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen picked up a few stones on the ground and threw them at the closest tough-skinned zombie. Bang! The stone hit the tough-skinned zombie and immediately attracted its attention. The tough-skinned zombie opened its mouth and let out a hoarse growl, then swayed towards the side. Sure enough, they are slow. Luo Chen looked at its advancing speed and immediately felt relieved. With such a slow movement speed, let alone a one-on-one fight, even if facing 2 or 3 at the same time, Luo Chen is still confident that he can win without getting hurt. Carefully observing the other hard-skinned zombies and seeing that they were not keeping up, Luo Chen then led the hard-skinned zombie that he had attracted away from here. After a while, the distance is almost enough. Luo Chen turned around and actively walked towards the tough-skinned zombie behind him. Seeing the prey coming, the unintelligent hard-skinned zombies immediately pounced on it with a roar. The speed of this guy when he pounced on me was actually quite fast, but his endurance was too poor. He was only 2 or 3 meters away, and then he fell directly to the ground with a thud. Luo Chen, good job, are you trying to scam me? Chapter 14, Kill the hard-skinned zombies and improve your physical attributes. Luo Chen didn't expect that this tough-skinned zombie was so funny that he actually fell down by himself, but although it is funny, Luo Chen will not miss this opportunity. He strode forward, went around the fallen skinny zombie, and hit it on the back of the head with a stick. Bang! The stick hit the back of the skinny zombie's head hard. But there was very little damage done to it, as expected of a hard-skinned zombie. Its defense is really powerful. Just now, Luo Chen felt as if he had hit a piece of iron, and his wrist was even numb because he used too much force. Hiss! So hard? Luo Chen stepped back to avoid the grabbing hand of the tough-skinned zombie, and then hit it with a stick. 1, 2, 3 times. Luo Chen felt that this was really a very laborious task, although he didn't count them specifically, but it was estimated that it took about 20 or 30 hits before this tough-skinned zombie was killed. Good fellow! You are finally dead. Seeing the crusty zombie lying on the ground and no longer moving, Luo Chen rubbed his sore arms. Look at the fatigue value. IT was originally around 49%. As a result, I killed a tough zombie and reduced my fatigue value to 61%. No wonder I feel so tired. Luo Chen simply sat down on the ground and took a rest. After a while, only when his fatigue value dropped below 60% did he pat his butt and stand up, then walk towards the corpse of the tough-skinned zombie with a dagger in his hand. Does this count? I think so. After all, a dead body should still be called a corpse, right? Although the idea of a dead body sounds a bit strange. You're already a corpse, how can you die again? Holding the dagger, Luo Chen looked at the corpse and searched left and right, feeling like he had no idea where to start. By the way, where is the attribute crystal of the hard-skinned zombie? Luo Chen recalled what he saw in the chat channel last night, and then he remembered something, and kicked the corpse over. Facing up, a hiss, a dagger stabbed into the corpse's chest, but it slipped away, leaving only a shallow mark on the corpse's chest skin. Luo Chen, good man, although my dagger is a bit rubbish, your defense is a bit excessive, right? It's just a first-level monster. Are you sure this defense doesn't exceed the standard? But think about how fast this tough-skinned zombie moves, and then think about the miraculous ability of it knocking itself down. Luo Chen suddenly felt relieved. That's right, if it doesn't have some outstanding features, it would be a shame for all its fatal weaknesses, and even so, a single hard-skinned zombie is still just a living target. After great efforts in reducing the fatigue value to 61%, Luo Chen finally tore open the chest flesh of the tough-skinned zombie. Then he stretched the wound open and put on rubber gloves to take out an attribute crystal in its chest cavity. The property crystal inside the hard-skinned corpse is located on its chest, accompanying the heart. Very good but it still took Luo Chen a lot of effort. Attribute crystal, constitution, quality, white. After use, it can increase the physical attribute by 1 point, up to 10 points. This is a crystal of physical attributes. Luo Chen rinsed it with clean water and threw it into his mouth. The IT melts in your mouth. The next second, Luo Chen's physical attribute increased by 1 point. Use the same old tricks again. Luo Chen lured out the dozen or so hard-skinned zombies around the building one by one, and then spent a lot of effort to kill them all. In total, it took Luo Chen almost 2 hours. By the time the battle was over, it was almost 3 p.m. The good news is Luo Chen's physical attribute, after strength and agility, reached 15 points. The bad news is, Luo Chen didn't find any useful supplies in that building. However, 2 pieces of equipment were found. Unfortunately, they are all white quality. One of them is a knife, about 1.2 meters long, a straight knife. The other item is a pair of shoes, looks like sneakers. Ordinary shoes quality. White agility +1. Luo Chen put away the knife and put it in his backpack. Just put on the shoes directly. Increased agility by 1 point. The agility attribute of 16 points allows Luo Chen to run very fast. Phew, cut off the head of a hairy rat with one knife. Luo Chen gently exerted force with his feet, turned the body of the hard-haired mouse over, and then skillfully cut open the abdomen of the corpse with a knife. He inserted the tip of the knife into it, stirred it gently, and then picked it out. Swish, a round object flew out. As it fell, Luo Chen reached out and caught it. It is a crystal of attributes. Attribute crystal, spirit, quality, white. After use, it can increase the spiritual attribute by 1 point, up to 10 points. Luo Chen wanted to throw it into his backpack, but he was stunned the next second. Spiritual attributes. He looked at the bloodstain attribute crystal in his hand in surprise. It turns out that spiritual crystals can also be born in the body of hard-haired mice. This is the first time Luo Chen has encountered this stuff, but the probability is really low. Luo Chen has killed at least 40 or so hard-haired rats, if not 50, right? As a result, among the attribute crystals dug out from the bodies of these hard-haired mice, only this one had spiritual attributes. But it's good to have, it's better than nothing. Luo Chen immediately washed it with some clean water, then he reached out and threw it into his mouth. Spirit +1. Finally, spiritual attributes also began to improve, although it was only an increase of 1 point. Luo Chen felt that it was a good start. As expected, soon, Luo Chen found a metal box half buried in the soil on the side of the road. After digging the iron box out of the soil, Luo Chen not only found a piece of equipment in the iron box, but also found a skill upgrade stone, a sharp long knife quality, green strength +5. Another piece of equipment found in the metal box was a knife. The 1.7 meter long sword was only a dozen centimeters longer than Luo Chen when held upright. The blade is long and straight, and the handle is also extremely long, resembles a saber. This knife needs to be held with both hands. It weighs about 30 pounds. If it is held with one hand, ordinary people cannot wield it normally. Certainly, the strength attribute has reached 15 points, plus the 5 points of strength attribute of this knife. Luo Chen's total strength has reached 20 points, and he can wield it normally even with one hand. But this knife is designed to be wielded with two hands, and it will never work if wielded with one hand. Luo Chen took the knife in his hand and tried to swing it a few times. The whistling sound of the wind echoed in my ears, and the cold light flashed intoxicatingly in the air. Nice knife. Luo Chen couldn't let it go, looking at it left and right, even happy. Chapter 15. Is this a bug? Airdrop treasure chest. Put away the knife. Luo Chen picked up the skill upgrade stone. This is another white quality skill upgrade stone, can improve the skill level of white grade. It's no use. Luo Chen shook his head. Right now his only skill has exceeded the level limit of white skills, so this thing should be useless. However, subconsciously, Luo Chen still gave it a try, but the next second, something surprising happened to him. This skill upgrade stone, it actually worked. Isn't that reasonable? Luo Chen was shocked. An ordinary white skill upgrade stone can actually improve the level of a skill that has already exceeded the level cap. Is this a bug? Luo Chen inexplicably felt guilty. Will this bug be fixed? Thinking about this, Luo Chen curiously opened the character panel and looked at the upgraded sprint skill, speed level 5 grade. White consume 30 mana points to enter the sprint state for 30 seconds, increase movement speed by 70%, cooldown time 40 seconds. Really, this skill has really been upgraded to level 5. And ever since it broke through the level cap, the effect of this skill has become more and more exaggerated as time goes by, and now, at only level 5, the movement speed can be increased by 70% and the cooldown time is only 40 seconds. Deducting the 30-second duration, the actual cooling time is only 10 seconds. If Luo Chen's mana wasn't too low, he can even turn this skill into a normal buff for himself. You should know that an E-level agility talent only increases the agility attribute by 100%, and a white grade skill is now almost catching up with an E-grade talent. This is only level 5. When you reach level 6 or 7, you will be aiming for D or even C level talent effects. If it's really a bug, I hope it won't be fixed. Luo Chen thought with a smile. Certainly, this is most likely not a bug. After all, under normal circumstances, a skill cannot exceed its level cap. The upper limit of white grade skills is level 3. Once you reach level 3, it will be useless to use more skill upgrade stones. It still won't have any effect. But because Luo Chen had the talent of Endless, he was able to break through this limit. This allows skill upgrade stones that were supposed to be useless to be used again. White quality skill upgrade stones should be easier to find. After all, they are of low quality. Normally, 2 skill upgrade stones are enough for a white skill. They are the lowest grade of skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen touched his chin and thought, from yesterday to today, he has found 2 white quality skill upgrade stones. It is hard to say what others have gained. If other people are similar to him, then starting tomorrow they should have extra white skill upgrade stones. Can I collect a batch myself? Okay, what do you want to exchange with them? Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. He came to someone's house to exchange things for no reason. Whether they would do so or not is one thing, but people would definitely doubt his purpose in doing so. By then, you might get yourself into unnecessary trouble, but if you don't change it, you will feel like you're losing out. Maybe we can think of a way. Luo Chen was thinking in his heart. Phew, cut off the head of a hairy mouse with one knife. Luo Chen skillfully picked out an attribute crystal from the other person's body and put it away. The number of attribute crystals accumulated in his backpack has exceeded 50. Although he didn't know what remaining value these white quality attribute crystals had, Luo Chen still habitually collected them first. At this time, Luo Chen saw from afar a ball of green light slowly descending in the sky 1 kilometer ahead. What is that? Luo Chen had never seen such a situation before. He opened the small map and took a look at it first. At this time, he was about 11 kilometers away from the killing town number 10087 behind him. However, at his current speed, he could cross the distance and return to killing town number 10087 in less than half an hour. The time now is 3:53 in the afternoon. It's almost 4 p.m. There's still time, why not go over and take a look? Luo Chen thought, then he ran quickly in that direction. A few minutes later, Luo Chen approached the area in front cautiously. A rare lake appeared before my eyes. The lake was shimmering, and occasionally some water monsters jumped out of the water. They were huge fish with mouths full of sharp teeth, and each of them was more than 3 meters long. The most important thing is, there is a group of crocodiles lying on the shore of the lake. There are at least 20 or 30 of them, each one is nearly 5 meters long, with gray-white scales and a bloody mouth full of fangs. Luo Chen was hiding behind a rock at this time, carefully observing the situation over there. When he saw this group of crocodiles, he subconsciously checked their information. Bloodthirsty crocodile level, first level intermediate introduction. Crocodiles like to live near water sources and feed on fish. They also have good mobility on land. They will go crazy after smelling blood. They are very difficult creatures. It turns out that this group of crocodiles is called bloodthirsty crocodiles. Luo Chen noticed that their level had reached the intermediate first stage. This was also the first time he saw a monster above the first level. A first level intermediate should be much stronger than a first level beginner, right? Luo Chen thought. He had never encountered this before and had no experience. Lift your head and look toward the sky. The green ball of light was already very close to the ground, only about 100 meters away, judging from where it landed. It should be near the lake shore. It was just very close to the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles. This is trouble, Luo Chen thought, although I don't know what this green light is. But instinctively, he felt that the thing must be a good thing. But in the current situation, a group of first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodiles are right nearby. Unless Luo Chen can lead them all away, there is no way to go over and get the things. How about I use my speed to rush over, take it and run? Luo Chen was considering the feasibility of doing so. The key is, he also didn't know how fast these bloodthirsty crocodiles moved on land. When comparison is not possible, Luo Chen really didn't want to take this risk. Although the treasure is great, you only have one life. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps and voices coming towards him. Luo Chen hid quickly. After a while, then I saw a group of more than 10 people running towards me from a distance. Found it, right here. A short-haired girl pointed in this direction and shouted. Quiet. Keep your voice down. The girl's loud shouting startled others, and someone immediately stood up and scolded her. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. The girl curled her lips, looking disapproving. Chapter 16 Han Xiaoya's amazing operation, Lu Yuan regrets. Xiao Wang, is the thing over there? At this time, a young man who looked noble came with a group of people. Mr. Lu. The girl, who had a proud look on her face just now, immediately took the initiative to approach him with a coquettish look, threw herself into the arms of Mr. Lu, and started to tell him something. Master Lu, Wang Quanan scolded me again. Lu Xiao put one hand around the girl's slender waist and looked at Wang Quanan with a faint smile. Xiao Wang, don't be so harsh on Xiaoya next time. She is a girl after all. Okay, Mr. Lu. Wang Quanan nodded, glanced at the girl leaning in Lu Xiao's arms, and felt very unhappy. Isn't it just because of her good looks and figure? A piece of trash with E-level talent is actually worthy of being treated harshly. After all, Wang Quanan has a D-level talent. Isn't he much stronger than this woman? Pity, Lu Xiao likes this type, and he is a big shot with C-level talent, with a lot of subordinates. Even if Wang Quanan was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything on the surface. Lu Yuan, the landing point of the ball of light in the sky just now should be in front of us. Let's go over and take a look. At this time, a burly man in the team walked to the front and said, Brother Zhang, you can lead the charge, and I will follow behind you. Lu Yuan smiled and said, I am their team, only he and Zhang Lang have C-level talents, and the others are either D-level or E-level. However, there are only 2 with E-level talents, the rest are all D-level. After all, they don't want it if the talent level is too low. The Han Xiaoya in Lu Yuan's arms is the only one with E-level talent in the team. The other one is a young boy with delicate skin and tender flesh named Zhang Yu, who is also Zhang Lang's younger brother. Coincidentally, the 2 brothers were thrown into the same killing town. I have to say, this is really a coincidence, except for Han Xiaoya and Zhang Yu, 2 close friends. The other 10 people in the team all have D-level talents. Lu Yuan and Zhang Lang, 2 C-level talents, are the leaders of this team. Lu Yuan is a typical young man from a wealthy family who was fond of beautiful women. When he was on Blue Star, he was a playboy who was lazy and gluttonous. Now I have come to the killing ground, and luckily I got a C-level talent randomly, which gives me the capital to continue winning without any effort. Zhang Lang used to be a small boss who owned a gym and had a net worth of several thousand W. He is also quite pragmatic, so he is basically in charge of the team, and Lu Yuan. His main responsibility is to provide assistance during battles, and he basically doesn't care about other things. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Lang glanced at Han Xiaoya in Lu Yuan's arms and said nothing. The reason why he lured Lu Yuan, a rich young man, to join the team was because of his C-level talent. As for liking beauty, as long as it doesn't affect himself, Zhang Lang can turn a blind eye. Soon, the group arrived not far from the lake shore. Stop. At this time, Zhang Lang raised his hand and stopped everyone. He looked at the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles on the lakeshore with a serious expression. It's a first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodile. Zhang Lang frowned and looked up at the sky. The green ball of light had descended to a height of only about 50 meters from the ground. Want to fight? Wang Quanan on the side asked nervously. Those were intermediate first-level bloodthirsty crocodiles, not those primary first-level monsters they had encountered before, and there were so many of them. Of course you have to fight, but you can't force it. Zhang Lang said in a deep voice, having come all the way here, it's obviously impossible to just give up. Not only was he unwilling to accept this, but so were the others in the team. I don't know what that thing in the sky is, but you can tell it must be a treasure. They have come to a hellhole like the killing ground. If they don't fight for the treasure they encounter, they might as well just lie down and wait for death like those people who stayed in the town and dared not come out. In this way, we can lure these bloodthirsty crocodiles here in batches. It will just take a little more time at most. Zhang Lang suggested. After thinking about it, this proposal was agreed by everyone. Then, they began to try to lure 1 or 2 bloodthirsty crocodiles over to see how strong a first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodile was. At this time, Han Xiaoya also left Lu Yuan's arms, holding a stone picked up from the ground in her hand, and volunteered to take on the task of attracting the monster. Which one should I choose? She glanced at the bloodthirsty crocodiles. Soon, a bloodthirsty crocodile that was nearly 6 meters long and looked very majestic and domineering caught her attention. This crocodile looks so majestic. Let's choose it. Han Xiaoya didn't think about it at all. She just swung her arm and threw the stone in her hand out. The next second, bang, the stone accurately hit the bloodthirsty crocodile, which was nearly 6 meters long and looked very majestic. A bloodthirsty crocodile? The bloodthirsty crocodile that was hit on the head stood up with a confused look on its face and looked around. Then I saw a 2-legged beast gesturing towards me not far away. That look seems like a provocation to it. Therefore, the bloodthirsty crocodile with a simple IQ immediately became angry. Roar! It roared and spread its 4 short legs, running towards that direction at an unexpectedly fast speed. When the other bloodthirsty crocodiles saw this, they also stood up and followed. Han Xiaoya, who was standing at the edge of a bush and making a provocative gesture towards the bloodthirsty crocodile, was just about to tell others with a smile that she had succeeded, but the next second she saw a large group of 20 or 30 bloodthirsty crocodiles being attracted to her. Oh no, something happened. No matter how stupid Han Xiaoya was at this point, she knew she was in trouble. Master Lu, help! She turned and ran, shouting as she ran. Fuck! How did this woman attract all those bloodthirsty crocodiles here? When the others saw Han Xiaoya leading a group of bloodthirsty crocodiles running towards them, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Lu Yuan looked at Han Xiaoya with vicious eyes at this time, as if he saw the murderer of his father. I knew this idiot woman was going to do something bad. Wang Quanan, who was already very unhappy with Han Xiaoya's relationship with him, cursed her even more harshly this time. No one stood up for Han Xiaoya. Even Lu Yuan felt that Wang Quanan was right in his scolding. That if I had known that this woman was so troublesome, I would never have kept her around no matter how beautiful she was. Pity, it's too late to regret. There is no other choice, let's fight. Zhang Lang said with a gloomy expression. It was too late to run away at this time. There was no one with agility talent among them. Even if there was, could they take everyone away with them? This is obviously unrealistic, so, let's fight, maybe we can win? Chapter 17 Killing in front of the treasure chest. Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a rock, did not expect that things would develop in such an outrageous direction. Who told the good guys to attract monsters in large numbers at a time? Looking at the dozens of bloodthirsty crocodiles running over in a mighty manner, Luo Chen was once again glad that he did not choose to team up with anyone. If you meet teammates like this, there's no need to worry about death. I silently mourned for those people for 3 seconds. Then, Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on the green ball of light that was still descending. It's almost landing. He muttered to himself. At this point, there was no danger on the lake shore. That group of bloodthirsty crocodiles has been led away by a group of kind people. As long as this thing falls to the ground, Luo Chen will rush over and take it away immediately. As for the group of people who led away the bloodthirsty crocodile, I would rather die than let my friend die. Luo Chen didn't know them, so what did their life or death have to do with him? Faster! Faster! Luo Chen stared at the green light in the sky with his eyes fixed, while he clenched his fists and shouted silently, heavy chop. 2-stage slash. Water ball technique. Elemental bomb. In an open space a few hundred meters away from the lake shore, a large group of bloodthirsty crocodiles were besieging a group of more than a dozen people. This time, this group of people also used every possible means. Various skills were displayed as if they were free. The most eye-catching ones in the crowd are Lu Yuan and Zhang Lang, two people with sea-level talents. Zhang Lang's talent is the Physique plus Strength type Dragon Elephant Strength talent. Both Strength and Physique have received a 200% bonus. Zhang Lang's initial 4-dimensional attributes are higher than those of ordinary people. After all, he owns a gym and is a fitness enthusiast himself, so his physique and strength are 7 points at the beginning, 2 points higher than ordinary people. Agility and spirit are normal. Even because of the bloated muscles, agility dropped by 1 point, to only 4 points. After that, he took attribute crystals of strength and physique. His own strength and physique have reached 17 points, plus the 200% increase in talent. Both strength and physique reached an astonishing height of 51 points. 51 points of constitution means 510 points of health. Powerful defense, amazing strength, and a thick health bar make him like a human tank. This time, Zhang Lang held a heavy hammer as his weapon. The hammer, weighing more than 300 pounds, seemed as light as a feather in his hand, and he wielded it with great vigor. Even if it is a first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodile, it will only be beaten if it rushes forward. Zhang Lang alone stopped 5 bloodthirsty crocodiles, even firmly holds the upper hand. In fact, after a day of exploration yesterday, some smart people have concluded that a first-level primary monster is roughly equivalent to the strength level of humans. Basically, if they are of the same category. For example, if the monster is good at speed, and the blue star humans you encounter are also good at speed, then as long as their agility attribute reaches 20 points, they can be killed easily. Certainly, your own operational errors do not count. Being ambushed doesn't count. What we are talking about here is face-to-face fighting in normal operation. Zhang Lang's physique and strength both exceeded 50 points, even though the bloodthirsty crocodile on the opposite side is of intermediate first-level strength. Its strength and physique are only equivalent to 30 or 40 points at most. He is still a long way behind Zhang Lang. In addition, Zhang Lang also has a white skill that has been upgraded to level 3. It was also a passive defense boosting skill that did not consume mana, which was simply the icing on the cake, allowing him to rush towards the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles like a god of war. And on the other side, Lu Yuan, who also possesses sea-level talent, is no worse. Lu Yuan's talent is sea-level earth control. He is born with the ability to control the earth elements within a certain range. As long as he stands on the ground, he can also heal his injuries and increase his defense. It's a more diverse talent. Although there is no direct numerical improvement, the effect is in no way inferior to Zhang Lang's Long Xiang De Li. In fact, in terms of visual effect, it is much more gorgeous than Zhang Lang's talent, which only improves numerical values. Lu Yuan just waved his hand and the surrounding ground deformed, opening a crack that swallowed up several bloodthirsty crocodiles that rushed up. However, he had never learned any professional skills, and his sea-level talent was not enough for him to create a crack that was too big. Therefore, The crack that swallowed several bloodthirsty crocodiles was only 3 or 4 meters deep, and it was filled up after a few bloodthirsty crocodiles fell in. But Lu Yuan doesn't just have this trick, but he raised his hands with force, and the ground around him immediately roared and sprouted spikes of earth, which pierced the ground and lifted several bloodthirsty crocodiles high into the air. At this time, Lu Yuan seemed to be muttering something, and the next moment a large amount of earth elements gathered around him to form earth spears. The white great earth spear skill can only summon one more earth spear when it is upgraded to level 3. But at this time Lu Yuan summoned out 6 earth spears. It's 3 times the normal amount. Go. Lu Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, the 6 earth spears shot towards the bloodthirsty crocodiles that were knocked flying and fell to the ground. The earth spear is made of hard material and has elemental damage. The bloodthirsty crocodiles that were beaten also howled. But Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan fought very well, but the performance of the others was far inferior to theirs. D-level talents themselves are not as powerful as C-level talents. In addition, the attribute crystals they had obtained before were given priority to Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan for use. This also resulted in the attributes of other people not being as high as these two. Among them, the one with the highest physical fitness has not exceeded 10 points. Some people's physical attributes even remain the same as before. It was not a big deal when facing those first-level primary monsters before. After all, they were numerous. If a group of people rushed forward, even if there were more than a dozen first-level primary monsters, they would die on the spot. But now facing the bloodthirsty crocodiles that are more numerous than them and stronger than the first-level monsters, their weaknesses began to be exposed. Save me, don't want It hurts. It bit my leg. Some people were attacked by bloodthirsty crocodiles. They had never suffered any serious injuries before, so they were suddenly thrown into confusion. Some turned and tried to As a result, one of his legs was bitten by a bloodthirsty crocodile. The next second, it swung wildly, and with a click, half of the leg disappeared. This is good. I can't run away even if I want to. How miserable. Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a rock, happened to glance over there, and said silently after seeing this scene, not so bad, teammates are really bad. Chapter 18 Backstab. Luo Chen takes action. Lake Shore. The green light finally fell. At this moment the light was already very bright and it was hard to see what was inside. Intuition told Luo Chen that he needed to wait. He turned his head and looked to the other side. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. I thought the situation was so bad that this group of people were definitely doomed, but I didn't expect. These guys are surprisingly good. He actually killed the 20 or 30 bloodthirsty crocodiles on the opposite side. Certainly, they also paid an extremely heavy price. There were more than a dozen people, and only 5 were left dead, and they were all injured. Even with the strength of Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan, they were still injured when facing the large number of bloodthirsty crocodiles that had no idea what fear was. But Lu Yuan didn't care. His talent allows him to keep his injuries from getting worse as long as he keeps his feet on the ground, and they will even slowly recover, although the speed is very slow. But it's better than having to worry about wound infection after getting injured, right? After simply bandaging the wound with clothes, Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan looked fiercely at the culprit of everything, Han Xiaoya. Yes, this woman actually survived. Certainly, this is not because of how strong she is. It was entirely because she shamelessly hit at the back, and even at the critical moment she helped her companion next to her, making the other person her scapegoat. Even so, she lost an arm. It was bitten off by a bloodthirsty crocodile. The large amount of blood loss had made Han Xiaoya a little dizzy, but she tied the upper end of the wound with a belt in time to prevent more blood from flowing out. Even so, she also felt that she couldn't even stand up. It feels like a revolving lantern is about to start playing. It this time, Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan came over aggressively. Han Xiaoya didn't even see the two of them clearly. Damn idiot. Lu Yuan held a knife in his hand and chopped off Han Xiaoya's head with one stroke. The beautiful head fell from the shoulders and rolled down. Zhang Lang looked at him with some surprise, but this was what he wanted to do in the first place. Now that Lu Yuan had done it in advance, Zhang Lang naturally would not say anything to blame Lu Yuan. This time, Lu Yuan, who killed Han Xiaoya, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He hit it very well. It was not noticed by Zhang Lang, who was beside him. There is such a thing. Lu Yuan was shocked, and then he suddenly seemed to understand something. Let's go and see what that thing is. At this time, Zhang Lang on the side also said. Lu Yuan nodded, and then the two of them strode towards the lakeshore. As for the remaining 2 people, they were too badly injured and were no longer eligible to participate in the distribution of treasures. Lakeshore. The ball of green light was now floating about half a meter above the ground, flashing a beautiful green light. Zheng Lang and Lu Yuan came here. The two tried to touch the light, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. Not yet. There's a barrier preventing us from getting any closer. Lu Yuan shook his head and said. Then wait a little longer. Zheng Lang said this and simply sat down. He then looked at the wound on his abdomen with a grimace, obviously in great pain. Lu Yuan glanced at him with flickering eyes. Do you want me to bandage you? He said. Then I'll trouble you. Zheng Lang nodded, as if he didn't think much about it. So Lu Yuan took out the gauze and a bottle of iodine that he had found and saved earlier from his brown space backpack, and walked over with these things. Take off your clothes. Lu Yuan said to Zheng Lang. Zheng Lang nodded and reached out to unbutton his shirt. This time, Lu Yuan lowered his head as if he was packing up, but in fact he had quietly taken out a dagger with his other hand. Zheng Lang, don't blame me. This is the only thing I can do if I want to survive in this hellhole. Lu Yuan said silently in his heart. The next second, bang, blood splattered everywhere. Then there was a clang and a dagger fell to the ground as Zheng Lang stood in front of Lu Yuan, who had fallen to the ground. The latter had a bloody head, a dent in his skull, and his vision was so blurred that he could not see clearly. He looked down at the shallow wound on his arm that was accidentally cut by a knife, and said with a grim smile, Lu Yuan, do you think you are the only one who wants to kill me? In fact, I have been eyeing you for a long time. Lu Yuan, who was already dying on the ground, wanted to say something, but Zheng Lang didn't give him a chance. Bang! Another heavy hammer hit him hard. Lu Yuan's head was smashed to pieces on the spot. Pah! Zheng Lang sneered and spat to the side, then bent down and reached out to touch Lu Yuan's space backpack. Just then, a flash of blood suddenly burst out from Zheng Lang's back. A sharp long knife stabbed him hard in the back. Pity, Zheng Lang's defense is too strong, failed to pierce through with one knife. Even so, this blow also caused Zheng Lang to lose a lot of health instantly. Certainly. Compared to his maximum health point of 510, this loss of health points is nothing, but he was already injured. The health points had already dropped to 427 points, plus this sudden attack from the knife. His health points have dropped below 400 points. What terrified Zheng Lang even more was, he was actually poisoned. Status, mildly hungry, moderately exhausted, poisoned, HP minus 2 points per second, fatigue value, 51% hunger value, 33%. When did I get poisoned? Zheng Lang subconsciously looked at the guy who attacked him. You despicable bastard. You actually put poison on the knife. Zheng Lang said angrily. Luo Chen? Luo Chen, who retreated after being hit once, was also confused after hearing Zheng Lang's roar of poisoning. But I don't have any poison at all. Luo Chen really didn't poison anyone. The person who poisoned was actually Lu Yuan. The person who knows you best is either your enemy or your companion, and Lu Yuan knew Zheng Lang quite well. Therefore, he was very clear that if they fought with real swords and guns, he might not be Zheng Lang's opponent, even if he relied on a sneak attack. With Zheng Lang's thick health bar and strong defense, he couldn't cause much damage to him. In some ways, endless killing feels like a game, but in other ways it is completely different from a real game. But in terms of damage calculation, it is more in between the two. In a normal game, the damage is naturally the attack minus the defense. If the attack is insufficient, 1 point of health will be forcibly deducted, but the endless killing game is different. Its damage calculation method is very complex and closer to the real situation. First of all, it is correct to deduct defense from attack. This is indeed part of the basis for its damage calculation, but not all. Secondly, it depends on what weapon you are using. For a sharp blade, it depends on whether it is sharp enough. For blunt weapons, it depends on the weight, striking surface, etc. The second is the key point. Everyone has vital parts, such as a certain vital part of AMA and I. In this respect, the endless killing game is no different from reality. For attacks on vital points, the damage will be extremely high. It's not just 1 or 2 times. As long as the damage caused is significant, more than 10 times is normal, but the prerequisite is, you can break the defense. It's not difficult to know whether you can break through the defense. Just look at your strength attribute and the opponent's physical defense attribute. As long as the physical defense attribute is 5 times the opponent's strength attribute, the defense cannot be broken at all. If the defense cannot be broken, all of the above will not be true. That is to say, first you have to break the defense, and secondly you have to find the vital points to attack. Certainly, for someone like Lu Yuan, poisoning is also acceptable. Chapter 19, Behead. Surprise, but the higher the physique, the higher the poison resistance. Some poisons, even if they are effective at first, will soon become immune to the body. The effect doesn't last long. Zhang Lang's physical defense attribute is very high with a physique of 51. His physical defense base reaches 51 points, plus the effect of passive skills. Physical defense directly reached 66 points. But whether it is Lu Yuan or Luo Chen, their strength attributes all exceed 13 points. So can break defense. The knife that Luo Chen just attacked was a secondary attack on vital points. Unfortunately, it did not pierce Zhang Lang's heart. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to cut off at least 200 points of his health with one blow. It will also cause continuous blood loss. If he doesn't receive treatment as soon as possible, Zhang Lang will die in the end. Luo Chen's original plan was to stab this guy in the heart and then run away immediately. Wait until he loses all his blood, then come back. After all, it's not like Luo Chen didn't see how powerful this guy was before. That strength and physique are absolutely ridiculously high. Therefore, from the very beginning, Luo Chen never thought of confronting the opponent head-on. However, he did not expect that his knife did not penetrate the object. It only went in a little bit and then he ran out of strength, but poisoned. So this guy is poisoned now. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, then he rushed up again. You still dare to come? The poison state had already broken Zhang Lang's defense. Seeing that the guy who dared to attack him dared to come up, he immediately became furious. Die! Zhang Lang roared and swung the heavy hammer in his hand, but Luo Chen is not stupid. He certainly wouldn't go head-on with Zhang Lang, whose strength attribute far exceeded his own. Luo Chen relied on his speed, which far exceeded Zhang Lang's, and directly flew like a kite with Zhang Lang, although this guy has extremely high strength and physical attributes. But the other properties are very general. It can even be described as terrible. When Luo Chen activated the sprint mode, his agility reached 27.2, and his running speed was much faster than that of a cheetah. Zhang Lang, a guy with short legs, could only watch helplessly as Luo Chen rushed up and stabbed him from time to time, and he could do nothing else. This made Zhang Lang very angry. This was the first time he encountered such a disgusting way of playing. The key is, he is poisoned. You lose 2 health points per second. Even if he has a lot of health points, he can't withstand such a loss. 2 points per second means 120 points per minute, not to mention, and Luo Chen would come up and stab him from time to time, although the blood loss each time is not much. But considering the loss from poisoning, Zhang Lang lost more than 200 health points in 1 minute. Seeing that his health points were only a little over 100 points left. This time, Zhang Lang was really panicked. The shadow of death began to hang over him. Zhang Lang wanted to run, but he had short legs and couldn't run away. He wanted to find an opportunity to hit Luo Chen once. As long as he hit him once, he believed that with his own strength attribute he could definitely beat the opponent half crippled, or even kill him instantly. Pity, Luo Chen didn't give him this opportunity. But Luo Chen couldn't maintain his running speed at this time. 60 mana points have been used up. 2 skills exhausted his mana, but even so, his agility of 16 points is still much faster than Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang still couldn't hit him. Damn bastard. If you have the guts, just stop and fight me face to face. The helpless and furious Zhang Lang could only talk nonsense. Pity, Luo Chen didn't buy it at all. He is not a fool. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly caught a glimpse of a dagger on the ground over there. Yes, this guy was poisoned. Although he thought it was Luo Chen who poisoned him, Luo Chen knew it wasn't him. So it is obvious who poisoned her, right? It's the guy who just died, and this dagger fell out of that guy's hand. This is a poisoned dagger. The moment Luo Chen thought of this, he rushed forward and picked up the dagger. Poison dagger quality. White strength +1 toxin damage +20. It's just an ordinary dagger, but who put poison on it? The dagger was just an ordinary white dagger, but someone smeared poison on it, so it became a poison dagger. Luo Chen didn't know what effect the 20 poison damage had, but looking at the furious look on the face of the big guy in front of me, I know that the effect must be good. So the next second, the moment Luo Chen rushed forward, he immediately changed to the poison dagger and stabbed Zhang Lang in the back. The life value taken away by this sword itself is extremely limited, and is far less effective than Luo Chen's original green long sword, but the toxin damage mentioned above is very effective. Zhang Lang glanced at his own condition at this time. He almost suffocated and vomited a large amount of blood on the spot. Status, mildly hungry, moderately exhausted, poisoned, HP -4 points per second, fatigue value, 55% hunger value, 33%, no. Why did it double? Luo Chen couldn't see the effects of Zhang Lang's poisoning, but he could see the changes in Zhang Lang's expression. From his expression as if he had eaten shit, it was not difficult to tell that the knife he just used was indeed very effective. Then, having gotten the advantage, Luo Chen continued to use the same trick again. The impotent and furious Zhang Lang had no way to deal with Luo Chen except to let his fatigue value continue to increase. Soon, The poisoning effect on Zhang Lang has reached the point where he loses 10 health points per second. The good news is, it's not going up anymore. The bad news is, Zhang Lang's health is almost gone. The last 22 health points Zhang Lang has given up struggling out. He dropped the sledgehammer in his hand and sat on the ground with a dejected look on his face. Then he just watched quietly as his last 22 health points plummeted at a rate of 10 points per second. Is this giving up? Luo Chen looked at Zhang Lang, who suddenly dropped his weapon and sat down on the ground, and couldn't help but think. 2 seconds later, Zhang Lang only had 2 points of health left. He suddenly looked at Luo Chen in front of him and roared, "I will wait for you in hell." Luo Chen dug his ears, looked at him expressionlessly. 1 second later, bang, Zhang Lang fell down heavily with his eyes open. The health value has been cleared. Before Luo Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, several reminders sounded in his ears. Ding, kill the target and get 10% of the target's attribute value as a reward. You have obtained Strength plus 5 Constitution plus 5 Agility plus 0 Spirit plus 0 meow meow meow. What? There are rewards for killing people? No. You didn't tell me there would be such a good thing. Luo Chen looked surprised. But, there's no need to remind me of the attribute of adding 0, right? Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at his strength and physique attributes, not counting the speed added by equipment. Both attributes have reached 20 points. The health value also increased to 200 points. What a surprise! Chapter 20 Items in the Airdrop Treasure Box. New skills. So, this guy's physical fitness is 51 points? So doesn't that mean the health points are 510? Luo Chen suddenly reacted and looked at the corpse in front of him in surprise. Good job, you bloody cow. But, no matter how bloody the cow was, it had now turned into a motionless corpse lying on the ground. This also illustrates a point: people can't be too biased when evaluating your ability. What is looked at is never what you are best at, but what you are worst at. After all, in a real battle, no one would be so impulsive as to confront you head on. People will look for any way they can to attack you are weak. You'd better have a way to deal with it at this time. Otherwise, the corpse on the ground is a bloody example. Brother Zhang. Young Master Lu? How is the situation over there? At this time, Luo Chen also heard the noise coming from behind him. I almost forgot there are 2 more injuries. A fierce look flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. After a while, accompanied by 2 screams of finally, Luo Chen was the only one still alive at the scene. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, Luo Chen didn't have time to deal with the corpses of these bloodthirsty crocodiles for the time being. After gathering the materials found on the dead bodies into a pile, he quickly returned to the lakeshore. This time, the green light ball that triggered the whole incident. It finally revealed its true colors. A box? Luo Chen looked in surprise at what appeared after the light faded. It turned out to be a wooden box that was big enough to fit an adult. The box is made of wood with only metal edges. There is also an emerald sparkling with green light at the front opening of the box. It looks dazzling and very eye-catching. Is this considered an airdrop treasure chest? Luo Chen thought to himself while reaching out and groping, looking for a way to open the box. A moment later, snap! As soon as Luo Chen's hand touched the green gem on the front of the treasure chest, he heard the sound of a mechanism opening, and then the lid of the treasure chest in front of him slowly opened automatically. As the box was opened, a brilliant green light bloomed inside the box. Moment. The box lid is fully open. The light in the box gradually dissipated. Some things were revealed. Inside the box, there are a lot of good things. Luo Chen looked inside, then took out the things in the box one by one and put them in order. First up is a pair of shoes. It looks like a pair of sneakers from an unknown brand. Pure white and pretty good looking. It's just not very resistant to dirt. Exquisite sports shoes quality. Green agility plus 5. It just so happened that Luo Chen changed the pair of white shoes on his feet. I changed directly into this pair of green high quality sneakers. The agility attribute directly increased to 20 points. Then there's a box. The box was open and inside was a stack of banknotes. Kill coin value 10. So this is the killing coin. Luo Chen counted with surprise. There are 10 in total, but all of them are worth 10 yuan. 100 bucks. After putting away the hard-earned 100 killing coins, Luo Chen looked at the third item. This is a pair of pants that look like black sweatpants. It was packed in a clear plastic bag. After unpacking it and taking it out, it turned out to be a pair of unbranded sweatpants. Durable sweatpants quality. Green constitution plus 3 agility plus 2. Yes, good stuff. Since there was no one else around, Luo Chen simply took off his original pants and put on this one. The fourth item is 4 boxes of mineral water. 24 bottles per case, all are in 500 milliliters bottles. It just so happened that the drinking water that Luochen had collected before was running out. Now that we have these 4 large boxes of mineral water, we don't have to worry about the problem of drinking water for some time to come. And there is a lake next to it. For other daily water needs, you can use the lake water here. Even if there is no drinking water, you can just boil the lake water and drink it. Certainly, it must be boiled first. God knows if there are some unknown parasites in it. The fifth and final item. That's a green skill crystal. New skills. Luochen picked up the skill crystal and immediately chose to use it. The next second, with a bang, the skill crystal in his hand shattered and turned into countless green light spots that gathered into Luochen's body. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, physical fitness. On the character panel, the skill column that originally only had the skill of sprint finally had a second skill. Name, Luochen HP, 280/280 mana, 60/60th status, mildly hungry, moderately tired fatigue value, 56% hunger value, 39% strength, 20+5 constitution, 20+8 agility, 15+7 spirit, 6 physical defense, 20+8 elemental resistance, 6 innate ability, endless. Remove the skill level cap, and you can choose a skill to upgrade by 1 level every day. Active skill, Sprint LV.5 passive skill, Physical fitness LV.1 physical fitness level 1 grade, green passively increase physical attributes by 5 points. Green grade skills have a normal upper limit of level 5. The level 1 physical fitness is equivalent to a green quality equipment, which directly increases Luochen's physical attribute by 5 points. Passive skill? Not bad. Luochen nodded with satisfaction. He still likes the passive skill very much. At least it doesn't have to continue to increase the burden of his pitiful mana. The level 5 sprint skill itself makes Luochen's mana greatly insufficient. If there were to be another green quality skill that consumed more mana, Luochen would probably be caught in the awkward situation of having the skills but being unable to use them. In the final analysis, his mana is still too low. Improving spiritual attributes is already an urgent matter. Let's talk about it tomorrow. We don't have time today. Luochen glanced at the time on the small map. It's already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 4:30. It would take him about half an hour to get back to Killing Town number 10087. Night comes early in the Killing Fields. Basically it starts to get dark at 5 p.m. By 5:30. It was already completely dark. At that time, it would be very dangerous to stay in the wild. The 108 people who died last night are the best example. Chapter 21. Return to the small town and the conflict arises again. Lake Shore. The time was already 4:37 in the afternoon. Luochen is counting his final harvest. In front of me is a pile of things left behind by those dead people. This includes 3 space backpacks. They are all green quality space backpacks that are exactly the same as the one Luochen is wearing. With 3 grids of 1 cubic meter of space inside, there were a lot of things in these 3 backpacks, mostly food and drinks, or some medical supplies, equipment. Apart from the green quality sledgehammer used by the Blood Bull, there is only 1 green quality longsword. The owner of the sword is the unlucky guy who failed in the sneak attack and instead got his head smashed. Apart from that, the rest are all white quality equipment, mostly weapons. Luochen can't use it either. But among them is a shield of white quality. Although its attribute only adds 1 point of constitution, it is at least a proper shield, much better than the cabinet door that Luochen has been using. Needless to say, just put it on. The rest are useless, not even 1 or 2 skill upgrade. Stones were left for Luochen, probably used it up by myself. What a waste. The last word is the attribute crystallization left behind after the death of that group of bloodthirsty crocodiles. A total of 22 power crystals, 5 physical crystals. Unexpectedly, the remaining 2 are of spiritual attributes. Needless to say, Luochen, who is short of mana, took it directly. Spirit plus 2. Those with physical and strength attributes are useless. Luochen put them all into one of the compartments in his space backpack, together with those equally useless blank equipment. Maybe it will come in handy later. It was getting late, and after counting the harvest, Luochen began to return towards the direction of Killing Town number 10087. There was not much delay along the way. Even if he encountered a monster, Luochen would take a detour to avoid wasting time, which would result in him not being able to return to the town before dark or around 5 p.m. The sky in the killing ground was gradually getting dark. Luochen also returned to the west gate of the town before dark, enter the town through the west gate. As soon as Luochen came in, he found that the atmosphere here was a little strange. On the wide road ahead, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. One of the groups of people looked exhausted. Needless to say, they were just like Luochen, having just rushed back from outside. The clothes of the other group of people seemed cleaner and tidier, with not even a speck of dirt on their shoes. It was obvious that they had rarely left this town. At this time, it was obvious that the two groups had already fought, and both sides suffered injuries, but overall it was the people on the other side who were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes who suffered the loss. There were more than a dozen people injured, and some even fell to the ground and looked like they were about to die. Murder! Someone is killing someone here. A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s on the opposite side shouted at the top of her lungs. Judging from her attire, she was obviously from a wealthy family before she came to the killing ground. She was wearing all kinds of jewelry and looked very noble, but at this time, the old lady sat down on the ground, rolling around like a shrew and shouting murder, which soon attracted a lot of people to watch. Just shut up! A young woman in her 20s opposite scolded viciously, but the auntie showed no sign of calming down. She continued to shout at the top of her lungs and cried with tears and snot. Other people on the aunt's side also accused the young woman and made all kinds of personal attacks. The angry woman wanted to take action several times, but was held back by her companions next to her. Dude, what happened? A few people who had just returned to the town also looked curious when they saw this scene. One of them even asked Luochen, who was standing nearby, wanting to know what was going on. I just got here too, so I don't know much. Luochen shook his head and said. At this time, a buddy who was also watching the excitement in front turned around and said to them, remember the group of people blocking people at the 4 entrances and exits yesterday evening? Several people nodded. How could they not remember? Yesterday, they were extorted of a lot of supplies by those bastards. It's the same group of people this time, but there are more of them than yesterday. The buddy smiled and said, the people in front came back before you. This group of people asked them to hand over half of the supplies, saying that it was to care for the elderly and children in the town. Bah! Hearing this, the guy who had just pulled Luochen to ask questions spat on the ground and said with disdain, bullshit about caring for the elderly and children. How can they be like elderly people and children at all? The guide who helped explain also smiled and agreed with what was said. The so-called caring for the elderly and children is nothing more than some polite words and slogans shouted out to others, who except a fool would really believe that the supplies they extorted were to help the elderly and children. Didn't it end up in their own stomachs? Did they just start? Luochen pointed at the injured people and asked the buddy. Yes, we fought a battle. The buddy nodded and said, you can see that there are more people on the other side, but they have never left the town, and their attribute values are still the same as at the beginning. So even though there are more people, it's not actually an advantage. I'm confused. The same guy said, puzzled, these parasites dare to fight with others, so why don't they dare to leave the town? As long as they don't go too far, I don't think the risk outside is high, really. Maybe it's a benefit for newbies. Anyway, the environment around Killing Town is not particularly bad now. The monsters that appear are basically all ones they can deal with. Even if one person cannot do it, you can form a team and get a group of people to act together. That's what many people do. Everyone is living well, only a few unlucky guys, or because they are too greedy, lose their lives. Who knows what they are thinking? Maybe it's what they call outside fighting, amateurs, but inside fighting, experts? The guy in front of him sneered and said obviously, he was very disdainful of this group of people. At this time, more and more people are gathering at the west gate. As it grew darker, many people hurried back to the town. As a result, I encountered this situation as soon as I arrived. All of a sudden, those with hot tempers couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao! You guys can't afford to live anymore? You want to eat, right? Come on, eat. One guy simply opened a bag of thumb bread and poured it on the ground. He even stepped on it with his muddy shoes and let the guys on the opposite side eat it. Young man, is this what your parents taught you? A middle-aged man wearing glasses scolded seriously, do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? Now that everyone is facing difficulties, why don't you young people know how to make yourselves suffer first? If you only know how to enjoy yourself, then does this world still have a future? Think about it. When you are old, and the young people of your generation don't care about your life or death, what are you going to do then? My goodness, this guy has so many different ideas to say. Pity, young people today don't buy into this at all. Chapter 22, on the third day, 841 people survived. I'm going to fuck you. Someone with a bad temper went right up and gave the guy a big punch. I was stunned in an instant. Suffering? Why don't you go and suffer? Are you expecting us young people to suffer for you? How come all the good things always happen to you? I'm also blanched. Get out of the way. After kicking the other person to the ground, the hot-tempered young man rushed forward with a 2-meter-long sword. When the others saw this, they also followed with weapons in hand. Their ferocious looks frightened the pampered guys on the opposite side, and they all avoided him immediately if they dared to take action before, but that was because the group of people did not take out weapons and were quite restrained in their actions. But the group of people in front of me look like evil spirits. He looks like he's going to kill you. How dare they stop me? A farce ended. Luo Chen and the others also returned to their own safe houses, and the group of people from before never dared to come out and cause trouble again. At first they thought they had more people and could bully those with fewer people, but it turned out that they obviously overestimated their own strength. A group of people with average attributes of 4 or 5 points want to blackmail a group of people with attributes worth more than 10 points, and they don't even dare to step out of the small town, and their awakened talents are very poor. It's either E level or F level, not even a D level one in sight. How to play. Seeing that things were hopeless, these people dispersed unwillingly. Luo Chen didn't care whether these parasites would go hungry tonight, nor did he care how many of them dared to leave the town to plunder supplies tomorrow. A bunch of trash who don't even have 10 attribute points, not worthy of being taken seriously by him. After all, if the attribute value is less than 10 points, you won't get any benefit even if you kill it. Night is falling, the second day of arriving at the killing ground also passed. Inside the safe house, Luo Chen took out some food and drinks and sat in the empty restaurant to eat. At the same time, he opened the regional chat channel to see what everyone was talking about and whether there was any useful information to collect. Today I found a few buckets of instant noodles in an abandoned convenience store. I have to say, this stuff tastes really good when I am hungry. I envy you for having instant noodles to eat, unlike me, who can only eat a few pieces of cold bread. Does anyone have extra water? I can trade it for instant noodles. I'll trade with you. I found half a box of open mineral water today, but there's only water and no food. I'm starving. By the way, have you found any new monsters today? Our team found a group of elite hardskin zombies about 12 kilometers to the east. They are tougher than ordinary hardskin zombies. They are also stronger. They are also first-level intermediate monsters. Our team did see a group of hardskin rhinos about 11 kilometers to the north. They were of the highest level. Our team leader asked someone to lead one over, but we found that we couldn't defeat them at all. You can't beat a high-level level 1 enemy? Your team isn't that strong. You know what? Our captain has a C-level talent, and most of the team members have D-level talents, but that hardskin rhino is too damn tough. Our captain's attacks can only barely break its defense. Are all the monsters in the Hardskin series particularly difficult to kill? That's right. They are all really powerful, and their defense is super high. Did you see anything glowing in the sky today? Our team saw a ball of green light appear in the sky to the west of the town today, and it was descending. You guys saw it too? I thought we were the only ones who saw it. But what we saw was a ball of blue light. It was just too far away. There was a top student in our team who calculated that it was at least 30 kilometers away from where we were at the time. So far? What on earth is that? Could it be some treasure? It's very possible, but it could also be a trap deliberately created by some monster to lure us in and then kill us. No, buddy, don't scare me. We really tried to get there today, but unfortunately we ran out of time and gave up in the end. We'll see what happens tomorrow. By the way, does anyone have extra skill upgrade stones? I can buy them for a high price. No, we don't have enough people in our team. Although white grade skills can be fully upgraded with just 2 skill upgrade stones, there are too many of us. Now basically everyone uses them up as soon as they are found. Who would keep them to trade with others? Forget it, I'll look for it tomorrow. It seems that no one has any extra skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen didn't speak in the chat channel, but he read almost all the messages without missing a single one. From this perspective, skill upgrade stones are indeed a relatively scarce resource at this stage. Luo Chen had only been thinking about his own situation before, but ignored the fact that most of the others were acting as a group. If one person uses 2 skill upgrade stones, Then 10 people will need 20. Can you find 20 skill upgrade stones in one day? It's not impossible, but the possibility is extremely low. After all, this isn't something that's easy to find either. IT is still a relatively scarce resource. After looking at the content in the chat channel for a while, Luo Chen also collected a lot of information that was useful to him. For example, more than one team of people have seen the airdrop treasure chest in the sky today. Some people even saw blue airdrop treasure chests. It's just that the distance is too far. According to what the other party said, the blue airdrop treasure chest is at least 40 kilometers away from their killing town number 10087. It's so far away that it's simply beyond their reach at this stage. And, judging from the information shared by everyone, the farther away from the killing town, the greater the probability of encountering higher level monsters. There are basically only some wild animals within 5 kilometers around the town, like a man-eating wild dog. Beyond 5 kilometers, you will encounter first-level low-level monsters such as hard-haired rats and hard-skinned zombies. After a range of 10 kilometers, the monsters encountered gradually turned into intermediate and even advanced first-level monsters. If you are at the intermediate level of the first level, you can still fight, but once they encounter a first-level advanced monster, most of the current humans on Blue Star will be unable to defeat it. I don't know if the overall strength of their killing town is weak, or are other killing towns similar. In conclusion, Luo Chen had never seen anyone in the town awaken a B-level talent. Certainly, it is also possible that the other party has been hiding his or her shortcomings and has never mentioned them to anyone. Isn't Luo Chen himself like this? He never told anyone about his talent. The next day, Luo Chen woke up early in the morning. He crawled out of his sleeping bag, washed up with clean water and ate something, then he picked up his backpack and went out. A little after 6 o'clock in the morning, it was already daybreak, and quite a few people had gathered in the central square. They all stopped in front of the blood-red obelisk, counting the names on it. Dozens more people died. I counted and there are 51 fewer names than yesterday. Doesn't that mean there are still 841 people alive in our town? It's only the third day. 841 survivors. Luo Chen looked at the blood-red obelisk silently, then he turned around and continued towards the west gate of the town. Chapter 23, Exploring 20 kilometers deeper. Abandoned Mall, Physical Fitness Level 2 Grade, Green passively increase physical attributes by 10 points. Today, when there was an opportunity to upgrade a skill, Luo Chen chose to use it on a green level physical fitness skill. One reason is that this skill is of a higher level. If you use a skill upgrade stone to upgrade it, you will need a skill upgrade stone of the same green quality, but Luo Chen had never seen that thing before. Another reason is that Luo Chen has too little mana. A level 5 dash requires 30 mana points to cast once. If it is upgraded to level 6, according to the rule, it will consume 35 mana points per use, although the skill effects will get better and better. But Luo Chen really doesn't have that much mana to consume. At this time, the advantages of passive skills are reflected. It doesn't cost any mana. Coming out of the west gate of the killing town, Luo Chen walked all the way west, following the area he had explored on the small map 2 days ago, and arrived at the large lake 10 kilometers away from killing town number 10087 at the fastest speed. Lake shore. The pile of bodies that were here yesterday has disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of a dead body to be seen. If Luo Chen had not been sure of the correct location, and if there were not a lot of bloodstains on the ground around him, he would really think that he had come to the wrong place. Arriving at the lakeshore, Luo Chen first took out a few empty mineral water bottles from his backpack, filled them with lake water, and then placed them together in the same backpack space to avoid mixing them with other drinkable mineral water. He was going to use this water for cleaning later, for example, washing your hands, washing the dirt off your shoes, and cleaning the attribute crystals dug out from monsters. There was no other water before, so Luo Chen used mineral water, but this is a bit wasteful. Now that we have lake water, there is naturally no need to waste it like this. Opening the regional chat channel, Luo Chen looked at the number of people online in the surrounding area. 6 people. Okay, not a lot. Luo Chen came out early today, and he didn't waste much time on the way, so it was only a little after 7 in the morning. It's still early, and Luo Chen has plenty of time today to explore further areas. He wanted to go to an area 20 kilometers away to see if he could find an airdrop treasure chest like the one he found yesterday, or perhaps a higher level attribute crystal. The lake is sparkling. From time to time, some huge underwater creatures leap out of the water, causing large splashes of water. Luo Chen walked around the lake for half a circle and roughly estimated the size of the lake. The diameter should be around 2 kilometers. The area will not exceed 200 meters. This lake is quite large, but unfortunately Luo Chen doesn't dare to go into the water. God knows what level the underwater creatures are, not to mention that Luochen can only swim. You can't expect him to fight a bunch of aquatic creatures underwater, right? There is no home field advantage. After bypassing the lake, Luochen continued heading west. The creatures encountered along the way gradually transformed from the first-order primary to the first-order intermediate dye in the first 5 kilometers. You can still see some first-order primary creatures, but after 15 kilometers, you basically can't see creatures of this level anymore. Die in the area 15 kilometers away. The monster Luochen encountered most often was a type of monster called the bloodthirsty wolf. First order intermediate level, and every time they appear in groups. Luochen saw this from afar and dodged away in advance. He didn't want to try whether he could fight 10 people at once, or even 20 or 30 people at once. However, this also wasted Luochen a lot of time. After all, every time he avoided these bloodthirsty wolves, he always had to take a long detour, which slowed down his progress a lot. A little after 10 am, Luochen came out of an abandoned 3-story building. This is part of a complete shopping mall. Luochen saw quite a few restaurants on the 3rd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors were mostly clothing stores, as well as some shops selling various small accessories. However, these shops looked like no one had visited them for a long time, and the mall was littered with garbage and some black bloodstains. Luochen didn't find anything to eat in those restaurants, but it's not without gain. At least he found several brand new gas stoves and a box of gas cans with only a few cans used. Luochen checked and found that there was still gas in these gas tanks and they could be used. In addition, there are some pots, pans, tableware and the like. There isn't much else in the restaurant, except for a lot of tableware. Luochen found a few new sets and hid them in his backpack. In addition, I found several men's clothing stores on the 1st and 2nd floors and found some unopened men's clothing in the warehouse. Although these clothes are not equipment, they have no attributes, but it is enough as clothes for daily replacement. Luochen picked up a bunch of models that fit his body shape and placed them in several compartments of the second backpack. I should be about 20 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10087 now, right? Luochen came out of the abandoned shopping mall building, opened the small map and first looked at the distance between himself and the Killing Town. He roughly estimated that it was about 20 kilometers, but today he didn't see any airdrop treasure chests like yesterday. I don't know if this thing is available every day, or is there a time interval. Certainly, it may also be that Luochen's luck was just average today and he didn't encounter it. Let's go and keep looking. He closed the mini-map and continued walking further west. Arrived here. Even if Luochen opened the regional chat channel, he could not see anyone else online except himself. Obviously, he had already put a long distance between himself and the others. Even the person closest to him was beyond 5 kilometers. Keep going. Luochen walked for more than half an hour. The good news is, we didn't encounter many monsters along the way. It saved Luochen a lot of time that would have been spent on taking a detour. The bad news is, although I didn't encounter any monsters, I didn't encounter anything else either. This time, Luochen saw from afar that an area in front seemed to be foggy, but the strange thing is, the foggy area is only a small area. If you look to the side, you will find that there is no fog at all. There is a problem. Luochen immediately became extremely alert, walking forward cautiously while keeping a close eye on any movement around him. As they got closer, Luochen discovered that the foggy area in front of him was not large. And, standing outside, he could also see a shadow that looked like a building appearing deep in the foggy area. Do you want to go in and take a look? Luochen was a little hesitant. After all, he didn't know whether there was any danger in here. Chapter 24, The Mist Shop. This is clearly a shady shop, outside the fog that covered an area of 200 to 300 square meters. Luochen hesitated for a few minutes before tentatively reaching out to touch the fog in front of him, which seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. There were no problems after contact. The health value did not drop at all. See this. Luochen finally chose to go in. If there is a problem, come out immediately. He thought to himself. The area covered by the fog was not large, and Luochen saw the building in front of him after walking a few steps. The building is not big, about the size of an ordinary newsstand. On the front is a double door, made of wood, with 2 panes of glass on top, through which a faint light shines. Luochen walked forward and pushed the door open with both hands. Welcome to the Misty Shop. If you need anything, just tell me. As long as I can satisfy you, I will definitely do it for you. The layout of this Misty Shop is very simple. The only counter is placed directly opposite the door. Behind it stands a funny man wearing sunglasses and festive clothes. The reason why he is funny is that he has deliberately painted 2 blushes on his face that are as round as they can be. His lips are also painted red, and there is a touch of white on the tip of his nose. It looks so funny that people can't help but laugh out loud when they see it for the first time, but Luochen didn't laugh. The atmosphere in this place is weird right now, and no one knows what's going on with this funny looking man. When Luo Chen saw the other party for the first time just now, he thought he had encountered a monster, and subconsciously sent a message to detect it. However, the message he saw made his hair stand on end. Misty Shop Clerk Raid? Introduction, Official Clerk of the Misty Shop. Warning. Extremely dangerous. Warning. Extremely dangerous. Warning. Extremely dangerous. Even with these 3 warnings and 3 extreme dangers, Luo Chen couldn't help but want to turn around and run away, but he still resisted the urge. Such a dangerous guy, if he really wants to harm him, he won't be able to escape. In this case, why not stay and see what's going on? After all, the other person's name is the clerk of the Misty Shop. Since it's a shop open for business, it shouldn't harm the customers who come to the shop, right? That shouldn't be the case, right? Luo Chen was unsure, but now he was in a difficult situation. I have no choice but to go ahead with it. Does the guest need anything? The funny-looking clerk asked with a smile. Luo Chen looked around and asked, "Excuse me, what exactly does your Misty Shop sell?" "We sell everything." The clerk continued to smile and said, "As long as you, the customer, bring it up, and as long as we have it, we can sell it." Subconsciously, Luo Chen wanted to retort, but when the words came to his lips, he realized that he was not shopping in an ordinary shop. Although the clerk in this Misty Shop looked funny and ridiculous, but if we really treat him as an ordinary clerk, who knows what the consequences will be. "Do you have attribute crystals for sale in your store?" Luo Chen thought about it and asked. "Attribute crystals, preferably those of white quality or above. It would be great if I could buy it in this little Misty Shop." "Yes, sir." The clerk smiled and reached under the cabinet to pull out a box. When the box was opened, inside were the attribute crystals that Luo Chen needed. Luo Chen picked up one of them and took a look at it. As a result, he couldn't help but his pupils tremble the next second, looking at the attribute crystal in his hand with disbelief. Attribute crystal, strength, quality, gold. After use, the strength attribute can be increased by 32 points, up to 3,200 points. This appears to be a translucent attribute crystal with faint golden spots flickering inside. It looks ordinary, but it turns out to be a golden quality attribute crystal. One pill can increase the attribute value by 32 points. The maximum attribute value that can be increased is 3,200 points. Isn't this too exaggerated? How do you sell this? Luo Chen asked. The original price is 1 million killing coins per piece, but since this is your first time visiting our store, I can give you a 5% discount. Now you can take it away for only 950,000. The clerk replied with a smile. Good. A good one only costs 950,000. Forget about 950,000. I don't even have 500 on me. Forget it. I can't afford it. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, then put the golden attribute crystal back. Although he wanted to take it away directly, he considered the consequences of doing so. Luo Chen still chose to put it back into the box. Do you have something more ordinary? I can't afford the expensive ones. Luo Chen pushed the box back and asked. Yes, sir. The clerk didn't show any impatience at all. After putting away the box in front of him containing a dozen golden crystals, he took out a new box. This box looks exactly the same as the previous one, but after opening it, what was placed inside was the white quality attribute crystal that Luo Chen was very familiar with. How much is this? Luo Chen picked up a crystal of spiritual attributes and asked. His 3 attributes of strength, physique and agility are now maxed out. The only thing missing is his mental attribute, 100 killing coins each. The clerk smiled. So expensive. Luo Chen touched his pocket. He only had 100 killing coins in his pocket. He thought that this would be enough to buy a few pills. Maybe he could even buy 10. I never expected that there was only enough money to buy one. By the way, do you recycle attribute crystals here? Luo Chen suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly. Of course. Our shop can recycle any valuable items. The clerk smiled and nodded in response. Then how much do you charge for this kind of property crystal? Luo Chen took out an attribute crystal from his backpack and placed it on the counter. The clerk took a look and replied, This is a white attribute crystal. We are selling it for 20 killing coins. Do you want to buy it back? How many? Luo Chen widened his eyes in surprise. It's 20, sir. The clerk confirmed with a smile. Luo Chen, no, your little shop in the mist is a black shop, right? It costs 100 to sell it, but only 20 for recycling? The gap is 5 times. Can't there be a little more? Luo Chen asked without giving up. In the end, the clerk just smiled and shook his head. Obviously, no room for negotiation. You really don't even have any room for bargaining, right? Luo Chen sighed, then he took out all the attribute crystals in his backpack. Recycle all of these. He didn't want to sell it so cheaply, but if he doesn't sell it now, these attribute crystals that he can no longer use will have no other use to exchange with others. Yes, you can, but how can you guarantee that they won't kill and rob? In this killing ground, where is safe? The person who is smiling at you in the last second may take out a knife and stab you in the kidney in the next second. Chapter 25 Shopping. This time I spent 2,400, so, after much deliberation, Luo Chen decided to sell these attribute crystals to the Misty Shop. They are a bit shady, but at least they won't kill or rob. There are 144 in total, 2,880 killing coins. If the customer feels that this is okay, then we will settle the bill? The clerk quickly counted the items and gave a reasonable price point. 2,880 killing coins are enough for Luo Chen to go back and upgrade his safe house and have a lot left over. Really, the Misty Shop is a bit shady, but they really pay you. 2,880 killing coins were obtained, and Luo Chen chose to keep 1,000 killing coins to upgrade the safe house, leaving 1,880 killing coins. Oh no! It was 1,980 killing coins, because Luo Chen also had 100 in his pocket to add. What can you buy with 1,980 killing coins? Luo Chen first bought 7 white crystals with spiritual attributes, spent 700 kill coins. There were still 1,280 killing coins left, so Luo Chen asked the clerk at the Misty Shop if he had any skill crystals for sale. Yes, sir. The clerk immediately took out another box. When the box was opened, there were indeed 2 rows of 12 white skill crystals. How many are these? Luo Chen asked. It's also 100 kill coins. The clerk smiled. A skill crystal is also 100, this surprised Luo Chen a little. He thought that the skill crystal would be more expensive. The price in his mind was actually 500 killing coins, but he didn't expect that the Misty Shop would not be so black this time. In this case, Luo Chen's 1,280 killing coins can fully purchase 12 skill crystals. The skills that skill crystals unlock are all random, right? Luo Chen said to the clerk. The clerk nodded. Do you have skill crystals in your store that can clearly tell which skill it is? Random, that is, luck. If you were lucky, you may get the right skills, but if you are unlucky, the skills you get may be of no use at all. What Luo Chen wants most now is the passive skill, because passive skills do not consume mana and can take effect at the same time. That's why he asked the clerk if there were any skill crystals for sale that specifically referred to a certain skill. Yes, guessed. The clerk nodded, then replaced the box with another one and placed it on the counter. These are the skill crystals that meet your requirements, but the price is a bit higher. The clerk said. How much? Luo Chen asked quickly. If it's too expensive, he would rather try his luck. 500 killing coins each. The clerk said. 500, that's not bad. Luo Chen thought. In a random situation, Luo Chen cannot guarantee that he can get a skill he wants by using 5 skill crystals. Therefore, it is quite cost effective to spend 500 kill coins to buy a skill crystal that clearly knows what skill it is. I need the skill crystal for my passive skill, Luo Chen said to the clerk. These are them. The clerk pointed to these in the box. Hearing this, Luo Chen looked at him deeply. He seriously suspected that this clerk could read his mind and knew what he was thinking. Certainly, it could also be that the Misty Shop is so magical that the clerk can change the type of goods in the box with just a thought. As for why we had to take it up and down as mentioned above, maybe it's the sense of ritual. Picking up a skill crystal, Luo Chen checked its information. Skill crystal quality, white. This is a specially processed skill crystal. After using it, you can obtain the passive skill, Natural Strength. As expected, it is a skill crystal that can clearly show what skill can be unlocked. The passive skill that the one in Luo Chen's hand can unlock is obviously related to strength. He guessed that it might be similar to his own physical fitness skills. Certainly, physical fitness skills are of green quality, and are one level higher in quality. First put the skill crystal of natural strength aside, Luo Chen continued to select other skill crystals in the box. After a while, Luo Chen has already chosen the 2 skill crystals he wants to buy. One is the innate super strength skill mentioned above, the other one was what Luo Chen guessed was related to spiritual attributes, a skill called energetic. To take these 2 skill crystals, Luo Chen paid 1,000 killing coins. Give me 2 more skill upgrade stones. Luochen pushed out another 200. The clerk smiled and handed over 2 white quality skill upgrade stones. This thing is also 100 per piece, compared to the random skill crystals. Luochen felt that this skill upgrade stone was a bit expensive for the same price of 100 kill coins, but there is no way, because people can't bargain. Does the guest need anything else? The clerk asked. Luochen shook his head. He only had 1080 kill coins left, 1,000 of which he had to keep for upgrading the safe house, and 80 kill coins could not buy anything in the Misty Shop, but the cheapest things here are all worth 80 kill coins. So wait a moment. The clerk was about to say something when he was interrupted by Luochen. Do you recycle these too? Luochen took out a bunch of white quality equipment from his backpack. He almost forgot before. Recycled, guest. The clerk said with a smile. The price of white quality equipment recycled in the Mist Shop is still 20 kill coins per piece, and the selling price is 100 killing coins, same as attribute crystallization. Luochen recovered 19 pieces of white quality equipment, leaving only a white quality shield. The rest of the equipment on his body were olive green quality. The total is 380 killing coins, please keep it. Luochen directly stuffed 20 into the account, which was exactly 400 killing coins, and bought 4 white skill upgrade stones. So, the only kill coins he has left are 1060. Bought 7 attribute crystals, 2 specially treated skill crystals, and 6 skill upgrade stones. The consumption this time is 2,300 killing coins. Are you offering a discount? Luochen asked the clerk. Yes, I can give you a 5% discount. The clerk smiled and handed over 115 kill coins. Luochen put away 15 of them and pushed the 100 back. He took away another skill upgrade stone. There is no discount this time, but it's only $5. Luochen said that he is already a wealthy man with a net worth of over $1,000 and doesn't care about these mere $5. Chapter 26, Skill Upgrade. Strength increased dramatically. Coming out of the Misty Shop, Luochen turned around and looked at the shop behind him. Mark it, and save up some attribute crystals or something, and come back to spend it then. Luochen silently made a mark on the small map, preparing to come back next time. Really, consumption is addictive. Certainly, the prerequisite is that you have to have money. Luochen was originally a rich man, but now he is almost a pauper. After walking out of the foggy area, Luochen first took out the 7 spiritual crystals and swallowed them. The mental attribute immediately soared by 7 points to 15 points. Next, the white quality attribute crystals are useless. No matter what their attributes are, they can all be brought to the Misty Shop for recycling. Then there are 2 special skill crystals. Luochen used them one by one. Gain 2 new skills, Born with Great Strength and Energetic. Opening the character panel, Luochen looked at the introduction of the 2 new skills. Natural Strength LV.1 grade, white passively increases strength attribute by 3 points. Energetic LV.1 grade, white passively increased the spirit attribute by 3 points. It can be seen that there is still a big gap between white skills and green skills. Level 1 physical fitness can increase Luochen's physical attribute by 5 points. However, the 2 skills of natural strength and vigorous energy at level 1 can only add 3 attribute points. This is still level 1. The gap will only be greater after upgrading. Not to mention, the upper limit of the level of white skills is only level 3. But the green skill is level 5. But this upper limit is of no use to Luo Chen. Anyway, no matter what level of skills, he can upgrade them continuously without limit. Taking out the 7 skill upgrade stones, Luochen used 3 of them on the natural super strength skill, and the other 4 were all used on the energetic skill. No way, he is short of mana. After upgrading, one of the 2 skills reached level 4 and the other reached level 5. The effect is also improved several times. Natural Strength LV.4 grade, white passively increases strength attribute by 12 points. Energetic LV.5 grade, white passively increase spiritual attributes by 15 points. The effects of the 2 skills have surpassed the physical fitness of level 2. Luochen opened the character panel again. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Name, Luochen. HP, 340/340 mana, 300/300 status, mildly hungry, slightly tired. Fatigue value, 33% hunger value, 31% strength, 20 + 5 + 12 constitution, 20 + 4 + 10 agility, 15 + 7 spirit, 15 + 15 physical defense, 20 + 14 elemental resistance, 15 + 15 innate ability, endless. Remove the skill level cap, and you can choose a skill to upgrade by 1 level every day. Active skill, Sprint LV.5 passive skills, Physical fitness LV.2, Natural strength LV.4, Vigorous energy LV.5. My mana has finally broken through 3 digits. Luochen was very pleased when he saw that his mana had reached 300 points. Now, the level 5 sprint skill can be used 10 times. You will no longer encounter the embarrassing situation of running out of mana after using it once or twice. The combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. It's really a good idea to come to this Misty shop. Luochen's face was filled with a bright smile. Around 12 noon, Luochen shook off the blood on the saber in his hand and looked at the corpses around him. Let's eat something first. Touching his hungry stomach, Luochen turned aside, took out biscuits, bread and other things from his backpack, and started eating them with mineral water. We just ate something casually at noon, mainly because it was not very convenient to fire a fire in the wild. Luochen took more than 10 minutes to finish his meal quickly, and finished his lunch after his hunger value dropped to about 10%. He stood up and brushed the dust off his butt. Luochen walked up to the corpses of the bloodthirsty wolves in front of him with a swagger, cut open the abdomen of the corpses with the saber in his hand, and then skillfully picked out an attribute crystal, reach out and catch it. After his strength increased, Luochen also began to look for smaller numbers of bloodthirsty wolves to hunt. After all, the bloodthirsty wolf is a first-level intermediate monster, and its strength is much stronger than those of the first-level primary ones. Even though Luochen's strength has greatly improved, he does not dare to look for a pack of 20 or 30 wolves gathered together. However, if 20 or 30 of them are not enough to defeat them, there should be no problem at all with 5 or 6 of them. So Luochen specifically looked for these smaller wolf packs to hunt. I came out of the Misty shop around 11 o'clock and it's now past 12 o'clock. During this 1 hour, Luochen killed more than 10 bloodthirsty wolves one after another, obtained a lot of attribute crystals. Pity, although the bloodthirsty wolf is a first-level intermediate monster, the attribute crystals nurtured in its body are still of white quality. If you want to find more valuable green quality attribute crystals, you still have to go further away from the killing town and hunt those high-level first-level or even second-level monsters. For the entire afternoon, Luochen searched the wilderness for a smaller pack of bloodthirsty wolves from around 12 noon to around 4 p.m. After 4 hours of hard work, they obtained 49 attribute crystals, some materials found in abandoned buildings, and white-quality equipment. There is quite a lot of supplies. Luochen discovered that the further away he was from the killing town, the more supplies he could find. This seems to be some kind of pattern. As for equipment, there are not many. Moreover, none of them could be used by Luochen, so he can only return them to the Misty shop in exchange for some killing coins. It's almost time to go back. Luochen stopped and looked at the time. It was already 4:12 in the afternoon, and it would take him quite some time to go back. By the time we got back to Killing Town number 10087, it was almost 5 o'clock and it was getting dark. Around 5 p.m., darkness gradually enveloped the land. Luochen returned to the Killing Town before it got completely dark. Coming in from the west gate, he noticed a lot of bloodstains on the ground that had not yet dried, and even traces of a corpse being dragged. Is this a dead person? Luochen frowned. If possible, he didn't want murder to happen in the town. This means that the town will no longer be safe at all. Although it wasn't very safe before, at least everyone maintained superficial harmony. And Luochen knows that killing people has its benefits. Who knows, those people might become addicted to killing, and if they do, they might stage a bloody massacre in the town, which would be troublesome. Chapter 27 Safe House Upgrade. Extra feature selection. Quickly returning to his safe house, Luochen met quite a few people on the way. The atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. Some people were even sitting on the ground in the square, discussing some things that had happened during the day, but Luochen felt that this was only a surface phenomenon, and in fact there were undercurrents surging in secret. At this point, you can tell something from the messages sent by some people in the regional chat channel. Before, everyone would wait until it got dark and then share some of the information they had discovered during the day in the chat channel, such as what types of monsters are lurking in which places, what supplies have been looted today, etc. But today, almost no one discusses these topics anymore. Everyone was talking about meaningless stuff, and some people were even openly talking nonsense in the chat channel. The atmosphere seemed quite harmonious, but in fact it exposed some changes in the hearts of the people in the town. Before, everyone was willing to share some of the information they knew. He looks like a simple person and just says whatever he wants to say, but tonight, this has been greatly reduced. It seemed that everyone suddenly became cautious and started to hide things, not sharing their discoveries, like the topic about airdrop treasure chests we discussed yesterday. No one to talk to today. Also, many people used to chat about their respective talents, and many people directly announced the specific information of their talents in the chat channel, seeking to form a team or something, but now, there is nothing to talk about. The atmosphere is very harmonious, but the harmony is a little weird. Luochen looked at the information in the chat channel for a while, and then closed the chat channel. No matter what, he must ensure his own safety first and try to stay out of it as much as possible and don't get involved in disputes between others. Everything is based on improving strength. Once you become strong enough, you can naturally do whatever you want. Let's upgrade the level of the safe house first. Luo Chen took out 1,000 killing coins he had prepared from his backpack, then opened the safe house's information panel and choose upgrade. Confirm to upgrade? Yes, upgrade me immediately. Luo Chen directly chose to confirm the upgrade. The next second, the stack of killing coins in front of him disappeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, the entire safe house underwent magical changes in a way that was visible to the naked eye. The living room and dining room, which were originally bare, now have new floor tiles. The walls are painted with a delicate layer of white, and even the ceiling has a suspended ceiling. Cheap light bulbs were replaced with bright LED lights, and there was even a light strip around the ceiling. In the kitchen, the walls are covered with tiles, and the center island has become more refined, including the original sink, which has been divided into two, one large and one small. In the bathroom, floor tiles and wall tiles are arranged one by one. The originally cheap toilet has become much more upscale, and the water tank has started to fill with water. So it is no longer just a decoration. A shower room extends out from the side, with dry and wet areas separated. The second floor, which was originally inaccessible, was also open with a ray of light extending upwards. All these changes were completed in a short period of time. Luo Chen witnessed all of this with his own eyes and couldn't help but be amazed. Really, the one who spends money is the boss. The appearances before and after the upgrade are completely different. Ding, upgrade completed. Please select the additional features you want to upgrade this time. Function 1, vending machine. Pay killing coins to buy unlimited food, drinking water, and other supplies. Function 2, one-way teleportation array. Set a coordinate point, and you can teleport directly to the target location through the teleportation array, but it can only be teleported in one direction and cannot return. Function 3, public area. Open a public area, which can be open to up to 10 people other than yourself. The public area can enjoy the basic functions of a safe house. Is it the classic 3 choice? Luo Chen didn't expect that he could manually select additional functions after upgrading the safe house. He had previously wondered where these additional functions came from. I didn't expect it would be given as a gift when I upgraded. This is good news. As for the 3 options currently offered, Luo Chen actually doesn't need to think too much about them. Although the first function allows you to buy unlimited food and drinking water, you have to spend killing coins to buy them. It is impossible to get them for free, and, with Luo Chen's ability, it is no longer a problem to eat and drink enough in the killing land unless it's just about eating well or badly. But would you waste the opportunity to choose an extra function just for a little satisfying taste? In Luo Chen's opinion, it is not cost-effective. Therefore, the first option can be ruled out directly. Then there is actually nothing to consider about the third option, because Luo Chen is alone, a lone wolf, and he has no companions who need to use this public area. This feature is obviously for those who are building a team. You can discuss things in the public area without worrying about being overheard or security issues. After all, the public area can enjoy the basic functions of a safe house, but it is of no use to a lone wolf like Luo Chen. So it can be ruled out directly. Then the only thing left is the second function, and it just so happens that Luo Chen also needs this function. It's a pity that it's only one-way transmission. It would be better if it was two-way. Luo Chen thought greedily. Then he directly selected function 2 as the additional function he obtained from this upgrade. After Luo Chen made his choice, the other 2 functions disappeared. The next second, the scene in front of him turned into a beam of light and rushed to the second floor. Luo Chen also walked up the stairs and came to the second floor. There are 3 rooms on the second floor, 1 big and 2 small. The 2 small rooms were empty, with nothing in them. There was a bed in the large room, and there was even a brand new quilt on it. That's quite thoughtful. Walking into the room, Luo Chen instinctively raised his head and looked at the ceiling. There, a magic circle flashing with bright blue light emerged. After the blue light flashed several times, the entire magic circle disappeared, but Luo Chen knew it was there. With just a thought, he can activate the magic circle and teleport to the target location in an instant. Certainly, not yet, because Luo Chen did not set a target point. You can try tomorrow. Luo Chen thought about it and then sat down on the edge of the bed. It's hard and not comfortable. Obviously, this is a hard bed, not a Simmons mattress, but having a bed is good enough, and Luo Chen didn't ask for too much. Better than sleeping in a sleeping bag, right? Chapter 28 Day 4, Level 3 Physical Fitness, Safe House. In the bedroom on the second floor, Luo Chen lay on the bed and tried the feel of the bed, except that the bed is a bit hard. There is nothing wrong with it, not bad. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then opened the information panel of the safe house to see the changes after the upgrade. Safe house level, 2 defense value, 100 durability, 1000/1000 additional function, one-way teleportation array. Upgrading requires 10,000 killing coins. The defense value and durability have increased tenfold? There is indeed a big difference between the upgrade and before the upgrade. It is 10 times, and what does 100 defense value mean? If the attack power is less than 100, it will not break the defense at all. Yes, safe houses have another set of calculations. It does not use the same defense breaking formula used for humans to calculate. If it is a person, such as Luo Chen himself, his current physical defense is 34 points. According to the rules of the endless killing game, the defense must be 5 times higher than the attack in order to avoid being broken. Therefore, as long as the attack power reaches 7 points, it can cause defense-breaking damage to Luo Chen. At least it can knock off 1 point of his health. If the attack power is less than 7 points, that would not break the defense at all. In the safe house system, the attack must be greater than the defense in order to cause effective damage to the safe house. That is, one attack deducts 1 point of durability. If you calculate it this way, Luo Chen's safe house, which has been upgraded to level 2, must have an attack power greater than 100, and it must attack 1000 times in succession to break through the defense of the safe house and get in. During this process, Luo Chen can artificially repair the durability. It's not expensive either. 10 kill coins repairs 1 durability point. If the durability is 1000, it's just 10,000 killing coins. Is it expensive? That is so damn expensive. Luo Chen counted on his fingers and felt numb instantly. Good. Everything costs money, right? Who the hell did you learn this from? After lying in the bedroom on the second floor for a while, Luo Chen felt hungry. So he went back downstairs. He took out a cassette stove from his backpack and a can of liquefied gas and installed it. Luo Chen then took out the supplies he had found today. 2 packs of snail noodles. This thing definitely can't be eaten dry, but fortunately Luo Chen found a gas stove today, so he can cook it directly. Pour water and turn on the fire. Soon, the smell of snail noodles wafted through the safe house. You know what, this thing smells a bit stinky, but it tastes good. Luo Chen ate up 2 large bags of snail noodles. This is not enough. He also added some sliced meat. The meat was the meat of some bloodthirsty wolves collected earlier. The wolf meat was a bit tough and tasted average. Unfortunately, the space backpack does not preserve freshness. This thing is different from the storage props in novels. It doesn't have the function of stopping time, and the things put inside are the same as those put outside. What is supposed to mold will mold, and what is supposed to rot will rot. So, fresh meat can't be preserved for long. After all, the temperature in this killing ground is not low, at least above 30 degrees. In this temperature, fresh meat can't be kept for long unless Luo Chen puts some ice cubes or something in it. But he doesn't have it either, so we can only kill and eat it now. What if you kill something today and eat it today? It will no longer be fresh tomorrow. A night passed. The next day, Luo Chen woke up early in the morning. He threw back the quilt and got up from the brand new bed. He rubbed his eyes, then got up and walked to the bathroom on the second floor. There is one bad thing about this endless killing game. You said you were going to digitize it, so why not do it more thoroughly, right? There are both hunger value and fatigue value. After that, I even needed to go to the toilet. This would be if the attribute values could be added and there was a character panel. It's really no different from the original world. The safe house that was upgraded to level 2 finally had water, although Luo Chen didn't know where the water came from or whether it was clean, but at least it looks clean. As long as you don't drink it, there's no problem. After washing up, Luo Chen went downstairs and cooked 2 packs of instant noodles for himself. He looted 3 boxes of this stuff yesterday. There are quite a lot of them, enough to last for a while. People say that instant noodles have no nutritional value, but in fact, the nutritional value is too simple. So Luo Chen put some tiger skin chicken feet and other things he had looted yesterday into it and cooked it directly in a pot. Pour it into a big bowl. It looks quite appetizing. The key is that it smells good. After happily finishing his breakfast, Luo Chen picked up 3 backpacks and went out. Today is still a busy day. After coming out of the safe house, Luo Chen noticed that one of his neighbors next door had died. The safe houses have all returned to their initial state. The door was wide open. Obviously someone had already been in. That guy died yesterday. Luo Chen turned around and looked at the man standing behind him. The other person smiled at him and said, "Brother, I hope you can live longer. More than a dozen people have died on our street. If more people die, I'm afraid I'll be the only one left. Let's talk next time, now I'm leaving." After saying that, The man turned around and left without asking the meaning of Luo Chen's name, nor did he say what his own name was. Obviously, just a few casual chats. I didn't plan to have a deep relationship with her. He seems very confident that he can survive? Luo Chen thought as he looked at the man's receding back, then he shook his head, turned and walked to the other side. In the square of Killing Town, Luo Chen glanced at the blood-red obelisk in the center of the square. Today there are even fewer names on it, there are less than 800 left, many places have become empty, and the names that originally existed in those places have been erased. Some people stood under the bloody obelisk, discussing how many people died yesterday. Luo Chen just stayed here for a moment and then left, head straight to the west gate of the town. Physical fitness level 3 grade, green passively increase physical attributes by 15 points. In the morning, Luo Chen used today's skill upgrade opportunity on his only green skill. Level 3 physical fitness gave Luo Chen an additional 5 points of physical attribute. This brings his physical attribute to 39 points. The health value also reached 390 points. Full of security, after leaving the town, Luo Chen walked all the way west, following the route he had explored in the previous few days, and soon arrived at the lake 10 kilometers away from the town. Some bloodthirsty crocodiles gathered by the lake again. These first-level intermediate monsters were lying in groups on the lakeside, basking in the sun. Luo Chen is no longer the same person he was 2 days ago. Even if he encounters groups of bloodthirsty crocodiles like this, he has a way to eliminate them, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to lure more than 10 or 20 bloodthirsty crocodiles here at once. That's not bravery, that's courting death. Each time, they were lured out in groups of 2 or 3. These not-so-intelligent guys were completely unaware that the number of their companions was decreasing. By the time they realize it, it's too late. Chapter 29 New Skills. Encounter the airdrop treasure box again. After killing this group of bloodthirsty crocodiles, Luo Chen continued to move deeper to the west. The lakeside is particularly lively today. It's much more lively than the previous 2 days. Luo Chen killed people as he walked. By the time he was far away from the lake, his backpack was filled with a lot of fresh crocodile meat and 54 attribute crystals. These were what he had gained in the past hour or so. With a full harvest, Luo Chen continued to head west. Soon, he came to the location of the Misty Shop that he had marked yesterday. The Misty Shop did not disappear. It's still there, shrouded in fog. It looks mysterious and dangerous. However, Luo Chen, who had been here once, walked in without hesitation. Dingling, the bell at the door of the shop made a crisp sound as the door was pushed open. Welcome again, guest. It was still the same clerk from yesterday. With the same smile on his face, Luo Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out 54 attribute crystals from his backpack and handed them to the other party. Recycle them all, and then I want 6 white skill upgrade stones and a special skill crystal. By the way, how much do you sell green quality skill upgrade stones for? The clerk skillfully put away the pile of attribute crystals, then took out 2 boxes from behind the counter and placed them on the counter. Here's what you wanted, sir. As for the price of a green quality skill upgrade stone, Cheng Hui only needs 1,000 killing coins, 1,000 per piece. Luo Chen took note of it. This price did not exceed his psychological expectations, but he doesn't plan to buy it for the time being. The skill of physical fitness can be upgraded using the skill upgrade times once a day. As for the skill upgrade stones, it is better to use them on the white skills first, quite cost effective. The 2 boxes in front of me opened. In one of the boxes were the 6 white quality skill upgrade stones that Luo Chen wanted, and in the other box, there are 2 rows of 12 specially made skill crystals. All are passive skills. It's exactly what Luo Chen needs. Picking up one, Luo Chen checked the skill information. If you find that it is not what you need, put it back. If you think it is useful, put it aside and make a decision after you have finished reading it all. Soon, view all 12 skill crystals. Luo Chen also selected 3 of them as alternatives. The skills that can be unlocked from these 3 skill crystals each have their own advantages. Point 1 is to passively restore health, can improve life-saving ability. 1 is to passively restore mana, can improve the endurance of active skills. The last one passively improves the agility attribute. Not bad either. If there is enough money, Luo Chen would of course take it all, but now he only has enough money to buy one. Then you can only choose one of the 3. Just take the one that passively restores health first, and take the other 2 later. Luo Chen didn't hesitate for too long and directly picked up the skill crystal that could activate the passive health recovery skill, and put the other 2 back. I'll buy these 2 in the afternoon, Luo Chen said to the clerk. The clerk smiled and nodded, then reached out and took the 20 killing coins from Luo Chen. This is the money that was made up. After all, those 54 attribute crystals were only sold for 1,080 killing coins, and the things that Luo Chen wants are worth 1,100 killing coins. So he still has to pay 20. Welcome to visit us next time. With the clerk's farewell, Luo Chen left the Misty Shop. After coming out of the store, Luo Chen used the skill crystal first. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, Filling. Full level 1 grade, White passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 2 points per minute. The level 1 filling skill can only restore 2 health points per minute, but don't underestimate the recovery amount of these 2 points. This is a change from nothing to something, and skills can be upgraded, right? Luo Chen directly took out the skill upgrade stones he had just obtained, threw 4 of them on, and directly upgraded the charging skill to level 5, filling LV.5 grade. White passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 10 points per minute. For every level of the filling skill, the recovery effect increases by 2 points. After reaching level 5, the health points restored per minute have reached 10 points. It takes 6 seconds to restore 1 point. This recovery efficiency is already very good. At least normal white grade skills cannot achieve this effect. Luo Chen still has 2 skill upgrade stones left. He can choose to continue upgrading the charging skill, or he can choose to upgrade to the level 4 natural strength skill, or the level 5 energetic skill. However, after the skill reaches level 5, the skill upgrade stones required for upgrading will double. You need 2 to level up. This is common to all skills. In fact, this rule does not originally apply to white grade skills. After all, their upper limit is only level 3, and they can't reach that level at all under normal circumstances. Skills that can be upgraded to level 5 or above, or at least blue grade skills. What you need at that time is a blue quality skill upgrade stone. That thing must be quite expensive in the Misty Shop. According to the tenfold price difference between white and green, the price of a blue quality skill upgrade stone is estimated to be as high as 10,000 killing coins. It's so expensive. Luo Chen can't afford it. If he really had that kind of money, he might as well upgrade his safe house. An additional function may be added at that time. Forget it, let's continue to improve our ability to save our lives. Luo Chen thought about it and finally decided to continue to throw these 2 skill upgrade stones on the charging skill, upgraded it to level 6. The level 6 replenishment skill can restore 12 health points per minute. On average, 1 point is restored every 5 seconds. Throughout the morning, Luo Chen had been walking towards the west. It was almost noon when Luo Chen had already penetrated into an area nearly 30 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10087. Arrived here, basically, we can no longer see first level primary monsters. All the monsters encountered on the road were intermediate level 1. Occasionally, you can even see first level advanced monsters wandering in the wilderness. Luo Chen was not rushing all the way. If he encounters a small number of monsters, he will lead them away and kill them in batches. If I come across some abandoned buildings, I will go in and search for supplies. It took them about 3 hours of walking and stopping to finally arrive at this area about 30 kilometers away from the killing town. Luo Chen was sitting on a rock, resting and eating something to suppress his hunger level, which had soared to 57%. At this time, he saw a blue light appear in the sky farther away. The light spot was very far away from the ground, and if Luo Chen hadn't raised his head, he would not have been able to find it. That's an airdrop treasure chest. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. Chapter 30 Blue Airdrop Treasure Box. Hard-haired hyena, airdrop treasure chests are good stuff. Luo Chen will never forget the surprise he got from that airdrop treasure chest. The only green grade skill he has now was derived from there. There are also 2 green quality equipment on him. They were all obtained from that airdrop treasure chest. And that time, he encountered a green airdrop treasure chest, and now this sky, it's blue, higher quality. Walk. Luo Chen quickly got down from the stone under him and looked at his fatigue value, which had almost recovered to below 40%. So he quickly ran towards the location where the airdrop treasure chest fell in the sky. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen arrived at the destination. This should be it. He raised his head to look at the blue light in the sky, and after confirming that the angle was indeed close to vertical, he looked around. The area where Luo Chen is currently located is a flat wilderness, and the surroundings are all flat terrain as far as the eye can see. There is a river about 100 meters ahead. The river is about 100 meters wide. I don't know how long it is. The river flows from north to south, winding all the way until the end of the site is out of sight. The most important thing is that there are many traces of monster activities on the riverside. A group of huge turtle-like monsters were lying on the riverbank to rest. Luo Chen moved closer to check the information of these turtle-like monsters. Hard-shelled turtle level. First level intermediate herbivorous creatures with docile personalities generally do not actively attack other creatures. The good news is that these monsters will not actively attack people, that way Luochen wouldn't have to worry about being affected by them when picking up the airdrop treasure chest later. But the bad news is, the hard-shelled turtles aren't the only monsters on the riverbank. In addition to the hard-shelled turtle, which has a docile personality and will not actively attack people, there is also a group of hard-haired hyenas living on the riverbank. This is a large hyena with black thorns all over its body. Each one is as big as a lion, and they also move around in groups along the river bank. Unfortunately, according to Luochen's observation, the landing point of the airdrop treasure chest in the sky is very likely very close to the activity range of this group of hard-haired hyenas. No, we have to deal with them first. Luochen was hiding in a bush at this time, observing the group of hard-haired hyenas not far away through the gaps in the bush. Asa monster of the hard-haired series. The hard-haired hyena is the same as the hard-haired rat encountered before. Its main means of attack is to launch black thorns on its back to attack the target. Luochen can resist this with the shield he carries with him. As long as he is not surrounded, he should be able to block any frontal attack. However, compared to the hard-haired mouse, the teeth and claws of the hard-haired hyena are also targets that need to be carefully guarded against. And Luochen suspected that this hard-haired hyena was just like an ordinary hyena, with the bad habit of digging anuses. So always be careful not to be outflanked. At last, it is the most crucial thing: never attract more than 2 hyenas at a time. If it comes to both ends, Luochen can barely handle it, but if there are too many of them, he really won't be able to handle it. Maybe I can buy an attack type skill next time. Luochen looked down at the weapon in his hand and couldn't help but think, but the key problem is that there is too little mana. Otherwise, Luochen wouldn't be so focused on passive skills. Bang! A stone was thrown over and hit the head of a hard-haired hyena that was lying on the ground resting. The hard-haired hyena stood up all of a sudden, its big ears moving back and forth, and its small eyes scanning the surroundings sharply. This time, bang! Another stone was thrown. It was dodged by this hard-haired hyena. It bared its teeth and growled in that direction, then suddenly ran towards that direction. There are about 30 or 40 hard-haired hyenas on the riverbank. The hard-haired hyena that was attracted at this time did not attract the attention of other hyenas of the same kind. Bang! Another stone flew over from the distance, lead this hard-haired hyena to a farther location. The attracted hyena did not realize it was a trap and just followed the direction the stone was thrown from. Soon, Luochen used the same method to lead the hard-haired hyena all the way to a place 200 meters away from the riverbank. Almost. Luochen stopped at this time and turned to look at the hard-haired hyena chasing him. Swish swish, the next second, a dense mass of black needles flew towards him. The number is several times more than the hard-haired mice we encountered before. Luochen immediately raised his shield to block in front of him, and then he heard a series of thudding sounds like a chopping board, followed by a huge force that pushed Luochen back 2 steps before stopping. This time, the hard-haired hyena that was just more than 10 meters away had rushed up. Luochen did not activate the speed skill immediately yet. He wanted to try and see if he could fight a hard-haired hyena one-on-one without activating the sprint skill. A first-level intermediate hard-haired hyena is faster than Luochen in his normal state. The moment it pounced, one of its claws hit Luochen's shield heavily. Bang! The shield took a heavy hit. But it's not very powerful. Luochen can definitely block it. Swish! A flash of knife light slashed towards the hard-haired hyena. Luochen held the saber in one hand and chopped it on one of the legs of the hard-haired hyena. Originally he was aiming at the opponent's body, but the hyena reacted quickly and dodged, but not completely, so the knife hit one of its hind legs directly. The sharp saber instantly tore open the skin and flesh of the hard-haired hyena, and blood flowed immediately. Oh, the wire-haired hyena with an injured hind leg also let out a cry of pain, but the pain only aroused its ferocity even more, causing it to pounce on Luochen again without hesitation. Bang! Luochen raised his shield with one hand to block, then pushed hard. His strength is comparable to that of the bristly hyena. It's just that the speed is slightly slower than the opponent. After using his shield to push away the charging hard-haired hyena, Luochen slashed at it directly with his sword. The blade struck the hyena's head hard, slicing off one of its ears. Blood flowed, dying one of the hyena's eyes. It roared, opened its bloody mouth and bit the corner of the shield hard, but the next second it was knocked to the ground by Luochen, who raised the saber in his hand high, and then stabbed it down hard. Puff! The next second, blood spurted out. This was accompanied by the wailing of the hard-haired hyena. Chapter 31 Uninvited Guest, Hard-skinned Rhinoceros. After a while, the brittle hyena on the ground stopped moving. Luochen loosened his hand, removed the shield that was pressing on it, and then pulled out the saber that pierced through its body from front to back. Blood was all over the ground. Fortunately, the place Luochen chose was far enough away from the river bank and also downwind, otherwise the smell of blood alone would be enough to attract all the hard-haired hyenas. After slashing the corpse of the hard-haired hyena with a saber a few times, Luo Chen soon found the attribute crystal in its body, pick it out with the tip of the knife, then reach out to catch it. There is no probability that a first-level intermediate monster will produce green quality attribute crystals in its body. So this is still a white quality attribute crystal. In the Misty Shop, 20 killing coins are recycled. After rinsing it with lake water in a mineral water bottle, Luo Chen casually put it into a backpack. It seems that I don't need to use the sprint skill when there is only one hard-haired hyena. Luo Chen also had a concrete understanding of the strength of these hard-haired hyenas, so next he just needed to keep repeating the previous method until all the hard-haired hyenas on the river bank were cleared out. 2 hours later, Luo Chen killed the last hard-haired hyena. The area in front of us was already littered with the corpses of dozens of hard-haired hyenas. And Luo Chen also harvested a total of 37 attribute crystals. But he himself was injured. There was a wound on his left arm, so deep that the bone could be seen, and there was also a bite mark on his right calf. The sharp fangs of the hard-haired hyena directly pierced the flesh on his leg, leaving several bloody holes. Fortunately, Luo Chen had foresight and bought a passive health recovery skill at the Misty Shop in the morning. Now, as time passed, the wounds on his body were almost healed. The originally lost health points have almost been fully recovered. However, the health points were restored, but the pain was still there. Even as the wound healed, the unbearable itching feeling made Luo Chen feel crazy. Fortunately, all the hyenas were finally cleared out. Next, Luo Chen just needs to wait for the airdrop treasure chest to fall. I hope there won't be any more accidents. Luo Chen returned to the river bank and looked up at the airdrop treasure chest that had descended to a height of 200 or 300 meters. At this altitude, the blue light in the sky is already very obvious. It is no longer like before where I could only see a small dot of light. This time, Luo Chen simply sat down and waited. In the distance, about 200 or 300 meters away from him, which was also the river bank, a group of over 100 hard-shelled turtles were still basking in the sun, looking lazy, and they were too lazy to even move. Luo Chen didn't want to cause trouble for them at this critical juncture. Everything will wait until we get this airdrop treasure chest. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. The blue airdrop treasure chest in the sky is getting closer and closer. It was about to fall. This time, Luo Chen's mood became more and more nervous. Any slight movement would attract him to look over. No one please come. No one please come. Luo Chen muttered to himself while opening the regional chat channel from time to time to take a look. There are still only 3 people online. Apart from Luo Chen, there are only 2 people within 5 kilometers of this area. But more than 10 minutes ago, the number displayed was still 1, which means there was only Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't know if these 2 people were also attracted by this airdrop treasure chest, but even if it was, he hoped that they would not come so quickly. Boom, boom. At this moment, the ground beneath my feet suddenly shook slightly, and I could hear a huge sound of footsteps coming towards me. Really? Luo Chen's face changed and he immediately looked in the direction where the voice came from. In sight, a huge beast was slowly walking towards this side. Is this a rhino? Luo Chen widened his eyes in surprise, and then immediately sent a message to detect it. Hard-skin rhino level, advanced level 1, a herbivorous creature that likes to act alone. It has an invincible defense in its class. It has a bad temper and will attack any target within its sight. It really is a rhinoceros. Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the huge monster that was nearly 3 meters tall and nearly 6 meters long. But the good news is that hard-skin rhinos are solitary monsters. They don't appear in groups. And it doesn't seem to move very fast. Even if it is sprinting in a straight line, its speed may not be slow, but its flexibility is definitely poor. What Luo Chen is least afraid of is this kind of monster. It just came at a bad time. Luo Chen glanced at the airdrop treasure chest that had already landed completely on the ground. Now we just have to wait for the light outside to fade away, but this process still takes about 3 to 5 minutes. But the hard-skinned rhinoceros in front of us can probably walk here in about 1 or 2 minutes. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Luo Chen said quietly. This time, the hard-skinned rhinoceros in the distance also discovered the figure of Luo Chen, the 2-legged beast. It was so irritable that it immediately roared and ran towards this side. The mad hard-skinned rhinoceros was like a speeding tank. The strong sense of oppression that came towards me made my legs weak. Luo Chen didn't want to be hit by this big guy's horn. With this tonnage and speed, if it hit him, it would definitely cost him his life, so Luo Chen quickly dodged away. Fine, this hard-skinned rhinoceros was just as Luo Chen had judged before. It was the type that was very fast when charging recklessly, but it was slow to react when turning or making a U-turn. When Luo Chen dodged, the hard-skinned rhinoceros rushed directly from where he was originally standing, and rushed straight for a distance of 10 meters before it barely stopped. He almost rushed into the river. But it would be fine if it really ran into the river, but with its tonnage, Luo Chen doubted whether it could climb out after going down. Pity, it still stopped. Huff, too. Streams of air blew out of its nostrils, and the hard-skinned rhinoceros turned around and scratched the ground with its hooves, staring at the two-legged beast in front of it with its small eyes. "If you can't provoke me, can't you just hide from me?" Luo Chen muttered to himself, then turned and ran. When the hard-skinned rhinoceros saw this, it immediately chased after him in anger. The four hooves stomped the ground frantically, and the huge tonnage of the horses running was like an earthquake. Chapter 32, Take It and Run. So exciting. A few minutes later, a figure ran back. It was Luo Chen, who had just led the hard-skinned rhinoceros away. It turned out that Luo Chen didn't really leave, he just went to lure the hard-skinned rhinoceros away. After all, if he really wanted to kill it, it would take a lot of time. But if any other unexpected situation happens in the meantime, Luo Chen may not be able to get this Blue Star airdrop treasure chest. So, the longer the night, the more dreams you have. The Luo Chen still chose to lead it away first, and then run back at a faster speed. Take this blue airdrop treasure chest away first. It turned out that on the lake shore, just at this moment, the blue light outside the airdrop treasure chest dissipated. Luo Chen rushed forward hurriedly and pressed the sapphire-like button in front of the treasure chest, accompanied by a click sound. The treasure chest is opened. I didn't bother to check what was inside. Luo Chen quickly put all the contents of the treasure chest into one of his space backpacks. It took only a few seconds to do all this. This shows how fast Luo Chen is. Swish. After turning on the speed mode, Luo Chen's speed was so fast that it could fly in the blink of an eye. He disappeared. Shortly after he left, the hard-skinned rhinoceros he had just led away came back again. The enraged hard-skinned rhinoceros looked around with its small eyes and sniffed the air with its nostrils. What a pity, it couldn't find the two-legged beast at all, and even the smell in the air was very faint. I can't find where the other person went. This made the hard-skinned rhinoceros so angry that it flew into a rage. Boom! With a loud bang, a stone weighing at least 2 or 3 tons was picked up and flew away. The stone broke into pieces in midair and then hit the ground around it with a bang. Behind a patch of grass not far away, a figure was hiding there, secretly observing the situation over there. When he saw the furious hard-skinned rhinoceros, the man clenched his fists unwillingly. Finally, after taking another look at the open airdrop treasure chest on the river bank, he turned around and left helplessly. As for trouble with that hard-skinned rhino, stop kidding. Didn't you see in the introduction that this thing's defense is invincible in its class? With his tiny arms and legs, if you replace it with a first-level high-level monster, even one with extremely high attack power, he would have some ideas. But a monster with invincible defense at the same level, let's just forget it. It's a thankless task. It seemed like a few minutes had passed since the man left. A figure appeared nearby. The other party also looked towards the river bank from a distance. After seeing the airdrop treasure chest that had been opened, he turned around and left without hesitation. There is no dragging rhythm at all. It was a very clean departure. In an abandoned house, there are no monsters around. The room was completely empty, the kind that could be seen completely at a glance, and there was absolutely no value in searching it. This time, Luo Chen ran in from outside and picked up the collapsed door panel on the ground to block the entrance. After doing all this, he just sat down on the ground next to him, grinning silently and breathing heavily. So tired, the fatigue value was reached 61%. After sitting down and resting for a while, Luo Chen quickly took out the space backpack containing a bunch of treasures he had looted from the blue airdrop treasure chest. Putting the backpack in front of him, Luo Chen opened it and took out the things one by one to check. There is no need to take out the food and drinks to look at them. Luo Chen simply skipped them. In addition to these essential supplies for survival, the rest is all the real good stuff. First, the equipment. Luo Chen took out a piece of black leather armor from one of the compartments in his backpack. Well-made leather armor quality. Blue constitution plus 15 elemental resistance plus 10. The first piece of equipment is a leather armor of blue quality. It happens to be the type of equipment that Luo Chen does not have. This well-made leather armor not only adds 15 points of physical attributes, but also has a blue equipment entry. Theoretically, even green quality equipment has a chance to produce equipment attributes of the same level, but the probability is very low. At least Luo Chen has never seen it. Blue level equipment will inevitably produce an equipment item of the same level. There is even a very small probability that 2 equipment entries will appear. This is the so-called top-grade equipment. However, the probability is too small, and it tests a person's luck too much. Luo Chen didn't ask for much. He was quite satisfied with the blue leather armor in his hand. He then put the leather armor over his short-sleeved t-shirt. After putting on the leather armor, which was originally quite loose, suddenly tightened and became a perfect fit for Luo Chen's body. This is also a small function that all equipment has. Or you finally found a high-level equipment, only to find that you can't wear it because you are too fat? That's really detrimental to one's mentality. Adapting to body shape is the most basic function of all equipment. It doesn't even need to be written out, because things that are obvious do not need explanation at all. Then, Luo Chen took out the second piece of equipment from his backpack. These are a pair of white gloves with red patterns to self-cleaning leather gloves quality, blue strength plus 5 constitution plus 5 agility plus 5 mana plus 100. What an all-round pair of gloves. Although there is no spiritual attribute in the basic attributes, but the only equipment item is an increase of 100 mana points. This really takes all 4 attributes into consideration. Quite versatile. Luo Chen doesn't even have equipment like gloves. So without further ado, just put it on. There are only 2 pieces of equipment in that blue airdrop treasure chest. There aren't many of them, but they're all top quality. Although blue airdrop treasure chests can contain blue quality items, it does not mean that all the items inside are of this quality. In fact, in most cases, you can only get 1 piece of equipment from the airdrop treasure chest, then the rest are all first level, which are green quality equipment. But Luo Chen is very lucky, did not open the guaranteed minimum. I seem to have seen 2 small boxes when I was looting just now. I wonder if they are skill crystals. Luo Chen muttered to himself, then found the 2 small boxes from his backpack, took them out together. Neither box is large. It's the size of a mobile phone. The wooden material has beautiful wood texture. Chapter 33. The first blue skill. Get rich. After taking a deep breath, Luo Chen opened both boxes at once. The box on the left flashed a beautiful blue light the moment it was opened. Lying quietly in the box was a blue skill crystal. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately took it out with a look of surprise and held it in his hand. Up. Skill crystal quality. Blue. After use, you can obtain a random blue grade skill. It is indeed a blue quality skill crystal. This is exactly what Luo Chen wanted. I wonder what kind of skills that will be. Luo Chen was looking forward to it. While directly using this skill crystal, ding, you have acquired a new skill, freezing. The skill crystal in his hand turned into a blue light and sank into Luo Chen's body. Then, a reminder sounded in my ears. Luo Chen quickly called up the character panel and looked at the newly appeared skill. Freezing skill LV.1 grade, blue. Consume 50 mana points to lock a single target within a range of spirit asterisk 1.2 meters, causing spirit asterisk 1.5 ice damage to the target and freezing it for 3 seconds, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. As expected of a blue grade skill, it not only causes damage but also has negative effects, and it can even lock onto a target. Luo Chen was also surprised when he saw the introduction of this freezing skill. If the magic skill can't hit the target, then it's useless no matter how high the damage is. It's like an archer unable to hit the target. So funny. Fortunately, this freezing technique itself has the effect of locking the enemy, although the attack distance is limited by the mental attribute. Once the mental attribute is improved, the distance will become farther and farther. Certainly, if Luo Chen was confident in his accuracy, he could attack targets farther away. But what if I missed the target? Then I can only blame myself for not aiming. It's not their skills that can be blamed. Oh, and these two. Luo Chen then turned his head to look at the things in the other box. As expected, they were neatly arranged skill upgrade stones. 2 of them are blue quality skill upgrade stones, the other 4 are of green quality. Luo Chen picked up the 2 blue quality skill upgrade stones and used them on his only blue skill, freezing, level +1, level +1, after 2 upgraded lights flashed on the skill bar. The level of freezing magic was also upgraded to level 3, the properties also changed accordingly. Freezing skill LV.3 grade, blue. Consume 90 mana points to lock a single target within spirit asterisk 1.4 meters, causing spirit asterisk 1.7 elemental damage to it, and freezing it for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 58 seconds. When upgraded to level 3, the locking distance and elemental damage of freeze magic have been improved to a certain extent, but the improvement is a bit small to be honest, but it's understandable. After all, this skill is mainly for control. The 3-second freezing effect is its main ability, but, after leveling up 2 levels, the freezing duration didn't increase. Does it require a higher level to increase it? Luo Chen thought. However, the mana consumption has increased significantly. He only leveled up 2 levels and his points increased by 40 points, so the mana consumption increases by 20 when you level up. This is too fierce. Really, you can never have too much mana. After upgrading the newly acquired magic skill, Luo Chen also picked up the 4 remaining green quality skill upgrade stones in the box. This thing is used to improve green level skills. Just right, Luo Chen has one on him, the level 3 physical fitness skill. The previous 2 levels are accumulated by relying on the skill upgrade opportunity once a day. Now that Luo Chen has 4 green skill upgrade stones in his hand, he can upgrade this skill to level 6 at once. The next moment, the 4 green skill upgrade stones in Luo Chen's hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, on the skill bar of the character panel, the level 3 physical fitness skill also flashed with 3 upgraded lights. Jumped directly to level 6. The level cap of green grade skills has been exceeded. Physical fitness level 6 grade. Green passively increase physical attributes by 30 points. The physical fitness skill upgraded to level 6 directly increased Luo Chen's physical fitness by 30 points. Luo Chen's physical attribute also jumped to 74 points. Health points, 740 points. Good. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then closed the character panel. 740 health points, plus the 12 health points restored per minute by the charging skill, greatly increased Luo Chen's ability to survive. This stage, perhaps only those with C-level talents who specialize in the attribute of physique can surpass Luo Chen in this attribute. But Luo Chen's strength is not just in his physique and the space backpack. Besides the pile of supplies necessary for survival, the only thing left from the blue airdrop treasure chest was the last stack of money, a stack of $50 killing coins. The face values of the killing coins that Luo Chen has seen so far are 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. There should be larger denominations on it, but Luo Chen hasn't seen it yet. There are a total of 100 killing coins in my hand, that is 5,000 killing coins. That's already a lot. It was enough for Luo Chen to buy a lot of things in the Misty Shop. If you buy all white quality skill upgrade stones, you can buy 50 pieces. To what extent can 50 skill upgrade stones upgrade Luo Chen's white skills? Even if it is used to purchase that special skill crystal, you can also buy 10 pieces of white quality ones. Even if it is of green quality, you can buy 1. Luo Chen was thinking in his mind, why not go directly to the green grade? Didn't he take a fancy to 2 skills in the Misty Shop before? A passive mana restorer. 1 that improves agility attributes. Originally, he planned to take these 2 skills with him when he passed by on his way back in the afternoon, but now, it seems like he could have chosen something better. Who wants worse when you can have better? Certainly, Luo Chen can choose to have both. It just costs 500 more killing coins, not much. It's decided. I'll use 5,000 killing coins to buy a passive HP recovery skill. Luo Chen slapped his thigh and made the decision immediately. As for mana and agility attributes, it's better to buy the original 2 skill crystals. After all, the ability to save lives is the top priority, and it always comes first. Chapter 34. Kill the hard-skinned rhino. The power of freezing magic. On the riverbank, the huge hard-skinned rhino is drinking water. Due to its huge size, it needs to take in a huge amount of nutrients every day, which naturally includes water, a resource necessary for life. As large gulps of river water were poured into its mouth, the hard-skinned rhinoceros suddenly paused, then slowly raised its head and looked behind it. There, a figure was walking towards the side. The figure was wearing a black leather armor and holding a man-sized saber in his hand. As the hard-skinned rhinoceros turned around and looked at him, the man suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Swish! The moment he jumped high, the sunlight was blocked. The hard-skinned rhinoceros' brain seemed to be unable to react, and it just stood there with its head raised, until the opponent chopped down with great force, and the shining saber hit the side of its body heavily. Only then did it react as if waking up from a dream. Roar! A low roar filled with anger sounded. The huge body of the hard-skinned rhinoceros instantly crashed to one side. The rumbling sound was transmitted like an earthquake, even from a kilometer away. You can hear this huge sound. Swish! Luo Chen dodged the attack from the hard-skinned rhinoceros and looked towards the place where his sword had just landed. There was only a pitiful scratch left on the gray cuticle. How to say it? The damage is almost zero. It is worthy of being in existence with invincibility in the same level of defense. Luo Chen shouldn't have expected that he could kill this big guy with just the knife in his hand. This defense, not to say that it reached 5 times of his attack power, but it was definitely very close. Even if the defense is broken, it's estimated that the damage will only be a pitiful 1 point. Want to kill it with this little bit of pitiful damage? I guess it won't be possible even if we fight until tomorrow morning. Fortunately, I have another solution. Fortunately, Luo Chen came prepared. He pulled back and raised his left hand at the same time. An ice blue magic element gathered in his palm. Freezing magic. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of ice blue light, as if formed by countless ice crystals, instantly locked onto the hard-skinned rhinoceros more than 30 meters away. Luo Chen used the freezing spell to lock the attack. thus avoiding the possibility of missing the target to the greatest extent. After all, this one blow took away 90 points of his mana. If this is empty, he must be heartbroken. The freezing spell hit the hard-skinned rhino in the distance. In a moment, a layer of frost covered the entire body of the hard-skinned rhinoceros, freezing it completely. Not only that, frost also causes considerable elemental damage to the hardhide rhino. The physical defense of the hardhide rhino may be invincible in its class, but does it have elemental resistance? Lots of monsters, especially low-level ones, there is no elemental resistance at all. Therefore, any magical element can cause 100% or even 200% damage to them. At this moment, Luo Chen's freezing technique was just like this. Not only did it freeze the hard-skinned rhino, it also restricted its ability to move. At the same time, the damage from the ice element also caused it serious injuries. After 3 seconds, when the frost dissipated, the exposed hard-skinned rhinoceros had large areas of frostbite on its body. These were all caused by the freezing spell just now. Efficient. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He glanced at his mana bar. He restored his mana to full before coming here. Therefore, there are still 310 mana points left, which can be used to cast freeze 3 times, and after that, you can just wait. Mana will automatically restore 1 point every minute. If you want to restore from 30 points to 90 points, you have to wait for an hour. 3 times should be enough. Luo Chen looked at the traces of frostbite on the surface of the hard-skinned rhinoceros. As the frostbite worsened, the hard-skinned rhinoceros' originally powerful scale armor defense would also be destroyed. What followed? It is the decrease of physical defense. If it happens 3 more times, it should be enough to cause more serious frostbite marks on its body surface, or even directly freeze and crack its skin. It's just like humans get frostbite in the winter, and some serious cases will directly crack and bleed. That time, Luo Chen only needs to attack the cracks to cause considerable damage to this hard-skinned rhinoceros. 58 seconds later, Luo Chen hit the hard-skinned rhinoceros with another freezing spell. Take advantage of the 3 seconds when the opponent is frozen. He even rushed forward and stabbed the hard-skinned rhino hard in the eye. The distance was too far before, and 3 seconds was not enough to strike the sword and then retreat. This time, Luo Chen deliberately chose to cast the freezing spell within a range of 20 meters, then he rushed forward immediately and stabbed through the left eye of the hard-skinned rhinoceros with a knife. Phew, the blade was pulled out, bringing out a large amount of blood. The blood was frozen by the frost before it hit the ground, and then it fell to the ground with a crackling sound, turning into frozen blood beads. Luo Chen retreated quickly. At the same time, the 3-second freezing time has also passed. The hard-skinned rhinoceros, with the frost on its body disappearing, let out bursts of painful howls. Losing an eye is a huge loss to it. This made it even more crazy. Luo Chen didn't dare to get close at this time. If he was slightly touched, he would probably lose half his life, so it's better to stay away and avoid their attack. When the 58-second skill cooldown was over, Luo Chen rushed forward again, and then used a freezing spell to freeze the mad hard-skinned rhinoceros. He followed it up and blinded its other right eye with one knife. Phew, the blade was pulled out, causing a large amount of blood to splatter. Luo Chen pulled away and ran away without looking back behind. Waves of roars mixed with pain rang out. The earth was shaking like an earthquake. The madness before death. After Luo Chen ran away, he looked at the mad hard-skinned rhinoceros over there and felt emotional in his heart. He now has 130 mana left. You can also cast freeze once more. That's enough. Luo Chen looked at the condition of the hard-skinned rhinoceros in the distance. The effect was far better than he expected. Freezing for 3 seconds is really scary. This is because Luo Chen's own attack power is not enough. Otherwise, these 3 seconds when he cannot resist or dodge would be enough for him to kill the opponent several times. This is the hard-skinned rhinoceros, with invincible defense at the same level. It makes it difficult for Luo Chen to take action. If it was any other first level high-level monster, Luo Chen would be able to deal with it without even using the second freezing spell. Another 58 seconds passed. Luo Chen glanced at the freezing skill that had already cooled down, and rushed towards the still mad hard-skinned rhinoceros for the last time. Suddenly, ice blue beams fell. The mad hard-skinned rhino was instantly frozen. Then Luo Chen jumped up and stabbed the saber in his hand into the eye of the hard-skinned rhinoceros again. The blade was so long that most of it was inserted into the body. When Luo Chen drew his sword, he seemed to see something he was bringing out. Without taking the time to take a closer look, Luo Chen quickly retreated away from the hard-skinned rhinoceros that was already on the verge of death. The 3-second freezing time ends. The hard-skinned rhinoceros, having regained its ability to move, stopped rushing around. Instead, its huge body swayed from side to side, with a wail coming out of its mouth. The next second, boom. The huge body finally fell down heavily. Chapter 35: The Mysterious Man Outside the Misty Shop. Even if I spend all my money, I will get it back. So what if he had an invincible defense? He still died in my hands. Luo Chen looked at the hard-skinned rhinoceros that had completely lost its life force after falling down, and couldn't help but grin. Killing a hard-skinned rhino really didn't do him much good after all. There is only a very small probability that a first-level high-level monster will produce green-quality attribute crystals in its body. How small is this probability? Let's put it this way, you can just find a lottery shop, then pick a scratch ticket with your eyes closed and win the 1 million jackpot on the spot. That's about the probability. Therefore, Luo Chen had no expectation of gaining much benefit from this hard-skinned rhinoceros. Killing it is just to vent my anger. This guy almost caused him to lose a blue airdrop treasure chest. Now that he was no longer angry, Luo Chen was also happy. So he hummed an unknown tune while putting one hand directly into the eye socket of the hard-skinned rhinoceros. His hand passed through the eye socket of the skull, and after a while of groping, he finally found the target. No surprises, Luo Chen really didn't have the luck to win the jackpot easily. After washing the blood off his hands, Luo Chen walked around the body of the hard-skinned rhinoceros again, and finally chose to turn around and leave. If the skin of this hard-skinned rhinoceros wasn't so hard, he would have cut off a few pieces of meat for dinner, but that's okay for now. Don't waste this time. All afternoon, Luo Chen was looking for monsters to hunt along the river bank. He also doesn't look for those first-level advanced monsters. Not only is it laborious, but the attribute crystals you get are likely to be no different from those of a first-level intermediate grade. Luo Chen specifically looks for those first-level intermediate monsters. If you encounter a small number of them, just rush forward, relying on his passive health recovery skill. He doesn't care even if he gets hit a few times. If you encounter a large number of them, lure them out and kill them one by one. Following this method, Luo Chen wandered along the river bank for the entire afternoon, and at least 80 or 90 first-level intermediate monsters died in his hands. The harvest was also fruitful. Not only that, Luo Chen also found a stone bridge across the river on the riverbank. The stone bridge looks like it is quite old, with traces of time everywhere, but it is still very solid. You can rely on this stone bridge to get to the other side of the river. Before, Luo Chen was thinking about whether he should make a boat himself or something, otherwise he would have to change direction next time and look for a way out on the other side, but there is no need to change direction now, just keep going west. A little after 4 p.m. Luo Chen left a teleportation mark at a hidden place on the other side of the river, and then began to return in the direction of Killing Town number 10087. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen returned to the area about 20 kilometers away from the town. Right in front of me is the misty little shop shrouded in mist, but what surprised Luo Chen was, when he arrived, someone just came out of the fog. The other person is also a person. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, and even a white faceless mask, making him look mysterious. The other party glanced at Luo Chen, then moved aside a little. Luo Chen nodded at him, then he walked into the foggy area. After Luo Chen left, the mysterious man looked back at the foggy area behind him, then left quickly without saying a word. Luo Chen had already anticipated that other people would discover the Misty Shop. After all, the Misty Shop is right here. There was such a vast fog that if someone passed by, it would be impossible not to see it. But he didn't expect that he would happen to meet someone coming out of the Misty Shop. I don't know what this guy who made himself so mysterious bought in the Misty Shop, Luo Chen was thinking curiously as he pushed open the door and walked into the Misty Shop. Welcome again, guest. The clerk is still the same, with that fake smile on his face that makes him look like he deserves a beating. Luo Chen walked forward and placed all his afternoon gains on the counter. A bunch of attribute crystals, all are of white quality. There are 3 more pieces of equipment, also of white quality. Calculate how much it is, Luo Chen said. Yes, guest. The clerk nodded, then quickly calculated the value of the items for Luo Chen: 107 white attribute crystals, 3 pieces of white quality equipment, a total of 2,200 killing coins. Sir, are you sure you want to buy them all? The clerk asked with a smile. Yes, all are recycled. Luo Chen nodded, then took out a stack of killing coins from his pocket, counted out the face value of 2,800, and placed them on the counter. Give me a skill crystal that can restore health points, and a green grade passive skill. The 2,200 from recycling these things, plus the 2,800 from Luo Chen, is just enough to buy the skill crystal that Luo Chen requested. Yes, guest. The clerk smiled as he put everything away and pulled out a small box from under the counter. The box opens. There is only 1 green skill crystal inside. The skill crystal quality: green. After using a specially processed skill crystal, you can obtain a green grade skill, the Rhythm of Life. That's it. Luo Chen picked it up and used it directly at he didn't know whether the mysterious guy just now was ambushing him outside. It is better to use it up on the spot. So it is better to use it up on the spot. Ding. You have acquired a new skill. The Rhythm of Life. Opening the character panel, Luo Chen looked at the new skill he had acquired. Rhythm of Life LV.1 grade. Green passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 10 points per minute. Very good. It is worthy of being a green grade skill. The effect is much stronger than the white grade filling. At level 1, it can restore 10 health points per minute. I don't know how much the upgrade will improve. If it doubles, that would be great. Another green skill upgrade stone and 2 white skill upgrade stones. Then give me those 2 skill crystals I saw this morning. Luo Chen took out the remaining 2,200 killing coins and placed them on the counter. A green skill upgrade stone is 1,000 kill coins, the 2 white skill upgrade stones are 200 kill coins. There are also the 2 special skill crystals that Luo Chen saw in the morning, which are also worth 1,000 killing coins, just right. The total is exactly 2,200 kill coins. It almost drained Luo Chen's energy. He only had a few dozen killing coins left. That was small change, the kind that couldn't be spent in the Misty Shop. Yes, guessed. The clerk smiled and took out what Luo Chen needed. There are 2 boxes in total. A box contains the 2 white skill crystals and the other box are 3 skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen used up the 2 skill crystals first, gained 2 passive skills that I had always wanted. Chapter 36, A Surge in Sense of Security. Neighbors with Bad Intentions, Energy Recovery Level 1 grade, white passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 3 points per minute. Fast and Flying LV.1 grade, white passively increases agility attribute by 3 points. The energy recovery efficiency of level 1 is 1 point higher than that of the charging at the same level. In addition, mana itself has a passive recovery effect, although it is not much, only a pitiful rate of 1 point per minute, but adding these 3 points, the recovery amount can reach 4 points per minute. Quite a few. The agility boosting skill, Fleet of Foot, is unsurprisingly the same as the natural strength and vigor skills that came before it. Level 1 increases the agility value by 3 points. This time, Luo Chen also took out a white skill upgrade stone from his backpack, together with the 2 I just bought. The levels of the 3 passive skills, Energy Recovery, Brisk Steps, and the level 4 Innate Strength, were increased by 1 level. Level 2 Energy Recovery can restore 6 mana points per minute, including the guaranteed 1 point. It means 7 points per minute. Luo Chen's mana limit of 400 points can be restored in less than an hour. The level 2 skill of Swift Steps increases Luo Chen's agility attribute by 6 points. All I can say is that it was expected. The same is true for the natural great strength skill that has been upgraded to level 5. The 15-point strength attribute bonus is on par with the energetic skill of level 5. Last, Luo Chen used the only green skill upgrade stone. I also upgraded the skill of Rhythm of Life that I just acquired to level 1. Rhythm of Life LV.2 grade, green passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 20 points per minute. The level 2 life rhythm skill doubled the recovery efficiency, with a recovery efficiency of 20 points per minute, plus the 12 points of the charging skill. Luo Chen can passively recover 32 points of health per minute, and his maximum health is only 740 points. This means that even if Luo Chen's health points fell to the bottom, only 1 point of blood would be left. It can also return to full value in about 23 minutes. This recovery ability is absolutely exaggerated at this stage, since the killing game itself does not have any passive health recovery function. If you want to recover your health in this killing ground, you can only rely on skills or talents. Or some high-level equipment may come with equipment entries that restore health points, but that kind of equipment is obviously difficult to obtain at this stage. At least Luo Chen, who already possessed 2 pieces of blue quality equipment, had never seen such a person. As for talent, Luo Chen has not seen anyone in the chat channel obtain a similar talent yet. There are quite a few that increase physical attributes. There are D, E, and even C grades. It can be similar to talents such as bloodsucking or passive blood recovery, but I haven't seen anyone mention it. Certainly, this may be because people who have this kind of talent deliberately hide it and do not speak out. After all, since yesterday, the atmosphere in the entire killing town has become more and more tense. We no longer get along as harmoniously as we did at the beginning. Some smart people may have anticipated that the situation would develop in this direction, so they hid their true information early on, including talents and skills. Isn't that what Luo Chen himself is like? Like the mysterious man who wrapped himself tightly outside the Misty Shop just now. The other party is even better at hiding than Luo Chen. He is even unwilling to reveal his appearance. With that big cloak on, let alone his appearance, Luo Chen couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl. There are always many people who are highly vigilant. Even if the personnel in each killing town are randomly assigned, it is impossible that all 1,000 people are completely innocent, right? That's obviously unlikely. After spending all the killing coins he had earned through hard work throughout the day, Luochen left the Misty Shop contentedly. After coming out of the foggy area, Luochen stood there and waited for a moment. After seeing that there was nothing unusual around him, he felt relieved and ran towards the direction of Killing Town. Number 10087. 10 minutes later, Luochen returned to the town, coming in from the west gate of the town. There was no one gathering at the gate to make trouble this time, but the black, dried bloodstains on the ground still showed what a tragic scene had happened here yesterday. Luochen did not stay outside for long and quickly returned to his safe house. The safe house next to him was the one where the confident guy he met when he went out in the morning was standing in the yard at the door when Luochen came back. Seeing Luochen coming back, this guy smiled at him. Luochen always felt that there was something malicious in this guy's eyes. I don't know if he is overthinking it, or is the other party really planning something. After returning to the safe house, Luochen first put down his backpack, then went to the bathroom to wash his hands and face, then returned to the kitchen and began to take out the crocodile meat that had been prepared in advance, preparing to cook a crocodile meat hot pot for himself. Today he also found a few packets of hot pot base. Judging from the information he checked, they should still be edible and not spoiled. In addition to crocodile meat, Luochen also has luncheon meat, tiger skin chicken feet, instant noodles and other things. Finally I can have a good meal in the evening. While waiting for the water to grill, Luochen also put the ingredients into the boiled hot pot base. Then I took my bowl and chopsticks and sat aside waiting for the food to be cooked. At the same time, the other people who had returned to the Killing Town were now replenishing their fatigue and hunger points consumed during the day. In the originally quiet area chat channel, it also became lively at this time. Many people were sharing their dinners, either trying to feel sorry for themselves or showing off how delicious their dinner was. After the food in the hot pot was cooked, Luochen ate while reading what everyone was posting in the chat channel. When Luochen saw someone posting a photo to show off a bucket of instant noodles, he couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the hot pot in front of him and compared it with the plain bucket of instant noodles in the picture. The difference was immediately apparent. Luochen couldn't help but feel that the taste of the hot pot suddenly became much more delicious. After eating and drinking, after washing up, Luochen returned to the bedroom on the second floor. After a busy day, you can't get enough rest at night. However, before resting, Luochen still looked at the chat channel for a while. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the number of people in the chat channel gradually began to decrease. Luochen was also sleepy at this time. He yawned and closed the chat channel. I closed my eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 37. Day 5, 499 people survived. Preview, Killing Tower. The next day, Luochen woke up early in the morning and climbed out of bed while rubbing his eyes. Today is another new day, and it is also the 5th day that these people have come to the killing ground. After getting up in the morning and eating something to reduce his hunger level to below 10%, Luochen simply packed up his things and took his 3 backpacks to go out to in the central square. Quite a few people had gathered here early in the morning. Luochen didn't know anyone particularly well in this small town, so he went straight to the blood-red obelisk in the square without paying any attention to anyone else along the way. Soon, Luochen came to the position in front of the blood-red obelisk and stopped. He raised his head and looked at the names above. Compared to the first day, there are a lot fewer names on it. Luochen counted and found that the number of names that had disappeared was more than the names that remained. There are 499 in total. At this time, a voice came from the side. Luochen turned his head and looked at the other person. Really, it's that neighbor again who seems to have bad intentions. The other party smiled at Luochen and said, it's only the 5th day, and 501 people have died. I don't know what happened to these people. Life is really ridiculous and fragile. Luochen felt that the other party probably had some mental problems. Or maybe he has an antisocial personality. In conclusion, Luochen didn't really want to pay attention to his neighbor, but the other party always came up to him every time. He showed an attitude of being very interested in Luochen. But the entire Killing Town number 10087 was completed in just 5 days. No! It should only be considered 4 days. In just 4 days, 501 people died. I wonder if it's the same in other killing towns. Isn't this death too quick? And Luochen suspected that many of them were killed by other people, rather than dying at the hands of monsters in the wild. The human heart is the most terrifying, hee. The neighbor next to him laughed and said. Luochen nodded, then turned around and was about to leave. Just then, boom, a loud noise like thunder suddenly resounded throughout the killing town. Then, the blood-red obelisk in the center of the square suddenly glowed with blood, as streaks of blood intertwined in the air. they finally formed a blood-red stone tablet about 3 meters high that fell from the sky. There was a loud bang. The blood-red stone tablet fell heavily to the ground, but strangely, the ground was not damaged. This blood-red stone tablet also stood firmly in place, right on the trapezoidal base of the blood-red obelisk, only about 3 meters away from the main body of the blood-red obelisk. The eye in the square. Even those who had not yet come out of the safe house heard the loud noise and were attracted over. Luochen was standing in front of the blood-red obelisk. When the blood-red obelisk fell down just now, he almost thought he was going to be hit. As a result, there was a lot of thunder but little rain. The blood-red stone tablet that fell down just stood there. Nothing else happened. So Luochen walked forward curiously to check it out. At this moment, lines of text appeared on the blood-red stone tablet. Although these are completely unfamiliar characters, they can instinctively understand the meaning of the above characters. Killing Tower rules. The Killing Tower descends every 7 days, and the residents of Killing Town have a chance to enter the Killing Tower every time. Any creature in the Killing Tower is your enemy. Kill all the creatures you see to enter the next level. After the first arrival of the Killing Tower, the Killing Points list will be opened. The Killing Points list is divided into 3 lists: the overall list, the district list, and the Killing Town list. Those who rank at the top of the overall list and the district list can receive generous rewards. Those who rank first on the Killing Town list can also receive generous rewards. The rest can all receive a participation award. Remember, everyone will get 2 resurrection chances after entering the Killing Tower, but if you die again after the resurrection chances are exhausted, it will be a real death. Please remember this. The content on the Bloody Steel was not complicated. It talked about something called the Killing Tower, which would descend every 7 days. All residents of Killing Town have the opportunity to enter and challenge the tower. During this period, they have 2 chances to die and be resurrected. You can fight to your heart's content before the 2 resurrection chances are exhausted without worrying about your own safety. This is quite humane. Otherwise, if any death in the Killing Tower would be considered a real death, a large number of people would probably not dare to enter it. After all, we only have 1 life, and when we die, there is no chance to start over. And now, the endless killing game gave them a chance to start over. This is courage for everyone. Besides, it's a reward, after all. Who would do something that has no benefit? The same is true of the Killing Tower. Everyone is here for the rewards, even if you don't get a good ranking. But at least you get a participation prize, right? You can get some benefit at least. It's better than nothing. As for those who rank at the top of the overall and regional rankings, that will give you a generous reward. Although I don't know what kind of reward it is, since it can be described as generous, then this reward must be not be a DI. In addition, the endless killing game also considerately takes care of newcomers like the humans from Blue Star who have just entered the Killing Land, and has specially set up a Killing Town list. In this way, even if your ranking is not among the top in the overall list and the district list, you can at least get a good ranking in the Killing Town where you are, right? Who knows, I might even be able to compete for first place. By then, you can still get a generous reward. Certainly, the rewards are equally generous. But there are definitely differences. It can't be that the reward for first place in the overall list is the same as the reward for first place in the district list or even first place in the Killing Town list, right? In that case, the value of the first place in the overall ranking is 2 LOW.AT. This time, more and more people have gathered in the town square to watch the sudden appearance of the blood-red stone tablet. Luochen also gave up the front seat after reading the contents on the stone tablet. When everyone started discussing the Killing Tower, Luochen turned around and left the square, heading straight towards the west gate of the town. There are many people like him who just leave after watching it. Obviously, everyone realizes that the real competition has just begun. With the coming of the Killing Tower, the atmosphere in the town will only become more solemn in the future. There is only one first place, and whoever gets it will be the first to everyone else. Maybe they will find a way to unite more people to deal with you. So before that, the only way to ensure your own safety is to work hard to improve your strength and widen the gap between yourself and others. Chapter 38, Toxic Zombies in an Abandoned Town. Inside the safe house, Luochen walked around the town and seemed to go to the west gate. But in fact he turned back halfway and returned to the safe house. If someone was paying attention to him, they might think that Luochen had already left the town by now, but in reality he returned to his safe house. That guy shouldn't be following me, right? The face of his neighbor next door appeared in Luochen's mind, and then he walked quickly upstairs. In the upstairs bedroom, Luochen stood under the teleportation array and then activated this one-way teleportation array. A blue teleportation light fell down, covering his entire body. The next second, bang! There was a flash of bright light. When the light faded, Luochen's figure had disappeared into the safe house. somewhere on the other side of the river more than 30 kilometers away. From Killing Town number 10087. Luo Chen's figure appeared in the hidden area where the mark was left yesterday. He first looked around and only walked out of this hidden area after making sure it was safe, because it was too late yesterday. Luo Chen did not run far after reaching the other side of the river. But today he still has plenty of time. It is only 6:41 in the morning and the sky has just brightened. If it were not for the one-way teleportation array obtained after the safe house was upgraded, Luo Chen would not have been able to appear in this place at this time. I'll try to earn more killing coins today, and then sell a green passive skill. Luo Chen set a goal for himself, and then used today's opportunity to upgrade his skill level on his only blue skill of Freezing Technique LV.3 Freezing Technique LV.4. After upgrading, Freeze is now more effective. However, the resulting consumption has also increased. One shot will use up 110 points of Luo Chen's mana. Fine, Luo Chen has a level 2 energy recovery skill. The mana recovery increases by 6 points per minute. Otherwise, with the basic recovery rate of 1 point per minute, it will take Luo Chen 110 minutes to recover the 110 mana points. That's almost 2 hours. It's been too long. Unlike now, it only takes 16 minutes to be fully replenished, much faster. After crossing the river and continuing to walk west, Luo Chen soon discovered a group of abandoned buildings. This place looks like a small town in a foreign country. The buildings are all in European and American styles, mostly low 1 or 2-story houses, and only occasionally can you see buildings with more than 3 floors. The entire abandoned building complex is very large, almost the size of half a complete town. This time, Luo Chen was hiding in the bushes outside and carefully observing the situation over there. He saw many figures staggering around in the abandoned town. After sending a message for detection, Luo Chen looked at the detected information. Toxic zombie level, first level intermediate introduction. The zombies have poisonous teeth and nails. They move slowly, but be careful. Sometimes they will spray poisonous mist from their mouths, so be careful to avoid them. Luo Chen roughly counted and saw that there were probably hundreds of poisonous zombies wandering in this abandoned town, and there may be more where you can't see. What a great place! Luo Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. For others, they would rather deal with the tougher, hard-skinned zombies than encounter these poisonous zombies, which are already extremely poisonous. After all, if they were infected with corpse poison, they would be doomed without an antidote. But Luo Chen is not afraid. He has 2 skills that can passively restore health. It can restore 32 health points per minute. As long as the blood loss of the corpse poison does not exceed this amount, he can withstand the beating. Therefore, the most troublesome poisonous damage caused by the poisonous zombies lost its original effect on Luo Chen. Besides these, what else are there among the poisonous zombies? Movement speed. Zombie-like monsters generally move slowly. Even if the poisonous zombies ran, their speed was not very fast. Moreover, zombies usually only speed up suddenly when they are close to their target, and move slowly at other times. As for physical defense, this is a poisonous zombie, not a hard-skinned zombie. In terms of physical defense, they are completely different. There is no comparison. Not so. The only thing the poisonous zombies can do with their poor defense and speed is their poison. Pity, this was the only thing he could show off, but it was controlled by Luo Chen. Then wouldn't they become little mobile treasure houses here in Luo Chen's place, abandoned town outskirts? More than a dozen poisonous zombies were wandering around staggeringly. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side of a house, followed by a flash of cold light and a huge force, which directly chopped a poisonous zombie in front of it and sent it flying. Roar! When the other poisonous zombies saw this, they immediately growled and pounced on the living person who suddenly appeared in front of them. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally Luo Chen, who had set his sights on this group of poisonous zombies. Looking at the group of poisonous zombies slowly approaching him, Luo Chen simply stepped back to avoid them, then went around to the other side, put one foot on the back of the poisonous zombie that he had just chopped off with his sword, and chopped it down again with force. Gulo, a head rolled out directly. No blood was splattered. These poisonous zombies are originally corpses, and the blood on their bodies has long solidified into a sticky gelatinous state, so there is no way it will splash out. Behind, the group of poisonous zombies just changed direction and came over here slowly again. It's just a sitting duck. Luo Chen shook his head. The next second, bang, another poisonous zombie was chopped away. The knife wound on the chest was so deep that the bone was visible. But zombies are, after all, monsters with thick skin and flesh. Even though they were not hard-skinned zombies, their defense was quite good among the same level. If they were not killed by Luo Chen's direct sword attack, he would need to go up and hit them with another sword to completely kill these ugly monsters. Luo Chen used the same trick again at this time. First, he lured the other poisonous zombies aside, and then used his speed that far exceeded theirs to go around the poisonous zombie that had not yet crawled up from the ground, and chopped off its head with one knife. The whole process can be said to be easy, there is not much danger at all. But soon Luo Chen encountered some little trouble. The remaining poisonous zombies began to spit out poisonous fog around them. Even after the fog was diluted in the air, it was still highly toxic. If Luo Chen wants to kill these poisonous zombies, he has to get close to them, which means he has to enter an area where even the air is poisonous. As soon as he stepped in, Luo Chen was affected by the toxic gases in the air. A poisoned buff also appeared on his status bar: poisoning, mild, health value decreases by 10 points every minute. He glanced at his status bar, only 10 o'clock. Luo Chen curled his lips and disagreed. The speed at which blood is lost is not as fast as his automatic blood recovery. No need to worry at all. But soon Luo Chen discovered that the poisoning state was getting worse over time. Soon it became poisoning. General, the speed of blood loss has also become 20 points per minute. This made Luo Chen start to worry. If this continues to be strengthened, will my blood recovery speed not be able to keep up? However, after Luo Chen killed the dozen or so poisonous zombies in front of him, he found that his condition was still poisoned, general, and did not seem to be getting any better. This is a relief. It seems that the toxin of the poisonous zombies is only of this strength. Chapter 39. Kill, Kill, Kill. Blue quality space backpack. In an abandoned town, a large number of highly poisonous zombies roam around the town. This time, Luo Chen was like a hard-working little bee. Whenever he arrived at a place, he would first clean up the poisonous zombies gathered there, although every time he would be poisoned by the poisonous fog of these highly toxic zombies. But the blood loss rate of 20 points per minute is not even as fast as his blood recovery rate. Therefore, Luo Chen eliminated batch after batch of poisonous zombies without any pressure at all. Half an hour later, Luo Chen eliminated a dozen poisonous zombies surrounding a building that should be a hotel, and harvested a dozen white quality attribute crystals. There are more than 100 attribute crystals like this piled up in Luo Chen's backpack. There are no surprises. Today is another day of great harvest. And it's only morning now, there is still a lot of time left in the morning. If there are enough poisonous zombies in this abandoned town, Luo Chen feels that today's harvest may be even richer than yesterday. The only bad thing is probably extracting the attribute crystals from these poisonous corpses. The rotting bodies of these guys are really disgusting. Luo Chen picked out the attribute crystal from the last poisonous corpse with a knife, and with a look of disgust, he poured clean water on the attribute crystal from the bottle in his hand. After rinsing it clean, I picked it up and threw it into my backpack. These poisonous zombies were highly poisonous when they were alive, and they are still poisonous after death. And it's not just their teeth and nails that are poisonous. Even the blood in their bodies is highly poisonous. If Luo Chen did not wash off the blood and other substances on these attribute crystals, he would be poisoned if he just touched them. Although the speed at which he loses blood after being poisoned cannot keep up with his blood recovery speed, but can you imagine the feeling of being poisoned and having something like corpse spots grow all over your skin, and then starting to scratch and itch? Fortunately, the poison state is not permanent. When the time comes, it will naturally be lifted, and this time, Luo Chen also obtained a rough estimate after several experiments. It's about 5 minutes. Certainly, the premise is that you don't come into contact with toxins again, otherwise, this time will continue until 5 minutes after you are no longer exposed to the toxin, and the poisoning state will disappear. This is also Luo Chen's experience. Walk into the hotel building in front of you. Luo Chen began to search quickly. From the first floor to the second floor, and then to the top third floor. It can be seen that this hotel has been abandoned for a long time, and no one knows how many times it has been ransacked. Luo Chen started from the first floor and checked room by room, but when he finally returned to the first floor, he still came back empty-handed and found nothing. Is there nothing in this abandoned town? Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. The several buildings he had looted before were in similar situations. There was nothing in them except for some abandoned tables, chairs, and benches, and they are all in this way. In such a large abandoned town, it seems that apart from the attribute crystals and those highly poisonous corpses, there is nothing else to take away. This is why Luo Chen is not afraid of the toxins in these poisonous zombies. If someone else came here, they would have gone through so much trouble to get rid of some poisonous zombies, taking the huge risk of being poisoned, but in the end you didn't let them take a single hair away. How desperate is this? Fortunately, I still have attribute crystals, so I can still make money. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate. To be honest, if it weren't for a group of poisonous zombies gathering in such a garbage place with no supplies, Luo Chen would have turned around and left. But now, let's look for it again. After all, we're here. More than 2 hours later, Luo Chen couldn't remember how many poisonous zombies he had killed. I opened my backpack and took inventory. There are a total of 339 attribute crystals dug out from the poisonous corpses in the backpack. Luo Chen had basically walked through the entire abandoned town. Guess what the result was? This damn place is really stingy. Never mind the equipment or anything like that. I never saw even a piece of moldy bread. Luo Chen had never seen such a poor place. It's so poor. Forget it, these 339 attribute crystals are enough to make a profit. According to the recycling price of the Misty Shop, a white quality attribute crystal is 20 killing coins, so the 339 crystals that Luo Chen has on hand are worth a full 6,780 killing coins. With such a large sum of money, it was worth his whole morning's hard work. Coming out from the east side of the abandoned town, Luo Chen couldn't help but scratch his back. No way, the poisoning condition in his body has not yet passed. My whole body is itchy now. This corpse poison is really disgusting. Luo Chen complained as he walked away from the abandoned town behind him. At this moment, when he turned his head and scratched his back, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but pause. What is that? Luo Chen walked over curiously. In a patch of weeds outside the abandoned town, a corner of a metal cabinet was exposed and happened to be seen by Luo Chen. He dragged the cabinet out of the weeds with great effort. The metal cabinet is quite heavy. It weighs about 400 or 500 kilograms. Luo Chen dragged it out of the grass with one hand, then turned it over so that the front of the cabinet was facing up. This is a metal storage cabinet with 5 doors. 2 of the doors were open and opened by themselves. When Luo Chen turned the cabinet over, there was nothing inside, completely empty, but the other 3 doors were locked. Luo Chen doesn't have the key, but he didn't need a key, it just used brute force to unlock it. Bang! Luo Chen stepped on the door with his foot, causing a large dent in the lock to break. I reached out and opened it, and there was a bunch of miscellaneous things inside. Luo Chen searched for it. Didn't find anything good. Ha! As expected. He shook his head, then banged the other 2 doors open violently, but this time, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately reached out a hand and took out a pink backpack with a white unicorn ornament from one of the cabinets. Space backpack quality, blue. There are 6 compartments of 3 cubic meters of space inside, which can be used to store items. This is actually a blue quality space backpack. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. I didn't expect that after searching the town for a long time, I didn't find even a chicken feathery. Finally, I casually found a blue quality space backpack in the bushes outside the town. It's true that when the east is dark, the west is bright, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 42 Airdrop Treasure Chests. Others killing people in the town. Compared with the 3 green quality space backpacks on Luo Chen's body, the blue quality space backpack has twice as many backpack grids, and the internal space of each backpack grid has been doubled. All in all, 1 blue quality space backpack is equivalent to 6 green quality ones. That may not seem like a lot, but what good person carries 6 backpacks with him? Don't you think it's in the way? Luo Chen felt that carrying 3 space backpacks these days was a bit cumbersome, let alone 6. Don't let yourself be caught in the middle of a fierce battle with a few monsters and suddenly be hindered by your backpack. That would be really disgusting. So, the seemingly blue quality space backpack simply expands the internal storage space to 6 times, but the actual effect is far more than just 6 times. The first thing Luo Chen did was to transfer all the good things from the 3 old backpacks to this new backpack. A storage space of 3 cubic meters is enough to hold a lot of things. Among Luo Chen's 3 backpacks, one is specially used to carry various food and drinks. Now all these things are stuffed into one compartment of the new backpack. The other things were classified and placed in the other 5 grids. When Luo Chen finished sorting, the 3 old backpacks were basically empty. Pity, a space backpack cannot be placed inside a space backpack, otherwise just put the dolls inside. He crumpled the 3 empty old backpacks into a ball, then Luo Chen found an ordinary bag, stuffed the backpacks into it, and then tied the bag tightly. After making sure it would not loosen, Luo Chen turned and walked to a corner on the other side. He dug a shallow hole in the ground and stuffed the bag in. After filling it with some soil as camouflage, he clapped his hands, stepped back a few steps and took a look. Yes, you can't tell if you don't look carefully. It's impossible for Luo Chen to carry 4 backpacks around everywhere. That would be very cumbersome. It just so happens that the space in this new backpack is large enough, so the 3 old ones can retire temporarily, but Luo Chen couldn't bear to just throw them away like that. That's such a waste. After all, it is green quality equipment. If I take it to the Mist Shop for recycling, one can be sold for at least 200 killing coins, right? So Luo Chen chose to find a place to hide them on the spot. When you come back, take them with you. After confirming that he was hiding well enough, Luo Chen turned around and left. continuing to head west. Time slowly came to the afternoon. After eating something and taking a rest to recover his fatigue, Luo Chen saw two rays of light slowly setting in the sky from afar. It's an airdrop treasure chest. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, but this time, there were two airdrop treasure chests, and they are not in the same direction. So Luo Chen had to choose one of them and give up the other. Let's choose this one. It's closer. Luo Chen looked at the two spots of light in the sky. Both of them were blue, so there was no way to choose one according to their grade. However, one of the spots of light was closer to him, while the other was far away. Needless to say, I know what Luo Chen should choose. Half an hour later, Luo Chen arrived here, looking exhausted. This is a small hill, the terrain starts to slope upward from here. The surface of the plateau is covered with dense vegetation and wild grass half a person's height. At the end of this small plateau is a hillside with a stone wall showing traces of human construction. There are 4 tall pillars standing in front of the stone wall. However, 3 of the 4 pillars have collapsed, and only one is still intact. Luo Chen raised his head and looked at the landing point of the airdrop treasure chest in the sky. It was almost exactly in front of the stone wall. Do you want to go over now? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, then decided to hide nearby and observe before making a decision. The area where the stone wall was located was bare, with no hiding place around. If someone went there at this time, I would be a sitting duck if someone came behind me. I wonder if anyone else has been to this area. Luo Chen found a place to hide, then opened the regional chat channel that had not been opened for a long time and took a look. This sight made Luo Chen rub his eyes in surprise, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Regional chat channel online users. 16 The place where Luo Chen is now is at least 40 kilometers away from the killing town number 10087, right? He was able to reach this place due to the one-way teleportation array, which saved him a lot of time on the journey. But now look at the number of people online in the regional chat channel. There were actually 16 people. Among these 16 people, except Luo Chen, there are 15 other people in this area. The coverage area of the regional chat channel is currently limited to a radius of 5 kilometers, that is to say, these 15 people who are also in this area, if nothing unexpected happens, must have seen the airdrop treasure chest still falling from the sky. Trouble. Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. 16 people, fighting for an airdrop treasure chest, and we don't know how many people here are in the same group. Although Luo Chen is confident in his own strength, can the person who can appear in this area at this time be an ordinary person? Not to mention that everyone has talents above sea level, even if they are a group of D-level talents. It's also super troublesome. These 15 people shouldn't all be in the same group, right? Luo Chen looked at the area chat channel where no one was talking, and couldn't help but guess in his mind the worst-case scenario. Of course, is that except Luo Chen, the other 15 people are in the same group. In that case, Luo Chen would become the only outsider. By then, he will be targeted to death. Someone spoke. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly looked at the chat channel in surprise. Someone had sent a message. Why aren't you talking? Are you all busy on your way? Which airdrop treasure chest did you choose? Let me tell you first, I chose the one that dropped faster. After about 10 seconds, hey. Really? Do you have to be so careful? You don't even dare to say a word in the chat channel? Are you still a man? I don't know if they are men, but I'm sure they are not. Wow. There is a girl here. Which airdrop treasure chest did you choose? Same as you. Ha ha. You're pretty frank, I like that. How about we work together? You look like you're alone, right? No need, I'm afraid of others being too open with their hearts to me. No. I am the most honest person. Generally, dishonest people will emphasize that they are honest. Here comes another one, not bad. Which one are you going for? Just like you guys, let's compete fairly when the time comes. No way? Did everyone choose the same thing? Are the people in Killing Town number 1733 so in sync? Killing Town number 1733, Luo Chen originally wanted to obtain some information about these people, but when he suddenly saw this message, he was instantly shocked. These people, are they not from Killing Town number 10087? Luo Chen's face was full of surprise. Chapter 41, A name scares people away. Although Luo Chen was very clear that there were far more killing towns than number 10087 where he was, Their number was so huge that if the population base of the human beings on Blue Star was only 10 billion, and it was arranged according to the principle of one killing town with 1,000 people, then the number of killing towns in the entire killing land would be enough to exceed tens of millions, not to mention, the humans on Blue Planet are only a tiny part of the universe where Blue Planet is located, maybe even less than 1 in a million. The civilization of the entire universe where Blue Star is located is just a newcomer who has just been invited to join the endless killing game before them. It is hard to say how many universes have joined the game before them. But knowing is knowing. But Luo Chen never expected that he would meet people from other killing towns so soon. So, the distance between each killing town is not as far as I thought. Luo Chen suddenly understood the reason. It was that the distance between the two killing towns he had initially imagined was too far. But the actual distance was not that far. According to his current location, he is more than 40 kilometers away from killing town number 10087. Even those other 15 people walked that far, then the distance between these two killing towns is only about 90 kilometers. It is much closer than what Luo Chen had initially imagined, which is hundreds of kilometers away. At this time, in the regional chat channel, the people from killing town number 1733 were still verbally exchanging blows with each other. From the beginning, when only one person was speaking, now 6 or 7 people have sent messages in the chat channel, and there is a strong sense of tension between the words. This is good news for Luo Chen, because he was the only one among the 16 people present who was from killing town number 10087. The other 15 people are all from killing town number 1733. Relatively speaking, Luo Chen is the outsider, so he didn't say anything, but observed what these people were talking about, so as to determine which of them were in the same group and which were lone wolves like him. From the communication between these people, Luo Chen discovered that there were quite a lot of lone wolves in the killing town number 1733. Including the first guy who showed up in the chat channel and the woman behind him. It can be clearly confirmed that they are lone wolves. As for the others, there are 2 suspected lone wolves, but I can't be sure. There are 3 others who are definitely in the same group, because they had already made it public in the chat channel and encouraged others to withdraw from the competition as soon as possible. Their words showed great confidence. Among these 3 people, at least one should have very good talents and abilities. Luo Chen judged in his heart. This time, you want me to quit? Just because of you 3 losers? Luo Chen was also stunned when he saw this sentence. Who is this? Why are you talking so arrogantly? What surprised Luo Chen even more was that the 3 people who had just told others to withdraw were now silent. Is this cowardice? No, you 3 clowns, you were shouting 1 second, and got slapped in the face the next, and you didn't even have the courage to say a word back. At the same time, about 1 kilometer away from this small hill, 3 figures who were originally rushing on their way suddenly stopped. Zhao! It's that crazy Olivia. What should we do? This lunatic has also set his sights on that airdrop treasure chest. Should we still go? Go? Forget it. That lunatic is an underground boxer to begin with, and now he has a B-level talent. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we can only go and get killed. We're not going. Take it to the other airdrop treasure chest? Well, let's go while there's still time. The 3 of them were straightforward. After a brief exchange, they turned around and ran towards the direction of the airdrop treasure chest that was farther away. No. Olivia, you're here too. Zhao. It's over, it was all in vain. Is it too late to change the target now? It's too late. Don't change, because I've already gone. What the hell? Why are you, Olivia, everywhere? Olivia, do you have any objections? Suddenly, the scene became cold, then no one spoke anymore. Luo Chen had been peeking at the screen. This guy named Olivia should be a pretty good master in killing town number 1733, otherwise these people wouldn't be so afraid of him. Even the trio that was clamoring just now simply stopped talking. All these prove from the side that Olivia is very powerful. Is it B level? Or A level? Luo Chen was guessing in his heart. At this moment, a private message suddenly popped up on the chat channel. Luo Chen glanced at it in surprise. Did he just find out that he could chat privately with someone in the chat channel? Dude. Stop peeking at the screen, let's join forces, shall we? I've discussed this with the others. We are definitely no match for that crazy Olivia if we fight alone. Only by joining forces can we snatch this piece of meat from him. Join forces? Yes, these people don't know that Luo Chen is not from Killing Town number 1733, and none of them alone is a match for Olivia, so it is normal for them to want to join forces to deal with Olivia. We can join forces, but I want to know how many of you there are? Where are you all? Luo Chen thought about it and then sent a message unexpectedly. The other party replied to him so quickly. Including you, there are 8 people now. We are still in contact with the others, and there will definitely be more people by then. As for the location? I don't know about the others, but I actually arrived a long time ago. Already arrived? Fuck. This guy is still a jerk. Luo Chen hid in his hiding place without making any move. He didn't know whether the other party arrived before him or after him. Okay, how do we cooperate then? Luo Chen thought about it and sent another message. It's very simple. Olivia is a reckless man. This guy is the kind of person whose brains are all brawn. He will definitely not hide when the time comes. We will rush over as soon as the airdrop treasure chest falls. I guarantee that he will be beaten into a pig's head. A reckless man, Luo Chen nodded, but didn't believe it completely. Okay, let's do as you say. Ha ha. You guys are so straightforward, let's work together. I promise to make Olivia lose this time. After looking at the other party's reply message, Luo Chen did not send any more messages, but waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, the number of people online in the regional chat channel suddenly decreased by 3. It became 13 people. Those 3 guys just left directly. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised at the decisiveness of these 3 people. At the same time, his estimate of Olivia's strength increased again. A guy who can scare 3 people away with just his name. No matter how careful you are, it's too much. Chapter 42. Confident Olivia. They are all the 6th, in the hiding place. Time passed by every second. From time to time, Luo Chen looked towards the end of the small hill in the distance. The blue airdrop treasure chest slowly falling from the sky was now less than 10 meters away from the ground soon. Luo Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he noticed from afar a tall figure carrying an exaggerated giant sword coming towards him. Olivia. Luo Chen couldn't help but hold his breath and concentrate. After a while, the figure has arrived at the outskirts of this small hill. He looked to be about 2 meters tall, with short flaxen hair, and carried a broad, unsharpened sword on his shoulder. The sword was almost longer than he was, and just looking at it gave people a sense of oppression. It can't be wrong. This guy is Olivia. Luo Chen had seen his avatar in the chat channel, and it was definitely this face. This time, Olivia scanned the surroundings with a tiger-like gaze. Although he didn't see a single figure, he was sure that he was not the only one here at this moment. You are just a bug that dares to hide in the dark corners. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. This airdrop treasure chest belongs to me, Olivia. After saying that, Olivia didn't care how many people were lying in ambush around her. She stepped on the 1-meter-high weeds in front of her and walked quickly towards the end of the small hill in front of her. What the previous person said was right. This Olivia really is like a reckless man. He seems to not care at all that he will be attacked by everyone. Could it be that he thinks he has the ability to fight 10 people alone? Are the people in Killing Town number 1733 weak except for this Olivia? Luo Chen couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that this Olivia is really so conceited? Olivia was walking quite fast, and soon she crossed the grass and came to the end of the small hill, in front of the man-made stone wall. Even if 3 of the 4 pillars standing around collapsed, the shortest one was still more than 3 meters high. When Olivia arrived, she put the huge sword on her shoulder to the ground, then grabbed the hilt with both hands and stared at the grass in front of her with cold eyes. He is waiting, not just waiting for that airdrop chest to drop. He was also waiting for those who were lying in ambush to show up on their own. Just as Luo Chen guessed, the reason why Olivia was so confident was, on the one hand, because she did have the capital to be so confident when she was on Blue Star. Olivia was an ace boxer in the underground black boxing market. He once had a terrifying record of 37 wins in 37 battles, killing 16 opponents in a row. He is 2 meters tall and weighs 155 kilograms. He can easily kill an ordinary person with one punch. Even professional boxers have to do their best to dodge his heavy punches when facing him. After the entire universe was forced to join this endless killing game, Olivia was lucky enough to awaken a B-level talent. He is also the only person with B-level talent in the entire Killing Town number 1733, therefore, he was very sure that he had absolute power to rule the entire Killing Town number 1733. As for the others, Olivia doesn't even take those guys who have awakened C-level talents seriously. All this is because the talent he awakened is so suitable for him. Even for B-level talents, there are still some opinions on whether they are suitable or not. If you awaken a talent that is not suitable for you, then you will definitely need a long time to adapt to the effects of this talent and change some of your habits, and the talent that Olivia awakened could be said to be tailor-made for him. He is too strong, therefore. He didn't take the other dozen people seriously at all. So what if we join forces? He can kill all the opponents by himself, brother. We are ready to take action. We will charge together in 10 seconds. In the hiding place, Luo Chen received the message from the previous person again, but he just took a look and had no intention of doing anything. 10 seconds passed quickly. At the next moment, one after another, human figures suddenly emerged from their hiding places and rushed straight towards Olivia at the end of the small hill in front. Luo Chen, who remained motionless, counted and found that there were only 7 people who were tricked out in this wave. In addition to Luo Chen, there are 3 other people who have not shown up. The 7 people who rushed out discovered that the number of people on their side was wrong, and they became angry and started cursing. Zhao! Didn't we agree to work together? Fuck! Are you taking me for a fool? There are still 4 bastards. You guys are the 6th one, right? Yi Wenbin, I'm going to scald your grandma. Dark place. Yi Wenbin, who had been actively trying to gather people to join forces to deal with Olivia from the very beginning, also counted the number of people who appeared in the first wave. Tisk. Why are there only 7 of us? There are still 3 of us who haven't fallen for it? He curled his lips, seeming very dissatisfied with the result. On the other side, the 2 people who also saw through Yi Wenbin's tricks and pretended to agree to join forces but did not take any action at this moment were watching the scene outside with a sneer. Don't these 7 people have brains? Do they believe anything that people say? The 2 of them hid in secret places, sneering at the 7 unlucky guys who had been targeted by Olivia. No matter what, the 7 of them were destined to be the cannon fodder in the first wave. Ha ha! Are you the only ones? Olivia was also laughing at this time, waving the giant sword in her hand and rushing towards the 7 people. Stop! Olivia, we've been fooled by that bastard Yi Wenbin. We can withdraw from this competition. Right. There's no need for us to fight to the death. That will only give those other bastards an advantage. Olivia, calm down, we are not enemies. Stop it. I don't want to play anymore. The 7 of them felt that they had fallen into Yi Wenbin's trap and were being used as cannon fodder. Of course, they were unwilling to follow Yi Wenbin's script, so they shouted at Olivia to stop. Pity, Olivia had no intention of letting them go. Enemy? Are you worthy? You are a bunch of trash. At best, you can only be considered Olivia's prey. Olivia rushed forward with a wild laugh, and swung the huge sword weighing several hundred pounds in her hand down heavily at the person in front of her with a bang, bang. The man was instantly chopped away by Olivia's sword. Blood was gushing out while he was still in mid-air, and his health points instantly dropped to the critical point. No! I won't give up. He yelled angrily. At the next second, a flying knife flew out from the darkness and instantly pierced the man's chest. The last dozen points of health were also cleared out by this blow. This man died with his eyes open. Who? Olivia looked over there angrily. That's my prey. Damn thief, get out here. In the dark, Yi Wenbin, who had already changed his position, sneered and had no intention of showing up. Very good. We can use these idiots to consume Olivia's fighting power and take his head at the same time. When these idiots are all dead, Olivia will probably feel bad, right? Yi Wenbin had been keeping an eye on these people from the very beginning. What he wants is not just the airdrop treasure chest, same thing. He also wanted to snatch the heads of those present and plunder their attributes. That was just the first one. It won't be the last. Chapter 43 Homemade Poison Gas Bomb. Who is the human-headed dog? As for Olivia, you big fool, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are strong? People still need to learn to use their brains. Yi Wenbin sneered complacently while keeping his eyes on the second target. On the other side, although Olivia didn't find the bastard who secretly stole his head, he still didn't intend to let go of the 6 prey in front of him. He was already very angry just because one of his heads was stolen. He would not allow these 6 people he had reserved to escape. If that really happens, will Olivia still be able to stay in Killing Town number 1733? When this matter gets out, who will be afraid of Olivia anymore, so, these 6 people in front of me must die. At the same time, seeing that they couldn't escape, the remaining 6 people decided to fight Olivia. If you don't fight, you're dead. If you fight, you might have a chance of survival. 6 to 1, the advantage is on my side. At this moment, the 6 people seemed to have reached some kind of spiritual understanding. In an instant, they all turned around and rushed towards Olivia, who was chasing them from behind. This big guy is very strong. Luo Chen had slipped to a location not far from the battlefield without knowing when. He secretly observed that side and saw that the tall and strong Olivia was still in the upper hand when fighting against 6 people alone, and could even be said to be crushing the opponents. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is the gap between B-level talent and C-level talent so big? Luo Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. This time, Olivia, who was fighting 1 against 6, was killing like crazy. Yet he completely gave up on defense and endured the attacks from the 6 people on the opposite side. The huge sword in his hand was directly turned into an afterimage by his dance. The 6 people on the opposite side clearly had the advantage in numbers, but at this moment they acted as if they were the weaker party. Those attacks landed on Olivia, and it seemed difficult to cause effective damage to him. On the contrary, Olivia's casual sword strike could make them terrified, and they dared not take any attack from Olivia head-on. But even so, the situation of the 6 of them was quite bad. Their health points plummeted by more than 50% in just 1 or 2 minutes. Their facial features were distorted in pain, and some even vomited blood. Their combat effectiveness plummeted. Tisk. This Olivia is really abnormal. Her B-level talent is really strong. Yi Wenbin, who was hiding in the dark and ready to grab the head at any time, couldn't help but be amazed at this moment. He had only heard others say how powerful Olivia was before, but this was the first time he saw her with his own eyes. Yi Wenbin couldn't help but feel jealous and went crazy. Why is it that someone as smart as him can only awaken a D-level talent, while a fool like Olivia, who has strong limbs but a simple mind, can awaken a B-level talent? Although there is only a C-level between Class D and Class B, the effects are completely different. Seeing Olivia fighting 6 people so bravely, Yi Wenbin felt very uncomfortable. Humph. You're just a lucky fool. In the end, you're still making things difficult for me. Yi Wenbin could only comfort himself in this way at this moment. At least, could he snatch a few heads from Olivia? At this time, a glass bottle filled with dark green gas was thrown over from somewhere. Olivia had just launched a powerful downward strike, but the flying glass bottle flew directly into his attack path. The next second, bang, the fragile glass bottle exploded instantly. The dark green gas in the bottle instantly dissipated from the broken glass bottle, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a large area around it. Under the influence of the airflow caused by Olivia's heavy blow, in an instant a poison debuff was hanging on the 7 of them. Despicable. You even poisoned me. The 6 people on the opposite side were almost unable to hold on, and at this moment they found that they were poisoned, and their health points were plummeting at a rate of 20 points per minute. Their physical attributes are not very high. In addition, most of their health had been taken away by Olivia, so now the one with the least health among the 6 of them had less than 50 points. In such a poisoned state, even if Olivia let them go now, they would not be able to survive until the poisoning disappeared. As for taking antidote, then they must have it too. Facing the scolding from 6 people, Olivia's face instantly turned black. It's not that the insults they made were very harsh. In fact, no matter how harsh the insults were, Olivia wouldn't care. But in fact, he wasn't the one who poisoned her at all. Even he himself was poisoned. Who is it? Get out here. Olivia angrily slashed at the surroundings with her sword, but there was no trace of anyone. Who the hell is that? On the other side, Yi Wenbin, who had been hiding in the dark and ready to take the head, also looked gloomy. Isn't this just stealing his business? That was the person he was targeting, but someone actually managed to kill him without him noticing. He really couldn't find out who the person who poisoned him was at the moment. This made Yi Wenbin even more annoyed. Damn thief, get out here. Olivia was still roaring. It was a pity that he had no means of long-range attack, and the thief who attacked him twice was obviously hiding in the distance and had no intention of getting close. This time, the 6 people on the opposite side took advantage of the fact that Olivia's attention was attracted by the people hiding in the dark and ran away. Although he was still poisoned, he wouldn't die in a short time. People always have the desire to survive, and they will not sit and wait for death even if there is only a glimmer of hope. Stop right there. Olivia looked back at this time and found that the 6 prey on the opposite side were still trying to run away. She no longer cared about looking for the despicable and shameless guy hiding in the dark, and hurriedly chased after him with a roar. Although Olivia looks like a big fool, he runs very fast. His agility attribute itself has already reached 22 points, coupled with the attribute bonus brought by the equipment, his agility attribute has reached a full 28 points. The agility attribute of 28 points is already very high at the current stage. Many people simply cannot meet this standard unless those talents are related to agility and speed, but obviously none of the 6 people on the opposite side possessed this type of talent, so when Olivia ran, her speed was even faster than that of the 6 of them. Can you imagine a person running very fast while carrying a huge sword weighing hundreds of pounds? Olivia is in this state now. He took 2 steps at a time and caught up with the slowest runner in just a few seconds. Die. He roared and slashed down with his sword. The next moment, the man in front didn't even have time to turn around to block, and was chopped away by Olivia's heavy blow. The remaining 100 health points were instantly cleared. The corpse flew out like a torn sack, but Olivia didn't show any joy at all, and her face even became even darker. Asshole! You're looking for death! He roared, then with red eyes he accelerated and chased after the other 5 people. Chapter 44, Furious Olivia. Grab the airdrop treasure chest. Ding, you killed the target and successfully plundered the target's attributes. Strength +2 constitution +5 agility +1 spirit +1 behind a patch of grass. When Luo Chen heard the reminder sound in his ears, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. Good. So the guy's final health bar was poisoned. Just now, he saw Olivia chase after the guy and give him a heavy blow, and he thought he was going to lose a head. I didn't expect Olivia to be such a good person. How could this be considered stealing someone's life? It was clearly an assist for him. Seeing that the opponent's blood was losing too slowly in the poisoned state, I went straight up to help cut off the remaining blood bar of the opponent. What a nice person. After taking this head, Luo Chen directly obtained 6 attribute points. This guy's strength and constitution attributes are quite high, especially his constitution attribute, which should be an awakened physical talent. No wonder this guy seemed to get beaten the most in the beginning, but his remaining health bar is the thickest. But no matter how thick the health bar is, it can't withstand Olivia's powerful blow. Well, it confirms once again that Olivia is a great person. Damn it! That old man stole my head. Yi Wenbin, who was hiding in the dark, saw Olivia roaring and immediately guessed that the head was not taken by Olivia, but was stolen by the hateful Lao Lu, who was hiding in the dark and poisoning her. That should have been his. Yi Wenbin hated that Lao Lu to death. They say that competitors are enemies, and this is indeed true. No, we must not let the heads of the remaining guys be stolen again, even at the risk of being exposed. The reason why Yi Wenbin dared to do this was entirely because his talent happened to be related to speed and stealth. Although it is not a pure talent for increasing agility attributes, in Yi Wenbin's opinion, talents that simply increase attributes are actually very ordinary. Only talents like his are truly good. After all, there are many ways to improve attributes. For example, attribute crystallization. For example, killing people. Another example is wearing good equipment. However, the special effects of some talents are far beyond the reach of simply adding attributes. Speaking of this, Yi Wenbin couldn't help but look at Olivia, who was going crazy over there with jealousy. This big fool's talent is the latter, and as far as he knew, Olivia's talent effect was related to blood recovery. The reason why this guy was so famous in their killing town number 1733 was because many people had seen him fighting a large group of monsters alone. Not at that time, Olivia had no defense at all, and let the monsters' attacks fall on him. As a result, in the end he was not hurt at all, but dozens of monsters on the opposite side were killed by him. That battle also made Olivia instantly famous and became the most famous person in their killing town number 1733. Why the hell? Why does this big idiot always get all the good things? Yi Wenbin couldn't help but curse inwardly out of anger. At this time, Olivia over there also caught up with the other 5 people. He swung his giant sword at several people, but one of the 5 people suddenly kicked another person next to him, kicking him directly towards Olivia, who was chasing him. Brother, don't blame me. I just want to live. The man shouted and then ran away without looking back. The guy who was kicked away started cursing with his eyes bloodshot. The next second Olivia's heavy slash fell. The cursing stopped abruptly. Fuck! Olivia, who smashed half of the man's body with a sword, started cursing. The reason is simple. This head was stolen again. Ding, you killed the target and successfully plundered the target's attributes. Strength +2 constitution +2 agility +1 spirit +2. Luo Chen heard this heavily reminder again. But the attribute value given by the guy who died this time is a bit low. It seems that this person's talent is not the kind that directly increases attribute values. Pity, killing people can only plunder attribute values. If only I could plunder talents, Luo Chen thought greedily. On the other side, Yi Wenbin, who was just a little slow, watched helplessly as he failed to grab the head. He couldn't help but want to curse at Blanche. This is the second one. Is that old man's so lucky? Or is it that this big fool Olivia is just unlucky today? How come that guy stole the head twice? What made Yi Wenbin even more angry was that the guy didn't even show up. He just poisoned the person and then just sat back and took the blame. Is there anything in the world that could be easier than this? Just when Yi Wenbin was feeling indignant, Olivia, who was furious not far away, suddenly changed her expression and ran to the other side. Huh? Why didn't this big idiot chase me? Yi Wenbin was still confused, and then the next second he knew why Olivia suddenly gave up chasing the remaining 4 people, because at this moment, the originally rich blue light on the airdrop treasure chest at the end of the small hill has been gradually fading, and it will completely disappear in 10 or 20 seconds at most. Seeing this scene, Yi Wenbin cursed inwardly. He actually forgot the most important thing and was only thinking about these heads. This is all the fault of Lao Lu, who hid in the dark and poisoned him. If that bastard hadn't distracted him, how could he have subconsciously forgotten about this airdrop treasure chest? There are still a dozen seconds left. There's still time. Thinking of this, Yi Wenbin didn't bother to grab the 4 heads and ran towards the end of the small hill at the fastest speed. This move of his completely exposed his position, but no one cared about it anymore at this time. Not only him, the other 2 people who had been hiding and had not shown up had already run to the end of the small hill without knowing when, and their 2 hands grabbed the airdrop treasure chest almost at the same time. Asshole! That's my treasure chest! Olivia was instantly furious when he saw this scene. Without thinking, he threw the giant sword in his hand out. Boom! There was a loud bang. The sudden flying giant sword scared the 2 men so much that they quickly retreated. They didn't dare to take it head on, as it would kill someone. It was this delay that caused Olivia to rush to the small hill. Swish! Yi Wenbin, who was a step slower, also appeared on the small hill. Then he looked at the other 2 people with caution. Which of the 2 of them could be the 6th one who poisoned me? Yi Wenbin thought, but he soon discovered something was wrong. No! Why is there 1 person missing? Yi Wenbin was secretly startled. He held a magic crystal in one hand and looked around vigilantly. Chapter 45. Luo Chen got a bargain and achieved level 10 sprint. On the small hill, the 4 sides stood in a tripod. On the other side, in the weeds a few hundred meters away from the small hill, 4 people who had luckily escaped the disaster were now fleeing in a panic, but in the next second, swish, a cold light flashed in the air. The sharp blade pierced through one of the men's bodies from front to back in an instant. A moment, the health bar dropped sharply, and then directly clear it. At this time, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the handle of the long knife that pierced the man's body from front to back. With a puff sound, blood splattered, the blade was pulled out of the corpse in an instant, and then attacked another person again like a gust of wind. Asshole! I'm going to fight you! The man roared and rushed forward, intending to die together, but the next second he missed, and then his eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. Bang! A headless body lay in the weeds. Luo Chen swung the blade, and drops of blood instantly splashed onto the leaves of weeds. A missile rolled down the slope. Luo Chen ignored them and attacked the other 2 again with an expressionless face. After a few seconds, 4 bodies were scattered in 4 corners of the weeds. Luo Chen took out a piece of white cloth to wipe the blood off the blade, then sheathed the knife and turned around to pick up his trophies. If you kill someone but don't touch the body, then it would be a waste of life, right? Including the spoils left behind by the 3 corpses above. They had all been taken away by Luo Chen early on. These people are quite wealthy, and each of them carries a space backpack. Although they are all of green quality, the space is not large. But there are 7 space backpacks, which contain a lot of good things, not to mention anything else. There are 13 skill upgrade stones alone. Although they are all white quality, this amount alone is worth 1,300 kill coins. Luo Chen didn't do what he thought and directly threw 10 of the skill upgrade stones on his first skill. Sprint. 2 skill upgrade stones are used to upgrade 1 level. Directly push the sprint skill to level 10. After level 10, 4 skill upgrade stones are required to upgrade to the next level. Luo Chen didn't have enough skill upgrade stones on hand. He was short of 1, so he spent the remaining 3 on the Swift Step skill. Speed level 10 grade. White consume 55 mana points to enter the sprint state for 55 seconds. Increase movement speed by 245%. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Fast and flying LV.5 grade. White passively increases agility attribute by 15 points. When the sprint is upgraded to level 10, the duration of the state directly reaches 55 seconds, several times longer than the cooling time. The increase in movement speed reached an astonishing 245%. The level 5 skill of Swift Steps also gives Luochen a 15-point bonus to his agility attribute. Not bad. The 4 guys just killed also gave Luochen an increase of 10 points in strength, 11 points in constitution, 10 points in agility and 14 points in mental attributes. Unexpectedly, the biggest improvement these 4 guys brought to Luochen was his spiritual attributes. Luochen opened the character panel and took a look. This time the changes in attributes were quite big. Name, Luochen HP, 920/920 mana, 570/570 status, mildly hungry, moderately tired fatigue value, 22% hunger value, 11% strength, 59 constitution, 92 agility, 54 spirit, 47 physical defense, 92 element resistance, 57 innate ability. Endless? Remove the skill level cap, and you can choose a skill to upgrade by 1 level every day. Active skills, Speed LV.10, Freezing LV.4, Passive skills, Physical Fitness LV.6, Natural Strength LV.5, Vigorous Energy LV.5, Rhythm of Life LV.2, Fullness LV.6, Energy Recovery LV.2, Fast Pace LV.5. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, the highest one, Physical Fitness, has reached 92 points, almost breaking 100. Although there are also attributes added by equipment, but Luochen's own attribute values are not low either. The key is, the agility attribute also reached 54 points. After entering the sprint state, Luochen's agility attribute can reach a value of 186.3. The status effect provided by a sprint skill is better than a D-level talent that only increases agility. Is this still a white grade skill? This is only level 10. What if it's level 20? Level 30. It might not be possible to make a white grade skill comparable to those B grade or even A grade talents. After closing the character panel, Luochen looked back at the small hill behind him. At this time, on the small hill, the 4 people had already started fighting. No1 wanted to let anyone else get the blue airdrop treasure chest, and the other 3 people seemed to be teaming up to target Olivia. Olivia is strong, but the 3 people on the opposite side are not weak either. Compared to the 7 people who were tricked out and used as cannon fodder in the beginning, the strength of these 3 people is obviously much stronger. Although the 3 of them joined forces were still no match for Olivia, they did temporarily stop him from getting close to the airdrop treasure chest. There's a chance. Luochen's eyes also lit up when he saw this scene. Just now he had prepared himself mentally for not being able to get this airdrop treasure chest. He also followed the principle that he could not return empty-handed, so he chose to launch a sneak attack on the 4 fleeing guys and take away their space backpacks as the spoils of his trip. However, Luochen did not expect that the 3 guys who jumped out from behind were so powerful. It actually managed to temporarily block Olivia. Isn't this Chunchen giving him a second chance? And if Luochen had no confidence in snatching the airdrop treasure chest from the 4 of them before, then now Luochen has the confidence. I'm here to help you, Luochen shouted, and then deliberately used only about 1/3 of the full speed to rush towards the small hill over there. This time, Yi Wenbin and the other 3 were struggling to hold on the small hill. It's really because this madman Olivia's playing style is too ferocious. He doesn't do any defense at all and just keeps attacking. The huge sword weighing several hundred pounds was almost fused into one piece when he swung it. This guy used to be a professional underground black boxer with extremely rich combat experience. On this point, the 3 of them were just ordinary people and could not compare with him at all, so even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could no longer stop this madman Olivia. Just then Luochen is here, gave them hope would come and help. Yi Wenbin shouted loudly without turning his head. The next second, a flash of knife light slashed down from his side and hit heavily on the huge sword that Olivia threw at him. It was also the first time that Luochen felt the horror of Olivia. His strength is at least 3 times that of Luochen. Just by blocking his sword, Luochen's health points dropped by 18 points in an instant. If this hits him directly, the consequences are unimaginable. Luochen's physical defense is as high as 92 points. Olivia's sword didn't hit him in the first place. It was just the force transmitted by the collision of the 2 weapons. After deducting the defensive attribute, it can still cause him 18 points of damage. This is enough to show how amazing the actual damage of his sword is. Chapter 46, Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife. I'm just saying it, do you really believe it? Another one, die. Olivia's eyes were bloodshot at this time, as if he had fallen into some kind of madness. He roared and slashed with his sword again. This time, without Luochen's obstruction, His sword directly hit a blue magic shield, the entire shield was smashed and its durability dropped instantly. It turned out that at the critical moment, Yi Wenbin crushed his trump card without hesitation, let this magic shield block Olivia's heavy blow for himself. Otherwise, with his small body, Olivia might be able to make him see his weakness with just one strike of the sword. But Yi Wenbin, who used up this trump card for this, also looked very painful. He found this thing with great difficulty, and there is only one. Now that it has been used up, it is gone, and the key is the heavy blow that Olivia just made actually cut off a quarter of the durability of the magic shield. In other words, this magic shield can only block Olivia's 4 swords for him. What the hell, isn't the attack power of this idiot Olivia too high? The damage of this sword exceeds 200, Yi Wenbin's own health points are only over 200, can he really be killed in 1 second with just one sword? Yi Wenbin was a little panicked. He couldn't help but regret why he came to fight for this airdrop treasure chest. Perhaps the best choice would be for him to kill the other 4 people who escaped. At least in that case, he would be 100% sure to take down the 4 unlucky guys with low health, then he could just take the spoils and run away. Olivia would not be able to catch up with him. Now, you find yourself stuck here, unable to move forward. It hurt so much. The situation on Yi Wenbin's side was not good, and the other 2 people were not much better. They still underestimated Olivia's strength. This also underestimates the gap between B-level talent and C-level talent. This is much larger than C-level and D-level. Bang! A figure vomited blood and flew backwards. Shit. I don't want to play anymore. The man with blood spitting out of his mouth cursed and took the opportunity to turn around and run away. If they continue to fight, not only will they not be able to stop Olivia, but they may even lose their own lives. So the man gave up the airdrop treasure chest without hesitation. Treasure chests are great, but you have to be alive to enjoy them. It's obvious. The current situation is that even if they join forces, they cannot stop Olivia from taking away the airdrop treasure chest. As for taking advantage of the opportunity to steal this airdrop treasure chest, that's even more impossible given the size of the airdrop treasure chest. They had no way of stuffing it into their space backpacks, so they could only carry it in their hands while running. But can they escape carrying such a big airdrop treasure chest? What the hell? Why are you running away? Yi Wenbin was still struggling to hold on, but when he saw one of his men run away, he became so angry that he started cursing. I was already unable to defeat them, and now someone on my side has escaped. How can we fight this? No, in fact, if possible, Yi Wenbin also wanted to run away, but at this moment he was holding up a magic shield outside, which was fixed. He couldn't run with the magic shield. Once he came out of the magic shield, Olivia on the opposite side would definitely give him a fatal blow instantly. Yi Wenbin already knew that Olivia could kill him in seconds, so how could he dare to come out now? Who of you can help me block it? Yi Wenbin shouted for help in a hurry. I'll do it. Luochen had just blocked Olivia's sword and then retreated to the back. At this time, when he heard Yi Wenbin's cry for help, he rushed forward with a very loyal look. Thanks, buddy. Yi Wenbin's face was full of gratitude, and he thought that this person must not be the Laolu who had poisoned him before. On the contrary, that bastard who just ran away is a big suspect. So disloyal, just run away. As expected, the one who poisoned Laolu was that bastard. Bang! Another heavy blow came down. Olivia seemed to have set her sights on Yi Wenbin, the unlucky guy. At this moment, 2 consecutive heavy blows directly cut off half the durability of his magic shield, and now the remaining durability can only block Olivia's last heavy blow. Fortunately, Yi Wenbin's helpers also arrived, which made him secretly relieved. Die! Olivia slashed with the sword again with red eyes. With a bang, the magic shield that was protecting Yi Wenbin tightly shattered in an instant, turning into a sky full of blue light spots. In the sky full of blue spots, Yi Wenbin saw Olivia's ferocious face and the huge sword in his hand, which was filled with strong murderous intent, and slashed towards him fiercely. Save me! Yi Wenbin was horrified and shouted with an extremely terrified expression on his face. The next second, bang, a foot suddenly appeared behind Yi Wenbin and kicked him hard towards Olivia in front of him. In a moment, Yi Wenbin and Olivia's eyes met in mid-air. While Yi Wenbin's eyes were full of shock and confusion, Olivia looked at Yi Wenbin, who had bumped into her, with ferocious eyes and sneered. Bang! A figure flew backwards, spurting blood. It was Yi Wenbin who bumped into Olivia. Although Olivia's heavy blow failed to hit him, the fierce impact like an iron mountain still caused Yi Wenbin's health to plummet. With only over 200 health points, nearly 200 points were dropped in an instant. If it was Olivia's giant sword that hit him, Yi Wenbin would have died on the spot, but even so, Yi Wenbin was still filled with despair. At the same time, there is also a strong sense of anger and shame. He was angry because Luochen had deceived him, and he was ashamed because he had actually believed that. The other party had really come to save him. Are you treating him like a fool? He really fell for it. This made Yi Wenbin, who claimed to be a smart man, even more angry and embarrassed. If I were so easily fooled, wouldn't that make me look stupid? Yi Wenbin cares a lot about his image in the eyes of others, and he cannot accept being regarded as a fool, but the fact is, it has already happened. This made Yi Wenbin even more desperate, and the next second, a sharp saber pierced Yi Wenbin's chest. The sharp tip of the knife pierced through his chest and pierced his heart. A moment, Yi Wenbin seemed to understand something, and he suddenly revealed a self-deprecating smile before he died. It turns out, I am really a fool. Chapter 47, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth. Want to run? Too late, ding, you killed the target and successfully plundered the target's attributes, strength +2 constitution +2 agility +8 spirit +1. The killing prompt sounded in his ears, and Luo Chen had already pulled the saber in his hand out of Yi Wenbin's body, causing blood to splatter, and a few drops even splashed on his face. Luo Chen didn't bother to wipe it off. He immediately grabbed the dark green space backpack on Yi Wenbin's back with his left hand, then exerted force with his feet and rushed forward in an instant. The agility attribute of 62 directly soars to 213.9 with the support of the level 10 sprint skill. Luo Chen rushed towards the airdrop treasure chest like a gust of wind. Stop it! Olivia roared and swung her sword to try to stop it, but when his huge sword fell, it only hit the ground heavily, creating a shallow pit in the ground. I said, stop! He roared, holding the huge sword in both hands, and threw it out violently, but the next second, Luo Chen jumped high while running and easily dodged the giant sword thrown by Olivia. Boom, a loud bang. The giant sword smashed heavily on a stone pillar that had only half of it left. The hard stone pillars were smashed and cracked, and stones fell down with a crash. A small half of the blade of the entire giant sword was directly inserted into the stone pillar and firmly embedded in it. Swish, Luo Chen's figure fell next to the airdrop treasure chest. Olivia watched him pick up the airdrop treasure chest on the ground and stuff it directly into the black backpack on his back. The size of an airdrop treasure chest is close to 3 cubic meters. A green space backpack that cannot fit into a single compartment. But Luo Chen's space backpack is of blue quality. The size of a single grid reaches 3 cubic meters, which is just enough to fit into this airdrop treasure chest. Fuck! Put down that backpack, it's mine. Olivia rushed forward, cursing angrily, but Luo Chen just grinned at him, then ran directly to the side of the stone pillar, grabbed the giant sword embedded in it with both hands, and pulled it out of the stone pillar. Good job, this giant sword is really heavy, weighing at least 400 kilograms. Even with Luo Chen's current strength, he still felt it was heavy in his hand. If he really had to hold it in his hand and swing it around like a weapon, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Thanks to Olivia for making it so airtight. This guy, the strength attribute is ridiculously high. Put it down. That's mine. Olivia watched with bloodshot eyes as Luo Chen not only snatched away the airdrop treasure chest that should have belonged to him, but was now shamelessly taking away her weapon. But how could Luo Chen listen to him and let it go? This thing belongs to me from now on. Luo Chen smiled and put the giant sword into his space backpack in front of Olivia. He would not be so stupid as to hold such a heavy sword in his hand. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Olivia was going crazy yet he rushed towards Luo Chen like a mad bull, but his speed can only be considered good. How can it be compared with Luo Chen's? Luo Chen just dodged and hid far away. Olivia could only stand there helplessly in rage, screaming loudly and venting the anger in her heart. On the other side, the only remaining woman was also quietly retreating at this time. After retreating for a distance, she turned around and ran without hesitation. The airdrop chest is gone. The two people in front of him, whether it was Olivia or the unknown Asian man, were not good men and women. If they stayed, not only would they not get any benefit, they might even lose their lives. So, the choice of a smart person is naturally to stop loss in time. If not now, when? Want to run? Luo Chen also noticed the woman's actions at this time. He couldn't help but sneer, then turned around and chased after her. As soon as the fleeing woman heard the noise behind her, she knew it was the unfamiliar Asian man catching up with her. She had seen the man's speed before, and she knew she would definitely not be able to outrun him if she ran. So, the woman instantly grasped something in her left hand. Immediately afterwards, her entire body seemed to disappear, and in an instant Luo Chen, who was chasing after her, lost sight of her. Invisible, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The next second he suddenly saw something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up, revealing an intriguing smile. 10 seconds later, The woman's figure appeared again and she had already run hundreds of meters away. She looked back at the small hill behind her, but what he saw was only Olivia rushing down the hill frantically. But he didn't see the man from before. Where are the people? The woman was secretly surprised. The next second a breeze blew by. The woman suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She reached out her hand and found that it was covered in blood. There was a long narrow wound on her neck that had been cut at some point, and blood was constantly oozing out of the wound. When the woman was shocked inside, the next second, game over. A voice sounded in her ear, then her eyes went dark and she completely lost consciousness. Ding, you killed the target and successfully plundered the target's attributes. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +3, Spirit +3? What an average property. Luo Chen looked at the body lying on the ground beside him in surprise. All 4 attributes were given 3 points, that is to say, this woman's original 4-dimensional attributes, not counting the bonus from equipment, were all around 30-something. What kind of talent is this? The attribute bonus is so comprehensive, Luo Chen thought to himself. At this time, Olivia's roar came from behind. Luo Chen looked back and saw that this guy was holding a mace as thick as his thigh, which was probably his backup weapon. He was roaring and rushing down from the small hill, as if he was determined to kill Luo Chen. What a bull! Luo Chen muttered something, then bent down and picked up a weapon and the space backpack that the woman left behind after her death. As for the prop she just used to become invisible, the thing is just like He Wenbin's magic shield. They are all disposable props. It's gone once you use it up. It is a trump card to save your life. Pity that didn't save them from their lives. Die. Behind, a mace as thick as a thigh smashed down hard. With a loud bang, a shallow pit was smashed into the dirt ground. And what about Luo Chen? He had already come behind Olivia and slashed the guy's neck with the saber in his hand. There was a sound of a blunt knife cutting on cowhide. Luo Chen's knife only barely scratched a layer of skin on the back of Olivia's neck, and a few drops of blood were squeezed out. But that's all. Chapter 48: The Invincible Olivia. Luo Chen looked at the damage caused by his sword and fell silent for a moment. What kind of scraping injury is this? Luo Chen's current physical defense is 97, which he thinks is already high. At least among the humans on Blue Star at this stage, it is relatively high, but Olivia's physical defense is probably close to 200, right? Good boy. If only his defense was a little higher. I'm afraid that Luo Chen's sword attack just now couldn't even break the defense, but even if the defense is broken, it doesn't really make much sense. That blow only caused Olivia to lose 1 point of blood at most, and this guy's health value, I'm afraid it's over 2000. A drop of blood from a knife. When will we stop cutting it down? Not to mention, this guy seems to have the ability to recover health. What the hell is this? Luo Chen originally wanted to maximize his benefits. After dealing with the others, he would concentrate on dealing with Olivia, the wild bull, but now, Luo Chen found that he seemed to have overthought this guy. He is simply an immortal god of war. At least this seems to be the case for Luo Chen at this stage. Ha ha! Are you tickling me? Although Olivia didn't hit Luo Chen again, he couldn't help but laugh and mock after seeing that he only lost 1 point of blood after being cut. Maybe the senior was too depressed by Luo Chen. Now that she finally found an opportunity to laugh at the other person, how could Olivia miss it? Wouldn't that be a good laugh? Facing Olivia's ridicule, Luo Chen was not angry at all. That he has made a lot of money today. Even if he couldn't capture Olivia, just the current gains were enough to make Luo Chen a fortune. Now it's just that we can't defeat this wild bull. What's there to be angry about? As for Olivia's ridicule, not only did he lose his head, but he also lost an airdrop treasure chest, and even his main weapon was snatched away by Luo Chen. And now people are just talking nonsense. Is Luo Chen the kind of stingy person? If you want to laugh, laugh more. You never know when you won't be able to laugh anymore. I wonder if poison will work. Luo Chen ignored Olivia's ridicule. He stepped back to keep some distance from Olivia, then took out another glass bottle from his backpack. The glass bottle contained the poisonous mist released by the highly poisonous zombies he had collected before. He had 7 or 8 glass bottles like this in total. Bang! The glass bottle was thrown out by Luo Chen and shattered directly at Olivia's feet. As the glass bottle shattered, the poisonous mist in the bottle quickly spread. Olivia opened her character panel and took a look. Really, he's been poisoned again. He had been poisoned once before. The blood loss rate of 20 points per minute is just average. You can't kill him, but he is indeed disgusting. Olivia especially hated the itchy feeling all over her body when she was poisoned. Now, Luo Chen put him in the poisoned state again. Olivia, who was just talking nonsense just now, suddenly turned pale. You despicable fellow! If you have the guts, fight me with real swords and guns. Olivia yelled angrily, but Luo Chen didn't care whether the means were despicable or not. Besides, he was not a fool. How could he possibly go head-to-head with a bull like Olivia, hiding in the distance? Luo Chen didn't get close to Olivia.At this time. His sprint state had disappeared, the speed returned to normal, although the mana is still enough to release the sprint skill several times, but Luo Chen did not waste his mana. Even if he stabbed Olivia a few times, it would only take away a few points of his health at most. For such a little bit of pitiful harm, Luo Chen still chose to keep more mana for emergencies. After 5 or 6 minutes, Olivia's poisoning status disappeared again. After seeing this, Luo Chen threw another glass bottle over, continuing to poison him. Olivia, incompetent and furious. Olivia could do nothing but curse a few times. He couldn't even leave if he wanted to, because Luo Chen kept following him and would not let him out of his sight. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. Olivia still looks full of energy. Luo Chen did a simple calculation and found out that this guy had just been poisoned twice. According to the blood loss rate of 20 points per minute, he had lost about 240 points of health. He had been poisoned by this poison once before. In addition, he took a lot of damage during the battle with others, therefore, the total amount of health he lost was more than 600 or 700. But looking at the way he looks at this moment, how does he look like an injured person? It seems like he really can't be killed. Luo Chen shook his head in disappointment and did not continue to waste the remaining homemade poison gas bombs in his backpack. Looking at Olivia, who was glaring at him with an angry expression, Luo Chen finally chose to give up on killing this guy. Instead of continuing to waste time here with Olivia and possibly getting nothing in the end, it would be better to just give up and cut losses in time. If Luo Chen has this time, wouldn't it be nice to go find other monsters to kill and earn some attribute crystals? You go now. Luo Chen shouted to Olivia over there, waved your hand and told him to leave quickly. What's your name, kid? Olivia asked at this time. Luo Chen, if you want to seek revenge on me, remember not to find the wrong person. Luo Chen chuckled and said. Very good, I will remember your name. Remember, you will die at my hands, Olivia, and I will tear your head off and keep it as a trophy. Olivia said viciously. It's obvious, this is a grudge, but Luo Chen didn't care. As long as he is given time to develop, he doesn't need to take Olivia, a mere B-level talent, seriously. But meeting Olivia today made Luo Chen realize a problem of his own, that is, he lacks a high burst skill. This high burst does not refer to speed, the speed is already enough. What Luo Chen lacks now is attack power. It's damage. Looks like I have to go to the mist shop to see if there are any skills that are suitable for my attack type. Luo Chen thought to himself, then looked at Olivia, who had turned and left, then turned and walked in another direction. 10 minutes later, after running for a distance, Luo Chen stopped. Right here. He looked around and made sure that there was no problem before putting down the pile of space backpacks he was carrying. These were his spoils of war. He had already checked some of them, and all the useful things in them had been transferred to Luo Chen's own space backpack, but there were a few he hadn't seen yet. Chapter 49, Counting the Spoils. A great harvest, 2 space backpacks, 1 dark green, 1 white. The white one was taken from the woman whose name I don't know. The dark green one is on Yi Wenbin. In addition to these 2, there are several others, but Luo Chen had basically looked through those items. There wasn't anything good there. Just some ordinary supplies and attribute crystals. Luo Chen packed all the attribute crystals into his space backpack. There were already a lot of them, at least several hundred in number. It was definitely a big harvest. However, these 2 space backpacks were ones Luo Chen had never seen before. So now we should open it and see what good treasures are inside. Luo Chen first opened the dark green space backpack. The 3 compartments inside were filled to the brim, but most of them were food and drinks. There were also a few pieces of equipment, all of white quality. Luo Chen poured out all the things, putting the supplies in one pile and the equipment in another pile, so that they wouldn't be messed up. But then there are the little things that work for him, for example, skill upgrade stones. There are 4 skill upgrade stones in this space backpack, but they are all white quality, but it's not bad. Luo Chen thought about it, then threw 3 into the energy recovery skill, upgraded it to level 5. Energy recovery level 5 grade, white passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 15 points per minute. He put the remaining one aside first, then he rummaged through the backpack again to make sure there were no other good things. Then he put it aside and picked up the white space backpack. Wow! So many? Luo Chen was surprised to find 9 skill upgrading stones in this white backpack, 2 of which were of green quality. He wondered where this person found them, but now it's all cheap to Luo Chen. Luo Chen did not choose to use the 8 white quality skill upgrade stones on the level 10 sprint skill. The level of this skill was enough for the time being. Not only would the skill consumption increase as it went up, but after level 10, the number of skill upgrade stones required for each level would also double to 4. With the 8 skill upgrade stones in Luo Chen's hand, he can only upgrade it to level 2. Since it's not as good, there's no need to use it on those passive skills first, upgrade them first. 8 skill upgrade stones are just enough to upgrade 4 level 5 passive skills to level 1. Energy recovery level 6 grade, white passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 18 points per minute. Fast and flying LV 0.6 grade, white passively increases agility attribute by 18 points. Natural strength LV 0.6 grade, white passively increases strength attribute by 18 points. Energetic LV 0.6 grade, white passively increased the spirit attribute by 18 points. Very good, all have reached level 6, which makes it very comfortable to watch Luo Chen then threw the 2 green quality skill upgrade stones into the skill Rhythm of Life, upgrading it to level 4, Rhythm of Life LV 0.4 grade, green passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 40 points per minute. As expected of a green grade skill, it can restore 40 health points per minute at level 4. Each level can increase 10 points. After reaching level 10, 100 health points can be restored in 1 minute, which is enough in the early stage. He put the white space backpack in his hand aside and put it together with other space backpacks. Luo Chen also put all the supplies and equipment together. The largest number of various survival supplies have been piled up like a small mountain. The equipment is okay, not much in quantity, and most of them are white quality equipment. There is only one piece of green quality. It's still a weapon that Luo Chen can't use. Oh, and there's that giant sword of Olivia. Luo Chen suddenly remembered that he had taken back Olivia's giant sword before. Now the sword was in his backpack. So Luo Chen quickly took out the heavy sword from his space backpack. The giant sword, which stood up slightly taller than Luo Chen, gave people a strong sense of oppression just by looking at it. Not only that, Luo Chen discovered that this sword was actually a blue quality weapon, bladeless greatsword quality, blue strength plus 15 attack ignores target's defense plus 20. Good job. The properties of this sword are really extreme. Not only are all the attributes added to it are strength, but the exclusive attribute of the blue equipment also ignores the target's defense. No wonder Olivia's injuries were so horrific. The strength is high, and the attack can ignore 20 points of defense. Adding all these together, isn't it equivalent to a weapon with 35 points of added strength? How can the damage not be high? This sword is pretty good, with high quality and extreme equipment attributes. It's just a bit too heavy. Even though Luo Chen's current strength attribute is 67, it can reach 82 points after equipping this sword. It's okay to hold it in your hand for a while, but if you use it for a long time, not to mention the fatigue, the key is that it will affect its speed advantage. It can only be used as a backup. Luo Chen thought about it and decided that he could just put the giant sword in his backpack and take it out when he needed it. Anyway, it is not difficult to store and access the space backpack. It is quite convenient. Normally, he still used his original saber, although the saber's attributes are far inferior to this giant sword. The key is that it is light. It will not affect Luo Chen's speed and flexibility. After putting away the giant sword, Luo Chen also counted the number of attribute crystals on his body, including those found in those space backpacks. The number of attribute crystals he now has on him has reached 149. According to the recycling price of one in the Misty shop, it is 20 killing coins. That is 22,980 killing coins. This is just the value of the attribute crystals. In addition, there are also those equipment in these space backpacks. That's right, Luo Chen also found some killing coins in these space backpacks. Although it's not much, it adds up to more than 3,000. So, the total value of all the cashable items he currently has is probably close to 27,000 or even 28,000 killing coins. So I'm already that rich. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing after being surprised. Good. It turns out that I am already a millionaire. And Luo Chen has not forgotten his most important gain today. It was the blue airdrop treasure chest that he had managed to snatch. The value of the things in there has not been calculated yet. Chapter 50, Unbox and Get Rich. Unboxing. Open now. Luo Chen opened his space backpack and took out the blue airdrop treasure chest that was stuffed in one of the compartments, almost filling the entire compartment. Bang, the treasure chest fell to the ground with a heavy sound. Luo Chen rubbed his hands, then prayed silently, asking God to bless him with good stuff, and then pressed the blue gem-like button right in front of the airdrop treasure chest. Snap, accompanied by the sound of a button being pressed. The airdrop treasure chest in front of him also slowly opened in a blue light. Wait until the light finally fades away. It also revealed the true scene inside the treasure chest. The first thing that catches your eye is the 3 boxes placed side by side at the top of the treasure chest. Luo Chen took out all 3 boxes and opened them one by one. All 3 boxes contain skill upgrade stones. One of them contains white quality skill upgrade stones, which are the largest in number and fill up the entire box. Luo Chen counted them and found that there were exactly 30 of them. The other box contains green quality skill upgrade stones. The number is slightly smaller, but there are still 10 of them. As expected, the box finally contained the blue quality skill upgrade stone, minimum number, only 3, but even though the number is the smallest, in terms of value, these 3 are the most valuable. After all, in the Misty Shop, a white quality skill upgrade stone only costs 100 kill coins. The green quality one will cost 1000 killing coins. As for the blue quality ones, that one is worth 10,000 killing coins. Luo Chen had just counted his assets, and all the cash he could convert into cash was not worth as much as the 3 blue quality skill upgrade stones in front of him. Don't you think it's precious? On the contrary, those 30 white quality skill upgrade stones only add up to 3000 killing coins. It's the cheapest. Sure, Luo Chen directly used up the 2 quality skills of white and green. Of the 30 white skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen first spent 24 on the 3 skills that increase basic attributes: born with great strength, exuberant energy, and brisk steps, upgraded them all to level 10, then there were 6 left, and I put 4 of them into the fill skill, upgrading it to level 8. Throw another 2 into the energy recovery skill and upgrade it to level 6. In this way, all 30 white skill upgrade stones are used up, there is not a single one left. In this way, the 3 level 10 passive skills increased Luo Chen's strength, agility and spirit by 30 points respectively. The level 8 refill skill also increases the health recovery rate to 16 points per minute. The level 7 energy recovery skill can restore 21 mana points per minute. When he passes by the Misty Shop on the way back later, Luo Chen can spend another 1000 killing coins to buy 10 white skill upgrade stones, and then push these 2 skills to level 10. This way it is balanced and he feels more comfortable watching it. Next are the 10 green skill upgrade stones, which don't have many uses. Luo Chen only has 2 green level skills, so he chose to spend 3 on the skill Rhythm of Life and upgraded it to level 6. In this way, the health recovery rate brought by this skill reaches 60 points per minute. It takes exactly 1 second to restore 1 point of health, and take out another 6 and put them into the skill Strengthen Physical Fitness to upgraded it to level 9. The level 9 physical fitness skill can increase the physical attribute by 45 points. Luo Chen's physical attribute reached 112 points, finally it broke 100. The health value also reached 1120 points, successfully breaking through 1000. Although not as good as the previous Olivia, but among the current humans on Blue Star, a health value of over 1000 is already among the best. As there was no place to use the last green skill upgrade stone, Luo Chen could only put it away. Later I went to the Misty Shop to restock the stock. In this way, after consuming 39 skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen's strength was further improved. As for the 3 most precious blue skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen was in no hurry to use it. He wanted to take another look, maybe he could find another blue quality skill crystal from this blue airdrop treasure chest later. To be honest, Luo Chen doesn't want to raise the level of the freezing skill too high for the time being, otherwise the consumption would be too staggering. His eyes were once again on the airdrop treasure chest. Under the 3 boxes was a pair of neatly folded trousers. Well-made leg armor quality, blue constitution. Plus 10 agility plus 5 reduce 20 points of damage when attacked. It is a blue quality leg armor made of leather and feels pretty good to the touch. Luo Chen put it on directly. He changed his original green quality pants and put on this leg armor. Both physique and agility have been improved, and there is an additional buff that reduces 20 points of damage when attacked. Very nice. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at a box placed under the leg armor in the airdrop treasure chest. The box was opened, revealing a pair of black shoes. Well-made shoes quality, blue agility plus 10 constitution plus 5 movement speed plus 20%. This is another piece of blue quality equipment, and it can just replace the shoes on Luo Chen's feet. Luo Chen also likes the equipment attribute of movement speed plus 20%. After all, he has always been following the attack speed flow, and movement speed is also considered a part of attack speed. After all, you have to run fast to catch up with the enemy in front of you, otherwise, if you can't even catch up with the opponent, how can you attack him? After putting on this pair of shoes, Luo Chen's agility attribute reached 88 points. After using the sprint skill, the movement speed can reach 303.6 points of agility attribute effect. If the effect of the shoes attributes is taken into account, the speed will be 364.32. Certainly, the attribute value does not include decimal points. So the actual effect is 364 points, although it is only the movement speed. Not all speeds are like this, but it's still pretty amazing. After all, it had only been 5 days since this group of people arrived at the killing ground. With this speed, at least in the entire Killing Town number 10087, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to be faster than me. Luo Chen smiled confidently then. He also looked at the remaining things in the airdrop treasure chest in front of him that had brought him so many surprises. A lot of survival supplies, including but not limited to food and drink. Luo Chen took these things out and put them in one of the compartments of his backpack. Although they are all survival supplies, the ones opened from this blue airdrop treasure chest are indeed of higher quality. There are even things like steak and beef rolls. Chapter 51 The second blue skill. After taking out all the survival supplies, Luo Chen looked inside the airdrop treasure chest. At the bottom of the treasure chest, there are 3 boxes neatly placed. After taking these 3 boxes out of the treasure chest, the entire airdrop treasure chest will be completely emptied. Except for the pile of things counted before, the only things left are the 3 boxes in front of you, and now the 3 boxes haven't been opened yet, and Luo Chen doesn't know what's inside, but I guess there should be skill crystals, right? After all, these 3 boxes are not big. Judging from the volume, they are about the same size as the first 3 boxes that contain the skill upgrade stones. So it is possible that there are 3 different levels of skill crystals. Guessing in his mind, Luo Chen opened all 3 boxes without hesitation. The leftmost box is open. What was placed inside was indeed a blue quality skill crystal, as Luo Chen guessed. That beautiful blue light is so bright and dazzling. Besides, there are also 2 blue quality skill upgrade stones next to it. Is a matching set. However, the second box contains something unexpectedly not a skill crystal. It's a pendant. The pendant's rope is black, with a milky white stone in the shape of a teardrop hanging on it. It looks simple and elegant, quite nice. Luo Chen picked it up and took a look, and found that it was a blue quality equipment. Key. This is jewelry equipment that Luo Chen has never seen before. It's really rare. Crocodile tears quality. Blue strength plus 15 when attacking. There will be a 10-second bleeding effect, and 10 health points will be lost per second. Note, it can only take effect once within 1 minute. Good job, it is worthy of being called Crocodile Tears. It adds 15 points of strength attribute and the attack comes with a 10-second bleeding effect. The properties of this pendant are more extreme than those of most weapons. This name is indeed correct. Luo Chen put on the pendant happily, not to mention the added 15 points of strength attribute. The key is that each attack can cause a 10-second bleeding effect, resulting in a loss of 10 health points per second, even if it can only take effect once a minute. It is still a fixed damage of 100 points per minute. It's already very impressive, taking into account the strength attribute given by this pendant. Luo Chen's current strength attribute has reached 94 points. It's close to breaking 100. If you change to that giant sword, breaking 100 is also a certainty. However, the giant sword is still too heavy, which affects flexibility. After all, Luo Chen is not a berserker like Olivia, so for now he can only use it as a backup weapon. Taking it out and using it on the opponent at a critical moment can also have a certain unexpected effect. Right, after looking at the contents of the middle box, Luo Chen's gaze then fell on the last box. Inside the opened box were 2 neatly stacked stacks of killing coins. Luo Chen picked them up and counted them. Both stacks of killing coins are 5,000, which adds up to exactly 10,000 killing coins. Good. Now we don't have to take out 10,000 from the previous batch to upgrade the safe house. Luo Chen smiled with satisfaction. These 10,000 kill coins can be used to upgrade his safe house. The killing tower is coming soon. Not by then. Luo Chen's goal will be to get first place, but once he gets first place, he will inevitably become the public enemy of the entire killing town number 10087. Who knows how those guys will target him then? But would you give up the reward for first place in the killing tower just because of this? That can't be possible. Luo Chen is not a coward. Not having the ability to go is one thing, but having the ability but not daring to go, then you might as well buy a piece of tofu and hit your head against it and die. Why are you still alive? After putting away the 10,000 killing coins, Luo Chen finally picked up the blue skill crystal in the first box. Crushed directly, the skill crystal instantly turned into a blue starlight and sank into Luo Chen's body. Ding, you get a new skill, Psychedelic Eyes. This skill name is interesting. Luo Chen quickly called up his character panel and looked at the new skill that appeared in the skill column. The Psychedelic Eyes LV.1 grade, blue, consume 100 mana points, cause a psychedelic attack to the target within the line of sight, can be effective on up to 1+ spirit asterisk 10% targets at the same time, causing the target to fall into a psychedelic state for 1+ spirit asterisk 1% seconds, with a cooldown of 100 seconds. Another control skill. Have I fallen into the control system's nest? Luo Chen frowned. It's not that this skill is bad. In fact, the effect of this skill is simply amazing. As long as the mental attribute is high enough, a glance can make people fall into a permanent illusion, but the problem is, What Luo Chen needs now is a passive skill that does not consume mana. It is best to increase physical attributes. It increases both physical defense and health, very cost effective, but 2 consecutive blue skill crystals gave him control skills. This thing is enough for you to have one. Why are they still gathering here? Certainly, the effect of psychedelic eyes is really good. Moreover, the casting range is within the line of sight, so there is no need to aim or anything. Just a glance can pull people into the illusion without anyone noticing. The key is, how do you hide from this thing? It also didn't say that eye contact was necessary, so there was no point in deliberately avoiding Luo Chen's gaze. As long as he sees you, you will be caught. Once you are infected, that would be terrible. At least he has to take one blow from Luo Chen. It is even possible that you will die before you even get out of the illusion. So, is this skill powerful? Of course it's awesome, but the problem is, it consumes more energy than freezing magic. Level 1 requires 100 mana points. If he were to upgrade a few more levels, how many times would Luo Chen's current mana of 760 points be enough? Here comes another big mana hog. Luo Chen shook his head, thinking that when he passed by the Misty Shop on his way back, he would have to buy a green quality skill crystal to add some spiritual attributes to himself and the equipment. Luo Chen had so many pieces of equipment on him, but when he took a look, he found that none of them had any spiritual attribute. The pendant that was supposed to increase spiritual attributes turned out to be a pendant that increased strength attributes. I am speechless. Do you want to upgrade? Luo Chen was a little hesitant, mainly because he didn't get the skills he wanted. Originally, he was thinking that if he could unlock a passive skill, he would use the 3 blue skill upgrade stones on this passive skill, but now the situation, want to upgrade? Chapter 52. Return and enter the Misty Shop again. Lift. Why not upgrade? The skill upgrade stone can't be used to have children. Luo Chen now has 5 blue skill upgrade stones, which is just enough to upgrade both skills to level 5. As for spending killing coins to buy blue skill crystals at the Misty Shop on the way back, Luo Chen had thought about it, but he was afraid that he would unleash a third control skill, which would be too speechless. As for the possibility of activating a passive skill directly at one time, it's not impossible, but the probability is too small. The total value of the things Luo Chen has on hand that can be cashed in is less than 30,000 killing coins, even if he doesn't buy anything else and only buys the blue skill crystal. I bought 3 at most by piecing together the money. So will these 3 definitely unlock a passive skill? Luo Chen felt it was very dangerous, so, instead of gambling on this probability, it is better to upgrade the levels of other skills. First, the blue grade passive skill will definitely come when it's time, but there's no need to be so anxious to take this gamble. Take out the 3 blue skill upgrade stones in front, plus the 2 in the box. There are exactly 5. Luo Chen directly threw 4 on psychedelic eyes and 1 on freezing technique, so that both skills were upgraded to level 5. Psychedelic eyes LV.5 grade. Blue consumed 260 mana points, cause a psychedelic attack to the target within the line of sight can be effective on up to 1+ spirit asterisk 30% targets at the same time, causing the target to fall into a psychedelic state for 1+ spirit asterisk 5% seconds, cooldown time 96 seconds. Freezing skill LV.5 grade. Blue consume 130 mana points to lock a single target within spirit asterisk 1.6 meters, causing spirit asterisk 1.9 ice damage to the target and freezing it for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 56 seconds. The level 5 psychedelic eye consumes 260 mana points for each use. It is indeed a big mana consumer and it deserves its name, but its effect is also very strong. At level 5, it can affect 20 targets at the same time and cause a psychedelic state that lasts for 4.3 seconds. The time this state can be maintained exceeds that of the freezing technique. You can see it, even blue grade skills have different strengths. Obviously, the psychedelic eyes should be the best in this category. Certainly, freeze spell can cause freezing state and ice element damage at the same time, which Eye of Psychedelic cannot do. It can only add a psychedelic state to the target. But they are attacking in groups. Luo Chen's current spiritual attribute of 66 allows him to attack 20 targets at the same time. What if this is the spiritual attribute of 660? The effect must be explosive. But if you want to upgrade these 2 skills, you will have to spend 2 skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen looked at his empty hands. He now has no blue skill upgrade stone left. As for spending money to buy it, I can't afford it at all. At the price of 10,000 killing coins per piece, who the hell can afford it? After the good luck he had before, Luo Chen's luck seemed to go downhill in the following period. In the entire afternoon, he hunted less than 100 monsters in total. Even fewer supplies were found. It can almost be said that there is no gain. Fortunately, Luo Chen had already Earned enough before, and was afraid that his luck would decline later and he wouldn't have much good gains. He had already made a fortune today, seeing that it was getting late and the way back to Killing Town number 10087 was quite long. Luo Chen started walking back early around 4:30 in the afternoon. Luo Chen returned to the foggy area about 20 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10087. When Luo Chen arrived today, no one came out of the foggy area. So he walked straight in, pushed open the door and entered this misty shop. Welcome. The clerk still had that annoying smile on his face. Luo Chen looked around the store and saw that there was no one else, so he walked up and took out all the treasures he had collected that day and handed them to the clerk for recycling. This pile of stuff sold for more than 28,000 killing coins in total, plus the more than 13,000 killing coins on Luo Chen. His net worth once exceeded 40,000 plus. Luo Chen had already thought about how to spend these killing coins before he came. The first is the skill upgrade stone. Luo Chen can't afford the blue skill upgrade stone, that thing is too expensive, but green skill upgrade stones can be purchased. Luo Chen calculated that it would take a total of 10 skill upgrade stones to upgrade both green passive skills to level 10. And Luo Chen still has one on him, which means he needs to buy 9. This costs 9,000 kill coins. Then there are the skill crystals. Luo Chen needs to buy a green skill crystal that can passively enhance spiritual attributes. Point 1 is 5,000 killing coins. This adds up to 14,000 kill coins, and new skills need to be upgraded, right? Luo Chen had 2 white passive skills that had not been upgraded to level 10, so he also needed to buy 10 white skill upgrade stones, but this is not expensive. 10 of them only cost 1,000 killing coins, which is very cheap. Let's upgrade to level 5 first. Luo Chen thought about it and asked for 4 more green skill upgrade stones, spend another 4,000, so, in total, he spent 19,000 killing coins. 22,000 killing coins left. 10,000 of them will be kept to upgrade the safe house later. So the only things Luo Chen could still use were 12,000 killing coins. Are jewelry items priced the same as other equipment? Luo Chen asked at this time. Yes, guest. The clerk smiled and nodded in response. Then give me a piece of blue, no, green quality jewelry. No necklace, but one that increases spirit. Luo Chen originally wanted to ask for the blue quality one, but after thinking about it, he changed to the green quality one. A piece of blue quality equipment costs 10,000 kill coins, but apart from having one more equipment entry, the added attributes are only 3 times that of green equipment. The price is 10 times higher for Luo Chen at the moment. It is somewhat not worth it. He is not yet at the stage where he can spend money without considering the cost effectiveness, unless he has hundreds of millions of killing coins on hand. Unfortunately he didn't. So, it's better to buy a green quality one first. Asa transition. Yes, guest. As the clerk spoke, he reached out from under the counter and took out a small box. The small box opened. Inside was a simple silver white ring, magic ring quality, green spirit plus 5. Yes, this is exactly what Luo Chen needs to get it directly for 1,000 killing coins. This way, Luo Chen only has 11,000 killing coins left to spend, which is enough. Give me another special white skill crystal that passively increases physical fitness, and then give me 102 white skill upgrade stones. As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, the clerk in front of him reached out and took out 2 boxes from under the counter. One big and one small. The smaller one holds a special skill crystal. The big one, there are 102 white skill upgrade stones inside. It's enough for Luo Chen to upgrade this new skill to level 26. Chapter 53, Health Increases. Upgrade the safe house. Although the cost effectiveness of upgrading white grade skills will decrease as time goes on, who can blame them for the fact that the skill upgrade stones are so cheap? 1 blue skill upgrade stone can buy 100 white skill upgrade stones anyway. Luo Chen will not waste killing coins to buy blue skill upgrade stones for the time being. At most, he will buy green quality ones, which is enough to make him feel distressed. No way, so poor. Look, after Luo Chen made this purchase, there were only 10,300 killing coins left in his wallet. The 10,000 will be used to upgrade the safe house later. It will be gone soon. So the money he actually had left in his pocket, only 300, but the money was spent. But Luo Chen also got a huge return at the same time. The pile of things in front of him is his reward. Luo Chen used up the 2 skill crystals first. Gain 2 new skills. Strengthening level 1 grade. White passively increases physical attributes by 3 points. Energetic. Strong LV.1 grade. Green passively increased the spirit attribute by 5 points. After obtaining 2 new skills, Luo Chen threw 14 green skill upgrade stones into it, upgrading 2 of the 3 green grade skills to level 10 and 1 new skill to level 5. Next are the 2 white skills. Recharge and energy recovery. Both skills are upgraded to level 10. Consumes 10 white skill upgrade stones. At last, it is also the highlight point. 102 white skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen grabbed them one by one and used them on his new body strengthening skill, directly increased the level of this newly acquired skill to level 26, strengthening level 26 grade. White passively increases physical attributes by 78 points. The level 26 strengthened body skill increases Luo Chen's physical attributes by 78 points. It surpassed the green level skill strengthen the body in one fell swoop. The one who came out on top is summoning the character panel. Luo Chen looked at his updated panel and couldn't help but feel heroic. Name: Luo Chen. HP 2070/2070 mana 960/960 status: mildly hungry, moderately tired. Fatigue value 48%, hunger value 51%, strength 94, physique 207, agility 88, spirit 96, physical defense 207, element resistance 106, health recovery 2 points per second, mana recovery 0.5 points per second, innate ability endless. Remove the skill level cap, and you can choose a skill to upgrade by one level every day. Active skills: speed LV.10, freezing LV.5, psychedelic eyes LV.5. Passive skills: physical fitness LV.10, natural strength LV.10, vigorous LV.10, rhythm of life LV.10, fullness LV.10, energy recovery LV.10, fast pace LV.10, physical fitness LV.26, vigorous strength LV.5. This attribute, simply gorgeous, with a health value of 2070 and a physical defense of 207 points. Attacks with damage below 42 points cannot break Luo Chen's defense at all, and attacks below 208 points of damage can only cause him 1 point of damage, not as fast as his blood recovery. After all, Luo Chen's current health recovery rate is 2 points per second, unless more than 2 attacks fall on him within 1 second. Otherwise, the speed at which he loses blood would not be as fast as his blood recovery. At this stage, how many people can deal more than 208 points of damage? I'm afraid there are very few. Perfect. It's almost stable now. Luo Chen looked at this gorgeous character panel and became more and more satisfied. Although thinking this way may seem a bit narcissistic, but Luo Chen sincerely felt that no one in the entire Killing Town number 10087 could surpass his character panel. After all, he had spent tens of thousands of killing coins to build this. You think it's easy, but after this wave of consumption, Luo Chen became a pauper again. Next, it's time to save some money again. After coming out of the Misty Shop, Luo Chen's steps became much lighter, rushing all the way back. We soon saw the outer wall of Killing Town number 10087. Coming in from the west gate of the town, Luo Chen discovered that the atmosphere in the town was much more depressing today. The people he met were basically passing by in a hurry, and no one had any desire to communicate. It seems like they are all holding back their energy. Do you all want to take the first place prize? Luo Chen shook his head secretly. These people were destined to have no chance of getting the first place reward. After all, with Luo Chen's current strength, he is already far ahead of them. 3 double-digit attributes approaching 3-digit ones, 1 3-digit attribute starting with 2, plus an astonishing blood recovery speed, unless a group of people besiege Luo Chen. Otherwise, if it's a one-on-one duel, no one in their Killing Town number 10087 can be his opponent, and there is still one day left before the Killing Tower descends. By this time tomorrow, Luo Chen's strength will only be stronger than it is now. Return to your safe house. This time, Luo Chen did not meet his malicious neighbor. Close the door and put your backpack down. After washing his hands, Luo Chen began to prepare dinner for himself. Let's have hot pot tonight, beef hot pot. If you don't eat the freshly acquired beef today, given the temperature in the Killing Land, it might go bad tomorrow. It just so happened that Luo Chen had been craving this for a long time. You can treat your stomach tonight. While the hot pot was still cooking, Luo Chen opened the information panel of the safe house. Prepare to upgrade the level of the safe house first. Safe house level 2 defense value, 100 durability, 1000/1000 additional function, one-way teleportation array. Upgrading requires 10,000 killing coins. Luo Chen had already prepared 10,000 killing coins. He took out a thick stack of money from his backpack and threw it all into the upgrade interface of the safe house. As all the 10,000 killing coins in his hand disappeared, the upgrade conditions on the upgrade interface have been fully met, and the upgrade button has also changed from the original unselectable gray to a shining golden color. Luo Chen didn't hesitate and directly pressed the upgrade button. The next moment, the entire safe house started moving. First, the distance between the dining room and the living room on the first floor was widened. The entire living room became larger. the dining table was changed into a more sophisticated round marble dining table, and there were chairs that looked very valuable, arranged in a circle around the table. There are 6 in total. Afterwards, a high-end leather sofa appeared in the living room, as well as a coffee table, and even a TV appeared directly on the wall in front of the sofa. Oh boy, is there any TV to watch? Chapter 50 For the house that doesn't exist, changes to the safe house continue. After the TV appeared in the living room, a double-door refrigerator appeared in the kitchen. At the same time, various new shelves appeared on the countertop, which could be used to place things like bowls, knives, and seasonings. Then, the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling had changed. The floor tiles have become smoother and look like new, with white marble tiles and even black surrounding decorations. The walls were covered with exquisite wallpaper, and the simple curtains on the windows were transformed into a 2-layer design. And the ceiling, the crystal chandelier emits dazzling light, illuminating the entire living room. Wait until these changes on the first floor are finished. There was also noise coming from upstairs. Luo Chen walked up the stairs leisurely. At first, the stairs changed, then I opened the bedroom door. The floor in the room became more upscale, and the windows on one side of the room also changed their original specifications. The curved floor-to-ceiling windows covered an entire wall. When you open the curtains that hang down to the ground, you can see the yard outside. The amazing thing is, the whole yard seemed to have become much larger. It no longer exists as a decoration. It would be even better if there could be an outdoor swimming pool in the yard at this time. At the same time, the entire bedroom area has become much larger. It's about 30 square meters in size. In the middle was a large double bed, covered with a soft, white goose down quilt. The mattress underneath was no longer a hard board, but a softer and more elastic one. There was a carpet on the floor at the head of the bed, and a door on one side separated the bedroom and the bathroom. When the door opens, there is a spacious bathroom, toilet, sink and shower room are all available. The key is, the space has become bigger. No longer feels cramped. Yes, that's the way it should be. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and looked at the other rooms on the second floor. The entire second floor now has 2 bedrooms. 1 master once. There are also 2 bathrooms, one connected to the master bedroom and another one outside. There is also a special cloakroom, but there are not many clothes in it and it is empty. After returning to the first floor from upstairs, Luo Chen went to take a look at the yard outside. The yard has indeed become much larger. The area is about twice as large as before. There are more green plants. The view is wider. If you put a table and a barbecue grill here, it would be nice to have an open-air barbecue. It is worthy of being a safe house that Luo Chen spent 10,000 killing coins to upgrade this configuration. It is indeed a world of difference from before the upgrade. Go back to the house. At this point, the upgrade of the entire safe house has basically been completed, only one step left. That is the choice of additional features. Among the 3 choices last time, Luo Chen chose the one-way teleportation array, which not only saved him a lot of time on the road, but also allowed him to explore farther areas in advance. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not have won 2 blue airdrop treasure chests in a row, especially this one today. This originally belonged to another killing town number 1733. But in the end it was snatched away by Luo Chen, there is no doubt about it. The choice of additional functions is the most important change after upgrading the safe house. I just don't know what functions Luo Chen will be given to choose from this time. Ding, upgrade completed. Please select the additional features you want to upgrade this time. Function 1, extra room. Your safe house has an extra room, and this room will gain an extra durability equal to the current level of the safe house. Function 2, non-existent house. Your safe house will become a non-existent house, and anyone whose safe house level is not higher than yours will not be able to observe the existence of your safe house. Function 3, public area. Open a public area, which can be open to up to 10 people other than yourself. The public area can enjoy the basic functions of a safe house. Speak of Chow Chow, and here comes Chow Chow. Luo Chen immediately looked at the 3 options given to him. Function 1 is to add an extra room to Luo Chen's safe house, and this room can also obtain durability equal to the current level of the safe house. Isn't this just like building another safe house inside a safe house? It's nesting dolls. Luo Chen shook his head, not very interested in this function. If the enemy can break into his safe house, then there is no point in him hiding in another room with the same defense level, because that will also be broken into by the enemy. Let's look at the second function. A house that doesn't exist. This name is a bit strange, Luo Chen muttered to himself. However, when he saw the introduction of this function, his eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this the function he wants? You can hide the existence of your safe house and prevent others from discovering it. The safe house should exist in the killing town, so there is no such thing as concealment, and It is basically open to the public. The only thing that can ensure the safety of a safe house is its defense value and durability, but in Luo Chen's opinion, this is still not safe enough. He often thought it would be great if his safe house could be hidden so that no one could see it. In this way, the safety factor immediately increased, unexpectedly. This time the safe house upgrade actually gave him a function with similar effect, although the function of non-existent house does not completely hide the existence of the safe house, it only blocks other people's observation. But in fact, Luo Chen's safe house is still here, they just can't see it. And this effective shielding observation is only effective for people whose safe house level is not higher than Luo Chen. For example, Luo Chen's current safe house level is 3. If a person's safe house is level 4, then he will still be able to see Luo Chen's safe house. The so-called shielded observation will not work on him at all. But even with these and other shortcomings, in Luo Chen's opinion, this function is the most suitable function for him at the moment. First, is there any safe house in Killing Town number 10087 that is higher level than Luo Chen's? Most likely not. After all, according to the rules, the number of killing coins required for the next upgrade will reach a staggering 100,000. At this stage, who can come up with 100,000 killing coins? And you only think about upgrading the safe house instead of improving your own strength, is there? At least there shouldn't be such people in Killing Town number 10087.so. Once Luo Chen chooses this function, it means that his safe house will be invisible to everyone in Killing Town number 10087. It would be impossible for others to observe the existence of his safe house anymore, greatly improved Luo Chen's safety factor. Secondly, of the 3 functions that appeared this time, only the first and second functions are new. The third function appeared last time. It is a function that is of no use to Luo Chen, you can just ignore it. However, Luo Chen was not very interested in the first function. Then, the second function, non-existent house, becomes Luo Chen's only choice. What else is there to think about? Just select it. Chapter 55, Safe House with 1000 Defense Value. After Luo Chen made his choice, the other 2 options also disappeared. Then the remaining option of non-existent house was directly transformed into light spots in the sky and integrated into his safe house. There was no visible change on the surface, but Luo Chen knew that in the eyes of others, his safe house had disappeared, and it wasn't a sudden disappearance, leaving an area vacant. It is a fuzziness at the cognitive level. In the eyes of others, it seems that Luo Chen's safe house does not exist on this street at all, and they don't have the feeling of why there is one less safe house at all. In fact, if it is the same effect as the former, Luo Chen would not choose this function either. After all, everyone would be curious and suspicious when a large area suddenly becomes vacant. So what is the difference between hiding like this and not hiding at all? Safe house level, 3 defense value, 1000 durability, 10,000/10,000. Additional functions, one-way teleportation array, non-existent house upgrade requires 100,000 killing coins. Open the safe house's information panel. Luo Chen looked at the upgraded safe house information. As expected, the defense value and durability increased tenfold again, with a defense value of 1000. Any attack with a damage below 1000 will be ineffective against it, and can't even break its defense. Only an attack with more than 1000 damage can destroy 1 point of durability of Luo Chen's safe house at a time, and a level 3 safe house has a durability of 10,000 points. It takes 10,000 consecutive attacks to completely break through the defense of the safe house and break into the safe house, but at that time, Luo Chen had already escaped through the one-way teleportation array. After turning off the information panel of the safe house, the hot pot base cooked by Luo Chen had just been cooked. So Luo Chen brought over the bowls and chopsticks, and took out boxes of beef rolls and steaks and placed them in a circle on the side. Then he sat down and started to put the beef into the hot pot. He used 1 chopstick to eat 3 or 4 slices of beef, and then took out a can of sesame paste he found during the day and poured it into a bowl. Dip it, put it in your mouth and chew it in big mouthfuls. The spicy hot pot base, coupled with the taste of sesame sauce, is so satisfying after just 1 bite. Cool. At this moment, Luo Chen even felt like he had not traveled through time at all. He grabbed the drink next to you. He took a few big gulps. Oh, TV. Luo Chen suddenly remembered something, then got up and walked into the living room and turned on the TV. To my great disappointment, there was no TV station with any programs on the TV. However, I could connect to the regional chat channel and project the content of the chat channel onto the TV. It can also monitor the scene outside the safe house, but the only thing is that you can't watch TV, because there is no TV signal. Absolutely amazing. Okay, I should have expected that. Luo Chen didn't feel particularly disappointed. After all, everything was within his expectations. But the TV can cast the screen, and it also has USB ports. If you could find a USB drive or a mobile hard drive in the wild, and it happened to contain some movies, TV series, or something that's worth watching. However, Luo Chen had never seen these things before. He had come across buildings like digital stores before, but the items inside had long been looted, leaving only some broken glass and the like. There were no electronic devices left for him at all. Eating hot pot and watching the voting chat channel on TV. It would be perfect if there was an air conditioner. I wonder if the safe house will be given an air conditioner after the next upgrade? Luo Chen thought, now we have televisions, refrigerators, and other things. Air conditioning and the like don't seem impossible. On the TV screen, pieces of information scrolled. Hundreds of residents in Killing Town number 10087 also returned to their safe houses at this time, preparing to welcome the arrival of the next day. The number of people online in the regional chat channel at this time is 421 people. Many more people died. The number of people left is also decreasing. I don't know if there will still be 400 people alive at this time tomorrow. It's so hard. I spent the whole day looking for food outside, but in the end I only found a piece of hand-torn bread that's not even as big as my fist. Does anyone have any extra food? Can you give me some? Please. The big guys are eating hot instant noodles and drinking clean mineral water, unlike me, who can only chew on cold ham sausage. You are being Versailles, right? You are disgusted by the ham sausage? If you are disgusted, give it to me. I don't despise it. Today, several brothers went out and killed a lot of monsters. The place we explored is already more than 20 kilometers away from the town. Has anyone explored farther than us? Is 20 kilometers far? Our team explored a distance of 20 kilometers yesterday, and today we have increased the distance to more than 30 kilometers. Let me show you something good. Picture.jpg. Fuck. Am I seeing things? Isn't that a cell phone? And a tablet? Can these things be used in the killing ground? Yes, I found a mobile phone before, but it was a traditional feature phone before smartphones came out, which could only make calls and send text messages, but it had built-in games like Snake, which you could play. Ha ha. What's the point? This is a killing ground. It's hard to survive. Why play? You don't understand what the above person said, right? It's hard for you to live because you're a wimp. It's not hard for the big guys to survive, they even have time to play with their phones for entertainment. Fuck. This hurts. By the way, do you have chargers? Do you have a place to charge your phone? We don't have this, but maybe we'll find a way later. These phones and tablets were found in an abandoned shopping mall today. In fact, there are more than these. We have quite a lot. Envy. A building as big as an entire shopping mall must have a lot of good stuff, right? Hey! They are all teams. Why is my team so bad? You join the team that suits you. Sometimes you should not complain about the team's badness, but think about whether it is your own problem. Vomiting blood / is it because I am too bad? Anyone found a digital product? Luo Chen had just cut a piece of steak into small pieces with a knife and put them into the hot pot when he saw someone sent him a few pictures in the chat channel. There were several mobile phones placed together on it, as well as several tablets. And their screens all work, which means they're not broken, unusable pieces of junk. I wonder if there are any pre-downloaded resources here? Luo Chen thought, then he silently clicked on the person's profile picture and memorized the appearance of the other person's face. Chapter 56 Countdown 24 hours. The next day, Luo Chen, who had slept comfortably on the soft big bed last night, woke up early stretching. He opened the chat channel and looked at the time. 6:03 almost. Luo Chen's biological clock is now basically locked at 6 o'clock in the morning. Get up and wash up. When Luo Chen came out of the bathroom, he no longer had the lazy look he had when he just woke up. I went downstairs and made myself a bowl of beef noodles for breakfast. It was almost 6:30 in the morning. Luo Chen took his black backpack and went out, head straight to the central square of Killing Town. He wanted to see what changes had taken place in the central square today. Then he used the one-way teleportation array in the safe house to go to the place where he left the teleportation mark yesterday, Central Plaza, at around 6:30 in the morning. Quite a few people had already gathered here. There are now a total of 421 survivors in the entire Killing Town. number 10087, and there are at least 100 or so people gathered in the central square. When Luo Chen arrived, he saw a lot of people gathered in front of the blood-red obelisk, seemingly watching something. So he also moved forward and squeezed to the front from outside the crowd. What does this countdown mean? Is there any need to ask this? This must be the countdown for the arrival of the Killing Tower. So we have 24 hours to prepare, 23 hours and 27 minutes to be exact. It looks like the Killing Tower will descend at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I wonder what the scene will be like then. I don't have any extravagant expectations for the first prize in the town, but it would be nice to get a participation prize. I wonder what it will be. When Luo Chen squeezed in, people around him were talking a lot. He heard several keywords, such as Killing Tower and 24-hour countdown, so he looked at the stone tablet that introduced the rules of the Killing Tower. Really, a real-time countdown was currently displayed on the top of the front of the stone tablet. Now there is 23:26:43, calculating the time, it will be around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, the Killing Tower will descend on every killing town in the Killing Land. At that time, the brutal competition will officially begin. However, Luo Chen has already secured the first place in Killing Town number 10087, and no one else can compete with him for the first place. Now he was more curious about how will the district ranking, or even the overall ranking, be divided at that time. What region does the so-called regional ranking refer to? How big is the region, or say, is it really like in a game, with each server being divided into different parts? What about the overall ranking? Is it a general list covering the universe where all humans on Blue Star live, or does it include the overall ranking of all universes that have joined the endless killing game before the Blue Star universe? If it is the former, Luo Chen might have a chance to squeeze into the front row. The premise is that those alien individuals are similar to humans on the blue planet. As for the latter, then don't even think about it. You are a newcomer who has just joined the game, and you want to compete with a group of veterans who have been in this game for who knows how many years? If there really were other universes that joined this endless killing game before the Blue Star universe, then this overall list should represent the players from all the killing grounds. I don't expect to make the overall ranking, but I might be able to take a look at the district ranking. Luo Chen thought to himself, suppose the overall ranking is as he expected, then he could probably guess what the district ranking meant. It should refer to the various universes that have joined this endless killing game. Every universe is a zone. For example, Luo Chen and his group are in the Blue Star universe area. Certainly. This Blue Star universe area was named by Luo Chen himself. We don't know yet to what extent the universe where the blue planet is located has developed. How many civilizations are there in the universe? What is the progress of civilization development? Higher civilizations joining this killing game should have greater advantages, right? At least that's the case in the early stages. Luo Chen was thinking in his heart. However, many of the rules of the original universe may no longer apply in the killing ground. Therefore, it doesn't mean that just because you are an advanced civilization, you can do whatever you want. We still have to follow the rules of the killing ground. This can be seen from the fact that the endless killing game can easily draw all the civilizations of the entire universe into it, which shows that his power level is definitely above those so-called advanced civilizations in the universe. When faced with a strong person, all the weak can do is obey the other party's arrangements, otherwise there is only one way out, which is death. The endless killing game is even more terrifying. You don't even have a chance to resist. You don't even know how to resist? Who should you resist? Endless killing game, what is that? Where is his source? Is it this entire killing field? There are no answers to various questions, so no matter what kind of cosmic civilization these people originally come from, they can only follow the rules of this game. The Blue Star civilization may not be the highest level of civilization in the universe, but I think it should not be the lowest level, right? The disadvantage shouldn't be too big. District ranking, maybe I can really compete for it. Now I just don't know what the so-called top ranking is. What is the top ranking? It can't be the top 3, right? That would be very difficult. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd behind him. Luo Chen returned to reality from his thoughts. He looked back and saw a group of more than 10 people separating from the crowd outside and walking towards him. It's Shin Tuxiang and his group of lackeys. Someone next to him whispered. It happened to be heard by Luo Chen. Shin Tuxiang. Luo Chen had never heard of this person. He had no idea about any famous people in this killing town where he lived. Mainly because he didn't pay attention to these things. However, Luo Chen soon noticed a very familiar face among the group of people behind Shintu Xiong. Isn't this the guy who posted a picture to show off yesterday? Luo Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. Not so. Those mobile phones and tablets are in the hands of Shintu Xiong and his gang. Luo Chen then looked at Shintu Xiong. He is about 1.8 meters tall and looks like a fitness coach. He has short hair, a square face, a mustache, and a fierce look in his eyes. He has the authority of a boss. It is worth mentioning that Shintu Xiong was accompanied by a handsome young man. He has fair skin and looks prettier than most girls. If he casually puts on women's clothes and plays the role of a crossdresser, many people will definitely mistake him for a real girl. This time, this very handsome young man was holding Shintu Xiong's trouser pocket with one hand and following him closely. He looks humble and pleasing. Chapter 57. Disgusting, right? Armored zombie. Is this person Shintu Xiong? Luo Chen glanced strangely at the handsome young man following behind him. This time, Shintu Xiong and others were also passing by. When they passed in front of Luo Chen, this guy glanced at him with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Just this look made Luo Chen's scalp tingle instantly and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Blanche, can't afford to offend. Luo Chen turned and left, feeling that the air here was smelly and polluted. Go check what the man's name is and where he lives. Shintu Xiong then waved his hand to call over a subordinate, pointed at Luo Chen's back as he turned and left, and gave instructions to his subordinate. The subordinates looked at Luo Chen, who was leaving, nodded, and followed him to ask someone. The handsome young man who was holding Shintu Xiong's bag now lowered his head and glanced at the departing figure with the corner of his eye, with a gloating look in his eyes. What are you looking at? At this time, a gentle voice sounded. The handsome young man shuddered subconsciously, then quickly shook his head and whispered, "No, I didn't see anything." Shintu Xiong's dignified face actually revealed a hint of tenderness at this moment. He reached out and gently stroked the handsome young man's cheek, then gently pinched his chin, and finally put his fingers on his earlobe and gently pinched it, while speaking to him in a soft voice. You don't have to be so afraid of me. We've been together for a few days now, and you should already know my personality. As long as you behave yourself and don't try to escape again, I won't make things difficult for you. On the contrary, you can only eat and drink well if you follow me. Otherwise, how can you expect your ridiculous F-level talent to help you survive in a place like this? Be good and listen to me. As expected, the handsome young man nodded obediently, and then took the initiative to rub his cheek against the back of Shintu Xiong's hand. He looked like a cat trying to please its owner. Luo Chen came back from the central square. Along the way, he thought of the way Shintu Xiong looked at him, which immediately made him feel sick. It's so damn unlucky. Luo Chen cursed inwardly, then ran straight to the second floor of the safe house. Using the one-way teleportation array in the bedroom on the second floor, he teleported himself directly to the location where he had left the teleportation mark yesterday, somewhere in a wilderness nearly 50 kilometers west of Killing Town number 10087. Accompanied by a flash of faint blue light, a figure appeared here out of thin air. Luo Chen, who had just passed through the one-way teleportation array, looked around vigilantly at the first moment. After making sure it was safe, he erased the teleportation mark on the ground and left quickly. Half an hour later, Luo Chen has appeared somewhere a few kilometers away from the previous place, about 100 meters in front of him. Several lonely buildings were slanted on the ground, as if they had fallen from the sky and were stuck there. Around several buildings, a group of zombies with bluish-gray skin were wandering slowly. There were hundreds of them. Luo Chen sent a message for detection. These zombies don't look like the poisonous zombies or hard-skinned zombies that we have seen before. The former had greenish skin, sticky hair, and looked sickly, although the latter also has blue-gray skin. He is thin and can even be described as skinny. He is nothing like the group of zombies in front of him. Each of them looks like a muscular man working out. Armored zombie level, second level primary introduction, a weak second level creature with skin as hard as steel. It will go crazy once it smells blood, but its slow movement speed and stiff limbs are its biggest weaknesses. Really, it's a new monster. Moreover, it was the first monster of the second level that Luo Chen had encountered. For a second level monster, the attribute crystals in its body should be of green quality, right? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards the group of armored zombies changed instantly. What kind of monster is this? They are clearly a group of welfare freaks who are here to give him benefits. However, the armored zombie's skin is as hard as steel, so we can't use the saber. Luo Chen glanced at the sharp saber in his hand. This thing was very convenient to use against monsters with average defense, but it was not suitable for dealing with monsters like the armored zombies that were known for their defense. So Luochen put away the saber in his hand and replaced it with a giant edgeless sword that was more suitable for this situation. The giant sword, weighing several hundred pounds, felt heavy in the hand. Key: this sword adds 15 points of strength attribute, and the attack can ignore 20 points of the target's defense value. It is perfect for dealing with this group of armored zombies with strong defense. After changing to the giant sword, Luochen's strength attribute also increased to 104 points. At the same time, the attributes of the greatsword are equivalent to increasing the strength value by 20 points, that is to say, the damage caused by Luochen's sword now is at least 124 points. If you hit the weak point of the armored zombie, the damage will be increased. I wonder how many of his swords this group of armored zombies can withstand. Weighing the heavy sword in his hand, Luochen immediately walked out of his hiding place. Holding the hilt with one hand, he dragged the 2-meter-long sword and rushed directly towards the group of armored zombies in front. Roar! The group of armored zombies in the distance also smelled the scent of living people for the first time, and immediately looked towards Luochen with roars. Looking at their big and strong appearance, if it weren't for their gray skin and gray eyes, you really couldn't tell that they were a group of zombies. Die! Ugly thing! Luochen held the huge sword in both hands, rushed forward and jumped and chopped with great force. A huge sword weighing several hundred pounds hit the head of the armored zombie heavily. Good job, this isn't dead. Luochen looked at the still struggling armored zombie in surprise, then spun around and swept across. The giant sword weighing several hundred kilograms smashed heavily on the armored zombie with a crack, and the sound of broken bones was clearly audible. The next second, this armored zombie flew out sideways, knocking several armored zombies next to it to the ground, and rolling into a ball. This time, it's finally dead. Seeing the results, Luochen grinned, then found a good target again and jumped and chopped hard at the head of another armored zombie. Critical hit, critical hit. Another critical strike. Luochen jumped, slashed, and swept horizontally, like a wolf among a flock of sheep. Although the number of armored zombies on the opposite side far exceeded his for a moment, Luochen swung the giant sword without an edge in both hands, just like a father beating his son, and enjoyed the beating very much. Even though he was occasionally attacked by the claws of these armored zombies, Luochen's defense value of 207 easily blocked their attacks. Just 1 point of damage, just ignore it. After all, Luochen is a big guy who can recover 2 points of health per second. Are you afraid of the pitiful harm they may cause? Chapter 58 Attributes skyrocketed. Cumulative gains of 30,000 plus. More than half an hour later, Luochen dragged the heavy sword in one hand, breathing heavily, and looked at the corpses of armored zombies around him. Oh, this is too tiring, isn't it? He looked at his fatigue level, which had risen to 78%, which was already severe fatigue. No wonder he was panting like a dog. Bang! The giant sword was stuck directly in place. Luochen simply sat down on the ground and took a rest. However, although it was extremely tiring, the results were also gratifying. More than 100 armored zombies were all cleaned up by Luochen. This is a second-level monster. Although it's only the beginner level of the second stage, you can tell me whether it's the second stage or not. After sitting and resting for about 10 minutes, and when his fatigue value dropped below 60%, Luochen patted his butt and stood up from the ground. First he put away the giant sword that was stuck next to him, then Luochen took out the saber and once again struggled to tear open the flesh of these armored zombies. Good job, he didn't feel it before, but now after putting on this saber, Luochen discovered that the skin of these armored zombies is really hard. He poked them hard more than 10 times before he finally made a hole in them. Fortunately, Luochen has a heavy weapon like the edgeless giant sword, otherwise it would be really troublesome to kill these guys. But, although it was troublesome, Luochen couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on his face as he watched the green glowing attribute crystals being taken out from the corpses of these armored zombies. This wave, the attributes can increase dramatically again. Luochen, who was in a cheerful mood, hummed an unknown tune while digging up the bodies of these armored zombies one by one. He threw them aside after digging one out to avoid making a mess. It took Luochen more than half an hour to clean up the more than 100 armored zombies. In the end, it took Luochen more than an hour to dig out the attribute crystals in their bodies. My goodness, cleaning the battlefield is slower than clearing out the monsters. This made Luochen couldn't help but look at the saber in his hand with disdain. Man, it looks like it's time to replace you, Luochen muttered to green quality weapons. Can no longer keep up with his pace. It seems that I have to see if I can find a blue quality weapon next, and it has to be a sharp weapon like this one. It cannot be a heavy weapon, after all. As for heavy weapons, Luochen already has a giant sword without an edge. After working for more than an hour, Luochen got the pile of attribute crystals glowing green in front of him. Attribute crystal, strength, Quality, green after use, the strength attribute can be increased by 2 points, up to 20 points. In addition to the crystals of strength attributes, the most common crystals dug out from these armored zombies are the crystals of physique attributes. Besides, there are also some crystals of agility attributes, but not many. The smallest number is still the crystallization of spiritual attributes. There were 153 armored zombies, but Luo Chen only dug out 3 spiritual crystals. But 3 is not bad. It's better than nothing. At this time, Luo Chen also counted out 33 attribute crystals from the pile. Among them, there are 10 attribute crystals for the 3 attributes of strength, physique, and agility, and 3 attribute crystals for the spiritual attribute. Rinse with clean water and then take the pills one by one. Strength plus 2 constitution plus 2 agility plus 2 spirit plus 2. The 4-dimensional attributes on the character panel are constantly improving. After taking all 33 attribute crystals, Luo Chen's basic strength attribute reached 59 points, which is the basic attribute without counting equipment and skills. The physical attribute reached 63 points, the agility attribute reached 58 points, the least is the spiritual attribute, because it was only increased by 6 points, so it is only 42 points. The 4 attributes were increased by a total of 66 points, the increase is huge. There are still 120 useless attribute crystals left. If you recycle it to the mist shop, the recycling price of 1 is 200 killing coins, that is 24,000 killing coins. After being out for more than 2 hours, I earned 24,000 killing coins. It looks like Luo Chen's harvest today won't be much worse than yesterday, and there are these houses. After putting away the 120 attribute crystals, Luo Chen turned around and looked at the houses that had been surrounded by the group of armored zombies. Generally, where monsters appear, there should be something valuable in the house. Certainly, there are exceptions. For example, yesterday there was an abandoned town where a group of poisonous zombies were roaming around. If only we hadn't found something good outside of town, that would be a complete loss. Bang! Luo Chen kicked open the tightly closed door of a house, stood outside the door and waited for a while, only walking in after making sure it was safe inside. The first floor of the house was empty, with nothing in it. Luo Chen went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor, Luo Chen found a collapsed locker, the same kind he saw outside the abandoned town last time. There were 5 lockers in the locker room, 4 of which were locked and 1 was opened. In the open locker there were some dusty clothes and a white and yellowed waste bag. Luo Chen took a look and saw that they were all ordinary clothes and waste bags, not equipment. So he just violently pried open the other 4 cabinets and took out a bunch of things from them. It's no use. Rubbish. What the hell is this? Luo Chen finally found something good after throwing away something that looked like a thermos but was not a thermos. With a look of disgust. 2 skill upgrade stones buried in this pile of garbage. It's still green quality, worth 2,000 kill coins. Take it down and directly use the skill energetic. Strong, upgrade to level 6. Energetic. Strong LV is 6th grade, green passively increase spirit attribute by 30 points. Then Luo Chen continued to search the house and made sure there was nothing else valuable before leaving. In the first house, you will get 2 green skill upgrade stones. Then the second building, there are only 3 houses in this area. Both buildings are 2-story buildings, there is only one 3-story building. Luo Chen found a safe in the second small building. He smashed it open with the giant sword, and then found a stack of kill coins in the safe. Luo Chen counted and found there were exactly 8,000 killing coins. Not bad, much better than the first house. This time, Luo Chen also began to look forward to what would be in the last house. Don't let it end up being even worse than the first one. After putting away this stack of killing coins, the total wealth that Luo Chen can redeem now is 32,300 killing coins, enough to buy 323 white skill upgrade stones. But that's not enough. Luo Chen needs more, so that he can have a chance to compete for a ranking on the district list. Otherwise, he might only be able to get the reward for first place in Killing Town. Chapter 59. Good equipment attributes can indeed improve the quality of the equipment. The last building is a 3-story building. The first floor looks like a storefront. After Luo Chen came in, he searched around but didn't find anything valuable, so he went straight to the second floor. Coming to the second floor, it is a continuation of the store on the first floor. The decoration style is the same. Some of the collapsed shelves were covered with dust, and there was a musty smell in the air. Luo Chen searched everywhere and finally found a ring box under a collapsed shelf. The box was open and inside was a gold ring. It's a very ordinary circular shape, with no complicated patterns, just a few auspicious clouds. Key. This is still a green equipment, ring of strength quality, green strength plus 5. It just so happened that Luo Chen still had 9 empty fingers, were this ring of power. There is one magic ring on each hand that matches the other hand. Afterwards, Luo Chen continued to search. on the second floor, but ultimately found nothing else, so he could only go up to the third floor. There is also a tightly closed security door on the third floor. Luo Chen kicked it open with one foot, and the entire doorframe fell off with a loud noise. Go inside. This is indeed the environment where people live. The first thing that catches your eye is a dining and living room. A solid wooden square table lies diagonally on the ground. The floor is covered with dust, there are spider webs everywhere in the corners, and there is a musty smell in the air. Luo Chen went over and smashed the window open, letting fresh air from outside come in can dispel some of the musty smell. Everything in the dining and living room was clearly visible. There was nothing to rummage through. Luo Chen went straight to the bedroom. The bedroom door was closed. Luo Chen turned the door handle and found that the door was locked, so he opened it forcefully. Bang! Dust fell off the door frame. As the door opened, a foul odor instantly hit my nose. Luo Chen, who had just stepped 1 foot in, instantly stepped back, frowning and covering his mouth and nose with one hand. Smelly, it stinks so damn much. He had never smelled such a foul odor. It was not until I retreated to the kitchen door that the smell became much lighter. Is there a dead person in there? Luo Chen couldn't help but complain, but on second thought, you know what? It's really possible, although he had never seen any corpses in the abandoned buildings he had searched before, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Those buildings were moved to the killing ground individually or as a whole area after all the people had left, and they were probably abandoned for a while. But isn't it possible that some buildings with people still living in them could be moved here, even if there are living people? They will not be moved to the killing ground. What about the body? What else could such a foul smell be other than that of a rotting corpse? Luo Chen felt that he might need a mask, but he didn't have one now, so he could only temporarily cover his nose with one hand, tightly covering it, and breathe through his mouth. I won't go to the bedroom for now. He searched in the kitchen first. Don't say, what a surprise. No, whoever was so nice put the money in the microwave? Luo Chen looked at the stack of killing coins in his hand that he found in a broken microwave. Not much, it's about 5000. Adding the previous accumulations, Luo Chen's harvest today has accumulated to 37,300 killing coins. Not bad, not bad. 373 white skill upgrade stones were earned. Luo Chen was in a good mood and felt that even the stench in the air had faded a lot. Then he went to the bathroom on the third floor and searched around. Then in the toilet tank, a wooden box wrapped in a transparent sealed bag was found. Take out the bag and open the transparent sealed bag outside. Luo Chen opened the box, revealing 2 green skill upgrade stones worth 2,000 kill coins. Not bad. Luo Chen directly used the green grade energetic skill, upgraded it to level 7. Energetic strong LV.7 grade, green passively increased spirit attribute by 35 points. In this way, Luo Chen's spiritual attribute reached 112 points. Coming out of the bathroom, Luo Chen looked at the entire third floor. Because the space is small, there is only one bedroom on the third floor, and then there is this dining and living room, as well as the bathroom and kitchen just mentioned. Oh, there's a balcony. Luo Chen turned around and walked straight to the balcony. Opening the door leading to the balcony, Luo Chen saw at first glance a rectangular box placed in the center of the balcony. The box doesn't look like a suitcase and doesn't have a handle that if you carry it by hand, it's a bit too big. So I don't know what the designer was thinking at the time. However, these are not the issues that Luo Chen needs to consider. He is just curious about what is in the suitcase. Is it useful to him? Walking forward, Luo Chen opened the locks on both sides of the suitcase, and then pressed the unlock button in the middle. Snap! The suitcase was opened. When I opened the lid, I was surprised to find that the space inside was very small. Most of it was filled with black foam material, with only a small area in the middle being empty. Inside was a Tang Dynasty sword with a sheath. The scabbard is black, the handle is also black, and only the blade guard has dark gold tiger stripes. Luo Chen reached out and took the knife out of the box. The whole knife including the scabbard weighs about 20 pounds. It's heavier than it looks. The sword was unsheathed, and a bright cold light flashed across the balcony. The straight blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. With a flick of his finger, the blade immediately made a crisp sound. This is indeed a good knife. Luo Chen immediately sent a message to detect it and check its properties. Exquisite Tang Dynasty horizontal sword quality, blue strength plus 15 attack 7 times in a row. The 7th attack can cause the sum of the damage of the previous 6 attacks. It's indeed a good knife. Luo Chen couldn't let go of this exquisite Tang Dynasty sword. There is nothing noteworthy about the attributes. They are just the attributes that ordinary blue quality equipment should have. All 15 attribute points are added to strength, which is nothing wrong for a weapon, but the key is the effect of the equipment attributes. White and green quality equipment do not have special equipment entries, so the quality depends entirely on the attributes, but when it reaches blue quality, the quality of the equipment mainly depends on the effect of its attributes. A good equipment attribute can even make a blue item more valuable than a purple item. Obviously, the equipment entries of this exquisite Tang horizontal sword belong to this category. After 7 consecutive attacks, the damage of the 7th attack can reach the sum of the previous 6. In this way, as long as the attack speed is fast enough, 7 swords can directly produce the effect of 12 swords. It's almost doubled. This equipment item is not good, it's so good. Chapter 60, Harvest of the Sixth Day, Great Skill Upgrade. Swish, sheath the sword. Luo Chen held the fine Tang Dynasty sword in one hand and turned to leave the balcony. The value of this knife alone in this house is more than the value of the 2 houses above combined, but Luo Chen still wanted to go and take a look at that bedroom. It's been a while, the stench should have dissipated a little, right? Returning to the dining room, Luo Chen covered his nose with his hands again. The smell here is still so bad. I think the smell in the bedroom must be several times stronger than this. The thought of entering that kind of place made Luo Chen feel extremely unhappy, but I still have to go. Bang, bang. Walking into the dark bedroom, Luo Chen immediately smashed the glass of the window with his scabbard. Moment. Bright light shone in and the wind from outside blew in. Finally, the whole bedroom is no longer as gloomy as before. At this time, Luo Chen looked at the only bed in the bedroom, the black stuff on the bed turned out to be a highly decomposed human corpse as expected. Luo Chen took a look and then looked away. He could dismember the zombies without even frowning. That's because zombies don't actually have much of a bad smell on them, but this highly decomposed corpse was different. It, together with the pile of stuff on the bed, is enough to make one feel physically nauseous just by looking at it, let alone smelling it. The fact that Luo Chen didn't vomit on the spot shows that he has strong willpower. Without looking at the bed, Luo Chen directly opened the closet in the bedroom. It was a mess inside. Luo Chen searched quickly but found nothing valuable. Turning around, he came to the 2 bedside tables. I resisted the urge to look at the pile of things on the bed next to me. Luo Chen quickly opened the drawers of the 2 bedside tables. Ding! A round object fell down and rolled straight under the bed. Luo Chen was quick-witted and grabbed it, preventing it from rolling in. This is something Luo Chen has never seen before. It looks like pearls, but looking at the translucent texture, it looks like a gem. Luo Chen picked it up, took a look at it, and directly sent a message to detect it. Ruby level 1 strength plus 10. Is it really a ruby? However, this is not a ruby in the conventional sense. It should be a ruby that can be inlaid on equipment. It also has levels and is a level 1 ruby. After inlaying, it can bring a 10-point bonus to the strength attribute of the equipment, but Luo Chen doesn't have any equipment that can be inlaid with gems. Shaking his head, Luo Chen put the ruby away. This thing is not useful for the time being, but it will definitely be useful later. I just don't know what its value is. Apart from this ruby, there was nothing else of good value in this bedroom. After making sure that he had missed nothing, Luo Chen simply jumped out of the window. Bang! The height of the 3rd floor is only 6 or 7 meters. This height is nothing to Luo Chen now. After jumping out of the window, Luo Chen took a deep breath and felt as if he were alive again. It's such a pain. Luo Chen looked back at the house behind him. Fine, he gained a lot, otherwise I would feel sorry for my respiratory tract. I wonder if Luo Chen has entered an area infested with zombies, or if the area he is in now is actually the spawning point of the armored zombies. All the monsters Luo Chen encountered along the way were armored zombies. Although the number was not as large as the group encountered in the morning, there were still dozens at most, and at least a dozen. By around 12 noon, Luo Chen had collected 215 green attribute crystals, worth a full 43,000 killing coins, so it is a bit hard, but Luo Chen also enjoyed it. At noon, I found a place to eat something simple to fill my stomach. After bringing the hunger value back below 10%, Luo Chen continued to explore more undeveloped areas. Open the map and zoom in. The first thing you see is the surrounding area that has been explored, but there are many areas shrouded in black fog of war further away. Luo Chen just picked a direction and started walking the whole afternoon. He was either traveling or killing monsters, but I didn't encounter any airdrop treasure chest today. This made Luo Chen feel quite regretful. Around 4 p.m. Luo Chen dug out the attribute crystal from the body of the last armored creature. Just 500. Luo Chen looked at the attribute crystal in his hand. Including this one, not counting the 40 crystals he used, there were exactly 500 green attribute crystals in his backpack. That is a full 100,000 killing coins. So, even though Luo Chen didn't collect any useful supplies the whole afternoon, but including the morning's harvest, the total value of the things in his backpack now has reached 113,300 killing coins. Oh, and my original knife, too. That's 113,500 killing coins. This was the first time that Luo Chen had been so rich. Misty Shop, let's go. Luo Chen hummed a little tune and headed back in the direction he came from. About half an hour, Luo Chen has returned to the area about 20 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10087. Ahead is the foggy area. Luo Chen walked in and was about to reach out and push open the door of the Misty shop. But the door opened by itself. The man who opened the door and was about to come out was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect anyone to be outside. "Excuse me, could you please let me go?" Female. Luo Chen looked at the mysterious man in front of him whom he had met for the second time, then stepped aside to let the other person pass. "Thanks." The mysterious woman thanked Luo Chen, then quickened her pace and left in a hurry. Luo Chen looked back at the fog behind him, but could no longer see the other person's figure. "I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence," he muttered to himself as he walked into the shop. "Welcome." The clerk in the Misty shop is still the same as always. After Luo Chen came in, he didn't waste any time and directly took out a bunch of things from his backpack and asked the clerk to collect them. "Does the guest need kill coins or is she making a purchase?" the clerk asked with a smile. "First, give me 632 white skill upgrade stones," Luo Chen said. "Yes, guest." The clerk bent down and pulled out a medium-sized box from under the counter. The box was opened, and inside was full of white skill upgrade stones. A total of 632 of them. Luo Chen first threw 32 of them into the strength and body skill, upgraded it to level 30. The remaining 600 beads were divided into portions of 120 beads and thrown into the 4 white skills. Born with great strength, energetic, full, energy recovery, and swiftness, all upgraded to level 30. Fortunately, after reaching skill level 10, the upgrade requirements double every 10 levels. If it still doubles at level 5 like before, the skill upgrade stones needed to reach level 30 would be much more than this. Chapter 61. The money is gone and the people are happy, and the strength has ushered in another surge. Strengthening level 30 grade. White passively increases physical attributes by 90 points. Natural strength LV point 30 grade. White passively increases strength attribute by 90 points. Energetic LV point 30 grade. White passively increase spirit attribute by 90 points. Full level 30 grade. White passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 60 points per minute. Energy recovery level 30 grade. White passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 90 points per minute. Fast and flying LV point 30 grade. White passively increases agility attribute by 90 points. After this wave of upgrades, all of Luo Chen's blank skills, except for sprint, were upgraded to level 30. Going further down, each level up requires 16 white skill upgrade stones. That means 1,600 killing coins to upgrade one level. The price is getting more and more expensive. Luo Chen plans to upgrade a few green skills first, and add a few missing skills. As for the skill of sprinting, it is certain to rise, but it cannot be done blindly. After all, active skills are not like passive skills that have no consumption. If the level is a little higher, the consumption will be a bit scary. Before Luo Chen completely solved the problem of lack of mana, it can't be raised too high for now. To be honest, if Luo Chen didn't want to waste the daily skill upgrade opportunity given by his talent, he wouldn't even want to continue improving the skill of psychedelic eyes. After all, its consumption is too high, but there is no way. In order to avoid waste, Luo Chen chose to upgrade the skill psychedelic eyes today, upgraded it to level 6. The consumption has reached an astonishing 300 mana points. With Luo Chen's limited mana, how many times can he use it? As for saying, use the once-a-day opportunity to upgrade other skills, that's not a loss. You should know that to upgrade the psychedelic eye from level 5 to level 6, 2 blue skill upgrade stones are normally required, that is 20,000 killing coins, to upgrade the same level. Whether it is the green skills such as physical fitness or rhythm of life, only 4 green skill upgrade stones are needed, that is 4,000 killing coins, 20,000 versus 4,000. Luo Chen of course chose the former, but the good news is that after Luo Chen completes this wave of upgrades today, his mana will surge again. It can temporarily solve the dilemma of insufficient mana. Of course it is not a complete solution, it is only temporary, and there is no way to allow Luo Chen to squander money at will. I can only say, barely enough. After spending 62,300 killing coins in one go, Luo Chen only had 50,300 killing coins left, less than half of what he had at the beginning. Give me another green skill crystal that passively increases strength, another green skill crystal that passively increases agility, and another green skill crystal that passively increases mana recovery speed. 3 special skill crystals, each worth 5,000 kill coins. 3, that's 15,000 killing coins. Luo Chen still has 35,300 killing coins left to spend. Give me another 34 green skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen said. The clerk smiled and took out what Luo Chen needed and placed it on the counter. Guest, you don't have enough money. The clerk said. Luo Chen knew that he had calculated all this in advance. So he took out the killing coins he had on him, counted out 1,300 and put them aside, and handed the rest to the clerk. Just right. The clerk took the killing coin and put it away with a smile. Now, Luo Chen, who originally had a 6-digit net worth, suddenly returned to a 4-digit net worth. But when money is gone, people will be happy. Wealth that can be converted into strength is good wealth. Otherwise, what's the use of having a lot of money? After silently comforting himself, Luo Chen picked up the 3 skill crystals in front of him. Use them one by one. Ding, you gain new skills, innate supernatural power. Ding, you get a new skill, extreme speed. Ding, you gain new skills, powerful energy recovery. 3 new skills appeared on the open character panel. However, these 3 skills are still in their initial level 1 state and need to be upgraded. Luo Chen picked up the 34 green skill upgrade stones. It was supposed to be 42. But unfortunately Luo Chen didn't have enough balance, so he could only buy 34 of them. 14 of them are given to the skill innate divine power to add 1 to the strength attribute. Innate divine power has been upgraded to level 10, throw 14 beads into the skill. Strong energy recovery to improve the efficiency of mana recovery. Powerful energy recovery upgraded to level 10. The last 6 are given to the extreme speed skill. The extreme speed skill has been upgraded to level 6 to speed LV.6 grade. Green passively increases agility attribute by 30 points. Strong energy recovery LV.10 grade. Green passively improves mana recovery efficiency by 150 points per minute. Natural power LV.10 grade. Green passively increases strength attribute by 50 points. After this wave of upgrades, Luo Chen's killing coins were basically used up. The only skill that can be upgraded with the remaining 1,300 killing coins is the sprint skill. Other white grade skills require at least 1,600 killing coins to upgrade to the next level, which is simply unaffordable. But the money was spent, but the strength was greatly improved. Feel the power surging in your body. Luo Chen's face was also full of smiles. After looking at his current mana recovery speed, Luo Chen thought about it and counted out 1,200 killing coins, and then bought 12 white skill upgrade stones. The sprint skill has also been upgraded to level 13, speed level 13 grade. White consumes 70 mana points to enter the sprint state for 70 seconds, increase movement speed by 410%, cooldown time 12 seconds. The level 13 speed skill can increase Luo Chen's movement speed by 410%, even if it's just the movement speed that's increased, but the effect is still quite exaggerated. I have to say, the effect of this skill is becoming more and more amazing. You have to know that it is just a white grade skill. It would be perfect if the mana consumption could be a little less, but now 70 mana consumption is not too much. After all, the sprint state can last for 70 seconds, which means that Luo Chen only needs to use this skill once every 70 seconds. And what is Luo Chen's current mana recovery rate? Opening the character panel, Luo Chen looked at his attributes, which had become quite gorgeous. Chapter 62, Luo Chen, who was disgusted, killed 3 people instantly. Name, Luo Chen. Health, 2390/2390 mana, 2060/2060 status, moderately hungry, moderately tired. Fatigue value, 42% hunger value, 51% strength, 239 physique, 239 agility, 198 spirit, 196 physical defense, 237 element resistance, 206 health recovery, 2.7/second mana recovery, 4/second innate ability, endless. Remove the skill level cap, and you can choose a skill to upgrade by 1 level every day. Active skills, speed LV.13, freezing LV.5, psychedelic eyes LV.6. Passive skill, 2060 mana points, 4 points restored per second. 70 seconds, enough for Luo Chen to recover 280 mana points, and sprinting only consumes 70 mana points. Certainly, things can't be calculated this way. After all, Luo Chen doesn't just use the sprint skill, like freezing magic and psychedelic eyes. These are the big mana consumption. A level 5 freeze spell costs 130 mana points, the level 6 psychedelic eyes consumes a full 300 mana points. However, the cooldown time of the level 6 psychedelic eyes is still 94 seconds, which is more than a minute and a half. The level 5 freeze spell also has a cooldown of 56 seconds, almost a minute. If Luo Chen uses these 3 skills at the same time, then the mana he consumes in this minute can reach 500 points, far beyond the 280 points that can be recovered. Even though the psychedelic eyes can only be used again after a minute and a half, the recovery of mana still cannot keep up with the consumption. But it will be soon. As long as the powerful energy recovery skill is upgraded a few more levels, it will be fine. Luo Chen admired his gorgeous character panel and then closed it. Come out of the Misty Shop. Luo Chen only has the last 100 killing coins left, and tomorrow is the day when the killing tower descends. Luo Chen didn't know if he could come out tomorrow to explore more unknown areas, but even if he didn't have the time, he believed that the rewards from the killing tower would not disappoint him, right? Luo Chen's requirements were not high, the total value just needs to be over 500,000 killing coins. After all, he earned more than 110,000 yuan in one day today. But if the reward for a killing tower is not more than 500,000, then in Luo Chen's opinion, it is too low. Before dark, Luo Chen successfully returned to killing town number 10087. As soon as he entered the town, Luo Chen felt several eyes staring at him. He turned his head and looked over there, and found that there were 3 unfamiliar guys looking at him. When they saw Luo Chen looking at him, these 3 guys gave him a malicious smile. Is this a provocation to me? Luo Chen frowned. At this time, the 3 guys over there also came over. Boy, our boss likes you, come with us. The 3 of them looked at Luo Chen with teasing eyes, as if they were gloating. Boss, are you interested in me? Luo Chen subconsciously thought of Shintu Xiong, whom he had met in the central square in the morning. At him. When Luo Chen thought of that guy's hobby, he instantly got goosebumps from feeling disgusted. Oh shit, is this pervert Shintu Xiong targeting me? Luo Chen felt unwell. Hey! Stop standing there like an idiot and follow us. At this time, the 3 people in front of him also urged him, and one of them directly reached out to grab Luo Chen's arm, which scared Luo Chen so much that he took several steps back as if in response to the stress. Blanche, don't you fucking touch me. When he thought that the other person's hand might have touched something unclean, Luo Chen instantly felt as if he had become unclean as well, although it wasn't actually touched. Oh my god, are you mentally ill? You're so jumpy. The person opposite was cursing and looked unhappy, but Luo Chen no longer wanted to breathe the same air with them, as he felt that doing so would infect him with something. Psychedelic eyes. With just one look, the expressions of the 3 people opposite instantly became dull. His eyes were dazed and he had fallen into the influence of the illusion. The level 6 psychedelic eyes, coupled with Luo Chen's spiritual attribute of 196 points, can make 79 targets within the sight range fall into the world of illusion at the same time. The IT can last up to 14 seconds. 14 seconds of time, it's enough for Luo Chen to kill them 800 times. Puff. Asterisk 3 blood gushed out, along with 3 falling heads. 3 bodies with their heads and bodies separated also fell to the ground with a loud bang. Luo Chen had a gloomy expression on his face. They didn't even bother to loot the 3 bodies. Certainly, this is also because they don't even have a decent space backpack, and they are probably paupers with nothing to gain. Ding. Kill the target and successfully plunder the target's attributes. Strength +3, Constitution +2, Agility +2, Spirit +2. Ding. Kill the target and successfully plunder the target's attributes. Strength +2, Constitution +3, Agility +4, Spirit +3. Ding. A series of prompts also sounded in Luo Chen's ears. Luo Chen ignored him and just kept walking quickly with his head down. Soon he disappeared on the road. Soon after Luo Chen left, the small door on the west side of the town opened again, and a group of 6 or 7 people came in from outside the town. Phew! I almost missed it. A yellow-haired young man said with a relieved smile. Just the next second, what the hell? How did someone die? Several people looked at the 3 separated bodies not far away with surprise, and couldn't help but look around in panic, fearing that a murderer would jump out in the next second and turn them into corpses like them on the ground. Fortunately, after a while, no imagined villain appeared. Only then did they muster up the courage to walk towards the 3 bodies. Looks familiar. One of them looked at the 3 falling heads, wondering where he had seen these faces before. They are Shintu Xiong's lackeys. The yellow-haired guy next to him said, I saw them in the square this morning, but I didn't expect that they are already. It seems that they have offended some ruthless person. Several people nodded when they heard this. Shintu Xiong is a restless guy, coupled with that guy's special hobby. He is also quite famous in killing town number 10087. It's nothing but bad reputation. Now 3 of his lackeys died here, there is no doubt about it. This has finally hit a wall. Chapter 63, On the last night, did Lao Lu expose himself? 8:10:8:8. Luo Chen returned to the safe house and looked at the attribute values he had just plundered. A total of 34 points of physical fitness increased the most, by 10 points. The other 3 attributes are coincidentally all 8 points, which is not bad either. After all, it is a property that I picked up for free. However, although the attribute value increased by 34 points, Luo Chen still felt quite unlucky. The first thing he did when he Return to the safe house was to go to the bathroom to take a shower, and he washed his body thoroughly with a bottle of unexpired shower gel that he had looted earlier. Although his body was clean, Luo Chen always felt uncomfortable if he didn't wash it. After taking a shower, I came out of the bathroom. Luo Chen felt much more refreshed. Wash your clothes, too. Luo Chen took a large basin, threw all his original clothes, pants, and other items into the basin, and then soaked them in water. If you don't have laundry detergent, use shower gel. The main purpose is to provide psychological comfort. After all, equipment-type clothing will automatically refresh its cleanliness after a period of time. Even if it is originally dirty, it will become clean after 12 hours. Luo Chen soaked his clothes and pants in a large basin, then returned to the living room wearing ordinary clothes, comfortable. Sitting down on the sofa in the living room, the fatigue accumulated throughout the day was released at this moment. Luo Chen closed his eyes and rested for a few minutes before he picked up the remote control, turned on the TV in the living room, and projected the content of the regional chat channel onto the TV. A 100-inch TV has a big screen. Even if the messages are continuously scrolling in the chat channel, you can see every single one clearly here. Luo Chen put his legs on the coffee table and reached out to take out a bottle of drink from the backpack next to him. While drinking a drink, I watched what people were discussing in the chat channel, because tomorrow is the day when the Killing Tower descends. All the discussions in today's chat channel are related to the Killing Tower. So excited. The Killing Tower will be coming tomorrow morning. I wonder what this Killing Tower is. It's called the Killing Tower, so it must be a tower. Stupid. They are talking about the situation inside the Killing Tower. After all, none of us have ever experienced it. God bless me. May I get a good ranking tomorrow. Wake up, foreigner upstairs. The Killing Ground is not under the jurisdiction of your god. Who do you think will take first place in our Killing Town number 10087? It's definitely not me. After all, my talent is only E level. It's definitely not me. Although my talent is D level, there are C level bosses above me. By the way, have you met any other people from Killing Town these past 2 days? You met him? Okay, I thought we were the only ones who encountered it, but it turns out that you all kept it a secret, right? What's so surprising about this? Have you forgotten that the voice said very clearly that the entire universe where Blue Star is located has been dragged into the endless killing game? You don't think that this is the only Killing Town, right? No, in fact, what everyone should care about is the distance between the Killing Towns, right? Yes, I met people from other Killing Towns about 40 to 50 kilometers away from our town. Through communication, we found that the straight line distance between the two Killing Towns would not exceed 100 kilometers. So far. Far? It's very close, okay. I wonder if there are any masters in other Killing Towns? I don't mean to discourage you. Our team met 3 people from Killtown 98332 before. All 3 of them have C-level talents. Moreover, they told us that there is more than one B-level talent boss in their Kill Town. Hiss. More than one B rank? No. Why? Is our Killing Town number 10087 the worst among the surrounding Killing Towns? It shouldn't be, right? Where are our B-level? Don't hide it, stand up quickly. Ahem. Hello everyone, I am Augustus. Please allow me to introduce myself. As you have guessed, I am the only B-level talent owner in our town. Holy crap! It really exists. A B-rank boss is willing to sacrifice himself now? You made a typo above. It means show up, not dedicate yourself. Is this important? What's important is that our town also has B-level bosses. Why is he a foreigner? What's wrong with foreigners? I think foreigners are pretty good. And we are not on Blue Star anymore. We should abandon the so-called concept of country. We are all human beings on Blue Star. We are one. By the way, does Brother Augustus have a girlfriend? Augustus, sorry, I have been married for many years. What a pity. Then, would you mind getting another girlfriend? No, you don't even want to act anymore? Get lost. You loser, I'm talking to Brother Augustus. What does it have to do with you? Are you cursing? What the hell? Why are they arguing all of a sudden? Luo Chen was originally looking good, relaxing his tense nerves during the day, and preparing to make himself some barbecue or something later. As a result, the originally normal content suddenly turned into a screen full of swear words. Good job, there are no banned words in this chat channel, you can say anything. However, it turns out that there are B-level talents in our town too, and he is a foreigner. Augustus? Never heard of it. Luo Chen shook his head. Anyway, it was just a B-level talent, so he didn't take it seriously. 2 days ago, he met Olivia, a B-level talent owner from the neighboring killing town number 1733. Although Luo Chen took advantage of her at that time, he was unable to do anything to Olivia in the end, but that was 2 days ago. For Luo Chen, his strength changes drastically every day. Compared to him 2 days ago and him now, he is completely different. If he meets Olivia again now, Luo Chen is confident that he can easily defeat him. There will never be an embarrassing situation of not being able to kill someone again. But Luo Chen was quite curious about what kind of talent this Augustus had. Besides, Luo Chen didn't believe that Augustus was the only B-level talent in their killing town number 10087. There must be someone else who is deliberately hiding it. I just wonder how many more Lao Lu there are like this. Chapter 64, Annoyed Shen Tuxiong. Aiming for the first place, this night seemed to be exceptionally long. Many people have been losing sleep over tomorrow's Killing Tower event. Some people who have ambitions for the first place are also gearing up and ready to show their talents. At the same time, on the other side of Killing Town number 10087, in a common area connected to 11 safe houses, a group of people led by Shen Tuxiong were discussing about breaking into the Killing Tower tomorrow. Boss, is Augustus really a B-level talent? In a sunken living room, on a U-shaped sofa, a man with a retro, non-mainstream hairstyle asked. At this time, the entire public area is approximately 150 square meters. In the middle is a sunken living room, surrounded by vending machines and park-like benches. There is also a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling above, giving people the feeling of a shopping mall lounge area. This time, 11 people including Shen Tuxiong were here. Shen Tuxiong and his male favorite sat alone on a sofa, and the others sat on the other 3 sofas. I know Augustus. His B-level talent is no longer a secret in the small circle. Shen Tuxiong casually played with his male favorite's hand with one hand, and said with a faint smile, but don't worry too much. I have seen his strength, and he is just on par with me. Who will take first place and who will take second place is still unknown. Although Shen Tuxiong's own talent was only C-level, he was not worried that the existence of Augustus' B-level talent would become an obstacle for him to win the first place. The reason is that Shen Tuxiong's C-level talent is a very early stage talent. It can give you a huge advantage in the early stages, but wait until later, I'm afraid it's of no use. But even so, Shen Tuxiong is still quite satisfied with his talent. After all, if you can't even survive the early stage, how can you expect to survive the later stage? Compared to those talented people with great potential in the later stages, Shen Tuxiong prefers himself. No matter what the future holds, at least he is living a happy life now. That's enough. The younger brothers who followed Shen Tuxiong were also very clear about the strength of their boss. It's just that they have never seen what B-level talent is like, so they are worried. Certainly. This worry was more for the sake of showing it to Shen Tuxiong. After all, even if Shen Tuxiong won the first place reward, he would not give them even a penny. By the way, what happened to Wang San and the others? Why did they die? Shen Tuxiong suddenly asked. At this time, he has many younger brothers under him. In addition to the 9 core members in front of him, there are many others who voluntarily join them. It's just that those people are mostly used as lackeys. They don't get any benefits on weekdays. The only benefit is probably that you won't starve to death, and the talents of these people are generally pretty rubbish. It's either E-level or F-level. There isn't even a D-level one. Unlike the 9 people present here, all of whom have D-level talents. It seems that we have encountered a tough opponent. The men under his command also frowned and said, we found the bodies of Wang San and the others at the west gate of the town. They were killed in an instant. All 3 were beheaded on the spot. There were no signs of a fight at the scene. Hearing this, Shen Tuxiong's face also turned gloomy. Can you find out who it is? He asked this. Several people looked at each other, and finally said with gritted teeth, Boss, Wang San and his men were doing things for you before. Do you think it was the person you asked us to investigate before who did it? That person? Shen Tuxiong frowned subconsciously, and then he heard a scream coming from beside him. He looked down and found that he had accidentally failed to control the strength of his hand while thinking and had hurt his male lover. Get lost. Shintu Xiong, who was in a bad mood, kicked him away, and the latter fell to the ground with tears in his eyes and a pitiful expression. At others around them felt sick. They are different from Shintu Xiong and don't like this. What the hell? Didn't I tell them to invite someone over? Did they turn a deaf ear to my words? Shintu Xiong cursed and looked angry. The subordinates present did not dare to speak. But I don't agree with it in my heart. Who doesn't know your character, you say please, but in fact, isn't it just to help tie someone back? Isn't this the thing sitting on the ground that was brought back in the first place? After cursing a few times, Shintu Xiong realized that he was a bit reckless this time. Maybe he had been having too good a time during this period. It was so smooth that he didn't even notice that he had swelled, and now something is wrong with Wang San and the other two. Or he was killed instantly. Although Wang San and the other three were not very strong, they were still his lackeys who often helped him deal with some trivial matters. Their strength was still stronger than those other lackeys. Not only do all three of them have E-level talents, they have also consumed all 10 attribute crystals. Even Shintu Xiong himself didn't dare to say that he could kill the three of them in an instant, but the other party did it. Certainly, there must be an element of surprise involved, but even so, Shintu Xiong realized that he might have hit a wall. Fuck! You all are such idiots. You are so powerful, why don't you show it? You just keep hiding it. Shintu Xiong also cursed a few words in his heart, but now that things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. And no matter what, the most important thing now is tomorrow's Killing Tower event. Others, let's talk about it after tomorrow. We'll talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is tomorrow's Killing Tower event. As long as I win the first prize, I'll see who in this town dares to raise their voices to me. Shintu Xiong put one foot on the coffee table and said domineeringly. Boss is awesome. The younger brothers around him also started to make a noise. As for what you think in your heart, only they themselves know the answer. The next day, Luo Chen woke up at around 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark outside. He got up from the bed, went to the bathroom, washed his face and brushed his teeth. After waking himself up, he changed his clothes and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast is some leftover barbecue from last night, paired with noodles, and I cooked a big bowl of beef ramen. After finishing a bowl of noodles, it was almost 6 o'clock. Luo Chen made some final preparations and took everything he needed. Then he put on his backpack and walked out of the safe house. Chapter 65. The Killing Tower arrives. It was still a few minutes before 6 o'clock in the morning, but the central square of Killing Town number 10087 was already crowded with people. The number of people online in the regional chat channel at this moment is 397. Except for a few, most of these people have already arrived at the square. When Luo Chen arrived, it was still more than a minute before 6 o'clock. So he stood aside and waited quietly. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hello again, neighbor. Luo Chen knew who the person behind him was without looking back. Luo Chen nodded coldly, but this neighbor next door didn't seem to feel Luo Chen's indifference and rejection, and instead walked up to him. Today's neighbor was wearing a white coat and glasses and looked like a doctor. Luo Chen didn't know why he had to put on such a white coat, but he didn't ask. The main point was that he didn't understand but respected. Are you nervous? The neighbor smiled and looked up at the blood-red obelisk in the center of the square. He said with a smile, I was so excited that it took me a long time to fall asleep last night, and I woke up just after 5 o'clock today. You should be about the same, right? As he spoke, he turned to look at Luo Chen, still with that standard smile on his face. This reminded Luo Chen of the clerk in the Misty Shop. The smile on the other person's face was the same, standard, friendly, but also fake. It seemed like a deliberate expression rather than a genuine desire to laugh. I'm fine. Luo Chen responded perfunctorily. Ha! Then you really have a big heart. The neighbor laughed deliberately and then looked around, then pointed at 3 people not far ahead. Have you seen Augustus? He's the tall, skinny foreigner. Luo Chen didn't know Augustus, but now in the entire Killing Town number 10087, Augustus was the most famous person. He was a tall and thin foreigner who looked to be in his 30s. He has the standard deep eye sockets and high nose bridge of a foreigner. His sunken cheeks make him look even thinner. With a height of nearly 1.9 meters, he is extremely conspicuous when standing in a crowd. At this time, Augustus was accompanied by 2 ladies. The 2 women seemed to be in their 20s. They did not look like the standard beauties in the eyes of Oriental people. Instead, they looked a little ordinary in Luo Chen's eyes, but foreigners' aesthetic taste is different from theirs. This is what they like. On the contrary, those beauties in the eyes of Oriental people are not so attractive in the eyes of foreigners. Certainly, aesthetics is a very subjective thing. It doesn't mean that all foreigners have the same aesthetic taste, they also like different types, otherwise, wouldn't those women whose looks don't meet the standard aesthetic standards be unable to get married? You also noticed the two women around him, right? The neighbor next to him joked with a smile. They offered themselves to him last night. I heard there were 6 or 7 of them at first, but Augustus only kept the 2 of them. Is this really true? Luo Chen felt unbelievable. He saw a woman recommending herself to Augustus on the chat channel yesterday and thought it was just talk. I didn't expect that someone would actually take action, and Augustus actually accepted it. Although I didn't accept all of them, I did accept 2. Isn't he worried about being stabbed in the middle of the night, in this kind of environment, let alone 2 strange women? Even good brothers have to be careful. Is this Augustus really so stupid, or are you feeling confident? Just then, the crowd in front suddenly burst into exclamations. Oh my God! Look! Something is coming down from the sky. The obelisk is glowing. People exclaimed loudly, and Luo Chen's attention was also attracted over there. This time, the blood-red obelisk in the square suddenly released a dazzling red light. Immediately afterwards, a red beam of light with a diameter of over 20 meters fell from the sky, instantly covering the entire blood-red obelisk. The people in front were frightened and stepped back. The people at the back wanted to squeeze forward to watch Luo Chen, and some people around him were standing in the outer area of the square and were not affected at all, but there was already quite a commotion ahead. Some people were pushed down, and some started arguing and quarreling with the people around them. This time, the sky suddenly darkened. The sky, which had just been bright, now seemed to have returned to night. However, this darkness did not last long. It only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. Look at that! Someone pointed to the sky and shouted, then hundreds of eyes turned towards the sky in unison. This moment, 10,000 meters in the sky, a huge blood-red magic circle appeared out of thin air. The huge blood-colored magic circle was so large that it covered the sky and the sun, and the light it released was even brighter than the sun and the sky. At this time, dozens of blood-red rays shot out from the magic circle. Some of these lights fell far away, while others were very close, and one of them, it even fell directly towards them. Buzz! The bloody obelisk in the square suddenly made a buzzing sound along with circles of blood-red ripples. The blood-red light that descended from the sky was shattered as if the outer halo was blown away the moment it fell, revealing the image of a small tower inside. Then, the tower suddenly grew in size. It was just a blink of an eye. It turned into a giant tower 100 meters high and appeared in the sky, as if it was supported by some force. Standing on the blood-red obelisk, swish! 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 At this time, rays of light flew out from the descending killing tower and shot towards everyone in the square. Everyone is hit by a beam of light, and no matter how you dodge it, it's useless. The flying light hit everyone's right wrist accurately, and then a simple pattern of a killing tower appeared on the inside of everyone's wrist. As soon as the mind moves, the pattern will appear. At the same time, a piece of information also emerges from everyone's mind. Luo Chen pulled open the clothes on his right hand, revealing the inside of his wrist. The mind moves, a simple pattern of a killing tower emerged, and inside the killing tower outlined by blood-red lines, a 2 appeared that represents the number of times he was resurrected in the killing tower. This time, once it is cleared, dying again means real death, certainly. This number of resurrections will be refreshed when the killing tower arrives next week. So you can use it with confidence. Don't worry about running out of it. Can we go in now? Who's going to come first? Idiot! There's no need to queue, we can all go in at the same time. I'll do it. I can be resurrected anyway, so there's nothing to be afraid of. In the square, some people who could not wait any longer immediately activated the killing tower patterns in their hands. The next second, these people instantly turned into a streak of bloodlight and flew directly towards the killing tower in the sky. Chapter 66. Are all aliens so fierce? Enter the killing tower. There were 397 people in the square, and more than 100 of them disappeared in almost an instant. These people couldn't wait to enter the killing tower. The rest are still waiting and watching. Luo Chen also put down his sleeves at this time, and then called out the ranking list of the killing tower. This is a list that appeared with the advent of the killing tower. Killing tower level ranking: overall ranking, insufficient authority, region ranking: first place, Wind Spirit points, 1110 second place, Black Eyes points, 1110 third place, Bakun points, 1110 fourth place, Shanzhong points, 1110 fifth place, Snow begins points, 11-10 on the leaderboard. The overall ranking is invisible. The prompt is that the permission is insufficient and cannot be viewed. Luochen didn't know what permissions were required, but if he wasn't allowed to see it, then he wouldn't. It was useless to see it now anyway, and it was not a problem that Luochen needed to consider at this stage. Then there are the district rankings. This regional ranking, as expected, is the ranking of all civilizations in the entire universe where the blue planet is located. There should be many district rankings like this, but Luochen can only see the district rankings of his own district, and cannot see the rankings of other districts. There are only 10 places listed on the district list. Obviously, only those ranked in the top 10 will receive rewards. However, Luochen discovered that the names of these top 10 people were all very strange. It's totally different from the way humans on Blue Planet name themselves. They should all be aliens. I wonder if aliens look like humans. The classic image of alien involuntarily emerged in Luochen's mind. It shouldn't really look like this, right? Except for their names. The scores of the 10 people currently ranked in the top 10 of the district list are exactly the same. All of them scored 11-10 points, so this ranking should be arranged in chronological order only. As for the final ranking, that will have to wait until the Slaughter Tower event is over. The Killing Tower descends upon each killing town at 6 o'clock in the morning and disappears at midnight. A total of 18 hours. What they have to do is to reach higher levels of the Killing Tower as much as possible within these 18 hours. But, in fact, this time is particularly ample. Basically, no one can stay in the Killing Tower for 18 hours before being teleported out. So it didn't last until the next morning? Luochen thought to himself. He thought it would last 24 hours. I didn't expect it would only be 18 hours. This time, among the group of people who had just rushed into the Killing Tower, several of them were teleported out at this time. Luochen looked at the guys who were teleported out in surprise. The same is true for everyone else. No, what are you doing? You're coming out so soon? Someone couldn't help but ask. The faces of the people who were teleported out were pale, and they sat down on the ground as soon as they landed. When they heard someone questioning them, they shouted excitedly, "What do you know? If you have the guts, go in and try it yourself. You have no idea how scary it is in there." When others heard this, many of them who couldn't help but be curious activated the Killing Tower mark on their bodies. Then he was teleported away by the Killing Tower. The Killing Tower, is it so scary? Luochen muttered softly. Then he looked at the ranking list of Killing Town number 10087. Killing Town list: first place, Augustus points, 10 second place, Josian points, 10 third place, Lee points, 3 fourth place, Nakamura Ono points, 2 fifth place, none. Good job. The ranking list of 10 places is not even half full. There were hundreds of people who just entered. How difficult is this Killing Tower? Besides, since the difficulty is so high, how did those 10 guys on the previous district leaderboard get 11-10 points? Could it be that the gap between aliens and humans on Blue Planet is really that huge? Luochen suddenly realized that it would be extremely difficult for him to get 2 rewards. It's really that the advantages of those alien races are too great. God knows how they did it. Could it be that they were already as strong as Superman before entering the killing ground? You know what? This is really possible. After all, different environments create different species. If intelligent life were born on a planet with a gravity 10,000 times that of the Blue Planet, can you imagine how powerful the intelligent life born in such an environment would be? Forget it, let's not think too much about it. Let's go in and take a look first. Luochen felt a headache when he thought about it. Perhaps in the future he will be able to surpass those races that have innate advantages, but now the time is too short and it is obviously impossible to do so. But the good news is, even if he doesn't get the reward from the district ranking, but at least the reward for first place on the Killing Town list is secure. Think about it. Luochen no longer worried about the issue of alien races. Then he activated the Killing Tower mark on his wrist, and his eyes went dark. The next second he turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the square not far away. Shintu Xiong and his gang had been observing Luochen. Seeing Luochen turning into a ray of light and disappearing, his men hurriedly reminded Shintu Xiong, "Boss, that guy went in." Shintu Xiong nodded and said, "Very good, let's go now. This Killing Tower looks extremely difficult, but remember to hold on as long as possible. Even if there is no reward, it is a rare opportunity to practice your combat skills while taking advantage of these 2 rare resurrection opportunities." The younger brothers under him nodded in response. Then, this group of people also activated the marks on their wrists and were then teleported into the Killing Tower. On the square, more and more people entered the Killing Tower. In the end, the only ones left were some unlucky guys who were eliminated early. These people looked at each other and suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. inside the killing tower. The first level of space, this is a desolate Gobi Desert, which seems to be endless, but it is actually an illusion. The actual space is not that big, with an area of only about 10,000 square meters. At this time, Luo Chen's figure appeared here out of nowhere. As soon as he appeared, Luo Chen immediately clenched the weapon in his hand and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. At this time, please kill all enemies in front of you within 30 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the second floor. A cold voice suddenly appeared immediately afterwards. Rays of light lit up 100 meters away from Luo Chen. Then, one monster after another with blue-gray skin appeared. Armored zombie. Luo Chen looked at these monsters that he was very familiar with and surprised. Isn't this the Iron Armored Zombie, a second-level primary monster that he had killed many times before? So the enemies on the first floor of the killing tower are these guys? I thought it would be so difficult, but this is it? Luo Chen was greatly disappointed. Chapter 67 Hidden Benefits. This is simply heaven. The 10 armored zombies that were refreshed howled and rushed towards the only living person not far away, although it is called a charge. In fact, the movement speed of the armored zombie is about the same as that of an ordinary person running. Compared with Luo Chen, whose agility attribute is over 200, this speed is as slow as a snail. It won't take 30 minutes. Luo Chen complained as he took out a huge edgeless sword from his backpack and replaced it with his Tang horizontal sword. To deal with this kind of thick-skinned guy, heavy weapons like a giant sword are more effective. With one charge, the distance of about 100 meters was gone in a flash. Luo Chen swung the giant sword and split Mount Hua with all his might. The armored zombie in front of him had his head exploded instantly. The armored zombie that was shot in the head is also tough and not a word. It's just a little dead. Bang. Bang. Bang! After a dazzling display of cloak and sword skills, the 10 armored zombies in front of them were all killed on the spot. Luo Chen slammed his sword to the ground and looked around with disdain. That's it. The next second, swish, a flash of light passed by. The bodies of the 10 armored zombies on the ground disappeared, but something was left behind. Luo Chen didn't bother to pose and hurried over to pick up the things on the ground. Wow! No one said that the monsters in this killing tower can produce attribute crystals. Luo Chen looked surprised. I originally thought that the monsters in places like the killing tower should be something like clones, products of mass reproduction, and would not produce things like attribute crystals in their bodies. Therefore, Luo Chen never thought about it in this regard from the beginning, but now, Luo Chen found that he still underestimated the scale of the endless killing game. Who said that the monsters in the killing tower cannot produce attribute crystals? She just gave birth to you, and they not only produce attribute crystals, it also saves you the trouble of digging it out yourself. Just tell me whether the service is considerate or not. This service is so thoughtful. Luo Chen was overjoyed. It's like you stepped on a piece of gold when you went out. It was a complete unexpected surprise. After all, Luo Chen never had any expectations in this regard from the beginning to the end. 10 green attribute crystals, that is a total of 2,000 killing coins. This is only the first floor of the killing tower. Come on, let me get to the second floor. Luo Chen is already looking forward to it. He wonders what kind of monsters will appear on the second floor. Most importantly, will there be a lot of them? The quality doesn't have to be too high. If the monster is really too powerful, Luo Chen will not be able to defeat it. But for things like the armored zombies, no matter how many of them come, we are not afraid. In fact, the more the better. Thousands or tens of thousands are no problem. Congratulations on clearing the level. The second floor will be transferred in 10 seconds. 1098. It was only a 10-second countdown, but Luo Chen felt as if these 10 seconds were passing so slowly. Soon, the 10-second countdown ends. As a ray of light fell and enveloped Luo Chen, his entire body disappeared on the first floor of the killing tower. Killing tower, second level space. This is the scene of an abandoned city, and Luo Chen appears in a square in the city. There are familiar high-rise buildings all around, but they are all in a dilapidated state, as if a city after the end of the world. Where's the monster? Luo Chen couldn't wait to look around. The next second, swish, swish. Patches of white light rose around the square. Then, waves of familiar roars came from the white light. As the light faded, what was revealed was indeed the armored zombie that Luo Chen was familiar with. Only, this time there are as many as 100 armored zombies. Please kill all enemies in front of you within 60 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the third floor. A cold voice sounded in the second space. 60 minutes to get rid of these 100 armored zombies in front of you. Luo Chen felt that the killing tower was probably making things difficult for them, the newcomers, although this time the time has doubled, but the number of enemies to be dealt with is 10 times more than before. Luo Chen believed that there must be many people who could deal with 10 armored zombies within 30 minutes, but taking care of 100 armored zombies in 60 minutes, the difficulty would have increased by more than 10 times. After all, who can guarantee that they won't get hurt? Is facing the siege of 10 armored zombies the same as facing the siege of 100 armored zombies? Will this not eliminate more than 90% of the people? Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. The reason why he could laugh was naturally because Luo Chen himself belonged to that 10% of people, not to mention 100 armored zombies. Even if the number were 10 times higher, he could still handle it all within 60 minutes, and these are 100 armored zombies. This means that 100 green attribute crystals will be produced. It is worth 20,000 killing points. Even someone like Luo Chen, who has seen the world, couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur of the killing tower. When faced with the 20,000 killing coins that were almost delivered to his doorstep. I am really looking forward to the next few floors now. Luo Chen smiled and picked up the huge bladeless sword, then took the initiative to rush towards the group of armored zombies opposite. Kill. An invisible murderous intent instantly enveloped the group of armored zombies that rushed up with howls. The next second, bang! 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 It's just like playing baseball. The giant sword without a blade in Luo Chen's hand is the baseball bat, and the heads of these armored zombies are the flying baseballs. He struck with one sword after another, and the armored zombies in front of him kept rushing towards him. 60 minutes, who are you looking down on? Luo Chen had only been fighting for less than 5 minutes when there were no more armored zombies standing in front of him. It doesn't take even 60 minutes. At this time, the corpses of these armored zombies on the ground were also refreshed one after another. Those who stayed, they are crystals of attributes that glow green. Congratulations on clearing the level. The third floor will be transferred in 10 seconds. 10 Zhao. Can you give me a little more time? How could Luo Chen care about his image at this moment? He only has 10 seconds. So he pounced on the attribute crystals on the ground and hated himself for having only 2 hands. Fortunately, before the 10-second countdown ended, he picked up all the attribute crystals on the ground without missing a single one. Next time you have to leave a few behind. Luo Chen thought before being teleported away. Chapter 68. I love this place so much. Easily earn over 200,000 yuan a day. Killing tower, 3rd level space. A light fell. Luo Chen's figure appeared here. He glanced around and found that he seemed to be teleported to a battlefield. Bomb craters caused by artillery shells could be seen everywhere, as well as some lying tanks, armored vehicles, and even corpses. Can these tanks be taken? Luo Chen looked at these big guys curiously and couldn't help but think, but he just thought about it, not to mention that the killing tower would most likely not allow them to take the things inside out. The size of the tank alone would make it impossible for Luo Chen to stuff them into his space backpack. There isn't that much space. As for things like small firearms, Luo Chen didn't see anything at all. But what about the monsters on the 3rd floor? Luo Chen looked around in confusion. It had been a while. Why hadn't the monsters been refreshed yet? Just when Luo Chen was feeling puzzled, the corpses around him, which he thought were just decorations, suddenly moved one by one. The scene was a bit creepy, and even Luo Chen was startled at first. Isn't it? Is it necessary to do this? Luo Chen was speechless. Wouldn't it be better to just refresh it like before? You have to do this. You want to scare people, right? While I was complaining in my heart, that familiar voice appeared at this time. Please kill all enemies in front of you within 120 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the 4th floor. 120 minutes. The time has doubled. What about the number of enemies? Luo Chen looked at the corpses crawling around him. No surprises. Those armored zombies under the military uniforms of an unknown country are indeed the familiar ones. Just this amount. I'm just saying, are you really going to come with 1,000 heads? This is really, really good. Luo Chen looked with shining eyes at the thousands of armored zombies that were gradually surrounding him. This is not an armored zombie. It is clearly a walking 200,000 killing coins. Will there be 10,000 armored zombies on the 4th floor? Luo Chen suddenly thought of it. That's a full 2 million killing coins. When had Luo Chen ever seen so much money? Not to mention the killing coins, he had never seen so much money in his previous life. Roar! Before his eyes, a large group of armored zombies had already rushed to Luo Chen. Each of these armored zombies is tall, and except for their blue-gray skin and cataract-like eyes, they really don't look much different from living people. It's just that the tone was a bit too aggressive. It was okay when the number was small, but now there are a full 1,000 armored zombies surrounding us, yelling at the top of their lungs. That tone is simply irresistible. Zhao. Is the breath of the armored zombie so bad? Luo Chen's sweet dream was interrupted by the foul stench. He instantly swung the giant sword without an edge in his hand and smashed away several armored zombies that were rushing towards him. Then he suddenly jumped 5 or 6 meters high and smashed down heavily with a powerful blow. Boom! A deep hole was smashed into the ground. The armored zombies around them fell down like dominoes. Die! Luo Chen spun around suddenly, holding the huge bladeless sword in both hands, and swept across the surrounding large groups of armored zombies like a big windmill. Bang! 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 Countless armored zombies were knocked away, some were smashed to death on the spot, some of them managed to survive by chance, but were soon smashed to death by their companions who fell from the sky. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen cleared out a large number of armored zombies. The number of dead armored zombies is at least 600 or 700. But he himself was not feeling well either. I had been scratched by the armored zombies' claws countless times, but that was not the case. After all, the attack is too low, and each damage only causes 1 point of blood loss, not a thing to worry about at all. The key is, after spinning for so long, Luo Chen felt dizzy. After 10 minutes of windmilling, Luo Chen almost vomited on the spot. He also stood bent over for a long time before he recovered. At this time, the remaining 300 or 400 armored zombies around him rushed towards him, howling. Forget it, just kill normally. Luo Chen didn't dare to turn around anymore. If he did, he would really vomit. There's still plenty of time anyway. There were only about 300 or 400 armored zombies left. That's totally enough. 20 minutes later, the remaining armored zombies were also killed one after another by Luo Chen's edgeless giant sword. This time, in order to avoid the situation where the last 10 seconds of waiting time was not enough to pick up the attribute crystals on the ground, Luo Chen stopped in advance when there were only a few armored zombies left. It took some time to pick up the attribute crystals left behind by the armored zombies that had been refreshed. A total of 1,000 green quality attribute crystals. Sell it to the Misty Shop and earn 200,000 killing coins. Luo Chen didn't feel tired or troubled at all when picking up the things. After killing the last few remaining armored zombies, all the monsters in the third level space were cleared out by Luo Chen. The 10-second countdown begins. Luo Chen picked up the last few attribute crystals, and then waited leisurely for the countdown to end. He was still wondering what kind of monster would be on the next level. If they are still armored zombies, will 10,000 armored zombies be refreshed? If it really refreshes, how should he spend the 2.2 million killing coins? Luo Chen suddenly seemed to be caught in some kind of happy distress. There was so much money that I didn't know how to spend it. 10 seconds later, Luo Chen's figure was teleported away and disappeared in the third level of the Killing Tower. At the same time, outside, in the square of Killing Town number 10087. At this moment, more and more people have been eliminated and appear on the square. Among the remaining 397 people in Killing Town number 10087, nearly 150 or 60 of them have been eliminated. The best among these people only managed to pass the first level of the Killing Tower. Then, when faced with the 100 armored zombies on the second floor, he couldn't hold on any longer. Even if you have 2 chances to resurrect, if you can't beat them, you still can't beat them, even if you are resurrected. At this time, those who were eliminated also gathered in the square, checking the town rankings from time to time. Shit! Someone made it through the third floor. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd, and then more and more people noticed this situation and started talking about it. Who is this Luo Chen? Does anyone know him? I've never heard of it. Zhao. I knew there was more than one Lao Lu in our town. Brother Luo Chen is so awesome, isn't he? He passed the third level so quickly? Where is Augustus, who had B-level talent? Don't look at it, Augustus is ranked 4th, not even in the top 3. 6th brother. You're all 6th brother. Chapter 69, Embarrassed Augustus. Monster on the 4th floor, on the square, looking at the rankings on the Killing Town list, everyone was also lamenting why there were so many old 6s in this world. There were more than 1 or 2 old 6s in their Killing Town alone. What if this scope is expanded to include the entire human race on Blue Planet? What if it is placed on a cosmic scale? Really, no wonder I was always wondering why talents above sea level are so rare, in such a big Killing Town with 1,000 people. Is it true that not even one of them was selected? Now it seems that no one has won the lottery. Instead, the winners all tacitly kept their numbers private. So only the 6th one can draw. High-level talents? Forget it, let's just take the participation award. This first place has nothing to do with us, so we can just watch the fun. Some people also came to their senses and began to speculate who would win the first place in their killing town number 10087. Is it Luo Chen who is currently ranked first, or is it Wang Er who is currently in second place, or is it Beidang Yunran who came in third, or is it Augustus, the only one who had previously revealed his B-level talent? As for the others, I guess it's unlikely. The main reason is that the gap between 4th and 5th place is a bit big. Augustus, who is in 4th place, now has over 200 points. Zhou Xian, who ranked 5th, only scored over 90 points. There is a difference of more than 100. Killing Tower, 3rd level space. Augusta, who was hiding in a corner, had just bandaged the wound on his arm with gauze, and then he carefully stuck his head out to observe the situation outside. Those armored zombies that had lost their target were still wandering around in front, and there were as many as 800 or 900 of them. Shit. This is troublesome. The 3rd level is not intended for us newbies to pass, right? Augustus complained quietly with a look of annoyance on his face, but soon his expression relaxed. After all, as the only person with a B-level talent in Killing Town number 10087, if even he couldn't pass the level, then it would be even more impossible for others to do it. So, no matter what, the first place still is. It's just a pity that such a good place as the Killing Tower is wasted. Who would have thought that one could obtain attribute crystals after killing the monsters in it? Augusta has collected more than 200 of them. Even if it ends now, these attribute crystals can be exchanged for 40,000 to 50,000 killing coins. He has made a lot of money on this trip. The next thing to look at is whether you can earn more. My 2 chances of resurrection are still there. If I use them, I should have no problem killing another 500 or 600 armored zombies. Augustus calculated silently, then curiously opened the Slaughter Tower leaderboard to see how other people were doing and how far behind him they were. They should still be struggling on the 2nd floor, right? Augustus thought confidently, then he looked over the top 10 people on the district list with envy. These aliens are really scary. They have such a huge advantage. In Augustus's opinion, his score of over 200 was already excellent among the humans on Blue Star, but if we look at the scale of the entire universe, compared with these aliens, his score is nothing. Every single one of these aliens in the top 10 of the district rankings has a score below 11110. Each of them is a powerful boss with terrifying strength. Even the scores of these 3 guys in the top 3 have exceeded 100,000. It seems that we are about to pass the 5th level, and then look at himself. I don't even have the confidence to get through the 3rd floor. This gap is too big. It's okay, I won't compete with aliens. Augustus comforted himself, then looked at the last list of killing towns, but the next second, oh Richette! How is this possible? Augustus was so excited that he shouted out loud, and was immediately exposed from his hiding place. When the armored zombies in the distance saw this, they all rushed over with roars. Augustus looked at the 10 names on the Killing Town list with a grim face. I thought I should be ranked first by a large margin, but I was only ranked 4th. There are actually 3 people ahead of him with higher scores than him, and the first place guy named Luo Chen, he has actually cleared the 3rd level. How is this possible? Wasn't he the only person with B-level talent in Killing Town number 10087? What's up with these 3 guys? Where did it come from? Roar! The roars of the armored zombies were getting closer. Augustus no longer cared about being shocked and angry. If he did not take action, his first chance of resurrection would be wasted. Fuck! These bastards are so sinister. The angry Augustus cursed all kinds of dirty words, and while enduring the pain from the wound on his arm, he rushed towards the group of armored zombies that were rushing towards him. A few minutes later, his body was torn into pieces by a group of armored zombies. Swish, there was a flash of white light. The resurrected Augustus appeared not far away, his face pale as if he had suffered something that made him extremely terrified. Killing Tower, 4th level space. The moment Luo Chen appeared on this floor, he assumed a fighting stance and glanced around vigilantly. The 4th floor is a parking lot with a wide view. Luo Chen swore that he had never seen such a large parking lot in his life. You can hardly see the end of it at a glance. There are all kinds of vehicles parked in the parking lot, ranging from bicycles to containers and trucks. What kind of enemies will this level have? Luo Chen tightly grasped the giant edgeless sword in his hand, holding his breath and preparing himself. Just then, please kill all enemies in front of you within 30 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the 5th floor. Swish, about 100 meters ahead of Luo Chen, a white light flashed, followed by 10 tall, bronze-skinned humanoid monsters that appeared there. Bronze armored zombie level 3 elementary introduction, a strong zombie monster, a level 3 primary bronze armored zombie with a strong defense that even ordinary level 3 advanced monsters cannot break. The good news is that their movement speed is still as slow as other zombies. Luo Chen immediately sent an information probe over and saw the information of this group of monsters. No, it was still the primary level of the second level before, and now you are upgrading it to the primary level of the third level directly for me? What about the intermediate and advanced second level? You ate it? Luo Chen's face turned pale, and he felt that the killing tower suddenly became unlovable. He liked this place a lot before, but now, he wants to take back what he said before. How can it be improved so much? 1, 2, and 3 are all level 2 primary monsters, and you went straight to level 3 on the 4th level. Is this reasonable? Chapter 70, Powerful Bronze Armored Zombies. Difficult to pass, roared not far away, 10 bronze armored zombies, more than 2 meters tall and as muscular as bodybuilders, roared and ran towards Luo Chen. The introduction is correct. The bronze armored zombie is indeed not fast. This is equivalent to the speed level of a world-class sprinter among ordinary humans. But they can maintain this speed for a long time and run a marathon at the speed of a 100-meter sprint to great endurance. However, this speed seemed too slow for Luo Chen. So in terms of speed, Luo Chen still has an absolute advantage, but is speed the key now? It's the defensive ability of this group of bronze-armored zombies, with a defensive capability that even ordinary third-order advanced creatures cannot break. Can Luo Chen really kill these big guys with just a few simple moves like he did with the armored zombies before? Obviously impossible. Even Luo Chen doubted whether his attack could cause effective damage to them. It was still an unknown. The effect might be similar to when that group of armored zombies attacked him before. Only 1 point of blood will be deducted. We can only try it. Luo Chen tightened the weapon in his hand, then shouted angrily and rushed forward to kill. Bang! A leaping chop with the huge sword without an edge weighing several hundred pounds chopped fiercely on the head of the bronze-armored zombie in front. Bang! The bronze-armored zombie that was hit tilted its head back, and then slapped Luo Chen with its claws as if nothing had happened. Wow, your head is so hard? Luo Chen dodged the bronze-armored zombie's claws and hit it again, but it still doesn't work. However, the effect of the equipment crocodile tears was triggered. Bleeding that lasts for 10 seconds will deduct a total of 100 health points, but God knows how high the health points of these bronze-armored zombies are. Unable to see the health bar, Luo Chen couldn't judge, but just by looking at the bronze-armored zombie's seemingly fine appearance, you can tell that this bleeding effect has no effect on it at all. Expecting to kill them by bleeding, 30 minutes is simply not enough. Fuck, change weapons. Luo Chen dodged and stepped back, putting some distance between himself and the group of bronze-armored zombies. He then replaced the heavy bladeless sword in his hand with Tang Hengdao. The effect of the edgeless greatsword is to ignore 20 points of the target's defense value, but the effect of this entry is completely useless when applied to this group of bronze-armored zombies known for their defense. The physical defense of these guys is probably more than 300 points. Even if 20 points were deducted, Luo Chen would not be able to cause effective damage to them. In this case, it would be better to change to the lighter Tang Hengdao. Not only would it increase the attack speed, but the Tang Hengdao's attribute effect would also allow Luo Chen to use 7 swords to achieve the effect of 12 swords. This way, efficiency, isn't it improved? Die. Tornado destroys parking lot. Like a gust of wind passing by, Luo Chen directly put a layer of speed buff on himself, and his speed increased instantly. Freezing magic. A beam of azure light shot out from his hand, instantly hit a bronze-armored zombie, freezing it and causing considerable elemental damage. Level 5 freeze can cause 190% of the target's mental attribute in ice damage. The bronze-armored zombie's elemental resistance is obviously far inferior to its physical defense ability. Luo Chen's spiritual attribute is 194 at this moment, and the elemental damage can reach 368 points, and fell on this bronze-armored corpse. At least 300 points of its health were taken away. Pity, the cooldown time of freeze is too long. Otherwise, Luo Chen could kill the group of bronze-armored zombies in front of him with just this freezing technique. By the way, today's skill upgrade opportunity has not been used yet. Luo Chen slashed at the frozen bronze-armored zombie more than 20 times in 1 second, and he also remembered that he had not used the skill level increase given by his talent to date. It was originally intended to be used on the psychedelic eyes, but now Luo Chen has changed his mind, improved the freezing technique, freezing skill LV.6 grade. Blue consume 150 mana points to lock a single target within a range of Spirit Asterisk 1.8 meters, causing Spirit Asterisk 2.1 ice damage to the target and freezing it for 3.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 54 seconds. The freezing technique has been upgraded to level 6, which is much stronger than before. Both the range and damage are twice as much as before. And the freezing time is also increased by 0.5 seconds. The cooldown is also reduced by 2 seconds. The key is, the mana consumption did not increase much, it was still only increased by 20 points as before. With Luo Chen's current mana recovery rate, he can use the freezing spell once every 54 seconds, which is completely free for him. Ding! 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 In the fourth floor of the Killing Tower, the sound of clang 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 of hammering iron rang out continuously without any pause in between Dai and the huge parking lot. Luo Chen's figure was like a gust of wind, surrounding the 10 bronze-armored zombies in front of him and constantly attacking them. The Tang sword in his hand was turned into an afterimage by his swing. 20 to 30 strikes were made on these bronze-armored zombies every second. Even though each strike could only cause a pitiful 1 point of damage, based on this attack speed, the damage caused per minute was still not LOW. At the same time, Luo Chen will use the freezing spell every 54 seconds, freezing a random bronze-armored zombie and causing considerable elemental damage. Time passed by minute. These bronze-armored zombies, whose speed was far behind Luo Chen's, had completely become targets that could only passively take beatings, but these targets are really hard. It wasn't until the 6th minute that the first bronze-armored zombie died. Then, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 20 minutes passed. The original 10 bronze-armored zombies have died, with only the last 2 left. Luo Chen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There are 10 minutes left. It was enough for him to kill these last 2 bronze-armored zombies. It's not easy. Luo Chen stopped and took a few breaths. This time, his fatigue value had been reduced to 73%. This was the first time that Luo Chen's fatigue value had exceeded 70%. It had never happened before with such a high fatigue value. Luo Chen also has an extra debuff, all attributes reduced by 15%. Fortunately, Luo Chen's speed far exceeded that of this group of bronze-armored zombies, so even if it was reduced by 15%, there would still be no problem. As for the damage, come on, it's just a pitiful 1 point of damage anyway. Whether it is minus 15% or plus 15%, it is 1 point, there is no difference. Rested for 1 minute, Luo Chen's fatigue value also dropped slightly by 3%, falling back to 70%. There were only 9 minutes left. Luo Chen also picked up the Tang horizontal sword in his hand again, added a speed buff to himself, and once again killed the remaining 2 bronze-armored zombies. 6 minutes later, the last bronze-armored zombie finally fell. Finally passed. Luo Chen was breathing heavily, and he looked like he had just been pulled out of the water. My whole body is covered with sweat. Chapter 71. The 5th floor, an impossible mission. Luo Chen was so exhausted from fighting on this level, it took him 27 minutes out of the stipulated 30 minutes to clear out all the bronze-armored zombies. If he was a little slower, or something went wrong in any link, these 3 minutes might be gone, and then the time would run out, the monsters would not be completely eliminated, and he would ultimately fail to pass the level. Fortunately, there are not many bronze-armored zombies on the 4th floor, only 10. When the number is small, all Luo Chen needs to do is attack. There is no need to consider too many other issues. Even if he was hit by the bronze-armored zombie, the amount of health points lost is not much, only about 10 points at a time. Luo Chen can totally bear it. Because of his fast speed, he was attacked by the bronze-armored zombies only once in a while. But if there are too many bronze-armored zombies, it will be a completely different story. If Luo Chen still wants to attack at the same frequency at that time, he will have to withstand more attacks, and he will suffer more damage. Even I might not be able to bear it. According to the rules, the number of bronze-armored zombies on the next 5th floor will be 100, and the time should be 60 minutes. Kill 100 bronze-armored zombies in 60 minutes? For me right now, that's simply impossible. Luo Chen rested for a few seconds, then quickly picked up the 10 attribute crystals scattered on the ground. This is a property crystal that glows blue. This was also the first time Luo Chen saw it. Attribute crystal, constitution, quality, blue. After use, the strength attribute can be increased by 4 points, up to 40 points. Among these 10 blue attribute crystals, 6 are of physical attributes, and the remaining 4 are of strength attributes. Luo Chen swallowed them all before the 10-second countdown ended. Increased constitution by 24 points and strength by 16 points, although not much, but something is better than nothing. The next second, swish, Luo Chen's figure instantly disappeared from this floor. Killing Tower, 5th level space. This is a beach, a very big beach. It is at least 1 kilometer wide and Endless in length, Luo Chen's figure appeared somewhere on the beach. The moment he appeared, he clenched Tang Hangdao and looked around. The next second, please kill all enemies in front of you within 60 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the 6th floor. Really, Luo Chen said in his heart. Then, 50 bronze-armored zombies appeared at 2 locations about 100 meters in front and behind him. Add up, exactly 100 heads, the number is correct, and the monsters are correct. But Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable. There are 100 bronze-armored zombies. Even if he ignored his injuries and attacked with all his might, it would be impossible for him to kill them all within 120 minutes. It took Luo Chen 27 minutes to deal with the 10 bronze-armored zombies in front. Now that the number has increased tenfold, the difficulty must have increased by more than 20 or 30 times, all solved within 60 minutes. That's a total joke. It's simply impossible. Forget it, let's just kill as many as we can. At least we can earn a few more attribute crystals. Luo Chen also thought it through and decided to accept reality instead of making things difficult for himself. If it can't be done, it can't be done. There's no point in making things difficult for yourself. Instead of thinking about something that is impossible to achieve, it is better to pursue something more practical. For example, blue attribute crystal. That one is worth 2,000 killing coins. If you pick up 20 or 30 of them casually, that would be 40,000 or 50,000 killing coins. The key is, Luo Chen needs them now. He had just taken 6 blue crystals of physical fitness and 4 blue crystals of strength. As for the other 2 attributes, agility and spirit, I haven't taken any yet, so now Luo Chen is not going for the 2,000 killing coins. The purpose is to improve your basic attribute values. Think about it. Luo Chen rushed towards the group of bronze-armored zombies in front of him. In fact, if there was no time limit for the killing tower, Luo Chen would be able to clear out these 100 bronze-armored zombies, but the key is that the killing tower has a time limit. These monsters must be eliminated within 60 minutes. This posed a difficult problem for Luo Chen. Fortunately, Luo Chen just opened the killing tower level list and took a look. There is no hope for the district ranking. The person ranked 10th has already scored 111,110 points, which is the score required to pass the 5th level. Luo Chen's current score is 11,110 points. A bronze-armored zombie counts as 1,000 points. At the moment, he can kill at most 20 more bronze-armored zombies. That is to say, the most he could get was just over 30,000 points. So, I don't expect to be on the district rankings. I'll try harder when the killing tower comes next week. I don't believe that I can't surpass these aliens who have such huge innate advantages. But, although he had no hope of making it to the district rankings, Luo Chen's score on the Killing Town rankings was far ahead of others. The score of 11,110 points is 10,000 points higher than the second place, and the score for second place has been static for a while. Probably he has been eliminated. The score won't go up anymore. The 4th level is almost a natural barrier for the humans on Blue Star at this stage. Luo Chen thought, don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 10 bronze-armored zombies, but that is a real 3rd-level creature. At this stage, among the humans on Blue Star, those who can reach the 3rd level of strength either have talents that give them great advantages in the early stages, and their talent level must be at least S level. Or you could be like Luo Chen, whose talent is not that required for the early stages and needs to grow slowly, but if the level of talent itself is high enough, it can also make up for this gap. But to achieve this, one would need at least SS level talent. But even so, it is still difficult to kill 10 bronze-armored zombies within 30 minutes. Theoretically, only those with SSS level talents can achieve this within the first week. Certainly, naturally powerful aliens don't count. We are talking about humans from Blue Planet here. But, as time goes by, the gap between the humans on Blue Planet and those naturally powerful aliens will gradually be narrowed, but the premise is that you have to live until then. Swish, the blue freezing spell instantly hit a bronze-armored zombie in front of it, then the diffuse knife light fell with the sound of clanging, like hammering iron, continued to ring out. Luo Chen only has 60 minutes. He must kill more bronze-armored zombies within this time and harvest as many blue attribute crystals as possible. Therefore, he completely ignored defense and just dodged some attacks that would not affect his attack frequency, and ignored the rest. In this way, Luo Chen's health points also began to gradually decrease. More than 2,000 health points were reduced by more than 500 in just a few minutes, but Luo Chen didn't care at all. He looked like he was bloodthirsty. Chapter 72 Shen Tu Xiong is scared. Wang Er's wishful thinking, Killing Town number 10087, in the central square. This time, almost everyone in the town has come out of the Killing Tower, except Luo Chen. These people gathered in the square, and from time to time they would open the Killing Tower leaderboard to take a look. Every time they saw Luo Chen's score increase by 1,000 points, someone would exclaim excitedly. It seemed as if the one who obtained this score was not Luo Chen, but themselves.it this time. A group of people somewhere in the square had faces as gloomy as it is this group of people headed by Shin Tae-seong. Boss, that person should be Luo Chen. What should we do now? The younger brothers under his command all looked at Shin Tae-seong. If Shin Tae-seong couldn't come up with a good idea, then don't blame them for abandoning him. After all, the person who offended the big boss was Shin Tae-seong, not them. They just need to leave Shin Tae-seong's team, and then they can naturally remove themselves from this matter. Shin Tae-seong is not a young man who has just entered society, so how could he not know what his subordinates are thinking? But now he really had no idea. Who would have thought that someone you just randomly provoked would actually be a hidden big boss? Thinking of this, Shin Tae-seong couldn't help but want to curse. You were so powerful, why are you still hiding it? Will you die if you publicize it in a high-profile manner? Will I die? Now he is in a dilemma and doesn't know what to do for a moment. Damn it, I hate these old bastards the most. Shin Tae-seong cursed inwardly, yet he didn't know if it was too late for him to go over and apologize to this big guy. The key is, there has already been a conflict between the two sides that has resulted in 3 lives being lost. Even if Shin Tae-seong is willing to bow his head and apologize, will the other party really accept it? Put yourself in his shoes. If it were Shin Tae-seong himself, he would definitely not accept it. After all, who knows whether the other party is still holding a grudge while apologizing? If you hold a grudge and just let the other person go, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain? Even if it's not a tiger, it's still a problem. Instead of doing this, wouldn't it be better to just solve it directly? If you think this way, there is no guarantee that the other party will think the same way. Shin Tae-seong doesn't believe that the other party will let him go so easily. Just when Shin Tae-seong was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, a group of people suddenly walked towards them. Shin Tae-seong? The visitor looked at Shin Tae-seong, who had a distressed expression, and said with a smile, I heard that you had some conflicts with Luo Chen before? I guess you must be very troubled now? Who the hell are you? Shin Tae-seong was very angry at the moment, and the other party started to mock him right from the start. How could he not be angry? My name is Wang Er, maybe you have heard of me. Wang Er looked at Shin Tae-seong and said, then pointed to another young man with a rebellious temperament next to him. He is Zhou Xian. We came to you to seek cooperation. Shin Tae-seong had never heard of the name Wang Er before, but after today, this name will surely spread throughout the entire killing town number 10087, and even to several other nearby killing towns, because he is Wang Er, who is currently ranked 2nd after Luo Chen. The young man next to him, Zhou Xian, was also ranked 5th. As for Shin Tae-seong himself, he ranked 6th, just behind Zhou Xian. Cooperation? Shin Tae-seong frowned and said, how do you want to cooperate with me? It's very simple. Wang Er said with a confident look on his face, the 3 of us are now considered to have a grudge against Luo Chen. Your brother Shin Tu had a grudge against him before. Shin Tae-seong, you don't deny this, right? Shin Tae-seong shook his head. Some things could not be hidden from those who were interested. What's more, killing town number 10087 is only this big, there are less than 400 people, many things can be found out by just searching. That's good. Wang Er said with a smile, Brother Shintu, you must be very worried that Luo Chen will seek revenge on you after he comes out of the killing tower, but as long as you cooperate with me and Brother Zhou Xian, the 3 of us will join forces. Then even if Luo Chen wants to make a move on us, he will have to think twice, right? Just the 3 of us, is that enough? Shin Tae-seong asked a little unconfidently. Although he failed to pass the 3rd level of the killing tower, he had just asked other people and had a rough idea of the difficulty of the 4th level of the killing tower. There were not the 10,000 armored zombies as imagined, but it is the bronze armored zombie which is much stronger than the iron armored zombie, a monster ranked at the primary level of the 3rd stage. Shin Tae-seong asked himself if his strength had yet to reach the 3rd level. Even when facing a single bronze armored zombie, he could only flee for his life. It's impossible to win, but Luo Chen was able to kill 10 bronze armored zombies by himself. This is equivalent to dozens of people rushing forward and being wiped out by Luo Chen alone. Even dozens of myself are no match. Now with the addition of Wang Er and Zhou Xian, can they win? This is a bit difficult, isn't it? Of course. It's not enough if it's just the 3 of us. Wang Er had obviously considered this point. After all, he was different from Brother Shintu. He had actually passed the 3rd floor of the killing tower and entered the 4th floor, but on the 4th floor, he was beaten up by 10 bronze armored zombies. He didn't even have a chance to escape before he was caught, pinned to the ground and bitten to death. That taste, those who have not experienced it will never understand. In short, it's a psychological trauma, and he will probably have nightmares for a long time to come. It is precisely because of this that Wang Er is particularly unwilling. I suffered so much, but in the end I can only get a participation prize like the others who were eliminated early. Wouldn't that be too unfair to your own efforts? But Wang Er knew very well that he was no match for Luo Chen. With his strength, it was difficult for him to defeat a bronze-armored zombie. He even needed to engage in a long and protracted battle before he could outlast the opponent, but Luo Chen was able to kill 10 bronze-armored zombies within 30 minutes. The strength, much better than him. But are we just going to give up like this and watch the first-place reward being taken away by Luo Chen? Wang Er was really unwilling to give in, so, after thinking about it, he finally came up with a solution. That is to unite some other powerful people, and then everyone will unite to threaten Luo Chen, forcing him to take out the reward and share it with everyone. Yes, Wang Er never thought of robbing it directly because doing so is too difficult and risky. Even if he unites everyone he can, it might still end up being a mutual destruction, but Wang Er believed that Luo Chen should be a smart man. He should understand that if both sides fight to the death, it will be of no benefit to anyone. Instead of doing this, it would be better to share the rewards with everyone. At worst, Luo Chen can take the lion's share. Before actually entering the killing tower, Wang Er guessed that the reward for first place would be worth no less than 300,000 killing coins, but after actually entering the killing tower, Wang Er changed his mind. He felt that he had underestimated the killing tower. Chapter 73: Luo Chen's first death. Time is running out. 300,000. What about sending away beggars? Considering the layout of the killing tower, at least a zero should be added at the end, even, maybe as much as 5 million. If there really are so many, then even if several of them share it together, each person will still get a lot. It's better than just getting a participation award, right? You can tell this participation prize is a fake one the moment you hear it. What you can get at that time may only be worth a few thousand or tens of thousands of killing coins. With such a small amount of money, it's like giving alms to beggars. Brother Shintu, do you think there are any other people who can be won over besides you and me? At this time, Wang Er didn't know whether he wanted to show off or not, but he asked Shintu Xiong back. Shintu Xiong didn't like Wang Er's tone very much. He always felt that the other party acted superior and he felt quite unhappy inside. But the situation is stronger than the person, and the Wang Er in front of him may be his last chance, not to mention that Wang Er can rank second on the killing town list, and his strength is much greater than his sixth strongest one. Even if Shintu Xiong is unhappy, he can only hold it in at this time. How are Augustus and Beitang Yunran? Shintu Xiong thought for a while and said, Don't consider Beitang Yunran. Wang Er shook his head and said, but he didn't say why. Shintu Xiong was too lazy to ask, and Wang Er only denied one of them, so there is still Augustus. And Augustus? Shintu Xiong asked. Hearing this, Wang Er smiled and pointed over there, saying, Look. Isn't he coming over here? Shintu Xiong turned around and looked to the other side, and sure enough, he saw Augustus coming towards this side with a group of people. It seems like you've already discussed this with them, then why are you asking me? Are you making fun of me? Shintu Xiong was quite annoyed, but on the surface he didn't dare to show any outburst. Wang Er saw all of this and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. A weak but powerful piece of trash. If he didn't need more people to help this time, he would have looked down on a mere sea-level talent trash. At this time, Augustus also brought people here. How's it going? Did you guys finish your chat? He asked straight to the point. Brother Shintu, can you please give me a quick death? Wang Er smiled and looked at Shintu Xiong and said, hearing the words, Shintu Xiong glanced at Wang Er, then looked at Augustus, who was holding two women with his hands on the left and right, and nodded. Okay, I promise to cooperate with you. A wise choice. Wang Er said with a smile as if he had expected it. Then just wait. I think Luo Chen should be coming out soon. He won't be able to get through the 5th floor. According to the rules, there are 100 bronze-armored zombies on the 5th floor. If Luo Chen could even get through the 5th level, everything he was doing now would become a joke. Are we going to talk to him now? Shintu Xiong asked. Of course not. Wang Er glanced at him and said, We will not leave the killing tower until midnight, and the rewards will not be distributed until after midnight. We'll go talk to him about how to distribute the rewards later. I believe Luo Chen is also a smart man and will definitely not make an unwise choice. Shin Tu-xiong looked at Wang Er, who looked confident of winning, and for some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. I hope I'm overthinking it. Shin Tu-xiong thought. Killing Tower, 5th level space. More than half of the 60-minute deadline has passed. However, there are still more than 80 bronze-armored zombies still alive in the field. Phew. Luo Chen stepped forward at this time, and the Tang sword in his hand turned into a blade of light and fell on one of the bronze-armored zombies. As he chopped down 20 or 30 times a second, he was also attacked by at least 3 bronze-armored zombies. The next second, Luo Chen's eyes went dark, and he appeared on the other side without any warning. He was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly reacted and looked at his health value. Really, health has been restored to full. Of the last time he checked, his health points had dropped to less than 300 points. I'm dead. Luo Chen muttered to himself. Is this what death feels like? How do you feel? Very ordinary. There was no pain as imagined, nor any suffocating feeling. Everything went dark before my eyes. Then he was resurrected. Number of resurrections remaining. 1. A prompt sounded, interrupting Luo Chen's thoughts. He came back to his senses, and without paying attention to the reminder, he continued to pick up Tang Hengdao and went to kill the group of bronze-armored zombies not far away. It's just death. As long as I can be resurrected, there's nothing to be afraid of. After a long time, the 60 minutes are finally up, and Luo Chen just managed to kill the bronze-armored zombie in front of him before time ran out. The body of the dead bronze-armored zombie was refreshed, leaving only a property crystal with a blue glow in its place. Luo Chen ignored the dead bronze-armored zombies around him, bent down to pick it up, took a look at it and swallowed it on the spot. Spirit +4 at this time. The bronze armored zombies that were roaring and rushing towards them also turned into a beam of light and disappeared, and the one following closely was Luo Chen. Swish, in the square of Killing Town. A beam of blood flew out from the slaughter tower and landed in a corner of the square. At this moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes in the square were looking over there. The light faded. A tall figure emerged. It was Luo Chen, who was teleported out. Look! That's Boss Luo Chen. Fuck! Boss Luo Chen looks so young. So handsome. I wonder if Boss Luo Chen has a girlfriend. If so, would you mind having another one? Get lost. Boss Luo Chen belongs to me. Bullshit. With your voice, there's no way that Boss Luo Chen would like you. Are you looking for death? Come on, who's afraid of who? As soon as Luo Chen was teleported out of the Killing Tower, he heard noisy noises around him. He knew that after this time he would become famous in Killing Town number 10087. However, Luo Chen had already prepared himself mentally for this, therefore, he did not show anything openly. He just glanced at the people around him lightly, then turned around and turned into a shadow and flew away in an instant. Wow! Boss Luo Chen is so fast. What the hell? What kind of speed is this? Is it a skill? Don't tell me it's the agility attribute that brings this speed? How many points of agility attribute does that require? Boss Luo Chen, don't go. Boss. Look over here. Luo Chen ignored the shouts of those people. He just flashed away and left the square. Chapter 74, Leave the town and spend some money first. On the square, Wang Er and others gathered together and watched the disappearing figure from afar. Did you see that? What a terrifying speed. If it weren't for the skill effect, then his agility attribute would be at least over 900 points. It might even be over 1000. So high? Impossible. Several people looked unhappy. The speed that Luo Chen just demonstrated really shocked them. And, with Luo Chen's speed, if he wants to leave, can they really stop him? It's okay. Wang Er encouraged everyone at this time. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. He can run away, but what about his safe house? He can't move away, right? So, no matter how fast he is, he can't escape. Zhou Sen and Shin Tu-xiong on the side also nodded when they heard this. This is indeed the truth. But, as a foreigner, Augustus found it difficult to understand this proverb. Fortunately, Wang Er explained it to him considerately, and then Augustus nodded in sudden enlightenment. Yes, you are right. Not wanting to bother with this silly and lecherous foreigner, Wang Er called everyone together and left the square first. It's still early, only morning, they can't just wait here until the early morning, right? So, now just do what you should do, everything will be revealed at midnight. Luo Chen went straight back to his safe house. After closing the door, he went straight to the second floor. The rewards for the Killing Tower can only be claimed after the event ends, that is midnight. Luo Chen did not plan to waste the time before that. He planned to go to the wild first and transform the large amount of attribute crystals in his backpack into resources that could enhance his own strength. Swish, in the bedroom on the second floor, a blue light flashed, then Luo Chen's figure disappeared in the bedroom. At the same time, in a hidden place in the wild dozens of kilometers away from the killing town number 10087, after a flash of faint blue light, Luo Chen's figure appeared here. Let's go to the Misty Shop first, and we can talk about other things later. Although the previously reserved teleportation coordinates were quite far from the Misty Shop, Luo Chen didn't mind wasting some time. Not to mention, at his current speed, not much time will be wasted. A few minutes later, Luo Chen, who was traveling at full speed, soon crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers and arrived at the area shrouded in fog. Walking in, Luo Chen pushed open the door of the Misty Shop and walked in. Welcome! The clerk in the Misty Shop still looked the same as always. Luo Chen went up and opened his space backpack directly, then poured out all the attribute crystals inside onto the counter. There are 10 green quality attribute crystals in total. There are also 10 blue quality attribute crystals. These 10 were brought out by Luo Chen from the 5th floor of the killing tower. He has killed 31 bronze armored zombies on the 5th floor and harvested 31 blue attribute crystals. He has used 21 of them. 4 of them were used on the physical attribute, adding 16 points. 6 were used on the strength attribute, adding 24 points. Another 7 were used for agility attributes, adding 28 points. The last 4 are of spiritual attribute, adding 16 points of spirit. The remaining 10 are of strength and physique attributes. He has reached the upper limit and can no longer use them. In this way, Luo Chen's current highest physical attribute has reached 289 points, health points as high as 2,890 points, it's almost 3,000. Are you sure you want to recycle all of them? The clerk asked at this time. Yes, all are recycled. Luo Chen nodded in confirmation. Hearing this, the clerk in front of him smiled and put away the pile of attribute crystals, then took out a small box. The box is opened. Inside was a large pile of neatly stacked killing coins. A total of 242,000 killing coins. This was also the time when Luo Chen was the richest. Well, the last time I said this was yesterday. I didn't expect the record to be broken so soon. After getting the killing coins, Luo Chen did not put them away, but said to the clerk in front of him, "Please give me 134 green skill upgrade stones. The total is 134,000. Are you sure you want to buy it?" the clerk asked with a smile. "Well, you can take the money yourself." Luo Chen nodded and pointed to the box in front of him. Then, the clerk counted out the corresponding number of killing coins from the box, then bent down and took out a box from under the counter, placed it on the counter and opened it in the box. It is filled with green quality skill upgrade stones, a total of 134. Seeing this, Luo Chen reached out and grabbed a handful, then threw them on his 6 green passive skills again and again. These 134 skill upgrade stones are enough for him to upgrade all 6 skills to level 15, physical fitness level 15 grade. Green passively increases physical attributes by 75 points. Rhythm of life LV.15 grade. Green passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 150 points per minute. Energetic. Strong LV.15 grade. Green passively increase spirit attribute by 75 points. Speed LV.15 grade. Green passively increases agility attribute by 75 points. Strong energy recovery LV.15 grade. Green passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 225 points per minute. Natural power LV.15 grade. Green passively increases strength attribute by 75 points. Luo Chen glanced at the 6 upgraded skills, then his gaze fell on the clerk in front of him again and asked, "Excuse me, do you have any white or green passive skills that can improve physical defense or elemental resistance?" "Yes, sir." The clerk nodded and said, "Then give me one of each." Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly spoke. Hearing the words, the clerk smiled and pulled out a small box from under the counter and opened it. In the box, there are the 4 skill crystals that Luo Chen needs. "Take the money yourself," Luo Chen said to the clerk, "then pick up one with one hand and use it directly." Ding, you have acquired a new skill, elemental resistance. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, physical resistance. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, elemental armor. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, physical armor. After obtaining 4 new skills at once, Luo Chen opened the character panel and took a look. Chapter 75 New Skills. Strength increases again. Element resistance LV.1 grade. white passively increases elemental resistance by 6 points. Physical resistance LV.1 grade, white passively increases physical defense attribute by 6 points. Elemental armor LV.1 grade, green passively increases elemental resistance by 10 points. Physical armor LV.1 grade, green passively increases physical defense attribute by 10 points. Seeing the effects of the 4 new skills, Luo Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, since it does not provide mana and health, its single defensive effect is better than the skills of the same level that increase mental and physical attributes? Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. This was very reasonable. Then the next step is to upgrade the levels of these 4 skills. After all, the effect of level 1 is still too general. If you don't raise your level, your advantages will not be reflected at all. However, before upgrading, Luo Chen still needs to buy one thing. Give me a green quality attack skill crystal. I want the most violent kind, preferably one that can attack a large group of enemies. Luo Chen asked the clerk in front of him. Yes, guest. The clerk smiled and bent over to pull out a small box from under the counter and opened it. Inside the box is a skill crystal that meets Luo Chen's requirements. Luo Chen picked it up, took a look at it, and then used it on the spot without hesitation. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, multiple instant slashes. Multiple instant slash LV.1 grade, green consume 30 mana points to perform an instant slash on 1+, agility *5%, targets within a range of 1+, agility *30%, meters in front of you. The slash can cause 50+, strength *50%, physical damage. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. Good. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the clerk and said, give me another 136 white skill upgrade stones and 78 green skill upgrade stones. Yes, guest. The clerk pulled a small box from under the counter. When the box is opened, there are 136 white skill upgrade stones on the left and 78 green skill upgrade stones on the right. After buying these, Luo Chen has exactly 500 killing coins left. This is even after adding the remaining 100 he had. What can you buy with 500 kill coins? A special white skill crystal, or 5 white skill upgrade stones. As for the others, Luo Chen doesn't need any equipment, but it must be a blue quality or above, but I can't afford it, so it's better to save it for the evening. Reaching out and grabbing a handful of white skill upgrade stones in the box, Luo Chen threw them one by one onto the 2 white passive skills he had just acquired and the level 13 sprint skill. I upgraded them all to level 20 in one go. Speed level 20 grade, white consume 105 mana points to enter the sprint state for 105 seconds. Increase movement speed by 970%, no cooldown. Element resistance LV.20 grade, white passively increases elemental resistance by 120 points. Physical resistance LV.20 grade, white passively increases physical defense attribute by 120 points. 136 white skill upgrade stones have been used up. The effects of the 3 skills also skyrocketed, not to mention the 2 new passive skills. Luo Chen's first skill, Sprint, also amazed him after it was upgraded to level 20. This skill is truly excellent, but the original level cap completely limits its performance. But when it came into Luo Chen's hands, the true horror of this skill finally showed its fangs. At just level 20, you can increase your movement speed by 970% and there is no cooldown. Period. The skill duration is also not short. With Luo Chen's current agility attribute of 279, if he runs at full speed, his speed will be as fast as a high-speed train. Now increase it by another 970%? Wouldn't it be possible to transform directly into a fighter jet? At this speed, Luo Chen was a little worried whether his reaction speed could keep up. It's absolutely insane. After upgrading the levels of the 3 white skills, the next step is to upgrade the levels of the 3 green skills. Green upgrade stones are not cheap. So Luo Chen didn't buy much. In the final analysis, it's because my wallet is not full enough. 200,000 killing coins seemed like a lot, but when it came time to spend them, Luo Chen realized that there weren't that many. 78 green skill upgrade stones cost Luo Chen 78,000 killing coins. After throwing it on these 3 skills. It's just that I upgraded them all to level 13. It hasn't even reached the average level of 15 for other green skills. Elemental armor LV.13 grade, green passively increases elemental resistance by 130 points. Physical armor LV.13 grade, green passively increases physical defense attribute by 130 points. Multiple instant slash LV.13 grade, green consume 150 mana points to perform an instant slash on 1+, agility *29%, targets within a range of 1 plus, agility asterisk 90%, meters in front of you. The slash can cause 50 plus, strength asterisk 170%, physical damage. The cooldown time is 18 seconds. After the 2 green passive skills are upgraded to level 13, the defensive effect increased has exceeded the 2 white passive skills at level 20, but how many killing coins does the former cost, how much did the latter cost? So, it is indeed more cost-effective to upgrade white skills in the early stage, but after reaching a higher level, it is more appropriate to upgrade these higher level skills. After all, after level 30, even white grade skills will consume 1,600 killing coins for each level. Upgrade, when you reach level 50, it will cost 6,400 kill coins to upgrade to the next level, not cheap actually. However, before reaching level 50, Luo Chen would still choose to upgrade those white grade skills as much as possible, which is why he upgraded these green skills this time. It's simply because they are all new skills, they can't remain at level 1, right? But, if he comes to the Misty Shop again, Luo Chen plans to focus on improving those white skills first, upgrade them all to level 50. First, what about after level 50? Then let's wait until the other green skills are upgraded to level 20. A wave of consumption is finished. Luo Chen's wallet was also empty. There is nothing to buy with the remaining 500 kill coins, just put it in your pocket and keep it away. We welcome you to visit us again. The clerk smiled and saw the customer off. Luo Chen waved his hand without looking back, then opened the door and walked out of the Misty Shop. Chapter 76 Goodbye Blue Airdrop Treasure Box. Luo Chen's target. After coming out of the Misty Shop, Luo Chen's strength had greatly improved compared to before he went in. If he were to try the Killing Tower again now, Luo Chen was 100% confident that he could get through the 5th floor and would never have to deal with the group of thick-skinned and bronze-armored zombies again. Even, it is not impossible to break through the 6th level. After all, the level 13 multiple instant slashes allows Luo Chen to use this skill once every 18 seconds. And the attack distance of 252 meters plus the large-scale attack effect of attacking up to 81 targets each time. Finally, add super high skill damage. It is enough for Luo Chen to kill a large number of bronze-armored zombies in a short period of time. Even killing 1,000 bronze-armored zombies within 120 minutes is not completely impossible. After all, with Luo Chen's current strength attribute of 312 points, each attack of his multiple instant slash skills can cause 580 points of damage. Even if the physical defense of the bronze-armored zombie is reduced, the final damage can still exceed 200. Not to mention, Luo Chen's weapon attribute allows him to unleash extremely high damage equal to the sum of his first 6 attacks and his 7th attack. Even if his skin and flesh are as thick as a bronze-armored zombie, I can't withstand such an attack. The only problem, that is to say, the cooldown time of the skill is a bit long. 18 seconds is still too long. If it had no cooldown like the sprint skill, then you would be invincible. If you upgrade the multiple instant slash to level 20, the cooldown time can be reduced by another 7 seconds. By then, the cooldown time of 11 seconds will be barely acceptable. Luo Chen silently calculated the number of killing coins needed to upgrade multiple instant slash to level 20.7 times 4,000 is just a simple math problem that even elementary school students can do mental calculations on. It's only 28,000 killing coins, not expensive. As long as Luo Chen wants, he can upgrade it today. But forget it anyway. I have participated in the Killing Tower event this week. If you want to participate again, you have to wait until next week, and by next week, Luo Chen's multiple instant slashes had already been upgraded to an unknown level. Anyway, it must be more than level 20. Walking all the way west, Luo Chen took a few minutes to travel at full speed and soon returned to the area where he had been teleported before. Once you get here, if you continue heading west, you will reach a completely new, unexplored area. The map was also shrouded in a dark fog of war, and the specific situation over there could not be seen. Luo Chen first stopped and opened the regional chat channel to take a look at the number of people online. Good job, a total of 67 people are online. Why so many? Luo Chen frowned slightly. He was not worried that these people would threaten him, but he simply did not understand why there were so many people in this area. Besides the Killing Town number 10087 where I am, and the Killing Town number 1733 that I have come into contact with before, there should be other Killing Towns that are relatively close. Could it be the people in those towns? Luo Chen guessed in his heart, if there were only people from Killing Town number 1733, there shouldn't be so many of them suddenly appearing in this area, right? There would only be so many people if people from multiple Killing Towns gathered here. But why are they all here? Luo Chen thought. Could it be something good? In an instant, Luo Chen thought of the airdrop treasure chest that he hadn't seen for 2 days. If these people were attracted by the airdrop treasure chests, that makes sense. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He was worrying about how to make money. Isn't this the way to make money? It's not just the value of the airdrop treasure chest itself. Luo Chen also has his eyes on the good things on other people. Whether it is equipment or attribute crystals. It can make him a lot of money. In fact, Luo Chen had this idea before when he was in the square of Killing Town. However, he was concerned that there were too many people present at the time. If he did that, he would probably become the public enemy of the whole town. Although Luo Chen's previous defense was enough to ignore attacks with damage below 63, because that was less than 1/5 of his physical defense, it would not break his defense at all. But among the 300 or so people in the town square at that time, how many had an attack power below 63? Even if the opponent can only cause a pitiful 1 point of damage to Luo Chen, but it can't withstand the crowds. So at that time, after Luo Chen considered it, he gave up this tempting idea. Based on the principle of safety, he did not do so, but the situation now is different. Firstly, what we will face later is a melee, and everyone will be each other's enemy by then. They will not unite to deal with Luo Chen alone. Secondly, Luo Chen's strength at this time has greatly improved compared to more than half an hour ago. His improvement in defensive ability alone is quite astonishing. Physical defense is nearly double, the elemental resistance has more than doubled. Now, Luo Chen has 564 points of physical defense and 510 points of elemental resistance. With such defense, how many humans on Blue Star at this stage can have attack power that exceeds Luo Chen's 2 attributes? Even for those Blue Star humans with B-level talents, their attack power at this stage will not exceed 400 points, unless you are an A-level talent owner. Only then can you surpass Luo Chen's defensive attribute. But even if that's the case, so what? Luo Chen also has an automatic health recovery of 3.5 per second. With his speed, he can easily create distance between himself and the opponent. Even if you lose a little blood, you can recover it in a few seconds by increasing the distance. The leg armor he is equipped with can offset 20 points of damage when attacked. These are his confidence. So, unless at this stage there is a person with S-level or even SS-level talent in this area, and it is the kind of talent whose effect is quite considerable in the early stage, otherwise, there would be no threat to Luo Chen's life safety at all. It is not easy to find an airdrop treasure chest that has been released, especially when you don't know its exact location, but Luo Chen has his own way that is running in one direction at his fastest speed. If you haven't found anything after running 3 or 4 kilometers, then change direction and continue running. Also keep an eye on the number of people online in the regional chat channel. Once the number of people decreases significantly, it means that Luo Chen has run in the wrong direction and he has to run back. In this way, after a few trips, Luo Chen found the location where the airdrop treasure chest was placed, right in front of an abandoned church. This time, the airdrop treasure chest with blue light was only 2 or 3 meters away from the ground. Just when Luo Chen found it, the treasure chest had slowly fallen to the ground, and at this time, many people gathered around this abandoned church. Luo Chen counted them. There are 35 people that can be seen, and if he is included, there are 36 people, and who knows how many more of the old 6 are hiding. Chapter 77, Cleaning Up the Trash? Leave it to me. In front of the abandoned church, there is a small dilapidated square of about 200 to 300 square meters. In the middle of the statue, only the base is left. It can be vaguely seen that it should have been carved with the image of someone when it was intact, because there are still a pair of feet left on it. Now, the 36 people, including Luo Chen, all stood in various corners of this dilapidated square, looking at each other with eyes that were either fierce or indifferent. Obviously, everyone present knew clearly in their hearts that it was impossible for these people to coexist peacefully. After all, there is only one airdrop treasure chest. They have 36 of them. How to divide? It is obviously impossible to divide it equally. Who here doesn't want to monopolize the entire airdrop treasure chest? Share. They have no idea what that thing is. I say, how long are you going to keep staring at each other like this? At this time, a tall and thin man wearing a mask covering the left half of his face suddenly said, I think it would be better to just fight. Whoever survives will get to enjoy the airdrop treasure chest. What do you think? After saying this, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Looks a little crazy. It's just a blue airdrop treasure chest. At most, it can contain some blue quality equipment. You don't really want to fight to the death for this thing, do you? Someone sneered and said sarcastically. As soon as he finished speaking, someone laughed at him and said, Ha! You look down on me so much? Then go away. The man who was being mocked looked at the other person coldly, and then said coldly, "Although I look down on you, you want me to leave empty-handed like this?" Ha! He laughed coldly. The meaning was self-evident. It's impossible to leave. Now that you are here, you should at least bring something back. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Okay, stop talking nonsense. At this time, a burly man said, "Since everyone is here for this airdrop treasure chest, and no one is willing to give up, let's fight." But the burly man glanced around. "Before we start the fight, I think it's necessary to clean up the area first, to avoid a life and death fight here only to be taken advantage of by someone else." When he said this, the burly man looked at someone viciously. Luo Chen thought the other party was talking about him, but he didn't even know the burly man, so it was obvious that he wasn't talking about him. Following the burly man's gaze, I found that there was a thin woman over there. The woman had wheat-colored skin and thin cheeks. She was not particularly pretty, but her eyes were very bright. She was the type that would be hard to forget after just one look. Now, the woman who was ridiculed by the burly man did not say a word. She just stared silently at the airdrop treasure chest that had landed over there, with a gleam of determination in her eyes. When the burly man saw that the other party did not respond to him, he snorted coldly. "That makes sense. We really can't do things that are not right for others." At this time, someone echoed. "No one else had any objections. Only, who will take action, or in other words, who will take the lead? Let me do it." Just when everyone was still hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded, then 35 eyes turned to look over at the same time. Luo Chen smiled and greeted everyone's attention. He smiled and said, "Everyone is very busy, so don't waste time here. Since none of you are willing to take action, why don't you let me do it?" The burly man who had just proposed the idea looked Luo Chen up and down, then smiled meaningfully and said, "Since this brother is willing to help, that would be great. It's just, brother, are you sure you can do it alone?" Luo Chen shrugged, smiled, and said, "You don't need to worry about this, but is there anyone who can help me point out the direction? I don't have any detection skills." Boom! Almost as soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, a woman holding a magic wand not far away gently knocked the ground with the magic wand in her hand. The next second, a circle of blue ripples spread out instantly at an extremely fast speed, covering the area with a radius of 300 to 400 meters in a blink of an eye. Luo Chen didn't feel anything, but the faces of the people around changed, and some even glared at the woman and cursed her fiercely. "Fuck! What do you mean? Zhao! How dare you do that? Fuck, this attack range is so wide?" When Luo Chen heard the angry curses from these people, he realized that the ripples just now actually had attack capabilities. But how come he didn't lose any blood? Yes, it's probably because the damage is too low. It's less than 1/5 of my elemental resistance attribute. It can't break my defense at all. Luo Chen quickly figured out the reason. After all, for a skill with such a large range, it is normal for the single target damage to be low. Luo Chen's elemental resistance is 510, even if it is only 1/5, it would be 102. From this perspective, the single target damage of this skill may not be very low. It's just that Luo Chen's elemental resistance is too strong. Isn't it true that everyone else has suffered some degree of harm, especially those who cursed most passionately? I guess the elemental resistance attribute is quite low. You lost a lot of blood, right? Thank you. Luo Chen also understood the woman's intention at this time. After thanking her, he disappeared from the spot in the next second. The people who saw the scene no longer cared to scold the woman for her behavior, but instead stared at the place where Luo Chen disappeared with gloomy faces. Fuck! What kind of speed is this? Fuck! This guy is so fast? There's no point in fighting. Will he grab the treasure chest and run away later? Don't worry, the treasure chest is so big, he can't carry it and run, right? Brother, your space backpack is not blue, right? Green suit, what's wrong? The blue quality space backpack can hold the airdrop treasure chest. Zhao. Then we have to keep a close eye on that guy later. Luo Chen's sudden astonishing speed made him the focus of everyone's attention, but could Luo Chen not think of this? No. Of course he thought about it, but the reason he did it even though he thought about it was simply because he didn't care. Besides, that wasn't even his fastest speed, it's not even half of his fastest speed, and if this can scare people, then Luo Chen can only say that their knowledge is too limited. Why did that guy disappear? Somewhere on the roof of an abandoned church, a figure was hiding in a corner. secretly observing the situation below. "Are you looking for me?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What?" The figure was shocked, but when he tried to dodge it was too late. A sharp blade instantly pierced his chest. Before he could react, the blade was pulled out and quickly slashed across his neck. Phew, a splash of blood. At the same time, his health points also plummeted instantly. The next second, gurgle, a head rolled down the slope of the roof, but Luo Chen's figure has disappeared. Chapter 78. Wake up, it's hunting time. 1, 2, 3. Luo Chen counted every time he killed someone. Not by the time he killed all the small fry who had just exposed their positions, there would be exactly 10 of them. Among these 10 people, except for a few who died after being stabbed 3 or 4 times by Luo Chen, most of them were killed instantly with just 2 slashes. There was even one person who was stabbed to death by him. Just like running here. To be funny, Luo Chen's strength attribute is actually not that high. Even if there is a damage bonus to the vital points, it is not possible to stab someone to death with just one blow, right? Being stabbed to death by this knife only shows that this guy's health is really low. I'm afraid there may not even be 600 or 700. With such limited ability, you still come to such an occasion to join in the fun. I really don't know how to write the word death. Swish. In an abandoned small square, Luo Chen's figure fell on the spot. The position was still the same as before. When others saw him appear again, they calculated and found that it was only a dozen or less seconds. They couldn't help but frown. "Done, no need to thank me," Luo Chen said with a smile. He was in a good mood at the moment. Although the strength of those 10 people just now was average, they were not bad either. After all, anyone who can come to this place at this time, no matter how weak their strength is, will not have their highest attribute lower than 80. Therefore, Luo Chen also earned a lot of attribute points this time. His strength increased by 62 points, physical fitness increased by 97 points, agility is slightly less, but it is also increased by 59 points. The attribute that has been improved the least is actually the spiritual attribute, only 42 points, but added together, it's a full 260 points. On average, each person provides him with 26 attribute points. What a nice group of people. Luo Chen had a smile on his face and was happy in his heart, but others couldn't laugh. Why didn't they rush to attack together just now? It's because he's afraid that when he takes action, someone else will snatch the airdrop treasure chest away. Why doesn't Luo Chen have this worry? Because he is fast. It only takes a dozen seconds to finish. In this period of time, the protective barrier of the airdrop treasure chest has not even been opened. What is there for him to worry about? Therefore, Luo Chen took advantage of this ready-made opportunity. Apparently, the others had also realized it now, which was why they all looked so grim, as if they had eaten a fly. But, now that things have come to this, there is no point feeling sad or regretful now. The most important thing right now is to keep an eye on this extremely fast guy to prevent him from snatching the airdrop treasure chest in advance. In that case, they will really suffer a huge loss. Is Luo Chen planning to grab the airdrop treasure chest, similar to the last time I faced Olivia? No, he didn't actually plan to do that. Compared to the things in the airdrop treasure chest, he actually values the things on the 35 people in front of him more, including themselves. After all, just now, those 10 weaker minions brought him a 260-point attribute value increase. If all these 35 people in front of me were to be killed, what is the attribute value? At least 4 times of 260. Right, 4 times of 260 is 1040. In contrast, how many kill coins are the things in a blue airdrop treasure chest worth? Even if it is worth 60,000 or 70,000, can it bring Luo Chen thousands of points of attribute value improvement? Obviously impossible. Luo Chen had spent more than 200,000 yuan before but was still far from reaching this level, let alone a mere 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. So, it's obvious who is the watermelon and who is the sesame, right? Not to mention the equipment they carry in the contents of their backpacks, those can all be exchanged for killing coins. Luo Chen would have to be stupid to keep staring at that airdrop treasure chest. As for why others didn't do this, don't you like it? That must not be the case. It's simply because I don't have the ability. In the dilapidated little square, Luo Chen, who had just returned, glanced at the 35 people present with a smile. This guy, why are his eyes so weird? Hiss. Why do I have a bad feeling? Oh no. This kid is targeting us. There are still smart people. Immediately, someone guessed Luo Chen's little thought, and his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "Damn it! Do you really think you can be the king just by killing a few trash?" Bagia Road. Shit. It's just about speed, is that a big deal? Shit. Is this guy crazy? After realizing that Luo Chen had set his sights on all of them present, these people became extremely furious. Which one of them is not a prominent figure in his respective murder town? The worst one is also the one with C-level talent. There are even a few with B-level talents. Each of them is full of confidence in their own abilities, otherwise they would not have stood up so openly. Only those who are not confident in their own abilities will sneak around the corner and peek. Because of this, at this moment, they were treated as prey by Luo Chen, which made them even more angry. What's the meaning? Treat us like trash? 1 versus 35, who the hell do you think you are? Luo Chen still had a smiling face and didn't care about these people's anger at all. Just then, swish, a scorching flame suddenly came and instantly hit Luo Chen's chest. The flame exploded the moment it hit Luo Chen with a loud bang. He was pushed back several steps, and a charred mark was left on his chest. Ha ha! I thought you were so awesome, but this is all you get? The man who made the move laughed and said proudly, but the next second, seeing a charred area on his chest, Luo Chen casually dusted off his clothes with his hand, and then everyone realized that the charred marks were not from his skin, but just his clothes were blackened by the explosion. Luo Chen himself looked as if nothing had happened, and even looked at the attacker with contempt. Health 4109/4110. Luo Chen glanced at his health bar. Good job, it actually took away 1 point of his health. So awesome. I admire your courage, but I'm angry that you soiled my clothes. Looking at the attacker with a grim expression, Luo Chen spoke lightly in a calm tone. The next moment, the Tang sword at his waist slowly came out of its sheath. Luo Chen's movements were extremely graceful, and he didn't look murderous at all, but at the moment the blade was unsheathed. Clang! 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 In an instant, dozens of sword lights flashed at the same time. In just a moment, less than 0.1 second, Luo Chen's figure appeared at the other end of the ruined square, and the blade in his hand was still making a buzzing sound. Behind, there were several sounds of people falling to the ground one after another. Chapter 79. Harvest Time. The terrifying effect of the psychedelic eyes. What's going on? What happened just now? Hiss. Who cut me? Fuck. Why are my health points reduced by more than 400? Shit. What happened to those guys? Are they dead? In the small square, the remaining 30 people covered their chest and abdominal wounds in fear and quickly distanced themselves from each other. What a pity! We only killed 5. At this time, Luo Chen slowly turned around and looked at these people. 35 targets, 5 deaths. This is somewhat less, but Luo Chen had no choice. The speed of the multiple instant slashes was too fast, so he could not accurately control the specific landing point of each attack. This is also why some of these people suffered injuries in the chest, some in the abdomen, and some even in the arms. It's not that Luo Chen doesn't want to cut their vital parts like their necks, but he didn't have time to aim accurately with a multiple instant slash. In less than 0.1 seconds, Luo Chen attacked the 35 people present almost simultaneously. This is because there are only 35 targets within the attack range. Otherwise, and much more, in such a short time, all Luo Chen could do was use this skill. As for how to control it accurately so that each blow hits the vital point of each target, thus causing fatal damage with a higher damage coefficient, that was somewhat embarrassing for him. But, even so, 5 unlucky people still died. The reason why they died was because of the attribute of the Tang Hengdao in Luo Chen's hand, which allowed the 7th of every 7 attacks to cause the sum of the damage of the previous 6 attacks. Luo Chen used multiple instant body slashes, and the damage of a single attack had reached 685.8. The total of 6 times was 4,114.8 damage. Even if you deduct the target's physical defense value, there are still more than 3,000 left. At this stage, how many people have a health value of more than 3,000, even if it was Luo Chen himself? With so many skill effects added together, plus the attribute values from previous killings and looting, his health points only barely exceeded 4,000 points. It only reached 4110. Others don't have as many skills as he does, and it's impossible for them to raise the levels of these skills above their own grade limits, so having a health point of over 1,000 is already amazing. Those who can exceed 2,000 are extremely rare masters, not to mention more than 3,000. Therefore, the 5 unlucky guys who became the 7th person became the first batch of souls to die under Luo Chen's multiple instant body slashes. Their deaths also brought a new round of attribute value improvements to Luo Chen. These 5 people increased Luo Chen's strength attribute by 70 points, his constitution attribute by 55 points, and his agility attribute by a full 120 points. Even the spiritual attributes have been increased by 65 points. A total of 310 attribute points. On average, each person brought 62 points to Luo Chen. As expected, He is a master from several different killing towns. His strength is indeed much stronger than those small fry. Luo Chen glanced at the changes in his attribute values, feeling the increasingly powerful strength, and couldn't help laughing. At this time, fortunately, the 30 people who survived also reacted at this moment, and glared at Luo Chen in shock and anger. Damn it! How dare you! Everyone! Let's work together to kill him first. If he doesn't die, we will be the ones to die. That was definitely the effect of a skill just now. Don't be scared by him. Kill. Even if I die, I'll take someone with me. Angry curses rang out, accompanied by attacks that bombarded Luo Chen's location. Luo Chen smiled contemptuously, dodged these ridiculous attacks easily. Who gave you the confidence to think you could beat me? Luo Chen said with a sneer. Certainly, there are smart people too. On the surface, he was calling on everyone to join forces to kill Luo Chen, but in fact, when others took action, he secretly rushed towards the airdrop treasure chest that had lost its protective barrier. He wants to run away with the airdrop treasure chest, Luo Chen sneered. These are the remaining tricks he has. How could he let these people succeed? I want the head. I want the treasure chest too. Everyone stay. Psychedelic eyes, a brilliant purple halo flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. The next second, the 30 people in front of him, whether they were the reckless man who rushed towards Luo Chen angrily with murderous intent on his face, or the old six who sneaked towards the airdrop treasure chest and planned to escape in the chaos. A moment, everything is still. With Luo Chen's current spiritual attribute of 357 points, he can cast the level 6 psychedelic eyes and easily drag everyone present into the illusion world, and this time can last for nearly 26 seconds. 26 seconds, is that enough time for Luo Chen to kill them many times? Certainly, 26 seconds is the time on the skill panel, but in fact, the elemental resistance attribute of the target must also be considered. The higher the elemental resistance attribute, the shorter the time of being hit will be. If Luo Chen's target at this moment is a big shot with an elemental resistance attribute of tens of thousands, his psychedelic eyes will not have any effect. It may even backfire on itself. However, this group of people in front of me, let alone the tens of thousands of elemental resistance attributes, those who can exceed 200 may be less than half, so, one by one, they were all tricked, and none of the psychedelic effects last less than 20 seconds. This psychedelic eye is really useful. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Apart from the slightly longer cooldown time, this skill really has no disadvantages. And Luo Chen only upgraded it to level 6. It's not even up to its upper level of 7. I glanced at the cooling time of multiple instant slashes. From just now to now, a total of about 8 seconds have passed. Therefore, the cooldown time of this skill is still 10 seconds. Wait a little longer. The harvest from this wave should be quite large. Maybe I can upgrade it a few more levels by then. Luo Chen thought to himself, swung the Tang Hangdao in his hand, and killed him instantly. A few, puff. Puff. Streaks of blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the screams of someone who was awakened from the illusion world before death. It instantly resounded throughout the entire small square. In 10 seconds, Luo Chen killed 7 people in a row, then he used multiple instant slashes again, and in less than 0.1 seconds, he slashed 23 times, killing 3 people on the spot. The remaining 20 people are now low on health. Luo Chen turned around and swung the butcher knife in his hand again, bringing it down hard. 10 seconds later, the few remaining survivors woke up from the illusion world. Go to hell, huh? Someone swung his sword, but missed. The treasure chest is mine. Someone rushed towards the airdrop treasure chest, but the next second he was hit by severe pain and screamed. Poochie! How could it be? Someone just woke up and vomited blood, then fell down with a look of disbelief on his face, covering his wound. The memories of these people are still stuck on the second when they were hit by Luo Chen's psychedelic eyes, so after waking up they still thought that time was still in that period, but in fact, more than 20 seconds had passed, and of the original 30 people, only 8 of them were left. Chapter 81. Person's victory is a group of people's failure. Bite, strength plus 8 constitution plus 10 agility plus 7 spirit plus 21 bite, strength plus 11 constitution plus 15 agility plus 22 spirit plus 14 bite. This is simply the most beautiful sound in the world. At this moment, Luo Chen was carefully feeling the constantly increasing power in his body. The feeling of becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye was truly intoxicating. After killing 22 people in a row, Luo Chen's attribute values have been improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, he even regretted why he entered the killing tower so early. He could have waited until dark before going there. There was no need to be in such a hurry. But, in an instant, he put aside this feeling of regret, because he thought about the strength of those alien civilizations. Even if he tried to break into the killing tower again with his current strength, he could only get through the 6th floor at most, but the 7th floor, there's no need to even think about it. The gap between 3rd-order creatures and 4th-order creatures is big enough to make people despair, even though Luo Chen's current strength has improved greatly compared to this morning. But this improvement was obviously not enough for him to make up the gap between the two. Therefore, even if he went through the killing tower again now, the best he could get was 1,111,110 points. Let's look at the scores of the top 10 in the district rankings. Which one is below this score? Not at all. Even the one ranked 10th has reached this score. The top 5 all scored over several million points. There are even big guys who have broken 10 million points. Compared with these talented monsters, Luo Chen's strength is indeed not enough. So, whether you do it early or late, the result will be the same. You can still only get the reward for being the first on the Killing Town list. It won't change the outcome since the result remains unchanged. Then there is nothing to regret compared to thinking about things that have already happened. Luo Chen cares more about the actual improvement he has made. For example, his various attribute values have skyrocketed at this moment. Strength 909 points. Constitution 931 points, Agility 923 points, Spirit 822 points, compared to the previous 20s and 30s. Although it is still in the 3 digits now, even the lowest spiritual attribute has reached the 80s, the other 3 attributes all reached over 900. The distance to the attribute value of 4 digits is right in front of us. How could Luo Chen not be happy? And, there are only 8 prey left. As long as he can get rid of these 8 remaining prey, Luo Chen's attributes can be further improved. Although it is not as big as the previous wave of surge, but it's also a lot. Run. At this time, the 8 people who had just awakened from the illusion world finally figured out the current situation. Looking at the scene of corpses everywhere, these people were scared to death. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, and then 8 people ran in different directions almost at the same time. As for things like airdrop treasure chests, how could they care about anything else at this moment? Just save your life first. Run? Luo Chen smiled. With an agility attribute of 923 points, his speed when running fast is comparable to that of a supersonic fighter. However, in Luo Chen's eyes, the speed of the 8 people in front of him is as slow as a snail. That's it, and you still want to run? It's simply crazy. It's just a last-ditch effort. Luo Chen said faintly the next second. Phew, a flash of knife light slashed down immediately afterwards. A huge head with a terrified expression rolled to the side. The health bar was emptied in an instant, and there was no ability to fight back at all. Ding, kill the target and successfully plunder the target's attribute value. Strength plus 11 Constitution plus 15 Agility plus 10 Spirit plus 24. It is indeed high-quality prey. The attribute values obtained by plundering are indeed much greater than those of small fish. Mercy. Don't kill me. Phew, blood splattered and the sharp blade pierced the chest. Luo Chen ignored the other party's pleas for mercy. Not kill you, are you kidding me? At this moment, Luo Chen fully understood why this game was called the Endless Killing Game. No wonder there is a rule to plunder the target's attribute values after killing it. This is clearly encouraging them to kill each other. How cruel. Luo Chen sighed secretly, but his hands did not slow down at all. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. It's that simple. In the killing ground, everyone is the enemy. There is no such thing as our own opinion. In the entire killing ground, the only safe place that is considered safe is your personal safe house. But this safe place is not absolute. It can only be said to be relatively safe. Want real security? You also have to improve your own strength. As long as you are strong enough, anywhere is safe, and when you are just a weak person, it is dangerous no matter where you are. Soon, the 8 people who tried to escape were all killed by Luo Chen, and Luo Chen also got what he wanted. 8 people brought him a 567-point increase in attribute value. Among them, the most improved attribute is the physical fitness. A full increase of 185 points. The second is the strength attribute, which has increased by 155 points. The 2 attributes of agility and spirit were increased by 117 points and 110 points respectively. In this way, all of Luo Chen's attributes, except for the remaining spiritual attribute, the other 3 attributes have all exceeded 4 digits. The spiritual attribute also reached 932 points, only 68 points away from reaching 4 digits. After the battle, or rather the one-sided massacre, ended. In front of the ruined church, all that was left were corpses and scattered spoils of war. Luo Chen took out a piece of cloth and wiped the blood off the blade. After wiping the blade clean, he slowly began to clean up the battlefield. First of all, there is the loot all over the ground, various weapons scattered around, the majority of them are swords, but there are also weapons such as axes, magic wands, and sticks. 35 in total, with 10 more weapons scattered in several other places. That's a total of 45 weapons. The lowest quality ones are all green, but the blue quality ones still account for more than 1/3 of the number. With a total of 17 pieces, if all these weapons were taken to the Mist Shop for recycling, they could only be sold for 39,600 killing coins, not particularly valuable. What is really valuable is still in these people's space backpacks, and the rest of the equipment they have. 45 people, 45 weapons, but the rest of the equipment added up to a total of 192 items. The average is about 4.26 pieces per person. Luo Chen picked and chose from the pile of equipment. Finally, I chose a belt and 2 rings. These 3 items are all blue quality equipment. As for the belt, Luo Chen himself does not have any equipment, and the rings, the 2 rings on his hands are both of green quality, just replaced it. Chapter 81. Is there really someone who saves money and doesn't spend it? Exquisite power ring quality, blue strength plus 15 physical damage plus 5%, exquisite magic ring quality, blue spirit plus 15 mana plus 10%, tough metal belt quality, blue constitution plus 15 health plus 10%. How to evaluate the quality of a piece of equipment? Just read the entry. Because the attributes of equipment are fixed, green equipment has a fixed value of 5 points, and blue equipment has a fixed value of 15 points. These will not change. The only difference is where these points are added. But different entries. Each piece of equipment has its own unique entries. Equipment of the same quality may have very different entries. Good entries can even allow the effect of a piece of equipment to directly jump to a higher grade. How do you evaluate the quality of an entry? It's hard to say about the others. But if it is an entry that directly increases a certain attribute, then the best one is a percentage type entry. This is what is called the noble percentage attribute. Certainly, the nobility of percentage terms lies in being in the right hands. If your constitution attribute is 10 points, then an equipment that increases the constitution attribute by 10% is far less good than an equipment that directly increases the constitution attribute by 5 points, because the former is not suitable for you. But what if your constitution attribute is 100 points? What if it is 1000 points? The increase in the former is far greater than that in the latter. So, percentage properties are good, of course, but the prerequisite is to meet the right person, and Luo Chen is the right person. He is very suitable for the entry of percentage attribute. Previously, the only piece of equipment he had that added percentage attributes was his shoes, increased movement speed by 20%, quite a good entry. Others are entries that directly increase a certain value. Certainly, there are exceptions. For example, the knife in his hand. 7 attacks. The 7th one directly causes the sum of the damage of the previous 6. This is equivalent to increasing Luo Chen's attack damage by 70%, although it has a prerequisite, which is that 7 consecutive attacks must be made, and the 7th attack can only produce this effect. What is continuity? Luo Chen's understanding is that an attack launched within a short period of time is a continuous attack. And how short will this time be? In about 2 seconds. This is not a problem at all for Luo Chen. Therefore, the attribute of this knife is equivalent to an attribute that increases the attack damage by 70% for him. An entry that can increase attack damage by 70% cannot appear on blue equipment at all. It should be at least purple equipment, or even orange equipment. Only then will a high percentage of entry attributes appear. At this stage, Luo Chen didn't even have a single piece of purple clothing on him, not to mention the orange suit. That thing is actually sold in the Misty Shop. Luo Chen had asked this out of curiosity before the price turned out to be ridiculously high. An ordinary purple outfit costs 100,000 killing coins, and you can only choose the type of equipment, like weapons and armor, but you cannot choose the attributes and entries of the equipment. Want to select attributes? You have to pay more. Want to select an entry? Keep adding money. Anyway, it seems that the Misty Shop can solve everything by just paying more money. He is simply obsessed with money. It is impossible for Luo Chen to spend so much money to buy a purple outfit. With the same amount of money, he could get more improvement if he spent it on skills. Certainly, if it is a purple item with a percentage enhancement attribute, the effect may be better, but that thing is expensive. If you want to choose your own entries, the price will be 10 times that of ordinary purple equipment. That's the price of an ordinary orange suit. A full 1 million killing coins. Where did Luo Chen get the 1 million? The total amount of money he has earned from the first day till now is less than 1 million. I can't afford it. I simply can't afford it. After putting on the 3 pieces of equipment that Luo Chen had carefully selected, he began to count the things in the space backpacks that he had stripped from these people one by one. There are a total of 47 space backpacks. The reason there are two more is because two guys brought two space backpacks. Luochen could understand this. After all, a green quality space backpack really couldn't hold much stuff. A blue quality space backpack is hard to come by. It just depends on your luck. Among these 47 space backpacks, there are only 6 of blue quality, not even a fraction of the amount. This shows how rare the blue space backpack is. By the way, is there anyone among this group who ranks first in the killing tower in his own killing town? Luochen was about to open the first space backpack when he suddenly thought of something. If there is, then if Luochen kills the opponent now, wouldn't that be an easy opportunity for the second place? Good job, getting a first place reward for free? Probably not. After all, they are all so weak. Luochen shook his head and felt that there should not be such a person in this group of people. If the strongest fighter in a killing town was only at this level, then how low would the overall strength of this town be? Without thinking anymore, Luochen began to count the second batch of spoils. The first batch of spoils had already brought him a considerable profit. As for weapons, the price is 39,600 killing coins. The rest of the equipment combined is worth a total of 168,000 killing coins. The total of the two is 207,600 kill coins. This is already a considerable number, but this is far from the bulk of Luochen's profits from this spoils. The real big head is still in this pile of space backpacks. Let me see what goodies are in the first backpack. Luochen opened the first blue quality space backpack with great anticipation. Good things should be enjoyed first, because when he enjoys them later, he may not be in the same mood as he is now. It's just like being a human being. Enjoy life while you can. Don't think about doing this or that after you retire. The things you liked when you were young, you may not like them again when you were older. Some things, once you miss them, you will never get them again, so don't leave any regrets for yourself. A blue quality space backpack with 6 grids of space, each grid is 3 cubic meters in size. After Luochen opened it, he looked through the contents first before pouring everything out. First of all, there are a lot of attribute crystals. There are white and green ones. It's piled up like a small hill. Luochen was stunned. No. Bro, are you a rat? Luochen didn't know who this backpack belonged to, but the original owner of this backpack must have some story to tell. With so many attribute crystals in the space backpack, why haven't you gone to the Misty Shop to cash them in? Didn't you come across the Misty Shop, or are you planning to maximize your profits later? No, will you live till then? Luochen was speechless. He didn't expect that there really were people who saved money and didn't spend it. Chapter 82, 1.5 million an hour, I can spend it as I please. Luochen counted quickly. This pile of attribute crystals looks like a small mountain. There are a total of 2,000 of them. Among them, 1,600 are of green quality, 400 white quality ones. Luochen now seriously suspects that this guy not only has the attributes of a Tunton rat, but also has a bit of obsessive compulsive disorder. Otherwise, how come there are exactly 2,000? Moreover, one is 1,600 and the other is 400. How can it be such a coincidence? I'm convinced. There really is nothing strange in this world. Luochen smiled. I have to say, this wave is really a bargain for him. The value of these 2,000 attribute crystals alone is as high as 328,000 killing coins. The gains in this guy's backpack alone exceeded the total value of the previous batch of equipment. And that's not all, and more. In addition to this large number of attribute crystals, this guy also has a collection of skill upgrade stones in his backpack. Of course, there aren't that many of them. In fact, the reason why there are so many attribute crystals is because of the killing tower, otherwise there would not be as many as 2,000 of them. As for skill upgrade stones, the quantity is more normal. There are 17 in total. 4 of them are green, the remaining 13 are white. Luochen threw the 4 green quality skill upgrade stones into the skill multiple instant slashes. Just upgraded it by 1 level. As for the 13 white skill upgrading stones, Luochen threw them onto the sprint skill, increased the skill level from 20 to 21. There are still 5 extra ones left. There is really no place to use these 5 stones. After all, Luochen's lowest level white skill is only level 20, and it takes 8 white skill upgrade stones to upgrade 1 level. But it's not enough at all. So I can only put it aside for now and wait to see if other people have any extra skill upgrade stones in their backpacks. I'll deal with it then. In addition to these skill upgrade stones, this guy also has some equipment and other miscellaneous supplies in his backpack, but the total value of these things is not high. Those pieces of equipment combined can only be sold for 1,000 kill coins, not worth much, but this blue space backpack is quite valuable. 1 can be sold for 2,000 killing coins. Altogether, there are 3,000 kill coins. Not bad, a good start. Luo Chen put these things aside and waited to clean them up together at the end. I don't know if it's because the first buddy made too much money, but the things in the next few space backpacks that Luo Chen opened were really not that good. Each one of them is worth more than 50,000 kill coins in total. The most expensive one is just over 40,000. There is absolutely no comparison with the first buddy. Really, there are still only a few people who belong to the Tunton rat element, Luo Chen felt. A little disappointed, but fortunately things soon took a turn for the better. What the hell? Did this guy rob a bank? Luo Chen opened the last blue space backpack and found that except for some necessary survival supplies, all other compartments were filled with stacks of killing coins. Take these kill coins out of the space backpack and count them. Each stack contains exactly 10,000 killing coins, and in this space backpack, there are 27 stacks of such killing coins. That's a full 270,000. Although still not as much as the first buddy, but compared to the previous ones, this one is already a rich guy. Moreover, Luo Chen had originally no longer had any expectations, but when he suddenly did this, he was really surprised. What does this guy think? Why do you want to exchange so many killing coins and hide them on your body? What kind of fetish is this? Luo Chen couldn't understand why these people just hid their money and didn't spend it. What's wrong with their brains? Isn't this just helping others? Although Luo Chen is the vested interest, but he still said he couldn't understand what these people were doing. All I can say is, he still hasn't seen enough of the world, knows too few people, and has come into contact with too few weird people to be able to understand these people's thought processes. After counting the 6 blue space backpacks, Luo Chen calculated the value of the spoils he had obtained so far. The total is 600 killing coins. It's close to 1 million already. Wow, these are just the statistics of 6 blue space backpacks. There are still 41 green space backpacks that have not been counted yet. And next to where Luo Chen was sitting was the blue airdrop treasure chest. The contents of this treasure chest have not yet been opened. It's certain that this wave of gains will exceed 1 million, but I wonder if it can exceed 2 million? Even Luo Chen himself didn't expect to make so much money this time, but in fact, more than half of these 960,000 killing coins were provided by the two rich guys. One gave more than 300,000 yuan, and the other gave more than 270,000 yuan. The total cost for the two of them is almost 600,000, and the rest. That is what others combined provide. If there were more rich guys like this who like to save their money and not spend it, wouldn't Luo Chen be making a lot of money? 10 minutes later, Luo Chen also counted the remaining 41 green space backpacks. The total value of the things in the 41 backpacks is not as much as that of the two rich guys combined. The total value is 543,200 kill coins, adding the above 960,000, that is, 1,509,800 killing coins. It really is a sudden wave of wealth. Luo Chen smiled happily, then put these things in order, such as the killing coins and attribute crystals, directly into his space backpack, and other things. Things like equipment and some supplies he could use were all packed into other space backpacks, and then the 47 space backpacks were put in a pile. Just take them all with you when you leave. Now you are the only one left. Luo Chen turned around and looked at the airdrop treasure chest that had been neglected for a while. Speaking of which, everything today is still caused by it. As a result, Luo Chen was busy counting other harvests and neglected today's protagonist, but this can't be blamed on Luo Chen, who made these people so rich, especially those two rich guys. Luo Chen felt that he would always remember the contributions of these two rich men. In contrast, the value of this blue airdrop treasure chest. It's not that high. Snap! Luo Chen directly opened the airdrop treasure chest. As the box was opened, a large pile of supplies appeared in front of Luo Chen. It would be better if there were a few more blue skill crystals. Luo Chen muttered to himself as he sorted out the items in the airdrop treasure chest one by one. A pile of various supplies necessary for survival. Among them, beef and mutton are the most common. You can have another hot pot meal in the evening. There are also some drinks and alcohol. The drinks are mainly beer, but Luo Chen is not really that fond of beer. In comparison, he prefers Coke and Sprite. Fortunately, we have both of these. Chapter 83 New Skill, Blood Tentacles. Put the supplies aside, Luo Chen then took out several pieces of equipment from the airdrop treasure chest. There are 4 pieces of equipment in total. I don't know if Luo Chen is lucky or if the quality of this airdrop treasure chest is high. These 4 pieces of equipment are all of blue quality. However, Luo Chen glanced at their properties and found that he could only really use one of them. The other 3 were the same as the ones he had on, and were not as good as the ones he was wearing. Tiger's Roar quality. Blue strength plus 15, physical damage plus 5%. This is a necklace with a tiger head pendant. Luo Chen took off his crocodile tears and put on this one. So, his physical damage bonus has reached 10%, the other 3 pieces of equipment, as well as the necklace that Luo Chen changed for, can also be sold to the Misty shop. If they can be sold for 8,000 killing coins, that would be pretty good. At last, there are only a few boxes left in this airdrop chest. Open the first box. As expected, there was a beautiful blue skill crystal in the box. Luo Chen picked it up. It crushed into pieces with a crack. The broken skill crystal instantly turned into a blue light spot and sank into his body. Ding! Obtain new skills, Blood Tentacles. Luo Chen was not in a hurry to check the new skills, but opened the other 3 boxes. The second box contains 3 blue skill upgrade stones, worth 30,000 kill coins. Of course, if you recycle it to the Mist shop, you can only sell it for 6,000 killing coins. However, unless Luo Chen is stupid, he would not recycle something that is useful to him. The third box contains a bunch of green skill upgrade stones. There are quite a lot of them. No wonder the box looks so big. Luo Chen counted them and there were 20 in total. The last box is also the most exquisite looking one. Luo Chen looked at what was inside it. That's a gem, an emerald. Luo Chen picked it up and checked its information. Emerald level 2 constitution plus 50 is expected. This is indeed an attribute gem embedded in the equipment, and it's a level 2 emerald. 1 pill can increase your physical fitness by 50 points. Pity, Luo Chen currently does not have any equipment with holes. I'm also not sure what kind of equipment we'll have. Slots that can be inlaid with gems, purple, or orange, not blue anyway. He had seen so many blue equipment, but he had never seen any blue equipment with inlay slots. Could it be that he just had bad luck and never met her? That's obviously impossible. So, equipment with inlay slots should be at least purple, or even higher. Put this emerald away and place it together with the previous level 1 ruby. Luo Chen glanced at the empty airdrop treasure chest, then opened the character panel and looked at the new blue skill he had just obtained. Blood Tentacle LV.1 grade, blue consume 100 mana points to release a blood tentacle to attack an enemy within a range of 1+, spirit asterisk 50%, causing 100+, spirit asterisk 110%, blood elemental damage, and extract 10% of the damage caused to the target to restore its own health. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. A good single target long range attack skill. The key is that it also has a certain recovery effect. Although the recovery is not much, the 10% of damage caused is not a small amount. If Luo Chen can deal 10,000 damage, then 10% is also 1000. It just so happened that Luo Chen had 3 blue skill upgrade stones on hand. I just threw it at this skill without hesitation. Ding. Skill level +1 ding, skill level +1 ding, skill level +1 after upgrading 3 levels in a row. See how this skill changes. Blood Tentacle LV.4 grade, blue consume 220 mana points to release a blood tentacle to attack an enemy within the range of 1+, spirit asterisk 80%, causing 130+, spirit asterisk 155%, blood elemental damage, and extract 13% of the damage caused to the target to restore its own health. The cooling time is 27 seconds. As expected of a blue level 4, its attributes are already quite impressive. With Luo Chen's current spiritual attribute of 942, the blood tentacles he released could attack enemies at a maximum range of 754 meters and cause 1590 points of blood elemental damage, while extracting 206 points of health from the target to restore himself. The effect is really good, and the level is still low now, only level 4. Once its level is raised, it will definitely be a super powerful single target killing skill. Complete the level of new skills. Luo Chen picked up the 20 green skill upgrade stones again. After taking a quick look at the skills on the skill bar, Luo Chen finally chose to upgrade the 3 lower level green skills to level 15 first. He calculated that he needed exactly 20 green skill upgrade stones. Then, Luo Chen threw 4 green skill upgrade stones into the multiple instant slashes skill, upgrading it by 1 level to level 15. Then he threw the remaining 16 green skill upgrade stones into the 2 skills elemental armor and physical armor, upgrading both skills by 2 levels, also reached level 15. So, all the green skills on Luo Chen's skill bar were upgraded to level 15. The levels were unified at once. It really looks much better. Put all the supplies into the space backpack. Luo Chen then stuffed the remaining 47 space backpacks into the airdrop treasure chest. Fortunately, this airdrop treasure chest is big enough. A backpack that can fit so much space. After closing the lid, Luo Chen lifted it up with one hand. After taking one last look at this blessed land, he slowly left the area with the airdrop treasure chest in one hand. More than an hour passed after Luo Chen left before someone noticed the situation here. Oh Richette! Why are there so many corpses here? Was there a war? Look! There are some here too, but these people have been stripped of their equipment, and their space backpacks are gone. Wait! Isn't that Osiris? The one who ranked third in our town on the Slaughter Tower clearance list. He's actually dead. Not only Osiris, but also Phoenix, his body is here too. Phoenix? The Phoenix who's ranked 6th. Fuck. Who did this? Could it be that damned Yamano Koichi? No, I remember that Yamano Koichi and his group were not exploring in this direction. Who did that? Could it be someone else who killed the town? Yes. It must be them. Guys. We think the best thing we should do now is to leave here. I really don't feel safe staying here. Yes. Let's go. As they spoke, the group of foreigners fled from the area. By the way, spread the news so that more people will know. Chapter 80 For the Joy of Spending. Spend money like water. In the evening, Luochen was walking towards them from a distance carrying a large box. Step by step, he walked into the foggy area. Dingling, pushing open the door of the Misty shop, the bell on the door made a crisp sound. In the small shop, the smiling clerk was serving another customer. Luochen looked at the other party, a familiar outfit. It was that mysterious woman wearing a mask again. The latter also looked back. After seeing Luochen, his pupils shrank slightly, and then he obviously sped up the trading movements in his hands. Soon, the woman bought the things and used up everything she could on the spot, then turned and walked towards the door. Luochen looked the other person up and down, then made way for her to leave. Thanks. The mysterious woman nodded at him, then he seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then said, Be careful, Wang Er has found a group of people to attack you tonight. After saying that, she opened the door and quickly left the Misty shop. Wang Er, Luochen remembered this name. He was ranked behind himself on the Killing Town list in the Killing Tower, but the score is a bit lower than Luochen's. Is this guy going to attack him? Luochen couldn't help but laugh. Is there any prey that comes to your door on its own initiative? I wish he could get more people over here. Luochen didn't take this matter to heart at all. He thought it was just a mere ant. Why should he care about it? Just waiting for the other party to come to your door at night. By then, Luochen can make another fortune. Bang! Luochen put down the airdrop treasure chest he was carrying, opened it, took out the space backpacks inside and placed them on the counter. These, and these, all recycled. Luochen took out all the attribute crystals from his space backpack and piled them on the counter, almost filling the entire counter and almost blocking the clerk's face. Yes, guessed. The clerk smiled and began to count the pile. The final calculated recycling amount is 1,329,100 killing coins. Among them, 1,247,800 killing coins were the harvest in the morning, accounting for the vast majority. The remaining 80,000 plus, this is what Luochen earned in the afternoon. Just by hunting monsters and looting abandoned buildings, it is already amazing to earn more than 80,000 killing coins in an afternoon, but in comparison, it's still faster to fight for airdrop treasure chests to make money. As for plundering other players, that thing depends on luck. Most people are like Luochen, who like to immediately convert the money they earn into improvements in their strength, like the two guys with rat-like personalities in the morning. They are rare and precious. The clerk put away the pile of things that Luochen was selling. Luochen was very curious about what was under the counter of this Misty shop. How come you can put anything in there? But after taking a look at the smiling clerk in front of him, Luochen gave up his curious thoughts. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Guest, here are your killing coins, you can count them. The clerk took out a small box and opened it, revealing stacks of killing coins inside. Luochen didn't count. He even took out another 270,500 from his space backpack, counted out 100,000 and put the rest in the box. So, the number of kill coins in the box has reached 1,499,600. The 100,000 that Luochen put away would be used to upgrade the safe house after he returned. Can't spend it, and the rest of these, Luochen plans to spend it all. He is not a rat, so why would he not spend the money? What are you thinking about? There's something wrong with your brain. More than 1 in 40, almost 1.5 million killing coins. On the way here, Luochen had also thought about how to spend the money. First up are the white grade skills. The level needs to be upgraded. Luochen has a total of 8 white passive skills, 2 of which are level 20, and the remaining 6 are level 30. Luochen plans to upgrade them all to level 50. This requires a full 4,000 white skill upgrade stones, that is 400,000 killing coins. Is it expensive? Not expensive at all. Luochen, who had more than 1 million killing coins in his hand, looked at the amount of 400,000 and suddenly felt that it was nothing special. Really, once people become rich, this situation opens up all of a sudden. Otherwise, even in the morning, Luo Chen would still think that the amount of 400,000 was too expensive. Not like now, I actually think it's quite cheap. With a wave of the hand, Luo Chen directly spent 400,000 killing coins to purchase 4,000 white skill upgrade stones, then upgrade all these 8 skills to level 50, element resistance LV.50 grade. White passively increases elemental resistance by 300 points. Physical resistance LV.50 grade. White passively increases physical defense attribute by 300 points. Strengthening level 50 grade. White passively increase physical attributes by 150 points. Natural strength LV.50 grade. White passively increases strength attribute by 150 points. Energetic LV.50 grade. White passively increase spiritual attributes by 150 points. Filling LV.50 grade. White passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 100 points per minute. Energy recovery LV.50 grade. White passively improves mana recovery efficiency by 150 points per minute. Fast and flying LV.50 grade. White passively increases agility attribute by 150 points. After upgrading, the effects of the 8 skills are doubled. However, after reaching this level, Luo Chen probably won't continue to upgrade the levels of these skills and nothing else. It's simply not cost effective like a level 50 filling skill. At level 50, it only restores 100 health points per minute for Luo Chen, whose health points now exceed 10,000. This amount of recovery is actually very average. So he will choose to upgrade higher level skills next, even see if you can buy some higher level skills later. Similar to purple grade or orange grade, the effect of upgrading these levels of skills at any level may be greater than upgrading these white skills by dozens of levels. 400,000 was spent. The next things Luo Chen needs to upgrade are those green skills. Luo Chen also has 8 passive skills of this level. However, upgrading green skills is expensive. A green skill upgrade stone costs 1,000 kill coins, which is 10 times that of a white one, but Luo Chen didn't plan to raise their levels too high. Like the white skill, it goes straight up to level 50. Where can I get so much money? Chapter 85, Iron Skin and Strong Bones. Spend another 350,000. Misty Shop. Luo Chen had just spent 400,000 killing coins, and there were nearly 1.1 million killing coins left to spend. Next, he plans to upgrade several green passive skills. The current levels of these skills are all at level 15. It takes 160 green skill upgrade stones to upgrade all 8 passive skills to level 20. To upgrade from level 20 to level 30, you need 640 green skill upgrade stones. There are 800 in total, which will cost Luo Chen a full 800,000 killing coins. This is twice the number of kill coins previously spent on upgrading the 8 white passive skills to level 50. After spending this money, Luo Chen had few killing coins left. So be careful. First, give me that blue quality skill crystal. I want the specially made one for passive skills. Luo Chen first spoke to the clerk in front of him. The clerk smiled, bent down and took out something that met Luo Chen's requirements from under the counter. A small box was opened, and inside lay a skill crystal with a blue luster. This skill crystal is worth 50,000 killing coins. Luo Chen picked it up, took a look at it, and then crushed it. Ding! Obtain new skills, Iron Skin and Iron Bones. Bronze Skin and Iron Bones LV.1 grade. Blue passively increases physical attributes by 12 points. Level 1 Iron Skin and Bones has 7 more physical attributes than the same type of physical fitness skill, but 1 level lowered. Each level adds 7 points, so at level 10 it's 70 points. To upgrade Iron Bones to level 10 requires 14 blue skill upgrade stones, worth 140,000 killing coins. At the same time, level 10 Iron Skin and Bone can bring a 120 point bonus to physical attributes. Under the same effect, the physical fitness skill needs to be upgraded to level 24 to achieve a 120 point physical attribute bonus. From level 15 to level 24, 52 green skill upgrade stones are required, worth 52,000 killing coins. From this perspective, it would be more cost effective to upgrade the green grade physical fitness skills first. Not at all, because the skill of strengthening the body is now at level 15. It can bring a bonus of 75 points to the physical attribute. It spent 52,000 killing coins to upgrade to level 24. In fact, the new physical attribute Luo Chen obtained was not 120 points, but 45 points. If you want to actually add 120 points, you need to upgrade its level to level 39. The number of green skill upgrade stones required to upgrade from level 15 to level 39 is 244, worth 244,000 killing coins. It costs 104,000 more killing coins than the copper skin and iron bones skill, which also brings 120 new attributes. Obviously not cost effective, however. Luo Chen did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at the clerk in front of him again and asked, I want to know, for the purple grade passive skill, is the attribute it increases a specific value or a percentage? If it is a value, how much is it? It's a numerical value, guessed. The clerk replied with a smile. Good. The clerk didn't refuse to answer this question. The bad news though is, even if it is a purple grade passive skill, it still adds a specific value rather than a percentage increase. Then what level of skills will have a percentage increase? Luo Chen asked. The percentage-based attribute amplification effect requires at least a legendary skill, guessed. Legendary level, another level that Luo Chen had never heard of. He knew that skills and equipment were divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange and gold, but the legendary, is it a level above gold? Maybe, but this is obviously far beyond Luo Chen's current purchasing power. But he still asked whether the Misty Shop sold legendary skills. We don't have any legendary skills for sale in this store. If you want to buy legendary skill crystals, you can go to the Mist Chamber of Commerce to buy them. The clerk replied with a smile. Misty Chamber of Commerce, so, these small shops in the Mist are all affiliated with the Mist Chamber of Commerce? Luo Chen nodded, then he asked where the Mist Chamber of Commerce was? Guessed, you do not have sufficient authority to go to the area where the Misty Chamber of Commerce is located. The clerk said, insufficient permissions again. Luo Chen frowned, remembering that when he checked the Killing Tower progress list before, the overall list also prompted that the permission was insufficient and could not be viewed. How do I upgrade this authority? Luo Chen asked. This time the clerk didn't answer him, but just looked at him with a smile but say nothing. Alright, Luo Chen gave up asking further and said, give me 160 green skill upgrade stones and 14 blue skill upgrade stones. Yes, guessed. The clerk said with a smile, then he bent down and took out what Luo Chen needed from under the counter. Two boxes, one large and one small. The big one contains 160 green skill upgrade stones, just enough to upgrade all 8 green passive skills to level 20. Luo Chen did not plan to upgrade them directly to level 30 or higher because that would not be cost effective. Upgrade them to level 20 first. When you have more money and don't care about a few $100,000 anymore, it won't be too late to upgrade them later. And those 14 blue skill upgrade stones were used by Luo Chen to upgrade his newly acquired bronze skin and iron bones skill to level 10. The two together cost Luo Chen a total of 300,000 killing coins. Bronze skin and iron bones LV.10 grade. Blue passively increases physical attributes by 120 points. Elemental armor LV.20 grade. Green passively increases elemental resistance by 200 points. Physical armor LV.20 grade, green passively increases physical defense attribute by 200 points. Physical fitness level 20 grade, green passively increase physical attributes by 100 points. Rhythm of life LV.20 grade, green passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 200 points per minute. Energetic. Strong LV.20 grade, green passively increase the spirit attribute by 100 points. Speed LV.20 grade, green passively increases agility attribute by 100 points. Strong energy recovery LV.20 grade, green passively improves mana recovery efficiency by 300 points per minute. Natural power LV.20 grade, green passively increases strength attribute by 100 points. After using up all the skill upgrade stones, the levels of this batch of green passive skills were all raised, but the biggest increase was in the physical attribute. After all, there is an additional blue grade passive skill, which adds a full 120 points of physical attributes. It's expensive for a reason. Level 10 adds 120 attributes, if it is upgraded to level 50. Forget it, I don't have that much money. Luo Chen shook his head. This level really couldn't be raised. Chapter 86. Your money has not disappeared, it just changes into a different form and continues to accompany you. There was less than 750,000 remaining spendable balance, and Luo Chen had no intention of taking them away. He directly asked the clerk in front of him for 7 specially made blue skill crystals. Spend another 350,000 killing coins. Now, there are less than 400,000 killing coins left to spend. Element Guardian LV.1 grade, blue passively increases elemental resistance by 24 points. Physical Guard LV.1 grade, blue passively increases physical defense attribute by 24 points. Nature's Gift LV.1 grade, blue passively increased the spirit attribute by 12 points. Gift of Wind LV.1 grade, blue passively increases agility attribute by 12 points. Infinite Strength LV.1 grade, blue passively increases strength attribute by 12 points. Hymn of Life LV.1 grade, blue passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 100 points per minute. Meditation LV.1 grade, blue passively improves mana recovery efficiency by 150 points per minute. Looking at the 8 additional blue passive skills on the skill bar, Luochen felt a sense of accomplishment. But, currently, only one of the 8 passive skills has been upgraded to level 10, and the other 7 are still in their initial level 1 state. It doesn't look very pleasing to the EYE.So Luochen spent another 280,000 killing coins to buy 28 blue skill upgrade stones. Upgrade the remaining 7 blue passive skills to level 5, at this glance, it immediately becomes much more pleasing. To the EYE.At the same time, the various attributes on Luochen's character panel also underwent tremendous changes, not to mention the improvement of the 4 attributes. The recovery speed of health alone has reached 13.3 points per second, the mana recovery rate has reached 20 points per second. This recovery speed is enough to allow Luochen to not have to worry about the consumption of mana in a short period of time. He can finally use his skills to his heart's content and squander it at will. A wave of consumption is finished. There were only a few killing coins left in Luochen's pocket. Certainly, it is said that there are only a few left, but in fact there are more than 110,000. At this stage, the vast majority of humans on Blue Star cannot even earn more than 110,000 killing coins a day. There are many people who can only earn this much in 10 days, there are even some days when you can't earn that much, but compared to the more than 1.5 million killing coins that Luochen had before, these more than 110,000 are indeed just a small amount of money. If these killing coins are used to upgrade the 8 blue passive skills, they can only upgrade 1 or 2 skills by 1 or 2 levels, and there is no way to evenly distribute them among the 8 skills. So, Luochen simply decided not to upgrade them. It just so happened that he still had a few skills that needed to be upgraded, and he hadn't done anything before just because he needed to upgrade these passive skills first. Now all passive skills have been upgraded. It's time to upgrade these skills. First is the white skill Sprint. This skill is currently at level 21. The level is not high, and one level up only requires 8 white skill upgrade stones, which is only 800 kill coins. It can be said to be quite cheap. Moreover, the cost effectiveness of this skill is also extremely high, and its special ascending growth curve makes its training value extremely high. Therefore, Luochen doesn't mind spending a little more money on this skill. After all, the effect of this skill is really good. In the past, I didn't have enough mana, so I never dared to raise it too high, but it's okay now. Luochen now has 12,067 mana points, and can recover 20 points per second. It is more than enough to support him to upgrade his sprint skill to a high enough level. First, 67 white skill upgrade stones. Luochen counted out 6,700 killing coins and pushed them in front of the clerk. The latter smiled and handed him a box. The box contained the 67 white skill upgrade stones that Luochen needed. Then Luochen took out the remaining 5 from his backpack. That adds up to exactly 72, enough to upgrade the sprint skill to level 30. Luochen grabbed 8 skill upgrade stones and threw them directly on the speed skill. Ding, skill level +1, ding, skill level +1, ding. After 9 consecutive prompts, the sprint skill was also upgraded to level 30. Luochen took a look at the consumption of the skill and found that there was no problem. He then asked the store clerk to buy 160 white skill upgrade stones to continue to improve the level of this skill. Directly upgraded to level 40, Luochen looked at his balance, did some calculations in his mind, and simply bought another 160 white skill upgrade stones to in this way, he only has 80,900 killing coins left to spend. Enough for subsequent consumption. He also upgraded his skill of sprinting to level 45. Speed level 45 grade, white consume 350 mana points to enter the sprint state for 350 seconds, increase movement speed by 4,970%, no cooldown. 4,970% improvement. This effect is simply perverted. To be honest, if I tell you that a white grade skill can have such a powerful effect, no one would believe it. The growth curve is awesome. Others have parallel growth lines, but this one is rising all the way. Luochen had never seen a skill with a growth curve like this. Certainly, it may also be related to his lack of experience. After all, how many skills has he seen? This is just the beginning. After improving the sprint skill, Luochen now only has 2 skills left to improve. A multiple instant kill skill. A new blood tentacle skill. Both are attack type skills. The former is a group attack, and the latter is a single attack. The former is physical damage, and the latter is elemental damage. They just complement each other and are just right. But the blue skill is too expensive to upgrade, so Luochen can't upgrade it too high. So, just upgrade to level 3 first. From level 4 to level 7, 5 blue skill upgrade stones are consumed, and the total cost is 50,000 killing coins. As for the multiple instant slash, Luochen spent 28,000 killing coins to buy 28 green skill upgrade stones and upgraded it to level 2 on IM. This way, Luochen still has 2,900 killing coins left, but there is no place to spend it, so I might as well save it for next time. To multiple instant slash LV.21 grade, green consume 230 mana points to perform an instant slash on 1 plus. Agility asterisk 45%, targets within a range of 1 plus, agility asterisk 130%, meters in front of you. The slash can cause 50 plus, strength asterisk 250%, physical damage. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. The cooldown time of the level 21 multiple instant slash has finally been reduced. The cooldown of 10 seconds is relatively short, but we can still keep trying. Chapter 87, Honey Trap? Or try another man, Blood Tentacle LV.7 grade, blue consume 340 mana points to release 2 blood tentacles to attack at least one enemy within the range of 1 plus, spirit asterisk 120%. Each blood tentacle causes 200 plus, spirit asterisk 215%, blood elemental damage, and draws 17% of the damage caused to the target to restore its own health. The cooling time is 24 seconds. The changes after the upgrade of the previous multiple instant body slash were within Luochen's calculations, but the level of this blood tentacle is a bit unexpected. The normal level cap for blue skills is level 7. The skill of blood tentacles is the only blue skill that Luochen currently has that has been upgraded to this extreme level. What he didn't expect was, when the blue skill is upgraded to the maximum level, it will have unexpected additional improvements. The original blood tentacles can only attack a single target, releasing a blood tentacle, but after reaching level 7, it can release 2 blood tentacles, and the target of attack becomes at least one enemy. In other words, Luochen can use 2 blood tentacles to attack 2 enemies, but you can also choose to attack only one enemy, causing double damage, and, when upgrading from level 6 to level 7, the skill release range, damage, and damage ratio are doubled. This should also be an additional effect of reaching the maximum level. I just don't know. Can this additional effect last forever? After all, for others, level 7 is already the highest level of blue skills, but this is not the case for Luochen. If there is such an increase from level 7 to level 8, it would be great. We'll know tomorrow if it works or not. Luochen took a deep look at the information of this skill, then closed the character panel. Killing Town number 10087, West Gate. When Luochen came in from outside the town, he felt several eyes staring at him, but when he looked back, he found that there was no one there at all. Invisible. Luochen thought of what the mysterious woman had reminded him of before, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Ignoring the suspected invisible followers, Luochen calmly walked directly towards his safe zone, and soon after Luochen left, just now, 3 strange figures appeared on the originally smooth bluestone ground where he felt his gaze was fixed. They did not look like humans at all. Instead, they looked like some kind of puppets. They could also change their external color like chameleons, thus achieving a similar invisibility effect. At this time, after Luochen left here, these 3 strange-looking puppets staggered towards another direction and soon disappeared on the street. On the other side, after returning to the safe house, Luochen put down his backpack, turned around and went into the bathroom on the first floor to wash his face. The time now is 5:27 in the evening. The sky outside was gradually getting dark. Luochen returned to the living room and turned on the TV first, then played the content of the regional chat channel on the TV. Another day has passed. How did you gain today? I was so lucky today that I found a convenience store that hadn't been looted, and many of the food and drinks inside were still valid. I finally don't have to worry about food and drinks for the next while. It's really annoying. I saw an airdrop treasure chest today, but when I got there, I found it had been occupied. The people on the other side just bullied me because they had more people. I'm so angry. Looking forward to it. I wonder what the participation prize for the killing tower will be. Brothers, don't sleep tonight. Wait for the midnight rewards to be distributed. Tisk. It's just a participation prize. You guys are really looking forward to it? Ha ha. If the person above is so disdainful, then don't take it if you have the guts. Why not take it? Don't miss it. Right now, Luochen is still number 1 on our town's Killing Town ranking.
Do you think there will be someone who can surpass him? Yuri overthinking. Who in our town hasn't been to the Killing Tower?
This guy will definitely be the first on the Killing Town ranking this week.
Is Mr. Luo Chen here?
I am a pure girl, beautiful and with a good figure.
And it's my first time and I'm still here. Ha ha. First time? Is it the kind that refreshes at 0 o'clock? Get lost. What do you want here? You stinky loser.
Luo Chen stood there and watched for a while, then turned around and went to the kitchen without interest. As for that pure girl, Luo Chen was totally uninterested. It's not that he has no interest in women, he's just simply rational enough. Don't know what the current situation is. At this critical juncture, if Luo Chen is still thinking about women or something, he deserves to be killed. The public area of Shentuxing's safe house. He temporarily modified the access list for the public area and added people including Wang Er and Zhou Xian to the list to facilitate communication and contact among everyone. This time, in this public area, several of them sat in the sunken living room in the center, looking at the air in front of them, actually observing the information in the chat channel. After a while, no, he didn't private message me. The woman sitting in the corner of the sofa shook her head and said she was the innocent girl who was just talking in the chat channel, and she originally wanted to use her beauty to lure Luo Chen into the trap. Pity, Luo Chen did not follow their plan. It's useless, forget it. Wang Er said indifferently he had not had any hope for this plan in the first place, but he agreed because Shen Dexiong and the others suggested giving it a try. Now that Luo Chen didn't fall into the trap, Wang Er felt that he was much smarter than Shen Dexiong and the others, and had seen through everything long ago. As for Shen Dexiong and the others, naturally, he felt regretful, but at the same time, he was also quite puzzled as to why Luo Chen did not fall into the trap. Could that guy be in trouble? Augustus guessed, judging from his own experience. Augustus, who loves beauty, doesn't think there is any man who can resist the temptation of beauty, especially the beautiful women who come to you on their own initiative. Is there any normal man who would refuse? Augustus could not understand and did not believe it. So, his first reaction after the plan failed was, is Luo Chen not good at that? Or is there a problem with orientation? Maybe we should try it with a nice-looking guy. Augustus said, then his eyes glanced at the pretty boy in Shen Dexiong's arms. Don't think about it, that guy must be normal. Shen Dexiong said with a dark face. On the one hand, he was unhappy that Augustus had set his sights on his male favorite, and on the other hand, Augustus' words reminded him of how he had offended Luo Chen. Chapter 88, Safe House Upgraded. New features. Okay, stop making such a mess, let's just stick to the original plan. Trust me, there will be no problem. At this time, Wang Er also stopped Augustus from coming up with any more bad ideas. He was afraid that if he let this guy continue, it would arouse Luo Chen's vigilance. Okay, you're the boss, you have the final say. Augustus spread his hands, hugged the woman beside him and stopped talking. Seeing that Augustus was sensible, Wang Er did not continue to dwell on the matter. He turned to look at Zhou Xian on the other side and said, how is it? Have you found where his safe house is? Hearing the words, Zhou Xian frowned and shook his head. No, my puppet followed him all the way, but once we entered a street, he suddenly disappeared. Suddenly disappeared? Wang Er also frowned and said, that's a bit troublesome, but it's enough to know which street his safe house is on. If he refuses to cooperate, we will search for the safe houses one by one. I don't believe we can't find it. The others nodded as well. This was the only thing they could do for now. Certainly, the best case scenario is that Luo Chen is willing to cooperate with them and share the first place reward. This will save them a lot of trouble. Inside the safe house, Luo Chen prepared a hot pot meal for himself as dinner tonight. The food includes top quality beef and mutton, all cut into thin slices and can be cooked by just a few dips in the hot pot. There are also beef tongue, tripe, shrimp balls, and a 10-pound Australian lobster. These were all opened from the blue airdrop treasure chest before. There is no need to introduce other kinds of vegetables in detail. Luo Chen mainly eats meat anyway, he is a carnivore. After preparing the dipping sauce, Luo Chen took out the pre-frozen drinks from the refrigerator. Although it didn't stay chilled for long, it was still okay, just a simple meal. Luo Chen said with a smile. If other people saw this, they would drool with envy. Just this big table of dishes, and it's still simple, not to mention it's in the killing ground. Even back when we were on Blue Star, there were many people who simply couldn't bear to spend a huge amount of money on a meal like this. Brothers, it's time to eat? Today we have ham sausage and instant noodles again.
I want to eat hot pot. I want to eat barbecue. I want to eat seafood. Seafood? I'd rather have seafood noodles, at least it's fresh. I'm so hungry. I only ate 2 pieces of bread at night, but I'm not full at all. I hope the participation prize will include survival supplies. I can do without the rest, but I really want to have a full meal. I wonder what the big guys eat. That must be instant noodles with duck legs? Luxury. Luo Chen, who had just opened the big Australian dragon, suddenly saw the information scrolling on the TV screen. He couldn't help but look at the Australian dragon in his hand that was only as thick as his arm. Instant noodles with duck legs. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's where these people's imaginations end. Luo Chen was enjoying a sumptuous hot pot meal alone, his mouth full of oil. It took over an hour. He finished eating the food on the table, patting his bulging belly. Luo Chen leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh of satisfaction. It was a great meal. He had long wanted to have a meal like this. It's not about the ingredients, but the quantity. Just now, Luo Chen ate 12 plates of beef and 8 plates of mutton, as well as a large variety of other ingredients, plus a 10-pound Australian lobster. He stuffed all these things into his stomach. How could he eat so much in the past? However, as his attributes improved, Luo Chen's appetite also became better. Now I can eat in one meal what I used to eat in 5 or 6 meals. No wonder, those people will complain that they are never full. However, the attributes of other people are not as high as Luo Chen's, so their appetites will not increase as exaggeratedly as Luo Chen's. At most, they will eat twice as much as usual. If this were still on Blue Planet, then of course there would be no problem at all. But where is this place? Killing ground. For these newbies, it is not easy to find food and drink here. Well, now, the burden has increased again. How uncomfortable would it be to be hungry all day, eat and drink enough? Luo Chen sat on the sofa in the living room and rested for a while, then read the chat messages on TV. After resting for about 10 minutes, Luo Chen called out the information panel of the safe house. Ding. Do you want to spend 100,000 kill coins to upgrade the safe house level? Luo Chen just moved his hand, and the 100,000 killing coins in his pocket were gone in an instant, followed by, the entire safe house began to shake slightly, and then a scene that had been seen more than once appeared in front of Luo Chen's eyes again. The living room is expanding, the dining room is expanding, and the kitchen is expanding too. The interior area of the entire safe house is expanding. The original level 3 safe house had an indoor area of 120 square meters on a single floor, and this time it's upgraded. The indoor area of a single floor is further increased to 160 square meters. At the same time, the size of the front and backyards has also been improved. In addition to the increase in area, the biggest change is the decoration of the safe house. Originally, the level 3 safe house gave Luo Chen the feeling that the decoration style was that of an ordinary family, with the main focus on economy and affordability. After this upgrade, the overall decoration style of the safe house began to change towards that of a luxury house. Whether it was the floor tiles or the furnishings in the house, they were all upgraded by more than one level, just like the sofa under Luo Chen's. But it turned out to be around 2 to 3,000 yuan, but now it has directly become the level of 50,000 or 60,000. The same was true for the original TV, which increased from 100 inches to 120 inches. The key was that the displayed picture was obviously more comfortable to look at. Luo Chen couldn't tell exactly what was going on, and these changes only apply to the living room. There are other places, including the second floor, places that Luo Chen has not seen, which have also undergone earth-shaking changes. The entire upgrade process lasted about 1 or 2 minutes. After the structure of the safe house stabilized, Luo Chen heard the familiar prompt voice, "Here we come." Luo Chen suddenly straightened his back and looked at the options that appeared before him. Ding, upgrade completed. Please select the additional features you want to upgrade this time. Function 1, automatic cleaning. Your safe house has the ability to clean itself automatically. No matter how dirty it is, it can be cleaned to the cleanest state in an instant. Function 2, two-way transmission. Based on the original one-way transmission, it has been upgraded to two-way transmission, and can be transmitted back and forth between 2 transmission coordinate points. Function 3, public area. Open a public area, which can be open to up to 10 people other than yourself. The public area can enjoy the basic functions of a safe house. Chapter 89. At midnight, rewards are distributed. It's still the familiar 3 options, And it's still a multiple choice question with one choice out of 3. Luo Chen's eyes fell on these 3 options. Option 1, automatic cleaning. What's the use of this? Save yourself the trouble of cleaning. Luo Chen shook his head and immediately ruled out this option in his mind. If he chooses this, his head will really be caught in the door. Who would choose this feature? It was simply a wasted opportunity. Skipping option 1, Luo Chen looked at the next option. Two-way transmission? This is great. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered that when he upgraded the safe house for the first time, the extra function he chose was one-way transmission. People can be teleported directly to the coordinate point through the teleportation array in the safe house, and this time, the function of option 2 is obviously an upgraded version of the one-way teleportation array. Not only can you teleport from the safe house to the outside, you can also teleport from the outside back to the safe house. This is so convenient. Luo Chen can go back and forth to the safe house without leaving his house. Very good. This is the backup option. If the third option is not as good as this one, then choose this one. Luo Chen immediately included option 2 in the list of alternatives, and then happily looked at the content of option 3 again. Why is it this again? Luo Chen looked at the familiar option 3 and couldn't help but be speechless. No, you are a stubborn person? This public area option has appeared for the 3rd time in a row. Luo Chen did not choose it the first 2 times. Finally it came for the 3rd time. Are you so persistent? However, since option 3 is it, there is no need to consider it, just choose option 2 above. Luo Chen was too lazy to look at it any further and directly chose the additional function of the second option. Two-way transmission. Ding. Are you sure you want to select the additional function, dual line transmission? Yes, you didn't give me any other good options. Luo Chen responded, ding, additional functions confirmed. The next second, the teleportation array in the bedroom on the 2nd floor automatically appeared, flashing bright blue light. The already complex rooms of the teleportation array seemed to become even more complicated than before. Luo Chen didn't see this scene, but a piece of information emerged in his mind. It tells him how to use the two-way transmission function. It's actually simple. It's pretty much the same as before. If you want to teleport out, you will still use the teleportation array in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. If he wants to come back, Luo Chen needs to carve a temporary teleportation array himself on the spot, and use this temporary teleportation array as a medium to teleport him back to the safe house. Certainly, there is no need to worry that the temporary teleportation array will be used by other people with ulterior motives, because that thing is not actually the point. The key is Luo Chen, followed by the teleportation array he carved. It can be said that both are indispensable. And there is no need to worry that someone will suddenly break in and use Luo Chen's teleportation array when he is teleporting back, because the function Luo Chen chose is single-person teleportation, which does not support multi-person teleportation. So if someone broke in, Luo Chen would just be teleported away, and the other person would be left there staring blankly. The previous space coordinate marking function is still there, but it belongs to another system compared to the previous set of teleportation arrays. In simple terms, the point where Luo Chen was teleported to through the teleportation array in the safe house was the point where he left his space mark. The point where he teleported back to the safe house was the point where he carved the temporary teleportation array, and it did not need to be in the same place as the space mark. The two are not related to each other. The only connection between them is the teleportation array in the safe house. It is the core. After selecting the additional features, the safe house upgrade is completely completed. At last, Luo Chen called out the information panel of the safe house and took a look at the changes after the upgrade. Safe house level, for defense value, 10,000 durability, 100,000/100,000 additional functions, one-way teleportation array, non-existent house, two-way teleportation upgrade requires 1 million killing coins. Really, after upgrading to the next level, both the defense value and the durability of the safe house increased tenfold. The number of killing coins required for the next upgrade has also become 10 times as much as before. It's going to be a full 1 million. If this were a normal situation, Luo Chen wouldn't know how long it would take to save up 1 million. Certainly, that's under normal circumstances. Except for abnormal circumstances, for example, like that extra money I made this morning. There are also weekly events like the Killing Tower. These are all extra benefits under abnormal circumstances. I feel safer this time. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. How many people can break the defense value of 10,000 at this stage? If it cannot be broken, even 1 point of durability of the safe house cannot be destroyed. Doesn't this mean that Luo Chen is invincible as long as he stays in the safe house? Certainly, it is impossible for him to stay in the safe house forever, and the defense value of 10,000 is only relatively invincible at this stage, but even so, for Luo Chen, the level 4 safe house is enough to provide him with a safe haven when he wants to rest. And this safe haven is quite beautiful. A level 4 safe house is like a villa that has been decorated at great expense. Overall, various facilities have been basically completed. Luo Chen also looked around upstairs and downstairs. Whether it was a study room, a tea room, an esports room, or other rooms to kill free time, they were all in the level 4 safe house. The only problem is probably that there is no internet. Although there is a high configuration computer in the esports room, there is no internet and no games installed on the computer. Luo Chen can't use it to play Minesweeper, right? But it's better to have something than nothing. There is also a sauna on the first floor. When you have nothing to do, it's nice to take a sauna. Open the door and there's a swimming pool in the backyard. Luo Chen had previously chosen the additional feature of non-existent house, so even if he was swimming in the yard, he didn't have to worry about being peeped at or anything. After all, in the eyes of others, his safe house doesn't exist at all. Time passes by every second. Soon, there are only a few minutes left until midnight. At this time, Luo Chen also got up from the lounge chair beside the swimming pool, changed his equipment, put on his backpack, and left the safe house. On the other side, at this time, in the central square of the town, more than 300 residents of the entire killing town number 10087 have gathered here, quietly waiting for the arrival of midnight. Chapter 90, Ants Robbing Tigers? You have already found your way to death. These people always say all kinds of things about how they dislike the participation prize, but when it comes time to claim the reward, they all come earlier than anyone else. Luo Chen, the person who won the first place, turned out to be the last one to arrive. He's coming. In a corner of the square, a group of people gathered together. After seeing Luo Chen's figure appear, someone immediately notified others. Hearing this, the others also looked over there. Really, a solitary figure slowly walked into the square. Ha! I thought this guy wouldn't dare to come. Shen Tashong snorted coldly and said. Next to him were Wang Er, Zhou San, and Augustus. Besides, there were also their 4 men, a total of 40 or 50 people standing together, which was currently the largest group in killing town number 10087. Certainly, they are only working together temporarily. When the cooperation ends, this so-called alliance of interests will naturally collapse. Look! Boss Luo Chen is here. That's Luo Chen who ranks first? I'm really curious about what level of talent he has. It must be A level. Is there any doubt about that? Boss Luo Chen should be the only A-level talent owner in our number 10087 killing town. I really envy your luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. It's useless to envy it. I wonder what kind of reward will be given for the first place. I'm not expecting any first place reward, since it's not my turn anyway. In comparison, I'm more curious about what the participation prize is. How many killing coins? I also want to upgrade my safe house. Do you think Wang Er and his gang are planning something bad when they get together? Shut up. If you don't want to die, don't be too curious. What they are planning has nothing to do with us. Right. Don't say a word about this kind of thing, or you might lose your life. It's over. I used to be a keyboard warrior on Blue Star, but now I'm in this damn killing ground and I can't even be a keyboard warrior anymore. That's right. There's nothing wrong with being a keyboard warrior on Blue Star. At most you'll get scolded, but do you want to be a keyboard warrior in the killing field, huh? Then you must be mentally prepared to be killed the next second after leaving the safe house. Even being killed is the lightest punishment. If you encounter a perverted one, I will knock you out and take you away. Then, when Luo Chen walked into the square, hundreds of eyes fell on him. Luo Chen glanced at these people, and then noticed a large group of people gathered together over there. No surprises, those should be the losers who are going to rob me later, right? Luo Chen glanced at them calmly, and then his attention fell on the killing tower in the sky. The killing tower was no different than it had been during the day, still the same look. Luo Chen walked to the inner area of the square and stood in front of the blood-red obelisk. At this time, the people around also consciously made some distance, and no one dared to get too close to Luo Chen, even though they had no idea whether Luo Chen's temper was good or bad at the moment. No one dared to bet that Luo Chen was an easy person to get along with.
What if he had a bad temper? So, everyone consciously moved away. This is also out of awe for the strong Eid. At this time, the time has come to midnight, as a dazzling blood-red light lit up, the killing tower in the sky, filled with a murderous aura, slowly rose into the air and flew high into the sky. At the same time, everyone heard a prompt in their ears that only they could hear: ding, the killing tower event is over.
Based on your ranking in this event, you will receive a participation award. Do you want to claim it immediately?
This is a reminder for others to hear, and what Luo Chen heard was: ding, the Killing Tower event is over.
You are ranked first in the current Killing Town list in this event.
You will receive a Killing Town list top reward.
Do you want to claim it immediately?
Luo Chen did not choose to receive it immediately, but turned around and looked at the group of people who were gradually surrounding him.
Hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Wang Er.
A man who looked like a smiling tiger walked up and said with a smile.
My name is Zhou Xian, nice to meet Mr. Luo Chen.
Zhou Xian, who also had a smile on his face, had a look of obvious jealousy in his eyes.
I'm Augustus, you should know me, right?
The tall and thin Augustus stood out in the crowd. After all, both Wang Er and Zhou Xian were less than 1.8 meters tall, while Augustus was over 1.9 meters tall, much taller than Shen Tu-xiong, who was over 1.8 meters tall next to him.
Mr. Luo Chen, nice to meet you again.
I am Shen Tu-xiong, and what happened last time was actually a misunderstanding. Facing Luo Chen, Shen Tu-xiong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Even though they had more people than others, he still felt unsure. And if he had no choice, to be honest, he wouldn't want to get involved in this kind of thing at all. Yes, they are now numerous and powerful, but what then? Even if Luo Chen compromised this time and shared the reward with them, but what happens after they separate from each other? Can they guarantee that Luo Chen will not retaliate against them? So, Shen Tu-xiong also wanted to say something nice at this moment, although it would probably be of no use. But he is scared. At this time, those irrelevant people around have already avoided it far away, not daring to come near here for fear of being affected. Luo Chen now swept his eyes across the group of people, and then returned to Wang Er, who was in front of him with a smiling tiger look. Obviously, this guy is the leader of this gang.
Why doesn't Mr. Luo Chen speak? Does he look down on us?
Although Wang Er was smiling, his eyes gave people a sinister feeling, like a poisonous snake ready to attack. Luo Chen looked at him and said, "Have you received your participation award?"
Wang Er? What?
He thought he had heard it wrong.
I said, you can collect your participation award now. Luo Chen repeated it again. I don't understand what you mean. Do you want us to claim the reward first?
Wang Er frowned and could no longer maintain his smile. This was not what he had imagined. Why should Luo Chen care about the rewards for people like them? Why, of course Luo Chen cares. After all, although the participation prize is probably just that, it is still of some value. If these people don't claim it now, but if you wait and start taking action, you won't have the chance to claim the reward anymore. Wouldn't that mean Luo Chen is the one who was at a loss? He won't do anything that will lose money. So, how about you just treat me as curious and
satisfy my curiosity? Luo Chen said with a smile, looks quite friendly. If no one knew what he was thinking.